Meet Seo Kang-rim. In a world of powerful awakened hunters, he is nothing but a useless F-class loser. But to make matters worse, people don't just call him trash. They see him as a walking. Teaming up with him is basically a death sentence. Almost everyone who has ever entered a dungeon with him has ended up brutally injured, or even worse, dead. And honestly, it makes sense. His destiny was written in the stars as a harbinger of death. But you can't really blame Kang-rim for this. See, during the apocalypse 5 years ago, humanity awakened. Everyone's abilities were completely decided by the destiny they were born with, based on their birth charts. It all came down to the exact date and hour you were born, like a total cosmic lottery. And Seo Kang-rim never had a say in his draw. But what none of these people know is that this so-called loser actually possesses a power that rivals the gods themselves. He can read the destiny of anyone he sees, and even steal the powers of the dead. The catch is that doing so drastically increases his bad karma. Even so, there are still naive guild members who want to party up with him, brushing off his cursed reputation as nothing but a silly rumor. But Kang-rim knows his curse is very real. To protect others, he constantly pushes people away and chooses to hunt completely alone, even though deep down, he desperately craves having comrades to fight alongside. Suddenly, a gate to the demon realm tears open once more. The entire guild stands ready for battle. Kang-rim, fully aware of his F-class limits, plays it smart. He finds a safe spot on the sidelines, planning to only pick off any weak, leftover monsters. It is a solid, harmless plan that keeps him out of everyone else's way. The second the gate opens, a horde of monsters surges out. As the battle kicks off, the elite hunters charge forward to handle the high-tier demons, while Kang-rim stays far back, struggling again. He manages to take down a few of them, but that is already pushing him to his absolute limit. Wheezing and gasping for air, Kang-rim grunts to himself, "Damn it, this is way harder than I thought." The thick demonic energy in the air makes it feel like his lungs are on fire. Suddenly, a monster blindsides him from behind, slashing his back and sending him crashing hard into the dirt. The loud thud immediately catches the attention of the surrounding monster pack. They stare at him like a piece of fresh meat, charging in all at once like a pack of starving wolves. Cornered and defenseless, Kang-rim can only close his eyes and pray for a miracle. Just then, a blinding flash of green light erupts out of nowhere. It is Guildmaster Shin Soo-ah. Armed with her sword and powerful wood-style magic, she obliterates the monsters, saving Kang-rim and clearing a path for the. Soo-ah gives him a reassuring smile. But before they can even catch their breath, the ground violently trembles as the massive dungeon boss comes roaring toward them. The giant beast towers over the hunters, ready to unleash absolute chaos. But before it can even flex its power, a razor-sharp flash of sword light slices through the air, splitting the massive boss completely in half. It is taken down in one single, effortless strike. As the dust clears, a shadowy figure slowly emerges, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust. It is a mysterious white-haired woman, and when she speaks, her voice sends a "Where is Seo Kang-rim?" Her question leaves the entire guild in utter shock. Who on earth is this terrifying woman? Kang-rim feels a cold sweat break out. That woman just vaporized a giant boss like it was nothing. So why is she looking for a nobody like him? When no one answers, her eyes cold as ice, she decides to just slaughter everyone. After all, if she wipes out the entire guild, Seo Kang-rim will eventually be among the corpses. Hiding high up in the branches of a tree, Kang-rim holds his breath and decides to use his destiny reading skill to see who this psycho really is. The name is Baek-ryeong, and her rank is Minor Deity, but her actual destiny is completely classified. Kang-rim's heart drops in pure terror. A Minor Deity? Are you kidding me? He has never seen a rank like this in his entire life. According to rumor, the Minor Deity class allows a hunter to regress, carrying all their memories back to the past. But there is a catch. If they die, they can't trigger the regression. Kang-rim hesitates, his mind racing. A god-tier regression ability. Should I go down there? She must have targeted me based on something I did in her past timeline. But just as he is about to reveal himself, Soo-ah's wooden vines wrap around him, holding him back. She shoots him a look, silently warning him to stay put. Understanding her intent, Kang-rim freezes. He realizes this is way out of his league, and he can't afford to get involved. Glaring down at the intruder from her high vantage point, Soo-ah demands, "What exactly do you want here?" The answer remains the same, Baek-ryeong replies coldly. "I only want Kang-rim. Nothing else matters to me." Keeping her cool, Soo-ah replies, "He is a member of my guild. If you want him, you deal with me." Baek-ryeong simply shakes her head dismissively. Not interested. Before the words even leave her mouth, she unleashes another devastating sword wave, instantly vaporizing several guild members. As fresh blood splatters onto her clothes, her bone-chilling voice cuts through the screams. All I need to do is slaughter every single one of you. Assuming that Kang-rim is hiding somewhere among the crowd. Realizing she can't let this monster slaughter any more of her people, Soo-ah charges forward to intercept Baek-ryeong. Meanwhile, watching from he knows she is only here for him. Desperate to stop the bloodshed, he frantically hacks away at the roots binding him, trying to break free and get down before it is too late. Down below, absolute panic erupts as guild members scatter in all directions, desperately trying to avoid getting caught in the crossfire of this clash of titans. But the battle is heavily one-sided. Baek-ryeong is utterly dominant, relentlessly driving Soo-ah back. Baek-ryeong sneers, "I will spare the rest of these pests if you just hand over Seo Kang-rim." But her threats do absolutely nothing to shake Soo-ah's resolve. Ignoring the danger, Soo-ah unleashes a furious, relentless assault, doing everything in her power to protect her guild and stop Baek-ryeong's rampage. But the gap between their power is just too massive. With a single, brutal counterslash, Baek-ryeong sends Soo-ah flying through the air, crashing violently into the solid stone cliff. Injured all over, she was in too much pain to even sit up. Baek-ryeong was about to swing her sword and end this nuisance, but from behind, the guild members rushed forward together to help. But in the end, it only took her a few slashes. Before they knew it, they were gone. All that remained were blood-curdling screams of pain and terror. After being held back by Soo-ah's tree roots, Seo Kang-rim was still frantically trying to break free. But as he crashed to the ground from above, hoping to draw her attention and stop the slaughter, he was met with nothing but a massive pool of blood. Everyone had been sliced clean in half by Baek-ryeong's sword. Seo Kang-rim stood frozen, trembling in absolute crying and sheer helplessness. "I was too late. I should have been the one to die. It should have ended with me. A useless piece of trash like me ended up getting everyone killed." Baek-ryeong stared down at the boy, kneeling before her, weeping hysterically. She easily figured out this was Seo Kang-rim. She raised her blade to end his life once and for all. But in the nick of time, Soo-ah used, roaring in fury. Soo-ah lunged forward, yelling, "How dare you touch my guild member?" Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Soo-ah gritted her teeth, holding her ground despite her life-threatening injuries. Baek-ryeong, on the other hand, just couldn't comprehend this. If they had just handed Seo Kang-rim over, the whole thing would be settled, and no one would have to die. The gap in their power was simply too massive. Baek-ryeong's sword pierced clean through Soo-ah's chest. With her dying breath, Soo-ah gasped, "You don't get it, Baek-ryeong. A guildmaster's duty is to protect her people." The moment Soo-ah drew her last breath, the surrounding barrier finally dissolved. Baek-ryeong stood tall with absolute dominance, while Seo Kang-rim knelt on the ground, completely paralyzed. He couldn't even move a muscle. "There's no way I can beat her. She's going to kill me too. She came for me. I should have been the only one punished. Why did Soo-ah and everyone else have to pay the price?" As guilt consumed him, a burning hatred for the monster before him boiled over. In that moment of despair, Seo Kang-rim decided to unleash a power he had never dared to touch. Activating skill, Steal the Destiny. Caution. Using this ability will accumulate heavy karma. System prompt. There are 421 corpses in the vicinity. Whose destiny do you wish to steal? Seo Kang-rim grit his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. "All of them," he growled, choosing to steal the destinies of all 421 fallen allies. The system began calculating which fates Seo Kang-rim could successfully claim. Due to his extremely low magic rank, he could only extract a fraction of their powers. Screaming in agony, Seo Kang-rim struggled to withstand the overwhelming torrent of the cruel, mocking words of others flashed through his mind. But they were right. It was because of him that everyone had perished. "It's all my fault. My cursed destiny killed them all." Clutched in agonizing pain, Seo Kang-rim held his head, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. But now, he possessed the stolen abilities of hundreds, with the most notable being Soo-ah's verdant leaf arts. Before he could even look up, Baek-ryeong was already standing over him. "Die," she said coldly. But in a sudden twist of events, Seo Kang-rim swung his sword, slashing her directly. Though the blow connected, it wasn't fatal. Baek-ryeong was still far too powerful. As the battle raged, Seo Kang-rim unleashed a barrage of different stolen abilities. No longer just a useless F-class hunter, he was now trading blows on equal footing with him. Just when victory seemed within reach, Seo Kang-rim spotted an opening and immediately launched an attack at her weak point. But it was a trap. Baek-ryeong had intentionally left herself open to bait him in. With a smirk, she activated her glacial soul summoning, blasting him away. Collapsing into a pool of his own blood, Seo Kang-rim glared at her. Damn it, thank God my passive skills auto-activated, he thought. But with this battered body and even after stealing the destinies of 421 people, I still can't avenge them. Baek-ryeong unleashed her glacial soul power once more. Massive shards of ice materialized in the air, raining down like deadly spears. Seeing this, Seo Kang-rim desperately dragged his broken body to dodge the onslaught. His luck ran out as a massive ice pillar impaled his leg, pinning him to the ground. If only I knew how to properly wield these powers, he cursed himself. This wouldn't be happening. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, there was one power he knew inside out. He grunted, grabbing the ice spike to pull it out of his leg. Baek-ryeong watched with cold amusement. It's useless, Seo Kang-rim. Your death was written in the stars. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Seo Kang-rim ripped the ice spike from his flesh. He spun around, unleashing the verdant leaf arts to strike back. Although Baek-ryeong easily dodged the clumsy assault, she was deeply shocked. I thought he was just a swordsman, she thought, but it seems he's actually proficient in magic as well. But with her seasoned combat experience, Baek-ryeong instantly realized that maintaining such high-level magic would take a massive toll on his body. She easily sliced through the giant roots Seo Kang-rim had summoned, but she had fallen right into his trap. It was all a diversion. Slipping behind her, Seo Kang-rim drove the sharp ice spike straight into her neck. A weary, satisfied smile spread across his face. I did it. I finally avenged them. His strength completely fading, Seo Kang-rim collapsed to the ground. Though his revenge was complete, his own injuries were fatal, and he was on the verge of death. But just then, his stolen healing passive kicked in, stitching his wounds back together. He let out a bitter, exhausted laugh, begging his own body. No, stop. Don't heal my past, even my present. There is absolutely nothing left. His childhood, his destiny, they were bound to suffering and death. A fortune teller predicted he would be an orphan at a young age, and that his life would be plagued by constant misfortune. Just as predicted, Kang Jin's parents passed away before he could even grow up. And then, the bad luck just kept piling on. Accidents followed him wherever he went, and even worse, everyone around him was dragged into his misfortune. He was destined to be weak and miserable. Yet, the guild members still welcomed him with open arms, only to lose their lives because of him. Once again, he covered his face with his blood-stained hands, drowning in self-blame. If only I had reached Baek-ryeong first. If only I had been the first one to die. If only I did that, everything would be so much better. If only I could turn back time. Suddenly, Kang Jin remembered something. Wait, Baek-ryeong's power is regression. He immediately activated his Destiny Steel ability. Fortunately, the regression power was successfully stolen. Kang Jin quickly activated it. He didn't know which timeline he would return to. But even if he went back to the exact moment Baek-ryeong appeared, he would still face her. He silently prayed, "Please, let the regression power activate." The system notification popped up. Regression power activated. You are being sent back to the past. Kang Jin woke up with a start. He found himself in a room that felt both familiar and strange. As he sat there in a daze, there was a sudden knock on the door. Kang Jin froze. Though his hands were trembling, a faint smile spread across his face. Outside, Soo-ah was waiting for him. Songwon said excitedly, "We finally have our first date today. I can't wait to see how compatible we are." Soo-ah didn't seem to care. He looked at her and thought, she isn't wearing a mask. Kang Jin rejoiced silently. I've really returned. Soo-ah is still alive, and she hasn't lost her eyes yet. Did he really just say that? Then he thought to himself, I won't let that happen again. He slid over some paper and suggested they both write down their names, ages, and birth times. Songwon quickly filled it out and handed the paper back, but Kang Jin's eyes were locked onto Soo-ah. Huh? She seemed a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Kang Jin recalled Soo-ah's helpless, depressed expression from his past life. If he remembered correctly, she had mentioned getting tangled up with a real creep. I need to make sure she gets out of this situation first. Kang Jin came up with an idea. Let me check your compatibility. The piece of gold and the shovel represent Sangwon's destiny. The horoscope shows his element is metal. The trees represent Soo-ah. Your element is wood. An image of a person swinging a shovel at a tree trunk flashed in his mind as he spoke. In fortune-telling, this is called metal felling wood. As trees were chopped down and collapsed in his vision, Kang-jin explained with a smile. It's a bad omen, because an axe will eventually chop down a tree. Both of them were stunned. What? Soo-ah's face completely lit up. Is that so? I guess we have no choice, since our compatibility is so terrible. Song-won yelled in anger. Are you kidding me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where is the owner of this place? Kang-jin replied with a smile. He's right out at the counter. Sang-won turned to Soo-ah and said, Soo-ah, let's go. Don't believe a word this guy says. But she happily replied, Actually, I want to hear more about my fortune. This guy is really good. Shaking with anger, he hissed, You'll regret this. Do you really think a woman like you could ever land an amazing guy like me? Glancing sideways with an innocent look, Kang-jin interjected, Well, it seems she doesn't want to see you anymore. Please leave. Fuming with rage, he slammed the door shut on his way out and barked, You'd better not try to contact me again. She just watched him leave with complete indifference. Soo-ah asked, I thought places like this only talk about the good things in life. He chuckled awkwardly. Usually, yes. Intrigued, Soo-ah asked, You seem really talented. Can you read more of my fortune? Kang-jin reluctantly agreed. Sure. Suddenly, his senses were jolted as a small light flashed, and the entire room was bathed in a strange glow. The system message appeared. Your stats are being calculated based on your destiny. Kang-jin shook his head. Even though I knew it was going to happen, I guess there's no avoiding the shaking and dizziness. She asked urgently, What are you doing? She ordered him to hide under the table and grabbed his hand, reminding him of how Shin Soo-ah had protected him in their past life as well. Kang-jin tried to calm his nerves and focus. Did you really think you could change the future? Everything ground to a halt. Soo-ah muttered to herself. What was that weird announcement just now? Destiny stats? Seeing him start to walk away, she cried out, Wait up, wait for me. Kang-jin thought to himself, I think it's best if I don't get involved with Soo-ah. He pushed the door open. Kang-jin looked around alertly. I hope there's something useful here. After wandering around for a bit, he spotted exactly what he was looking for. There it is. He quickly grabbed it and slipped it into her pocket just as she ran up and asked, Where are you going? Soo-ah pulled his arm, insisting, We have to evacuate right now. With that, Soo-ah dragged him along. Wait! Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, making Soo-ah freeze and look back. It was a terrifying shriek. Someone rushed out, shouting a warning, Run! Is that a monster? A monster. A massive creature clamped its jaws onto the man's leg, leaving him utterly terrified. Get away from me! Help me! It bit down hard, refusing to let go. Soo-ah panicked. Wait! I can't help you. Kang-rim quickly draws his knife, lunges forward, and slices them clean in half, with a single strike. He smiles in satisfaction, knowing they would show up. These disgusting pests are giant worms, classified as rank 3 insects. They are massive. Although they usually eat grass, now they will eat both animals and humans. Charging forward to attack them, he turns back and yells to the others to run to safety. Kang-rim slashes decisively, wiping them out one by one. Grabbing the head of the final worm, he splits it right down the middle, finishing off the last one. Just when it seems like everything is over, a voice cries out from the distance, begging for help, because there are way more of them over there. Kang-rim leaps out and shouts, telling everyone that if they do not want to die, they should grab whatever they can use as a weapon because these things are not actually that strong. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Someone is holding a fire extinguisher covered in their blood. It is Soo-ah, smiling brightly as she mentions they are actually incredibly weak compared to how they look. She boasts about taking one down herself, which makes him chuckle. She asks what is so funny, but he just dismisses it, keeping his thoughts to himself. Seeing someone capable of slaying a literal dragon get this excited over a worm is honestly hilarious. Kang-rim walks over and says that the floor is clear for now, so they should head downstairs before more of them show up. They run off, shouting for everyone to follow this way, while Kang-rim secretly slips his knife back out, muttering his thanks. He cuts open their bellies and starts digging through them, knowing he needs to harvest these soul stones while he still has the chance. He pulls out a handful of glowing gems, secretly thrilled. Even though they are low level, this is a better haul than he expected. Hearing her call out, he quickly wipes the gems clean as she asks why he has not come down yet, then shoves the stones into his pocket and replies. He asks why she is still here, and Soo-ah sighs, explaining she could not just leave him here alone, which only makes him snap back. He questions why she is seriously worrying about someone she just met today, and Soo-ah replies nonchalantly that she does. Kang-rim feels completely helpless, wondering if she really has no clue what is about to happen. It is too dangerous, and she is still the exact same. Before she can even finish her sentence, he cuts in, stating that is exactly why they need to go. Knowing he needs to warn Soo-ah, Kang-rim's eyes grow deadly serious as he tells her there is something he needs to say. Surprised, Soo-ah asks what it is, and Kang-rim brings up her rank 3 dragon-type class, which leaves her completely bewildered. She asks what he is talking about, and he replies that her attribute is wood, and she possesses a skill called wood leaf magic. She looks at her status window and gasps in shock, prompting him to ask if her window of destiny just opened up. Staring intently at the screen, she replies that she sees something called the window of destiny, and a skill listed there called wood leaf magic. Kang-rim asks if she remembers that bizarre broadcast made it seem like they have actually been granted superpowers. Kang-rim silently reasons that since they have awakened, they will not die unless they run into that thing. She nods, confirming that she does feel a lot stronger somehow. The two of them quickly make their way to the stairs, deciding to head down, while Soo-ah follows close behind, taking the opportunity to ask him a question. She asks what his destiny is, but he brushes the question aside, suggesting it is better if they do not share the details of their windows of destiny. Turning his head back, he adds that it is almost as if someone else could read it if they do. She catches his drift and accepts it, and meanwhile, Kang-rim's window of destiny remains exactly the same as it did a year ago. He could not retain the powers he had stolen in his past life. The system screen displays the name Kang-rim, Insect Class Rank 3, Fire Attribute. The Destiny Investigation screen shows Brutal, Rank 3, allowing him to steal a portion of his target's destiny and make it his own, though doing so will increase his karma. There is only one thing that has changed, as the system screen flashes a warning that he currently possesses a massive amount of karma points. He falls deep into thought, realizing this must be the consequence of stealing the destinies of 421 people. If he wants to change the future, he has to rely on his destiny theft skill. But accumulating this many karma points right now is extremely dangerous. Karma points spike whenever a major sin like murder is committed, or when a unique skill is activated. If his karma gets too high, he will cross the boundary, and he knows all too well the horrific suffering that awaits anyone who crosses over. Soo-ah suddenly speaks up, saying she thinks someone is over there, making him immediately spin around as a loud shout echoes. A person wrapped head to toe in bandages like a mummy suddenly freezes, prompting Soo-ah and Kang-rim to rush over to help. She yells that she will help him, but then gasps as a monster nearby unhinges its massive jaws, about to swallow the bandaged person whole. Luckily, Kang-rim arrives just in time and puts it down with his knife. Sparing a sigh of relief, he murmurs that it is a good thing there was only one, while the other person points in a direction. Wondering if someone is inside, Kang-rim channels his power, knowing the easiest way to check if they are still breathing is through his system. A notification pops up, stating that the Destiny Theft skill has been activated. The nearby survivor count drops by 1, and shaking his head, he realizes they are already gone. His eyes remain locked onto his system window, noting they possessed a powerful skill, and if they had only awakened in time, they might have survived. That skill is Fire Control, tied to the Insect class, Rank 3, which allows the user to summon and manipulate a small flame. The user can launch long-range attacks at targets as long as they remain in their line of sight. Kang-rim makes up his mind to steal it, and a split second later, a tiny flame dances on his fingertips. A message appears, stating he has acquired the skill, Fire Control. He clenches his fist, extinguishing the flame, thinking that these are exactly the kind of skills he needs, just as Soo-ah rushes over to his side. Suddenly, green blood splatters out of nowhere. In the distance, Go-jun is busy slaughtering monsters, laughing hysterically and wondering if this is a tutorial or something, since it is so damn easy. Doc Go-jun, bursting with energy, effortlessly wiped out the entire horde of monsters. "Leave the boss to me." Only then did he realize other people were there. Doc Go-jun walked over to them and asked, "Are you guys survivors?" He casually added, "Are you guys the side characters meant to be my teammates?" Soo-ah was completely baffled. Side characters? Grinning widely, he reached his hand out to them and introduced himself. "I am Doc Go-jun. It is great to meet you both." Seo Kang-rim thought to himself, "Ah, so this is where it all begins for him." He introduced himself in return. I am Seo Kang-rim. Doc Gojin smiled and looked. And what might the name of our heroine be? She blushed, a bit flustered. Heroine? I am Soo-ah. Doc Gojin shook hands with Seo Kang-rim and Soo-ah. Awesome. I will remember that. Now that the teammate recruitment event is complete, the main quest should start soon. She was still totally confused. What on earth are you talking about? He replied, Isn't this how every game tutorial plays out? Doc Gojin. Class, Divine Rank Tier 3. Attribute, Gold. Trait, Dreamer. Holy Class, Tier 1. Demonic energy influence is reduced, while intelligence, pain resistance, and fear resistance are boosted. He is under the Dragon Map System Tier 1. Seo Kang-rim stared at him, fully aware that Doc Gojin would soon become the leader of one of the 6 major sects. Seeing this, even though Doc Gojin had yet to officially awaken, he just kept babbling. Didn't you two take down the boss with your team? Or maybe you unlock a powerful ally mid-battle, classic trope style? Like awakening through the sacrifice of a comrade? Soo-ah still had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Seo Kang-rim thought to himself, I know he is a famous webtoon author, but he is way too delusional. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. A pale, terrified young man came running in a panic. Help me! There's a monster! Giant worm, insect type Tier 1. A monster formed by a swarm of insects, it can only be slain once all the smaller insects are wiped out. It feeds just like an ordinary worm. The young man was chased so relentlessly that he tripped and slid across the floor. Left helpless, he looked up at the terrifying beast. Soo-ah's eyes widened in horror as blood splattered, and his hand fell limp. Doc Gojin, completely unfazed, laughed. Haha, looks like that's the tutorial boss we have to defeat. Soo-ah panicked. You want to kill that thing? We need to run now. Seo Kang-rim immediately summoned a flame in his hand. He aimed carefully and shot the fireball, sending it hurtling toward the giant worm. Doc Gojin cheered in excitement. Magic? I knew I could count on you, he asked Seo Kang-rim. What do you think? Can we kill it? He bluntly replied, No. He added, We cannot kill that thing right now. The best I can do is buy us some time with my flames. Just as he spoke, a loud explosion rang out. The giant worm was completely unharmed and lunged straight at the 3 of them. Seo Kang-rim waved his hand, yelling at them to run. He stayed behind, holding the beast off with his fire magic. Realizing his attacks were not doing much, they all used those precious few seconds to turn and run for their lives. A violent explosion erupted right behind Seo Kang-rim. Up ahead, Soo-ah frantically screamed his name. Hurry! Get over here! But Doc Gojin grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Don't stop, Soo-ah, she screamed. Wait, let go of me. Meanwhile, the giant worm lunged directly in front of Seo Kang-rim. Soo-ah's voice suddenly rang out, catching the monster's attention. Seo Kang-rim! Taking advantage of its distraction, he roared, Where do you think you are looking? A massive blast of fire slammed directly into the giant worm. You shouldn't take your eyes off me. Howling in pain, the beast turned and lashed out violently at Seo Kang-rim. Dodging its attacks, he quickly assessed the situation, trying to figure out where the monster came from while buying as much time as possible. The voices of the other 2 echoed from behind the closing door as they fled. Seo Kang-rim, I will never forget your sacrifice. Seo Kang-rim ran desperately to escape the giant worm's relentless pursuit, his mind racing. I can do this. I just need to hold out until the Fate Protection Bureau arrives. After a brief clash, Seo Kang-rim was blown backward. He thought in frustration, Damn it, I barely even scratched it. Opening its massive maw, the worm lunged at him. Seo Kang-rim gritted his teeth, gathering fire in his hand. That's it. Its mouth. With a powerful swing, he hurled the fire straight down the giant worm's throat, making it shriek in agony. With its mouth scorched and smoking, the giant worm collapsed, trembling right before him. Suddenly, its eyes flared up, staring intently at Seo Kang-rim. Watching it crawl closer bit by bit, he cried out in despair, I guess it's never over. Right then, a massive wooden beam pierced straight into the giant worm. Soo-ah rushed back, wielding heavy wooden branches and desperately striking the beast. Run, quick. Suddenly, a swarm of tiny worms began pouring out of its wound. They quickly locked onto her and lunged aggressively. Seo Kang-rim immediately unleashed his flames, blasting them away. Quick, use your poison leaf art. Soo-ah immediately objected. I can't. I need plants nearby to use it. He quickly thought of a solution and gave her instructions. I'm sure those wooden branches will work. Prompted by his reminder, Soo-ah immediately catches on and unleashes her ability on the branches. The wood rapidly transforms, sprouting into thick tree branches that spread outward. Soo-ah keeps fueling her ability as the branches grow larger and larger. They surge forward, driving straight into the giant worm. Filled with both anticipation and shock, the two stare at the scene before them. Suddenly, Soo-ah spins around, grabs Gang-rim's hand, and pulls him away. But then, her eyes widen in sheer horror. A swarm of small worms is frantically crawling along the branches to attack them. They swarm in from all directions, lunging at the two of them. Terrified, Soo-ah collapses to the ground, thinking, "This is it. It's over." Tears stream down her face in utter despair. She thinks, "I came here to save Seo Kang-rim." Right then, Gang-rim's voice echoes right beside her. Wood acts as fuel for fire. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Shin Soo-ah are intertwining. She looks up, completely dazed by his words. Shin Soo-ah's destiny is feeding life into Seo Kang-rim's destiny. With her branches acting as fuel, the fire he unleashed erupts into a massive blaze. The fire skill rapidly ranks up, ascending from Insect Grade 3 to Insect Grade 1. Our powers are based on Saju, the 4 pillars of destiny, and that very logic is now being applied to this battle. Wood fuels the fire. The system notification chimes. You have defeated the Grade 1 giant worm. Calculating achievements. Soo-ah stares at the scene in disbelief and cries out, "We did it!" She then rushes over to his side, her face filled with worry. "Are you okay, Gang-rim? Are you hurt?" He gently reassures her, his eyes still glued to the system screen. "You have received an additional reward for defeating an opponent stronger than you." Supporting an exhausted Gang-rim, who is weak from mana depletion, Soo-ah helps him out of the room. This is the first floor. The exit is safe. Grabbing the doorknob, she speaks with a wave of relief washing over her. "We're finally out of here." But as the door swings open, a bright light shines through, catching her completely off guard. The two step inside, and Soo-ah looks around the massive room, her mind filled with confusion. Where on earth are we? Suddenly, a warm glow envelops them, completely healing their wounds. Realization hits Soo-ah, and she speaks up. "We're supposed to be in the middle of downtown." Meanwhile, Gang-rim spots something on the podium and secretly rejoices. "I never expected the ancient pillar on the first floor to connect here. It's a Grade 3 dragon-type artifact column, a sacred relic imbued with overwhelming and perfect energy. It heals any human who draws near, and acts as a barrier to keep monsters away." Suddenly, the door behind them vanishes into thin air, throwing Soo-ah into a panic. She turns to him, frantic. "What do we do now?" Gang-rim, on the other hand, remains perfectly calm. "Let's just rest for now. At least we're safe from monsters here." Just then, Doc Gojin suddenly appears out of nowhere. Looking at them in disbelief, he asks, "How the hell are you guys still alive?" Soo-ah's blood boils with anger at the sight of him. Doc Gojin mutters to himself, "It's so strange for the famous heroine, Shin Soo-ah, to ditch me like that." Hearing his snide remark, she snaps, "Heroine, my ass. You're nothing but a traitorous villain who sold out his friends just to save his own skin." Doc Gojin is left utterly speechless. Shocked to his core, he clutches his head and mutters, "No way. I mean, she's not wrong, but there's no way I'm the bad guy here." Watching him, Gang-rim scoffs inwardly. This guy is somehow even more pathetic than before. He whispers, "Soo-ah, over here." Meanwhile, the other people in the room are in complete chaos, shouting in terror, "Where are we? A monster was just attacking us." But then, a sudden surge of healing energy sweeps over the crowd, leaving them in shock. "My wounds, they're gone." Panicked, they frantically check their phones. "No service. My phone just completely died." Terrified cries echo throughout the room. "Are we safe here? Is that fire? What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears on the stage, drawing everyone's shocked gazes. Standing tall on the stage, An Navi speaks in a cold, commanding tone. It seems everyone from this sector has gathered. She looks out at the crowd and formally introduces herself. "I am An Navi, representing the main branch of the Fate Protection Bureau." She pauses, scanning the anxious faces in the crowd. "From this moment on, I will." Navi glares coldly at them. "Be managing all of you." The crowd murmurs in confusion. Wait, what is she talking about? What even is the Fate Protection Bureau? Anger flares as people start shouting at her. "What the hell do you mean, manage? This is straight up kidnapping. Let us go right now." What is the meaning of this? Watching the chaos unfold, Kang-rim thinks to himself, this is where it truly begins. In my past life, I was nothing but a pathetic loser. With a look of absolute determination on his face, he resolves, but this time, things will be different. I will become the strongest person here before I leave. Kang-rim and Soo-ah exchange a look of confusion, both wondering, wait, what exactly is the Fate Protection Bureau? Na'vi quickly clarifies, our mission is to protect the citizens from the impending apocalypse. But the crowd isn't buying it and erupts into shouts. What kind of nonsense is that? This is literally kidnapping. Let us go right now. Angry protests erupt from every corner. What on earth is she trying to do? Standing up there on the stage, threatening that the demon realm is about to open, triggering the director's prophetic vision. And of course, someone interrupts again. Hey, those bugs from earlier, you guys were the ones who let them loose, wasn't it? Na'vi ignores them and goes on. Hear me, O humanity, as the crowd continues to riot, shouting, I'm going to sue you people, let me out of here. Gozen finally loses his temper and barks. Shut your mouths, you brainless sheep. His outburst instantly makes everyone snap their heads around to look. Gozen grits his teeth and tries to sway them. Can't you guys see what a golden opportunity this is? It's because you're so damn stupid that you'll always just be background extras. Standing right next to him, Kang-rim thinks to himself, he hasn't changed a bit, but he's actually right. He glances over at him and nods, agreeing that being chosen for this is a privilege. The administrator sighs and says, I think it'll be faster if I just show you what's happening outside right now. Everyone, calm down and take a seat. Na'vi snaps her fingers, and a massive screen immediately displays footage of a giant worm outside. The screen shows a live broadcast from Seoul. She explains that portals to another dimension, the demon realm, have opened up all across the country. Na'vi quickly explains, monsters from the demon realm are going to pour out, and the Destiny Protection Agency foresaw this catastrophe. That is why, several years ago, those of us who hold the keys, she brings up footage of them fighting side by side and continues, already awakened our powers before anyone else. Navi's voice grows more intense as she talks about preparing for this day. She spreads her arms wide, calling out to the room. However, in a world consumed by chaos, we need more awakened ones. We summoned you here because we believe your potential is far superior to any other unawakened. We will help you awaken and grow stronger under the guidance of our protection agency. Na'vi then pulls a yellow talisman from her clothes. You are free to leave if you wish, but please, check what your power is before you make your decision. She pulls out a lighter and casually sets the paper on fire. Once you do, you might just change your mind. The system chimes. Kang-rim. Class, 3rd tier insect. Attribute, fire. Powers, destiny discovery, destiny theft, and fire control. The others are equally shocked to see their own powers. What is this? Is this really my power? And what on earth is a tier 1 human? He falls back into deep thought. This definitely isn't Navi's doing. I wanted to look into the keyholder's destiny, but she's wearing that mask. Na'vi steps down into the crowd to offer some advice. Now that you've seen your powers, you can call it supernatural ability, magic, or whatever you like. She explains that the awakened will use these powers to hunt monsters. Na'vi continues her speech, explaining that they must strike the demon realm to eliminate the threat entirely. But make no mistake, these missions are incredibly dangerous. Her tone suddenly drops, cold and threatening. You could very well die. Na'vi drives the point home, adding that the same rules apply during training. She narrows her eyes, emphasizing every single word. If you want to avoid danger and stay protected, you must give up your power. Someone who lacks the will to fight has no right to hold such power. Navi's voice turns dead serious. I will give you exactly 1 hour to make your choice. With that, she claps her hands once. Na'vi adds, you may rest on the 2nd floor. We've provided guidebooks there, and I highly recommend you read them. After an hour, those who decide to stay should return here. Her voice echoes through the hall. For those who wish to leave, you may exit through the emergency door on level S. But as I warned you, once you step out of here, you will never be able to access your destiny window again. With those final words, Na'vi turns on her heel to leave. I'll see some of you soon. An hour later, she glances down at her watch and mutters, time's up. I'll assume anyone who came back here has agreed to join the training. A glowing barrier ripples across the doorway. Na'vi announces, this is your first trial. Instantly, every eye in the room locks onto that door. She lays down the rules. A maximum of 3 people can enter at a time. If you complete the challenge and walk out of this gate, your trial is complete. Navi explains that each room has a completely different mission to clear. You'll be able to check your specific objectives once you're inside, she explains, where the system will display something like, slay all monsters. She then moves on to the next rule. There's no limit to how many times you can attempt this first trial. But be warned, if you leave the room without completing the objective, your progress resets, and Navi holds up a small box. This is the starter item box provided to each of you. All you need to do is grab a box and head over to the supply center. Inside, you'll find plenty of helpful gear. If you get hurt, you can use healing items, or head back to the waiting room to recover near the healing totem. Her voice grows increasingly firm and We will, however, require you to sign a waiver agreeing that our protection agency holds absolutely no liability in the event of your death. Of course, we will do everything in our power to make sure it never comes to that. Navi places a hand over her heart and bows respectfully. Good luck. With that, she vanishes from the stage in an eerie, unnatural blur. Suddenly, a hand shoots straight up into the air. An excited voice calls out, "Hey, anyone want to team up? My ability is Tier 1 Demon class." The next recruitment call went out. Who wants to join? As a pair of feet strode forward, a voice called out, "My name is Seo Kang-rim." He grumbled as he walked. It felt just like a job fair when, suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Seo Kang-rim turned around and saw Soo-ah, the girl from the building earlier, hurrying toward him. Her next words took him by surprise. Soo-ah asked shyly, "You don't have a party yet, right?" "Neither do I." She extended her hand and suggested, "Do you want to team up with me?" Seeing no response from Kang-rim, Soo-ah softly called out, "Hey, Seo Kang-rim." At that moment, his face looked completely panicked. She paused, confused by his reaction. Kang-rim raised a trembling hand to his face and muttered to himself, "Thank you." Kang-rim flashed back to the battlefield, remembering how everyone could only survive if they watched him die. He thought back to that desolate wasteland and blamed himself. "It's all my fault." Trembling, Kang-rim buried his face in his hands. Soo-ah asked, worried, "Are you feeling okay?" He raised his elbow to stop her from getting any closer. "I'm fine." Kang-rim turned away and bluntly said, "I decline." He cast a brief glance back at the petite girl, forcing himself to say the harsh words, "I operate better on my own." Hearing this, she looked down, embarrassed and disappointed. "Oh. I see. I thought we worked pretty well together." But before she could finish her sentence, Kang-rim walked away. "Soo-ah, I'm sure you'll team up well with someone else." This left her feeling a bit hurt and frustrated. Still, she didn't give up and shouted after him, "Seo Kang-rim, even if we can't hunt together, I hope we can still look out for each other." But even those words couldn't sway him. He merely gave a cold, dismissive grunt. A while later, he stood by the supply counter, looking at a box containing a training. Kang-rim picked up one of the boxes and opened it, revealing a glowing blue light from within. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Training sword, insect class, rank 1, HP potions ×2, mana potions ×2. Strapping the sword to his waist, he calculated his options. It's incredibly tough to gather items early on, so starting as a trainee isn't half bad. HP potions are normally insanely expensive, but they keep restocking them for trainees. Meanwhile, over by the counter, Go-jun was secretly watching Kang-rim. Seeing him standing alone, he waved and called out, "Seo Kang-rim, wait up." Go-jun ran over with a bright, cheerful grin. "Come on, you shouldn't just abandon your only partner like that." Hearing this, Kang-rim was utterly baffled. "Huh? This definitely didn't happen in my past life." Deciding to pretend he didn't hear a thing, he ignored him and kept. But Go-jun grabbed his shoulder and yelled, "Seo Kang-rim, wait a second." Caught off guard, he turned back and asked, "What is it?" Go-jun confidently pitched his idea. "Look, if things keep going like this, the two of us are basically destined to be the main characters, so let's clear this first trial together." With a dark expression on his face, Kang-rim shook his head and flatly refused. "I work better alone." But Go-jun wouldn't take no for an answer. With sparkling eyes, he reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm nothing like those useless side characters who only drag people down." He flipped his hair, laughing with arrogant confidence. "I'm strong. I'm the protagonist. Main characters, side characters, and background extras." Go-jun categorized everyone as if they were characters in a novel. Remembering how cold Go-jun had been in his previous life, Kang-rim silently analyzed the situation. "The main character, huh? In my last life, He treated me like a worthless extra. He must have mistaken me for some kind of powerhouse this time. Stroking his chin, Kang-rim pondered. Soo-ah is water element, and Go-jun is metal element. Having a strong partner makes things a lot easier. Soo-ah is incredibly strong, but if she stays near me, she'll only get dragged down by my bad luck. That's why I can't let her tag along. But what about Go-jun? Lost in thought, he smiled inwardly. Honestly, even if something terrible happens to him, it's not like I'd care. Unaware of what was going through his head, Go-jun asked, "What are you spacing out for? Changed your mind yet?" After a moment, Kang-rim made his decision. "All right, let's team up." Hands on his hips, Go-jun asked. "For real?" He then dashed back toward the supply counter, shouting over his shoulder. "Wait up, let me grab a supply box first." Meanwhile, Soo-ah had been secretly watching them the whole time. Staring intently at Go-jun, she cheerfully grabbed a box and began to chatter. "Oh, is this a supply box? I'd love to chat more with a little mascot like you, but let's save it for later." The mascot nodded, letting out a couple of squeaks. Feeling her gaze, Go-jun opened his supply box and muttered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Go-jun glanced over and sneered mockingly. "What? Is it because you're not the main character?" His words left Soo-ah feeling extremely irritated and speechless. Seeing that she had no comeback, he quickly ran off. "Hey Kang-rim, I got it, let's go," Go-jun shouted, leaving Soo-ah standing all alone with a complicated mix of emotions. A short while later, as they stood before the cave entrance, the system announced, "The presence of death has been detected. The presence of the metal fiend has been detected. Seo Kang-rim and Go-jun have entered. You have entered the Mountain of Blades underworld. All rooms connect to 4 corridors. There are monsters, traps, and safe zones within each room and corridor. Find the exit and escape. The first trial, Mountain of Blades underworld, begins now." Inside, Kang-rim spoke up. "So, our mission is just to find the exit." Go-jun yelled enthusiastically, "Awesome, let's do this." As he walks, keeping a close eye on his surroundings, Kang-rim can't help but wonder if the layout of this path is identical to his previous life. But Go-jun's voice suddenly cuts right through his thoughts. "Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what's gonna show up." Go-jun carelessly strolls forward. "Man, I've been waiting for this." But at that exact moment, a sharp blade shoots up out of nowhere. Thinking fast, Kang-rim grabs him and yanks him back. Taken completely by surprise, Go-jun crashes hard onto the ground. He barely escapes getting impaled by the sword trap. Yet, Go-jun just looks up with sparkling eyes and scoffs. "Oh, so that's a trap? Seriously, how cliché." He just sits there, rambling. But honestly, I kinda dig these classic vibes. Kang-rim completely ignores him and walks away. Seeing this, Go-jun panics. "Hey, Kang-rim, wait up, let's go together." Inside the cave, dim candles flicker along both walls, keeping the darkness at bay. He catches up, asking curiously, "So, no more traps?" "Man, you're pretty lucky." Kang-rim shoots back, "Trust me, my luck is absolute trash." Just then, a strange sound echoes from up ahead, piquing Go-jun's curiosity. "Did you hear that?" Go-jun asks. Staring into the darkness, Kang-rim counters, "You set the experience points to split, right?" Go-jun replies, "Yeah, I read that in the guidebook." Suddenly, an army of skeletal figures emerges from the shadows. These are skeleton ghouls, class 3 insect-type monsters formed entirely from human bones. They crave human flesh and blood, have terrible hearing, but are extremely sensitive to light. Go-jun draws his sword and starts babbling again. "They look way stronger than normal bugs, don't they? I bet they'd be beasts if someone trained them." He glances at Kang-rim and suggests, "There are a lot of them, but if we team up," before he can even finish, a blazing light erupts right next to him. With a flick of his wrist, Kang-rim fires a fireball straight at them. Instantly, the front row of skeleton ghouls is incinerated, but the blast immediately draws the attention of the rest. A second later, they swarm forward. Kang-rim wastes no time charging ahead, shouting a quick reminder, "The entrance is narrow. If they crowd up in there, they'll have nowhere to run." Keeping pace right beside him, Go-jun compliments, "Wow, you're pretty sharp, aren't you?" Getting a massive headache from all the chatter, Kang-rim draws his sword and snaps, "If you're just gonna keep babbling, go home." With that, he aggressively charges the skeleton horde. Quick-witted, Kang-rim drives his sword deep into the wall for leverage, vaults into the air, and unleashes a barrage of kicks that crushes them one by one in the blink of an eye. Not wanting to be outdone, Go-jun rushes forward, shouting, "Hey, I can't let you take all the spotlight." Just like that, The two work in perfect sync, one slashing, the other blasting fire. Go-jun lands every single strike, laughing with pure excitement. Man, this feels amazing. After a while, they finish off the entire horde. He asks, is there a monster in every single room we enter? He then glances over at Kang-rim. This is getting pretty boring. I think we just killed over 100 of them. Kang-rim turns to him and asks sarcastically, what, you tired already? Hearing that, Go-jun sheathes his sword and scoffs. Not really. These monsters aren't even that tough. I actually learned swordsmanship just in case I got isekai'd or transported into a novel. His absurd comment leaves Kang-rim completely speechless. Go-jun adds, but honestly, since the moment I first saw you, I've been dying to know one thing. Confused, Kang-rim asks, what's that? Go-jun leans in close, lowering his voice with a serious look. Are you a regressor, a reincarnator, a time traveler, or something like that? Hearing this, Kang-rim freezes, his face filled with sheer disbelief. His expression turns dead serious as he ponders it for a second, but then he quickly brushes it off. If you're gonna keep talking nonsense like that, get lost. Go-jun bursts out laughing. Aha, I totally nailed it, didn't I? Seeing this, Kang-rim shoves Go-jun forward, complaining, stop wasting time and move. Lead the way already. But Go-jun won't stop teasing. Hey, I'm not joking. You know you're super weird, right? Go-jun turns back with a mischievous grin. You're always strangely calm. Your reflexes are insanely fast, and you aren't even scared of monsters. Hearing this, Kang-rim looks away, clearly trying to avoid the topic. I used to see ghosts all the time when I was a kid, so I'm used to it. This only fuels Go-jun's curiosity. Wait, for real? Now I'm even more curious about your past. Go-jun keeps rambling. Come on, tell me. But before he can finish his sentence, a powerful force suddenly shoves him aside. Right behind him, the stone floor suddenly crumbles away, sending Kang-rim falling through the gap. Go-jun fails to react in time, only able to scream out in desperation. Kang-rim? As he free falls, his face filled with panic. Kang-rim doesn't forget to yell back. Run! Go-jun dashes up the stone stairs as fast as his legs can carry him. Looking down, all he can hear are eerie, echoing noises. Cold sweat dripping down his face, Go-jun mumbles Kang-rim's name under his breath. Then, he whips his head around, wondering, wait, isn't he the main character? I love story, but this looks really bad. How is the story even going to continue now? Meanwhile, Kang-rim is still free-falling. Reacting in a split second, he draws his sword and drives it straight into the stone wall to slow his descent, finally landing safely on the ground below. A system notification chimes, announcing that he has entered a secret zone, along with a warning that the monsters here are far stronger than those in normal areas. Every single path is filled with traps and monsters that he must face. The path leading to the regular zone has been activated. Once you return, the secret passage will be sealed off forever. You can request a rescue at any time. Do you want to give up and head back? You have 2 minutes and 58 seconds left to request a rescue. No way in hell am I giving up now, Kang-jin muttered to himself. Watching the monsters charge at him, he had much bigger things on his mind. He realized he might just walk away with way more stat points than he had originally planned. Man, I'm so glad I came here with Dogun. Getting into all these monster chambers is exactly what I needed, a real chance to power up on my own. But that was a story for another day. Kang-jin summoned his Firebird flames and prepared to charge straight into the horde. He aimed his flames perfectly, blasting them right into the beasts. Kang-jin went into a wild, slashing frenzy, his score skyrocketing as a system alert popped up. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your strength has reached level 4 after allocating your stat points. As the defeated monsters collapsed to the ground, another notification flashed. Your strength has increased to the next level after allocating your stat points. In the blink of an eye, having high stats right off the bat really made everything so much easier. He still couldn't believe he had racked up this many points. I wonder how strong they actually are, Kang-jin thought, opening his status window to review his stats. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No matter what their ultimate potential was, everyone had to start from level 1. The only real difference between ranks was the sheer amount of time and effort it took to reach the next level. But even with the exact same amount of experience, your growth rate would be much higher if you belonged to a superior class. A god class player like Dogun would grow exponentially stronger at a much faster pace. Since he had been dragging the guy around with him, Dogun had undoubtedly gotten way stronger than before. Man, did it seriously take me a whole 3 days to do this in my past life? He grinned, already imagining the victory screen congratulating him for being the first person to ever clear the Hell of Blades. With that thought, Kang Jin began searching the area. This time, that first clear reward is definitely mine. Oh, there it is, but to secure it, I've got to wrap everything up before the day ends. Staring down the path ahead, he braced himself. Looks like it's finally time to face the boss. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with absolute determination. This chamber felt completely different from the rest of the dungeon. A strange energy surged through his body. Now, it finally felt like he was standing in the true Hell of Blades. As he stepped into the pitch-black passage, a suffocating wave of murderous intent washed over him. Kang Jin summoned his firebird flames to light the way, revealing a massive gate lined with razor. Two hulking monsters stepped out from the shadows. They were the general couple of the Hell of Blades, a pair of dangerous Tier 3 humanoids. As absolute masters of swordplay, they moved in perfect, lethal sync. Unless both were killed at the exact same time, they would just keep regenerating. The moment he saw them, he quickly ducked behind a stone wall. So that's the general couple. I knew they'd be tough, but seeing them up close is a whole different story. Kang Jin felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. Damn it, stop shaking, he told himself, trying to stop the trembling. I can take these two out if I just stick to the plan. In the blink of an eye, one of them spotted Kang Jin and lunged at him. Waiting for the perfect opening, he unleashed a firebird strike right at the monster's head. The beast shrieked in agony, thrashing around wildly. Seizing the moment, Kang Jin turned on his heel and bolted. I knew they'd sniff me out first. At least I've got their attention now. Since they have a metal attribute, fire attacks should do some serious damage. This trick should buy me some time. Moving like lightning, he slashed clean through its neck, taking its head off. The system warning flashed on his screen again. Unless both are defeated simultaneously, they will continue to regenerate. Watching them sacrifice parts of themselves to heal each other was incredibly frustrating. He quickly realized a head-on clash would be completely useless. Meanwhile, Kang Jin had pumped his stats to raise his speed to level 7. Even so, their flurry of blades had already left deep, bleeding gashes all over his body. Just a little further, Kang Jin sprinted frantically to get out of the narrow passage. But his foot caught on a stray bone, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. That fall definitely hurt, and to make matters worse, one of the monsters was already closing in on him. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Kang Jin aimed a firebird blast at a hanging rope. The rope snapped, dropping a massive blade that instantly decapitated one of the beasts. The other one barely dodged it and kept hot on his heels. The system warned that the Elder General was already regenerating. He had no choice but to keep running for his life. Perfect. I can hear the wind. He moved like a flash, heading straight toward his ambush spot, but the monster refused to give up the chase. System alerts kept spamming his vision. The younger general is regenerating. The elder general is regenerating. It was a never-ending loop. No matter how fast Kang Jin ran, they just kept healing and coming after him. Another notification popped up. The elder general is regenerating. Suddenly, the monster let out a shocked screech as it realized it had walked right into a trap. With his strength now pumped to level 7, Kang Jin swept the monster's legs out from under it, then slammed a heavy strike into its back. Go in there, you bastard, he growled, trying to shove it over the edge. Kang Jin successfully shoved the beast down. A massive geyser of dark blood sprayed everywhere as the system chimed. Tier 3 bosses, the general couple, have been defeated. Your clear rewards are currently being calculated. Exhausted, Kang Jin collapsed onto the floor, catching his breath. Another screen popped up. You have received bonus. He raised his hand to wipe a smear of blood from his mouth. All he needed to do now was escape the boss room, and the stage would be cleared. But before that, Seo Kang-rim remembered there was still one thing he had to confirm. If the destiny of monsters is to steal human forms, shouldn't he be the one stealing theirs? With that thought, the system interface chimed, indicating his destiny. Kang-rim focused his spirit and projected it forward. The system screen popped up, confirming his destiny theft was active. He sat alone in the middle of a bizarre array of devilish symbols. Moments later, a new prompt appeared, notifying him that they're staring at the system panel. Kang-rim smirked. I knew it. Just like monsters, humans can steal destinies too. In the past, the reason he didn't use destiny theft before meeting Baek-ryeong wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because he physically couldn't. Back then, the system kept telling him that destiny theft was cancelled due to a lack of mana. It was during that time when someone asked him, "Are you absolutely sure you can't die? They've only been dead for 3 hours." All he could do was collapse beside the cold corpse, trembling uncontrollably. The catch with destiny theft was that the longer the target had been dead, the more mana it consumed to steal their destiny. With Kang-rim's pathetic mana pool back then, unless someone died right in front of him, there was no way he could trigger the skill. That was when he began to wonder, should he start stealing the destinies of humans, just like the monsters did? But at that time, Kang-rim couldn't even withstand the overwhelming demonic energy of the demon realm. He never stood a chance to test it out. Back in the present, Kang-rim smiled as a new system prompt popped up. You have stolen a portion of the target's strength. He had stolen the weaken ability, and his swordsmanship had reached Demon Rank 3, with the skill activating the moment he drew his sword. With this, even a basic sword strike will boost my stats, Kang-rim thought to himself, grinning. Let's test this out. He executed a few incredibly clean slashes, gently running his fingers along the blade, with a satisfied smile. The sword seemed to hum with a faint glow. But then, the system suddenly warned, you have accumulated a massive amount of karma. The prompt made him freeze. Staring at the bloody mess on the floor, Kang-rim muttered, well, I guess that's fine. Since he wasn't stealing from humans directly, the karma acquired from taking their destinies would be kept to a bare minimum. Clenching his fist, he ignored the scratch on his cheek, his mind already drifting. More importantly, the results are what matter. When humans accumulate too much karma, they cross a threshold into what is known as the Sea of Suffering. Placing his hand on the barrier gate, Kang-rim wondered just how much further he had to go before he crossed that line himself. The moment he stepped outside, a system announcement echoed. The first gate, Blade Mountain Hell, has been cleared for the first time. Sole survivor, Seo Kang-rim. The onlookers turned their heads in disbelief, whispering, did he really just clear the whole thing? He cleared it completely on his own? A girl asked, stunned. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, instantly draining all the color from Kang-rim's face. Oh, Seo Kang-rim, Dako-jun called out, leaping from the crowd with open arms to give him a bear hug. I knew you could do it. That's my sidekick for you. Kang-rim immediately crossed his arms in an X shape, recoiling to keep his distance. I'm not your ally, so stop putting your weird faith in me. Jun blinked in surprise. Whoa, are you even faster than last time? Just then, Navi stepped forward with a cheerful wave and a bright, blooming smile. Seo Kang-rim, congratulations on being the very first to clear this stage. Do you mind if we have a quick chat? Shortly after, inside his private training room, Kang-rim opened a mysterious pouch, thinking to himself, looks like the clear reward from Navi is an inventory pouch. The system detailed its description. Inventory pouch, used for storing items. No weight or volume limits. Tightening the drawstring of the pouch, Kang-rim thought, an inventory pouch is incredibly rare. There was no way I was going to pass this up. Suddenly remembering the pouch's original owner, he pulled out his phone and connected to the Wi-Fi using the password. Consider this an extra bonus, Kang-rim muttered. The last thing I want is to catch the eye of the Fate Protection Bureau. Just then, a breaking news alert flashed on his phone screen. A massive 5.8 magnitude earthquake, being the strongest quake recorded since 2017, it has caused devastating damage and left countless casualties in its wake. With continuous aftershocks, the casualty count is expected to rise. Glancing at the comments section, he saw endless messages. I heard some really. Anyone else hear a voice talking about stats? Yeah, me too. In the video, it literally looks like the Fate Protection Bureau is hiding something from us. Link, please. Kang-rim stared at the screen, highly skeptical. Is the Fate Protection Bureau really not putting out any official statement about this? A video, huh? Kang-rim flipped his phone sideways to play the clip. It was an official announcement from the Fate Protection Bureau. Yong Joo-hee, the first division leader of the Fate Protection Bureau, was giving an interview. To protect the public, the Fate Protection Bureau is doing everything within our power to keep everyone safe. Just then, the system alerted him that his destiny theft had been triggered. But a split second later, a notification popped up stating the target's destiny was protected. He figured they must be using some kind of item. Kang-jin closed his eyes, sprawled out on the bed, and just listened. The noise was still going on. Don't worry too much. We, the Destiny Protection Force, will protect your future. She smiled. Have faith in the Destiny Protection Force. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Trust the Destiny Protection Force? They claim to be an organization made up of the absolute strongest awakened individuals. Every single member of this group hides their face behind a mask. Dong-yo closed her eyes and slowly removed her mask. Unveiling her long, flowing blue hair, she radiated an incredibly overwhelming aura. Kang-jin woke up with a start. If that woman really was a member of the association, he was in deep trouble. The thought alone made him break out in a cold sweat. That would explain why he couldn't gauge her strength at all. Kang Jin scratched his head in frustration. I can't let this slip right now, he thought. Cut to another room, where someone slammed a book down onto the table, roaring in anger. Is this how you do your job? Gung-do, captain of the second squad of the Destiny Protection Association, barked. Didn't you tell me this stage would take at least a week to finish? Furious, he grilled his subordinates. But look at what happened. They cleared the entire secret zone in just a single day. And yet, you told me their Destiny rating and skills were merely bug-level S rank. Gung-do gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. Chusung-tae! The man flinched in terror. Yee! Yes, sir. Gung-do laid out his plan. Draft an announcement, and clean up those traps Kang Jin set up. The rest of you, go clear out the remaining monsters. Wrap this up now, he roared. Dismissed. Understood, they shouted in unison as they pulled on their masks. Sung-tae was left alone in the meeting room, clutching his head in panic in front of his laptop. His face turned pale as he typed frantically, muttering to himself, how is this possible? While I was busy baiting the monsters into the traps, he cleared the entire second gate on the very same day. Sung-tae's mind was spinning out of control. He was utterly terrified. What if the higher-ups find out that the one clearing these gates is just a bug-class nobody? No, that can't happen. Cut to the cafe at training facility number 1, where the servers were busy running around. Someone called out, Hey Kang Jin, are you heading to room number 2 today? Go-jun leaned on the table with a smirk. Did you forget about our bet? If you don't get moving, I might just clear room number 2 before you do. Kang Jin sighed, replying with his mouth half full. I'm doing things my way, so do whatever you want. And let's get one thing straight, we aren't allies unless you can actually beat me. Now get lost. Kang Jin sighed, shaking his head. No way. I'm trying to bond with you here. Go-jun smirked. Off in the distance, 2 girls walked by, praising Soo-ah. Oh, Soo-ah. Thanks to you, I survived out there. Soo-ah smiled humbly. No, it was all because you blocked that attack. Another girl chimed in. We should definitely go together next time. Watching them, Kang Jin smiled softly. Soo-ah. Looks like she's doing just fine. Go-jun followed his gaze and scoffed. I seriously hate people who are too nice. Don't you, Kang Jin? Kang Jin slammed his hand onto the table. He wanted to tell him to get lost, but instead, he played it off. Oops, my hand slipped. Meanwhile, the 3 girls happily walked past. Hey, let's grab lunch together. Awesome. Back at the table, 2 voices whispering caught Kang Jin's attention. Wow, your hands are really small. They're so cute. Really? I don't know about that. Suddenly, Kang Jin's expression shifted as he noticed something odd. Turns out, Gunam was holding out his palm, asking, Want to compare yours with mine? Kang Jin sighed to himself. Looks like I've got to tolerate this guy's nonsense again. Gunam teased. See? I told you they were small. The girl placed her palm against his and gasped. Oh, wow, you're actually right. Gunam pointed to his palm. Actually, I know how to read palms. The person sitting next to him chimed in. He read my palm last time, and he was spot on. Meanwhile, Soo-ah was just holding her coffee cup, completely ignoring them. He turned to her. Come on, Soo-ah, let me read your palm. She gently declined. I'm fine, thank you. But Gunam didn't back down, gently grabbing her hand to coax her. Aw, come on, opportunities like this don't come around often. Next time I might not be so generous. Seriously, Soo-ah, let me see. She hesitated, pulling her hand back. But Just then, Kang Jin slammed his hand onto the table right next to her. Startled, she glanced over at him. Gunam's face scowled at the interruption, but he quickly masked it, forcing a fake smile. He pointed at his own palm with mock enthusiasm. What's up, Kang Jin? Do you want a palm reading too? No. Kang Jin replied flatly. He gestured towards Soo-ah, stepping in to rescue her. I need to talk to you. Kang Jin jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Is that okay? Soo-ah was a bit caught off guard, but she quickly agreed. Oh yes, of course. Once they stepped out of the room, Kang Jin whispered something to Soo-ah and quickly walked away. I'd rather talk somewhere more private, he said. Soo-ah smiled and followed him. All right, just as they were about to leave, someone came down the stairs, waving enthusiastically and calling out to him. Hey, Kang Jin, what's up? The cheerful guy walked over with a big wave. Thanks for letting me borrow your Wi-Fi, by the way, Kang Jin remembered. After clearing gate number 1, he had left a note behind that read, Wi-Fi password. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kang-rim thought to himself that after struggling to clear the Blade Mountain of Hell stage all on his own and sharing the Wi-Fi one of his rewards, everyone suddenly started acting so friendly toward him. For instance, that guy from earlier was incredibly friendly, even inviting Kang-rim to join them for the upcoming stages. Come with us next time, okay? But this only made Kang-rim feel a bit uneasy. He thought to himself that he just wasn't used to this kind of warmth. At that thought, Kang-rim's eyes grew heavy with sadness. His face darkened as he fell deep into thought. In his past life, before his regression, this was the exact moment when everyone had started avoiding and pushing him away. Back then, everyone looked down on and despised Kang-rim. Someone even said flat out with an annoyed sneer, "If Seo Kang-rim is going to be there, count me out." Hearing this, one of his friends had to speak up and nudge him. "Hey, don't say that." Back then, Kang-rim didn't know what else to do, so he could only reply, "It's fine, I'll go by myself. I won't get in your way." But deep down, Kang-rim always blamed himself. He often wondered, is it because my class rank is too low? In his memories of his past life, they ostracized him, criticized him, and whispered behind his back, leaving Kang-rim with no choice but to survive all on his own. Wait. Kang-rim suddenly paused. In those old memories, John Gunnam made an appearance. Back then, Gunnam had approached him with a warm, cheerful front. "Kang-rim, are you going to be okay on your own today?" At the time, Kang-rim could only blankly reply, yeah. Looking back, Kang-rim realized that even then, Gunnam had treated him differently. Gunnam had run over, putting a hand on Kang-rim's shoulder while acting all apologetic, saying, "If we had an extra spot in our party, I totally would have let you join. Stay safe, okay?" Kang-rim had just offered a weak smile, replying, "It's fine, really." Even knowing what his ability was, Kang-rim recalled a time when Gunnam had tried to high-five him. Gunnam had excitedly exclaimed, "That's awesome, high five." Kang-rim only shyly responded, "Oh, sure." Right at that moment, a faint golden light had enveloped Gunnam's hand. Thinking back on that moment, Kang-rim thought about how clueless he had been. It was the exact instant Gunnam's hand touched his. He had read absolutely everything about him the moment he walked away. What followed was a spiral into pure darkness for Kang-rim. That was when Gunnam began blabbing to everyone about the secret ability Kang-rim had tried so desperately to hide. In his past life, while walking down a hallway, Kang-rim had accidentally overheard some people talking. One of them said, "I almost died in the demon realm because of Seo Kang-rim." The other person replied, "What's the deal with Kang-rim anyway?" "Ugh," the first person whispered, suddenly tense. His ability is stealing skills from the dead. Kang-rim quietly slipped into the shadows, keeping his distance to hear more of their conversation. Hearing about Kang-rim's ability, the guy asked, "Wait, so you're saying he's planning to kill someone just to steal their skills?" "Exactly, you'd better watch your back," the girl next to him warned. "Are you serious? That's insane," the guy muttered before walking away. Standing hidden behind a nearby wall, Kang-rim's face burned with growing rage. Immediately after, Kang-rim stormed straight into Gunnam's room, shouting, "You promised you wouldn't tell a soul." Confronted like this, Gunnam only gave a nonchalant smirk. "Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about." Unable to control his rage, Kang-rim snarled, "You leaked my ability to everyone." Gunnam turned around, his eyes narrowing as he laughed. "Do you have any proof?" Those words made Kang-rim freeze. Why? Because Gunnam was right. He didn't have any proof. Kang-rim had to swallow his anger. He thought to himself, "You bastard. I know damn well it was you." Gunnam plopped down on the bed, a sly smirk on his face, and asked Kang-rim, "Nothing, right?" Gunnam's status window then popped up. Skill, palm reading, rank, grade 3, phantasmal. You must match palms with the target to view their window of destiny. Looking at Gunnam's smug grin, Kang-rim could only curse in his head. "You're the only one who knew about my ability, you snake." Snapping back to reality, Kang-rim pointed to his own palm, warning Soo-ah about Gunnam's ability to read destiny. "Since Gunnam has that ability, you should keep your distance. Don't let him see your hand, and definitely don't let him touch you." At this, Soo-ah's eyes widened in realization. She let out a dry laugh, remembering when that creep Gunnam had tried to touch her hand. Ah, so that's why he was doing that. Having said what he needed to, before walking away, he added, "Anyway, I just wanted to warn you, I'm off." Suddenly, Soo-ah called out to him, "Wait, Kang-rim." Hearing her call his name, Kang-rim looked back at Soo-ah with a hint of confusion. She explained, I actually cleared the Blade Mountain of Hell stage too. She then asked confidently, do you want to head to the second room with me? Without hesitating, Kang-rim shook his head and replied, that stage is still way too hard for you, Soo-ah. His blunt response caught her off guard. Huh? Soo-ah's face stiffened a bit, and she stammered, What do you mean too hard for me? Kang-rim averted his gaze and said flatly, you're just severely lacking in combat experience right now. His harsh words left Soo-ah completely frozen. She stood there stunned for a few seconds, feeling insulted. Thinking that Kang-rim was looking down on her, Soo-ah's irritation flared. I don't think I'm that weak. Kang-rim got straight to the point, explaining that her abilities would weaken in the next room because of its fire attribute. He also warned her that the second gate carries metal energy, which directly Kang-rim continued to explain, that room wouldn't suit her because the metal element counters her wood element. His words left her slightly stunned. Kang-rim added, your wood-style magic won't be of any use this time. Saying this, he glanced away. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Soo-ah, standing nearby, stroked her chin in thought. The second room is clearly disadvantageous for me. Do you get it now? Kang-rim asked. Soo-ah replied, yeah, to some extent. Hey Kang-rim. Suddenly, Soo-ah called out his name and reached out to touch his arm. Immediately, Kang-rim threw open the door and hastily stormed out of the room. Walking down the hallway, Kang-rim was deep in thought. Why? Even after he said all that, Kang-rim's face darkened, his lips pressed into a tight line. Just moments ago, when Soo-ah called out to him, she actually wanted to thank him for his advice. Back then, Soo-ah had smiled so sincerely. As for Soo-ah, she stood there slightly dazed, watching Kang-rim's retreating figure through the transparent glass of the door. She recalled how Kang-rim had rejected her invitation before. He had said, I prefer to be alone. Soo-ah thought to herself, he turned me down. Yet he's teaming up with June. Her sharp eyes flickered with suspicion. I guess he's just trying to keep his distance from me. Thinking of this, Soo-ah remembered the time Kang-rim had called her out to talk about Gunnam. She found it puzzling, thinking to herself, but he specifically called me out just to warn me about John Gunnam's abilities. Soo-ah's expression grew more pensive. Stroking her chin, she wondered, he could have rejected my party offer with some other excuse, so why was he so honest with me? Could he actually be worried about me? The thought kept echoing in Soo-ah's mind. She stood in silence, watching Kang-rim's lonely figure walk away through the glass window of the door. After leaving, Kang-rim walked quietly down the hallway. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Hey, Kang-rim, are you planning to head to the second room with Soo-ah? Huh? Hearing someone call his name, Kang-rim turned around to look. The speaker was none other than John Gunnam. He was leaning against the wall with a smirk. Kang-rim shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, No, I'm going alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Gunnam, caught off guard, called out after him, Hey, wait, but seeing Gunnam again, a furious rage erupted inside Kang-rim. He thought to himself in anger, I have to take out this bastard before he gets a chance to harm me. Not wanting Kang-rim to leave, Gunnam eagerly patted his chest. Wait up, do you want to team up with me? He flashed a friendly smile and started flexing. It'll be much better for you since I'm in a higher class. I'm in the dragon class. Pretty cool, right? Listening to a two-faced hypocrite like Gunnam speak, Kang-rim felt utterly disgusted. His eyes burned with pure hatred. He glared at him and asked, What is your ability? The system screen popped up, and his destiny reading skill was activated. Gunnam put on an innocent act and said, Water bomb. I can shoot extremely powerful water bullets. He shaped his hand like a gun. Water rings began to swirl around him, and a water bomb was summoned. John Gunnam's full profile, first-rate class, human, water attribute. Kang-rim simply replied, All right. Standing on the stairs, Kang-rim turned back to Gunnam. Let's go, we can head out now. Unable to believe he had achieved his goal so easily, Gunnam double-checked. Really? Then he grinned from ear to ear. I'll get ready and head down right away. With that, Gunnam ran straight upstairs. Kang-rim watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. His face darkened. He thought to himself, how fortunate that he approached me first. A while later, once they were both prepared, they arrived at the second gate, the second training zone, the room of Hellfire. The gates of the Hellfire room stood before them. To pass this trial, they had to complete a quest. Clear condition, find the ice crystal and return to the main lobby. Time limit, none. The system screen popped up, confirming the entry of Kang-rim and John Gunnam. As soon as they stepped into the Hellfire room, Gunnam started feeling uncomfortable. He muttered wearily, Wow, this place really feels like hell. A system notification flashed. You have entered the Hellfire Room. Inside, fire raged everywhere, and rivers of molten lava flowed across the terrain. The trees in the room were nothing but charred, barren trunks, and a searing heat filled the air. After walking for a bit, Gunnam was the first to strike up a conversation. Honestly, I didn't expect you to agree to team up with me so easily. I guess it's because my water attribute is a perfect fit for this room. Anyway, did you see the clear condition? He kept walking and pulled out his water bottle. Behind Gunnam's back, Kang-rim was silently drawing his sword. Unaware of what was happening behind him, Gunnam scanned their surroundings, looking at the bubbling lava. Is there really ice in a place like this? He unscrewed the cap, manipulating the water to flow over his hand as he grumbled, "It's so damn hot here, how is that even possible?" Behind him, Kang-rim's sword was fully unsheathed. His face was pitch black, completely masked in murderous intent. He just kept babbling on and on. "Hey, since I'm tag teaming with you, we're bound to find it soon, right?" Gunnam rambled on, completely oblivious to the cold, murderous glare Seo Kang-rim was shooting in his direction. Suddenly, Kang-rim raised his sword, its razor-sharp tip gleaming in the light, and slashed right at Gunnam, who was panting heavily just ahead of him. At that exact second, Gunnam whipped his head around in sheer panic, only to see a system notification popping up, showing that the Fate Peel skill had been activated. Instantly, a bright red fluid splattered Gunnam ducked down, trembling with fear. His jaw dropped as he stared at an orange frog that Kang-rim had just sliced clean in half. Seo Kang-rim stepped up, shielding Gunnam as he warned him, "I didn't expect us to run into monsters right off the bat. Heads up, they're coming." Hearing that, Gunnam panted, asking in confusion, "Huh? What?" Right as the words left his mouth, a horde of lava-colored frogs surged out from the distance, charging madly right toward Kang-rim and Gunnam. These creatures are called fire frogs, a third-grade insect subclass. They're monsters born in the peak of the hottest spring. While their individual attack power is pretty weak, they move in massive swarms, hunting down any creature colder than themselves. Their bodies resemble glowing hot lava, with a tiny flickering flame burning at the tip of their tails. Seeing how tiny the frogs were, Gunnam scoffed, completely letting his guard down. "These little frogs are going to be a piece of cake." With a cocky grin, he popped open his water. Gunnam fired off a barrage of water bombs, scoring direct hits on the crazed fire frogs charging toward them. The rapid hits turned the frogs into steaming piles of mush. He smirked, utterly pleased with himself, thinking he could wipe them all out with just a wave of his hand. Gunnam boasted excitedly, "Oh yeah, my powers are working like a charm here." He then turned to Kang-rim with a smug grin, finding that Ice Crystal is going to be a walk in the park. Kang-rim just offered a subtle smile and replied, "Yeah, I guess so." But the moment he turned his head, a sly, cunning smirk crept across Kang-rim's face. He thought to himself, "I already know exactly where it is, no need to rush at all." Behind him, Gunnam was eagerly looking around. Meanwhile, Kang-rim thought, "What should I do with this guy?" Catching a glimpse of Kang-rim's smile, Gunnam became curious. "Huh? Is he smiling?" Gunnam crossed his arms and snickered to himself. He must be thinking that teaming up with me for this stage was his best decision ever. But before they could celebrate, another swarm of rabid fire frogs lunged at them. Staying true to form, Gunnam jumped straight into action, blasting them away. The fire frogs dropped dead like flies. Suddenly, Gunnam let out a painful groan. While Kang-rim was busy slicing through the monsters on his side, Gunnam grabbed his head in agony. He thought to himself, "Ugh, is this what they call mana depletion? There are way too many monsters here compared to the Blade Mountain trial." With his mana drained, he collapsed to his knees, while across from him, Kang-rim racked up another kill. Gunnam gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I have no choice. I'll have to fight with a sword now." Just like Kang-rim, Gunnam unsheathed the sword from his belt and slashed at a charging frog. It let out a bizarre screech before its body suddenly inflated, sprouting razor-sharp spikes. The blast knocked Gunnam flat on his back, making him scream in terror. Ugh! The spiked frog landed right on top of him. In a total panic, he started swinging his sword blindly in the air. "Ah! It's burning hot! Get off me! Kang-rim! Help! Kang-rim!" Hearing him cry out, Kang-rim glanced over, but the shameless Gunnam immediately started complaining. "Why are you just standing there watching me struggle?" Utterly exhausted by such a useless teammate, Kang-rim could only let out a heavy sigh. He turned and effortlessly sliced the fire frog off Gunnam. Kang-rim then looked down and said coldly, "Just head back. If you can't keep up, I can clear this place out on my own. Kang-rim stared down at Gunam, his face filled with pure, unadulterated contempt. Feeling deeply humiliated, Gunam stuttered as he yelled back, I'll be totally fine after a quick break. Kang-rim shrugged and gave a flat, indifferent response. Suit yourself. Gunam clicked his tongue in annoyance, barely holding back his bubbling rage. Arrogant prick. You think you're some kind of god, just because you can clear a few mobs? Gunam forced his aching body up, scrambling to keep pace with Kang-rim's steady stride. Looking at Kang-rim's heavily bandaged hands, Gunam thought, I only teamed up with him to analyze his subclass and combat abilities. But with his hands completely wrapped like that, I can't even scan him with my skills. Staring at Kang-rim's arrogant, aloof back, Gunam's irritation only flared hotter. Even analyzing the skills he's shown so far isn't giving me enough clues. He's definitely hiding something. I need to find a way to test him thoroughly. Lost in his own thoughts, Gunam failed to notice the sharp, intense glare of pure hostility burning in Kang-rim's eyes. He's bound to let his guard down eventually. When he does, that's when I'll make my move. A short while later, desperately needing a breather, Gunam hopped onto a nearby boulder to rest. But to his absolute horror, the rock suddenly shuddered and began to move. It let out a low, menacing growl, sending Gunam tumbling backward, landing flat on his backside. Two glowing red eyes snapped open, flanked by razor-sharp pincers. The beast bared its jagged fangs at Gunam, making him shriek at the top of his lungs. Kang-rim, help! Suddenly, a clean, vertical slash flashed right before Gunam's eyes. Shivers ran down his spine as his eyes widened in sheer shock. With a single, effortless strike, Kang-rim sliced the beast completely in half. Gunam collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he tried to gather his scattered wits. He shuddered, thinking, there are other monsters besides those damn frogs. I was so lost in thought that I completely let my guard down. Kang-rim, without even looking back, spoke up to snap Gunam out of his thoughts. Hey Gunam. Yes, he replied. Kang-rim glanced back at him, his eyes filled with a clear warning. That makes twice I have saved your life now. He then stomped hard on the monster's body on the ground, sending red slime erupting from its bloated stomach. Kang-rim said, these monsters are tough to kill, so we had better move fast before more of them show up. Gunam stared at his attitude and thought to himself, what the hell? Realizing the warning in Kang-rim's tone, he was absolutely furious. Is this guy seriously rubbing it in my face that he bailed me out? Still, Gunam forced a smile and said, all right then. As Kang-rim walked away, Gunam glared at his arrogant back, his hands trembling with rage as he clawed at the dirt. Don't think you're so special, you bastard. His eyes burned with pure hatred. Once my mana recovers, taking down these monsters will be a piece of cake. Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim spun around and asked, do you have something to say? No matter how pissed Gunam was, he had to play along. Forcing a fake smile, he said, ha ha. Thanks for the help, Seo Kang-rim. After that brief clash, the two made their way into a cavern, its ceiling bristling with sharp stalactites ready to collapse at any second. Gunam spotted a glowing orb up ahead and let out a loud laugh. There is something over there, isn't there? Kang-rim paused when he saw the orb. Wait, that is. Gunam cut in eagerly. Is that an ice crystal? The glowing blue sphere, which he assumed to be an ice crystal, shone brilliantly in the middle of the lava-filled cavern. Gunam was suddenly ecstatic. That is definitely it. All we have to do is bring it back to the lobby, and we pass this trial, right? Looking around and seeing no one else, he thought to himself, wait, are we the only ones here? Which means we are the first ones to beat this stage. Kang-rim remained silent, his expression grim and thoughtful. But Gunam was about to say something else when he suddenly stopped. When I go back to the training center, is everyone going to think I only cleared this trial because I was with Seo Kang-rim? Terrified of being looked down on, Gunam ignored Kang-rim's warning and lunged straight toward the glowing sphere. Kang-rim had just turned around, trying to tell Gunam what that thing actually was. But Gunam's mind was racing with just one thought. If there is only one ice crystal, then whoever grabs it first gets all the credit for beating the— A sly, satisfied smirk crept across Gunam's face at the thought. He was not just trying to avoid being mocked. He wanted the glory, the respect, and the admiration. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a desperate craving to have everyone's eyes on him in pure awe. Swept up in visions of his future glory, Gunam roared, "It is all mine." He reached out and grabbed the glowing orb. "I am the first to clear this trial." But to his shock, the orb felt squishy and slimy. He froze, staring at the bizarre object in his hand. "Is this a sponge?" he wondered. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Item: Fire Frog Egg Sac. Grade: Class 3 Insect. A sac containing countless fire frog eggs. Fire frogs are always nearby. Right on cue, a swarm of fire frogs emerged from the bubbling lava below. They lunged straight for Gunam, dragging him down toward the boiling lava. Caught off guard, he lost his footing and let out a terrified scream. Seo Kang-rim. Seeing Gunam's desperate struggle, Seo Kang-rim just watched coldly and muttered, "That is karma for trying to stab me in the back." With that, Seo Kang-rim turned on his heel and walked away, completely ignoring the desperate screams behind him. Inside the cavern, more and more fire frogs swarmed, as Gunam's frantic shrieks echoed off the walls. "Save me, Kang-rim! Hey, Seo Kang-rim! You piece of trash, get back here!" Inside the crystal cavern of the Hellfire Dungeon, Kang-rim walked in, carrying the carcasses of 2 beasts he had just hunted. He smiled as he gazed at the gorgeous blue crystal in his hand. This is a Grade 1 demonic ice crystal, formed of pure ice. Owning it boosts water elemental stats. Exhausted, Kang-rim sat down and muttered, "Window." As soon as the words left his mouth, a system screen materialized in front of him. The requirement to unlock the shop was possessing a spirit gem. At first, I had no idea the shop or these spirit gems even existed. Kang-rim recalled his earlier battles. He remembered those grotesque giant worms crawling all over the ground, and how he had ruthlessly slaughtered them without a shred of fear. Once they were dead, he had harvested a bounty of glowing gems from their remains. But this time, I managed to unlock the shop because I gathered a few spirit gems before coming here. Kang-rim reached out and tapped on an item on the system screen, the wishing chest. A system notification chimed, "Item purchased." Right after, the wishing chest materialized before him. Kang-rim reached out and gently caught it. He thought to himself, "I actually had to trade some achievement points because I was short on cash." Wishing chest, Grade 1 demonic item. Place an item inside and make a wish, and you will receive the item you desire. However, if your offering is insufficient, you will receive absolutely nothing. After learning everything about the wishing chest, Kang-rim doesn't hesitate for a second before throwing the giant ice crystal right inside. What a hilarious name for a chest. In the end, it just wants us to put in something rare and expensive, Kang-rim mutters. But he still folds his hands to make a sincere wish anyway. The ice crystal is a Tier 3 Phantom class item, he thinks to himself as he prays. Suddenly, a mysterious yellow smoke drifts out of the chest. What he really wants is a higher grade Phantom item. Just then, the system panel flashes. "You are praying." Kang-rim keeps his focus, thinking deeply. It might be a bit of a stretch, but since they're both from the Phantom class, there's still a chance. Before long, Kang-rim pops the lid of the wishing chest, and a blinding light bursts from inside. Kang-rim leans in with high hopes, dying to see what's inside. But the moment he pulls it out, his face falls, and all his excitement goes down the drain. The system chimes. "You have received a Tier 3 insect type item, insect honey." Without saying a word, Kang-rim unleashes his fury on the massive ice formations in the cave. Under his overwhelming power, the ice crystals shatter into 1,000,000 pieces. After gathering even more ice crystals, Kang-rim refuses to throw in the towel and stuffs them back into the wishing chest. "Fine, if quality isn't working, I'll go with quantity. There's no way I'll walk away empty-handed with this many crystals. I'll keep trying until I get exactly what I want." Gunam appears, looking completely haggard and drained, with patches of skin and flesh literally peeled off his face and body. That absolute trash, Seo Kang-rim. Gunam's body is a total wreck. His clothes are torn to shreds. Gunam drags his trembling legs forward, forcing himself to walk. "You think you can just leave me behind and get away with it? Just wait till I find you." Gunam stumbles forward, swearing up a storm under his breath. "I'm going to shove this sword right through your smug face." "Huh? What on earth is that?" He spots an egg glowing with a strange energy by the side of the road. An egg? Gunam immediately realizes that this is no ordinary object. A moment later, the door slowly opens, and Gunam suddenly rushes out, holding a frog in his hands. The system flashes. The second gate leading to the Hell Room has been cleared. Gunam gloats to himself in excitement. "I actually did it. I'm the first one to beat this stage." His face is glowing with absolute confidence, and his haggard look from earlier completely vanishes. He is ready to mock his rivals. The other players are completely blown away when they see Gunam walk out. "Gunam, you already finished this stage?" Another young girl chimes in. "That's insane. And in just one day." Basking in their praises, Gunam flashes a smug, dazzling smile. Yes, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Gunam thrives on the envious glares of the other players. With this, I am light years ahead of that loser, Seo Kang-rim. But then, he freezes. Seo Kang-rim is sitting just a short distance away. In a flash, Gunam struts right up to Kang-rim. Well, if it isn't Seo Kang-rim, so this is where you've been hiding. Kang-rim is slightly taken aback by his sudden appearance. Gunam cracks a creepy, wicked grin and leans in uncomfortably close to Kang-rim's face. How could you run ahead all by yourself? I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Kang-rim feels a bit awkward, unsure of how to explain himself. Gunam's eyes go completely dead as he mutters, "You know, about leaving me behind all alone." Just as he says that, someone shouts from a distance, "John Gunam," the first one to conquer the Hell Room. Gunam's expression flips in an instant. Hearing his name, he immediately turns around with a bright, friendly smile. "Yes, that's me." Then, he extends his hand toward Kang-rim. "I'll let you off the hook, just this once. What do you say we shake on it and call it even?" Kang-rim looks at the outstretched hand, feeling a bit hesitant. What Kang-rim doesn't notice is the faint golden aura glowing around Gunam's palm. Skill activated. Palm reading. Gunam quickly grabs and squeezes Kang-rim's hand. "Don't be so tense. Let's read your destiny, Seo Kang-rim." Once the handshake is over, Gunam turns around with a cheerful grin and walks away, checking the system window as he walks. Being the first to clear the stage and seeing that loser look so pathetic really makes my day. The system panel displays the following information. Seo Kang-rim, Tier 3 insect type, Fire element, Fire manipulation, Tier 3 insect type, Molting, Tier 1 human type. After reading Seo Kang-rim's stats, Gunam looks back at him in sheer disbelief. He's only a Tier 3 insect type? I thought he was a human type. Gunam's veins bulge as he shuts his eyes in pure rage. I went through all that hell just to team up with a pathetic insect type? Seeing Gunam's reaction, Kang-rim plays along with a worried look, but deep down, a sly smirk creeps onto his face. He saw right through him. Kang-rim gently touches his chest. Thank goodness I activated this just in time. Hidden beneath his shirt is a glowing talisman. It is a Tier 1 phantom-type amulet, designed to mask a portion of one's destiny to prevent others from reading it. Earlier, Kang-rim had worked tirelessly, hunting down every last fire frog and gathering them. I couldn't afford much else, because getting this talisman drained almost all of my ice crystals. But it looks like he actually found one of the ice crystals I placed inside the fire frog. A moment later, John Gunam was happily chatting with Anabi. I'm a water attribute user, so I have my ways. Anabi then asks, "Can you tell me how you found the ice crystal?" The two of them talk, completely unaware that Dako-jun is trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. With a shady look on his face, Dako-jun watches Seo Kang-jin step out, looking absolutely exhausted. Yet he managed to clear that room's trial in just one single day. After saying his piece, the supervisor turns and leaves. "Thank you for your cooperation." John Gunam smiles and nods politely. Of course. Just then, Dako-jun calls out to John Gunam from behind. Putting on a look of pure admiration, he says, "You are absolutely amazing." John Gunam turns around, sees Dako-jun, and thinks to himself, that is Dako-jun. I think he is a Tier 3 class user. Dako-jun leans in and whispers, "I tried that room a few days ago but kept failing. And Seo Kang-jin seems a lot weaker than I expected." As they talk, both of them look over at Seo Kang-jin. John Gunam speaks first. He is a Tier 3 insect type user. Of course he is weak. Dako-jun looks utterly surprised. "Really?" John Gunam adds. "He ran away by himself just because of a small horde of monsters." Dako-jun smiles, playing right into John Gunam's ego. "So, you look way more like the main character than he does, don't you?" Hearing such high praise, John Gunam immediately holds his head up high, laughing with pride. "The main character? Well, you're not wrong about that." Dako-jun chuckles along and continues. "Right? Shall we find somewhere else to chat?" Seo Kang-jin, standing not far away, hears every single word. He simply smirks as a system screen pops up in front of him. The destinies of Dako-jun and John Gunam have intertwined. He walks away, thinking to himself that Dako-jun won't be paying him any attention for the time being. Meanwhile, John Gunam and Dako-jun are still deeply engrossed in their conversation. Another system window pops up. The worst match of destiny. Dark energy is creeping into John Gunam's fate. Smiling to himself as he climbs the stairs, Seo Kang-rim thinks, he will also take care of John Gunam for me. Everything is turning out even better than expected. Meanwhile, in the Seonhae squad room, an emergency meeting is underway, and the atmosphere in the room is incredibly tense. Gungdu is the first to speak, and Nabi, is John Gunam about to become a demon type? And Nabi shakes her head in worry. No, he is still classified as a human type. Gungdu asks, was anyone else with him? And Nabi immediately answers, it was the trainee, Seo Kang-rim. Hearing Gangjin's name, Chu Sung-tae is startled. So it was you. Gungdu's face turns grim. He went in with that guy, yet John Gunam was the one who cleared the trial first. Gungdu thinks to himself, that is very strange. And Nabi recalls what John Gunam told her earlier. Yes, but trainee John Gunam did mention some rather strange details. He said he defeated the fire frogs and discovered that one of them had swallowed an ice crystal. Hearing this, Gungdu is completely perplexed. But shouldn't monsters be unable to get anywhere near the crystal cave? We set up a magic barrier there, after all, Nabi says as she pulls up the system interface. I checked the crystal cave earlier, and it is an incredibly cold and harsh environment. The system screen displays images of several fire frogs inside the crystal cave, and one of them had even swallowed some of the ice crystals. The magic barrier has disappeared, and the monsters have eaten up all the ice crystals, Nabi reports. Gungdu's entire body suddenly trembles with rage. He screams, Chu Sung-tae, how on earth did you handle this? Chu Sung-tae is startled and terrified by the outburst. No, I checked it multiple times. There shouldn't have been any issues at all. Chu Sung-tae turns to him, forcing a flattering smile. Besides, the trial was cleared much faster than expected, which proves we have some highly promising trainees. Hearing that excuse only makes Gungdu even more furious. He slams his hand hard on the table, his face completely dark, as his words carry a heavy warning. Chu Sung-tae, do you dare take responsibility for those words? Gungdu's glare is intense enough to swallow Chu Sung-tae whole. Can you honestly say there were absolutely no flaws in your plan? And just because we have promising trainees, does that mean they can make it to the third floor? Chu Sung-tae stammers, unable to find his words. Well, about that. At this point, Chu Sung-tae can only bow his head and endure Gungdu's scolding. Will you take responsibility if every single one of them dies? Gungdu calms down a bit, sits back, and continues. Beyond the third gate lies the true demon realm. They will all die if they enter without proper preparation. His face is filled with worry. We must train them to be much stronger than they are now. Gungdu places heavy emphasis on his final words, and we must keep a closer eye on Seo Kang-rim. At this moment, Seo Kang-rim is staring intently at the system screen. He is standing in a very strange place, with a massive magic circle drawn in the sky. Seo Kang-rim says, according to the system information, the opening date of the third gate has been postponed indefinitely, and an announcement will be made as soon as the details are finalized. Seonhae Squad, Destiny Guardians Organization. A few days ago, when Seo Kang-rim was in the cafeteria getting food, two people approached him. The person walking in front asks, are you sure the method John Gunam mentioned for clearing the trial is actually correct? The person behind replies, I'll be a frog dissecting expert in no time, but the one in front still seems skeptical. What if he's lying to us? Hearing the two of them talking, Seo Kang-rim is slightly startled and turns his head to look. The brown-haired man walking behind fanned himself and said, no way, there's nothing to gain from lying. Covered in sweat, the black-haired guy in front skeptically replied, but it's so weird. None of the people who actually passed the trial are close to Gunam. Hearing that, the brown-haired man fell deep into thought, recalling the leaderboard. Shin-ah was in second place, Do-gun was in 8th, and Kang-rim was in 13th. Wait, that's right. Before that, Do-gun and Kang-rim cleared the stage way slower than him, even though they were in the same party. The black-haired man kept walking and added, and after that, the two of them didn't even travel together anymore. The brown-haired guy shrugged it off. Well, should we just look into it first? They kept talking, completely unaware that Kang-rim was sitting just a short distance away. Kang-rim overheard everything. His face darkened as he thought to himself, I guess he's been spreading misinformation everywhere. Do-gun must have abandoned him. I could have killed two birds with one stone if they had just kept traveling together. Suddenly, while he was lost in thought, the system window popped up again. It displayed a gathering notice, instructing everyone to assemble in the main hall at 6 p.m. tonight. Kang-rim looked at the notification with an expressionless face. It's time. A moment later, at the third gate, Nabi stood in front of everyone and said, Hello. Still wearing her mask, she added. I have gathered you all here to brief you on the third stage. As she spoke, Nabi pointed upward. First of all, starting from now. Her voice echoed through the area. You are officially permitted to enter the third stage. Right on cue, the heavy ropes holding them back suddenly snapped. The participants grew incredibly excited at the sight of this. Nabi added. From the third stage onward, you will truly step into the demon realm. It's no longer just a training ground set up by the protection agency. Hearing her words, everyone was stunned. Therefore, from now on, you will tackle the trials together. Kang-rim stood in the crowd, closing his eyes to focus on her words. Nabi then began introducing the third stage to everyone. In the true demon realm, the environment is far more brutal. A barren, dead wasteland shrouded in eerie energy appeared, crawling with hideous monsters. They looked incredibly aggressive. Nabi continued. You will have to face waves of stronger, more formidable monsters. The gods will be watching you from another dimension. The gods will observe your battles in the demon realm, Nabi said, pulling out a small device. When you hear the voice of a god, do not respond immediately. Make sure to check the latest updates in your guide window first. Hearing this, everyone immediately did as Nabi instructed. Oh, the guide window has changed, Nabi added. We've added countermeasures for various situations in the demon realm. We highly recommend you read it thoroughly before entering the gate. Nabi maintained a serious expression as she spoke. That is all the advice we have for you. Suddenly, she paused, wanting to add one last thing. Please. The next two words she uttered made everyone feel incredibly anxious. Don't die. One girl started trembling the moment she heard that. Did she just tell us not to die? The crowd around her began whispering anxiously to one another. If there's no limit on party size, we should gather as many people as possible. Another person added, we should probably read the guide first. Kang-rim was deeply lost in thought, completely unaware that Ryeon-bom was quietly sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, Hajin called out loudly, Hi! Kang-rim smiled warmly. Oh, hi. At that moment, Jian popped up out of nowhere, and the two sisters started chatting non-stop around Kang-rim. Can you actually tell us apart? That's no fun. Everyone else always gets so confused. Kang-rim remembered how he was able to tell them apart in his past life. Right. In my past life, you two and Shinna were the only ones who would talk to me when Gunnam went around spreading those awful rumors. Kang-rim looked at the twin sisters with warmth in his eyes. Besides, even though you're twins, your destinies are completely different. The two sisters were still bickering. Ryeon-bom spoke first. People would easily tell us apart if you would just cut your hair. Jian stubbornly shot back. My hair. My choice. The system window popped up, activating the destiny detection skill. The older sister, Ryeon-bom, grumbled. Our heights are exactly the same, too. At that moment, the status window displayed all of the older sister's information. Ryeon-bom. Tier 1 Dragon Class. Gold Attribute. Skill. Perfect Marksmanship. Subclass. Tier 1. Phantom. When using skills or ranged weapons, you will always hit your target. The amount of mana consumed will vary depending on the distance and rank of the target. The younger sister, Jian, refused to back down and argued back. I'm clearly taller than you. At that moment, her information popped up as well. Jian. Tier 1 Dragon Class. Gold Attribute. Skill. Absolute Precision. Tier 1 Phantom. When using skills or ranged weapons, you will always hit your target. The amount of mana consumed will vary depending on the distance and rank of the target. After reading it, Kang Jin's face darkened slightly. He figured things wouldn't change. He remembered his past life, where Runbom had survived, while Junyan died in the third stage. He recalled how, back then, Junyan's face was filled with sheer panic and terror, tears streaming down her face. The young girl lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a crowd of people. Then, the system window popped up again. You sense the presence of the Necro-White Tiger. She will face a life-threatening danger in the next few days. As the two sisters were playing together, Kang Jin suddenly spoke up. Junyan, do you want to join me in the third stage? Without a second thought, the young girl cheerfully replied, Sure. I didn't want to go hunting with this older sister of mine anyway. Hearing that, Runbom's face went blank. What? Kang Jin, with his handsome, dashing look, added, And you too, Runbom. In his mind, he thought. This time, a moment later, Kang Jin reached out and slowly opened the door to the third stage. Behind the door was an incredibly dark and freezing place. The stage details appeared. The third training stage, the icy chamber, clearing conditions. In the Blizzard Valley, hunt at least one of each monster type. Monsters hunted, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 14 days. The atmosphere in this stage was brutal, with freezing winds howling through the area. Kang-jin walked ahead as the fierce wind relentlessly battered his body, and another system message popped up. Currently, water energy shrouds the demonic realm, suppressing the destiny of Seo Kang-jin. All stats are reduced by 10%. The twin sisters followed behind Kang-jin, suddenly crying out, "It's so cold." After walking a bit, the system notified them, "You have entered the chamber." The sisters chatted as they walked, with a hunting guide window floating in front of them. "This is our quest to clear the stage." Junyan closed her eyes against the strong gust. "I can't see anything." Suddenly, as they were walking, they came across an incredibly cute— "Look over there. Those rabbits are so adorable." But then, the rabbit's eyes suddenly flashed. Instantly, its cute appearance vanished. Instead, it gaped its mouth wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth dripping with drool. But just as quickly, the rabbits fell unconscious. The guide window displayed their information. Horned rabbit, Tier 1 insect class. The sisters couldn't believe their eyes. What on earth? Tier 1 insect class? They look way weaker than that. All three sat leaning against a hollow tree trunk. The two sisters were still loudly bickering with each other. "This shop is so annoying. It has so many items, but there's no search function." Runbom suddenly leaned against Kang-jin's shoulder and asked, "How do you find items so easily?" Kang-jin chuckled. "Its design is similar to a game I used to play." He said that, but in his mind, Kang-jin thought, "Well, yeah, because I've been using it for years." The younger sister Junyan spoke up. "Hey, can you help me choose a weapon? I'm thinking of getting a bow and arrow." A while later, both sisters were thrilled, fully equipped with all the items they wanted. Before long, Kang-jin had taken out almost all of the remaining horned rabbits. He swiftly sliced them in half. When Kang-jin turned around, he saw the twin sisters arguing again. Junyan shouted, "I killed one more than you did." Runbom was a gunner. Though she was usually gentle, the moment she held a gun, she became deadly serious. And Junyan was a national archer. When she held her bow, her focus was just as intense as her older sisters. The two of them aimed and shot at a horned rabbit simultaneously. Unbelievably, their arrow and bullet hit the exact same spot. Kang-jin thought to himself, "Their hunting efficiency is shooting up now that they're using weapons they're familiar with." Kang-jin fondly recalled his past life, where Runbom had become a top-tier sniper. An image of her focusing intensely on her target flashed in his mind. No matter how far away the target was, Runbom could hit it. Back to the present, the two sisters were still bickering and play-fighting. If Junyan had survived, she would have achieved something similar. Kang-jin turned away, lost in thought. No, the two of them would have been even stronger if they fought together. An image from his past life appeared. Runbom, standing desolately, staring at her sister's body covered by a sheet. Runbom became a completely different person after Junyan's death. Runbom's once innocent face turned chillingly gloomy. She never smiled again. And to avenge Junyan's death, Runbom focused entirely on hunting monsters. Wherever she went, monsters were annihilated. Later, a group tried to recruit her into their faction. Runbom grew stronger at a terrifying speed and was eventually recruited by the Soo Guild, one of the 5 most powerful guilds. The image of that once innocent girl transformed into a cold, melancholic warrior who always carried her gun. But she was never happy. Kang-jin looked up at the sky, recalling everything from his past life. Both of them have great potential. They can become so much stronger. He imagined Runbom in a different light, smiling happily, yet remaining incredibly powerful. "I must help Junyan survive to save Runbom. I'll help them join the Flying Tiger Guild." Kang-jin wanted to see both sisters being accepted together by the master of the Flying Tiger Guild. Once again, memories of his past life flashed back. Back then, corpses littered the ground, and the entire place was in utter chaos. So, the members of the Flying Fox Gang have met their end at the hands of Yunbom. Only the sniper from Bangsu will survive. Kang-lim smiled, watching Yunbom gun down the one-horned rabbits. "All right, I'll make sure to watch over Jian." But suddenly, as he looked closer, his face instantly darkened with terror. Yunbom was now all by herself. Little Jian was nowhere in sight. Kang-lim panicked, thinking, "Yun Jian, where did she go?" Kang-lim and Yunbom desperately dashed down the path, calling out for her. "Yun Jian, where are you? Yun Jian." The two of them kept shouting her name in vain. Kang Lim's face turned completely red from the sheer anxiety and fear for her safety. Yoon Jian! Leaning against a tree, Yoonbom shielded her eyes to scan the area. She only went to use the bathroom, so how could she have wandered this far? Suddenly, Kang Lim yelled out, claiming he heard someone singing over there. By the time Yoonbom looked back, Kang Lim had already sprinted ahead. Huh? But I didn't hear a thing, she called out. Kang Lim turned his head back as he ran and shouted, I'm positive. When Yoonbom looked toward where Kang Lim was pointing, she saw a pit. Jian's voice echoed from deep inside. Sis! Kang Lim, I'm down here. Yoonbom gasped upon hearing her sister's voice, Jian, but as she drew closer to the edge, she realized someone else was down there with her. The little girl explained that the ground had suddenly collapsed under her. Yoonbom tried to stay calm and reassured her, hang tight, we'll get you out right away. Without a second thought, Kang Lim rushed over and slid down into the pit. Jian, are you okay? Appearing completely unharmed, she replied, Yeah, I'm fine. Hearing her say that, Kang Lim glanced over at the other person. To his absolute shock, the man sitting next to Jian was none other than Joan. Joan Nam. Hearing Kang Lim's voice, Jian Nam hung his head, looking utterly furious. Jian Nam cursed under his breath. Damn it. Her teammate is Seo Kang-rim? Kang Lim let out a sigh and offered, Need a hand? Jian Nam snapped back aggressively. No way, I don't need help from a loser like you. Hearing his hostile refusal, Kang Lim turned to Jian. All right, let's go then. The little girl, who had been listening to their exchange, was completely confused. Huh? We're just leaving him? Jian asked as Kang Lim scooped her into his arms. He said his legs are paralyzed because some scary monster attacked him. Kang Lim held her up and muttered, Paralyzing poison? He threw a sideways glance at Jian Nam. It was probably just those rabbits. The poison will wear off on its own. Still puzzled, Jian chimed in. Rabbits? But they're the weakest monsters here. Hearing her sister's blunt remark, Yoonbom quickly scolded. Jian, you shouldn't say things like that out loud. Not far away, Jian Nam trembled in excruciating pain. He cursed Kang Lim in his mind. That bastard, Seo Kang-rim. He slammed his fist onto the dirt in absolute rage. Suddenly, the voice of Jian Nam's god echoed from out of nowhere. That's right, the wicked must pay for their deeds. Startled by the sudden voice, Jian Nam flinched. His god continued, Do you need help? Utterly bewildered, Jian Nam slowly lifted his head and asked, Who? Who are you? The three of them, Kang Lim, Yoonbom, and Jian, stood in front of a portal, discussing their next move. Kang Lim spoke first. Let's head back for now. The difficulty spikes once it gets dark. Jian whined a little, but I already raised my stats to get stronger. Yoonbom agreed, saying, I've gathered quite a few achievements too. Kang Lim looked at both of them with a warm, gentle smile. There's no need to rush. Today was only the first day. With a slightly worried expression, one of the sisters turned to him and asked, So, will you come with us again tomorrow? Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Lim replied, Of course. How about we stick together until we clear the trial of this room? Hearing his answer, one of the sisters cheered in excitement. Awesome! Let's beat this room together. But suddenly, Kang Lim sensed something and whipped his head around. Is that? Kang Lim caught sight of something that completely caught him off guard. Just as the sisters were about to step into the portal, Kang Lim suddenly dashed off in a panic. You two go ahead to the waiting room first. His sudden outburst left the sisters completely baffled. Wait, what about you? They called out. Kang Lim yelled back as he ran. I forgot something. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, players were cornered by a massive pack of wolves. Their eyes glowed fiercely in the dark, shining like high beams. The wolves bared their razor-sharp fangs, growling as saliva constantly dripped from their snapping jaws. Soo-ah stood at the front, holding the defensive line with the others. She yelled out to the panicked crowd. Everyone, stay calm. Glancing back, Soo-ah saw a wolf leap forward, snapping another player's sword in half with its jaws. She grew frantic, desperately trying to figure out what to do. Looking back anxiously, Soo-ah commanded, Everyone, get behind me. As she thrust her hands forward, thorny branches suddenly erupted from the ground, impaling the lunging wolves and activating her skill. Woodleaf magic. Suddenly, another wolf lunged out of nowhere, biting down hard on Soo-ah's sword. She strained to hold it back, but a moment later, the beast was completely engulfed by sharp briars rising from the earth. A system notification popped up. Woodleaf magic is protecting everyone. Without even catching her breath, Shin Soo-ah rushed forward to attack another wolf. Suddenly, a voice called out of nowhere. Shin Soo-ah was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice a wolf preparing to pounce on her. I need to kill as many as possible, so things will be easier later on. Leaving herself completely unguarded, Shin Soo-ah was bitten right on the shoulder by the wolf, spraying blood everywhere. Shin Soo-ah turned her head, her face contorted in agony. In that desperate moment, she could only wish they had just one more person capable of fighting. As that thought crossed her mind, a hand gripping a flaming sword suddenly charged in out of nowhere. It was none other than Seo Kang-rim. He drove his blade straight through the wolf's head. Instantly, his achievement stats converted into skill points. His skill, Fire Beetle, leveled up to a rank 2 insect class. Shin Soo-ah stared in shock at his sudden arrival. Seo Kang-rim didn't skip a beat, swiftly slashing through the wolves one by one. Every sweep of his sword left a trail of blazing sparks in its wake. Shin Soo-ah was still in a daze. How are you here, Seo Kang-rim? He didn't answer her, focusing entirely on battling the aggressive pack. But the wolves were no match for Seo Kang-rim. He easily cut them down one after the other. Shin Soo-ah didn't just stand by either. She picked up her sword and jumped in to help him clear the rest. A moment later, the entire pack lay dead on the ground. Shin Soo-ah let out a sigh of relief. That was incredibly fast. Thanks, Seo Kang-rim. Seo Kang-rim didn't reply. His expression was dark, and his eyes were filled with deep thought. Meanwhile, back in the waiting lounge, a player suddenly raised their voice. Why didn't you just run? The other players, who were currently being treated by the healer, Seo Kang-rim's eyes were pitch black. He was clearly furious. You of all people should know how bad the odds were stacked against you. Seo Kang-rim locked eyes with Shin Soo-ah, adding, you should have run the moment you realized you couldn't win. You had more than enough skill to get away without getting chewed out like that made Shin Soo-ah snap back in anger. Why do you always treat me like I'm weak? But Seo Kang-rim cut her off before she could even finish her sentence. You just got lucky this time. He continued, what if those monsters had hidden abilities you knew nothing about? What would have happened if no one came to help you? As he spoke, memories of her past life flashed through Seo Kang-rim's mind. He saw a battered, bloody Shin Soo-ah, gasping for air on the ground. He remembered her fighting desperately against someone else, a completely meaningless death. In that memory, the enemy drove a sword straight through Shin Soo-ah's chest. It was a tragedy that, back in the present, the more Seo Kang-rim spoke, the angrier he became. Were you seriously planning to throw your life away just to protect the others? Saving people is a luxury only the strong can afford. He abruptly turned on his heel and walked away. Don't you ever forget that? Before he got too far, Seo Kang-rim added, if you let your guard down like that again, the only way you're leaving this place is as a corpse. Only after he walked away did the other players dare to approach Shin Soo-ah and check on her. Shin Soo-ah, are you okay? Seo Kang-rim was being way too harsh. Another player chimed in, what, did he expect you to just stand by and let us all die? Shin Soo-ah didn't say a word. She just smiled to put everyone at ease. Then, she let out a soft chuckle. He's actually just worried about me. Seeing her react like that, the other players were still skeptical. Wait, what? I mean, he still showed up to save me, didn't he? Shin Soo-ah thought to herself. I really don't get why he always tries so hard to play the bad guy. Despite her inner thoughts, she reassured the others. Deep down, he's actually a very caring person. Seo Kang-rim hadn't walked very far when a voice called out behind him, Hey, Seo Kang-rim. It was none other than Shin Soo-ah. Thanks for worrying about me. He kept his head lowered. Hearing her words, Seo Kang-rim finally let out a small sigh of relief. Just then, the system screen popped up. Third gate, Ice Room. Cleared by Dako Jun on Seo Kang-rim's team. He and the twins had been working together in perfect harmony, taking down 10 out of 10 monsters. You have cleared the Ice Room, the system confirmed. Both twins were staring at the guide window. Yoon Ji-on spoke first. Looks like someone cleared their room before us. And here I thought we'd be the first. Seo Kang-rim spoke up as well. I've just cleared mine too. Hearing this, Yoonbom was completely taken aback. Really? Is it really that close? Yoonbom asked, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. So, are you leaving now? Seo Kang-rim gently turned around and said, I'll stay behind and wait until you two finish up as well. Both twins beamed with joy at his response. Seo Kang-rim quietly watched the twins and thought to himself, no one can come back to this place once they've cleared it, so I can always return later. He was aiming for a goal much larger than just clearing monsters. My real target is the hidden reward that unlocks after hunting all 11 types of monsters. A moment later, the two sisters happily ran back over. Yoon-jeon, stop stealing my monsters. Running ahead, Yoon-jeon called back. You've got to hit them first. Seo Kang-rim stood in silence, watching the two bicker playfully. I'm a bit concerned. This raid was cleared slightly faster than in my past life. Suddenly, the system flared to life again, announcing the activation of destiny detection. The screen read, "The white tiger of death is nearby. The energy of death is close." After reading the ominous notifications, a puzzled Seo Kang-rim turned to look around. Is someone else besides Junyeon about to lose their life? Then, it suddenly hit him. He remembered the scene of Chief Go-jun talking to Gunnam earlier. At that time, the system warned of the worst possible destiny combination, showing that demonic energy was latching onto John Gunnam's fate. He recalled the time Gunnam was paralyzed down in the pit with Jeon. It would be a real headache if he got tangled up with that guy again. Kang-jin's face darkened as he stared into the distance. Should he just end his life right here and now? Standing not far away, Kang-jin told the twin sisters that he was going to scout around the hill and that they should keep hunting. He warned them to stay together so they would not get lost. The twins stopped playing around and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." With that, Kang-jin gripped his sword and walked off quietly. He figured they would be fine as long as they stayed together. But not long after he set off, Gunnam appeared out of nowhere and called out, "Finally found you. I've been looking for you, Kang-jin." To this, Kang-jin calmly asked, "Why?" A crystal hovered right over the palm of Gunnam's hand as he sneered, "I think it is finally time to pay you back." His eyes glared like a wild beast ready to devour him as he vowed to return everything he had suffered. Kang-jin could only give a dry smile. As the crystal's light cast a glow over his face, Kang-jin thought, "And you think you actually have what it takes?" He cursed the bastard under his breath. Gunnam seemed extremely confident in himself. He raised the crystal high as he spoke. "Of course, because I am the protagonist." With that, a massive surge of power erupted into the surrounding space. Kang-jin watched him in silence as Gunnam aggressively shouted, "Can you hear the voice of God?" The blue crystal hovered over his hand as he yelled, "Get ready for this, Kang-jin." The blue crystals shot forward at a rapid pace. This is the power of a god. Kang-jin immediately turned and ran to escape the oncoming crystal storm. I knew it. The image of Anavisha appeared with a warning, saying that the gods would watch his journey and the demon realm. Snapping back to reality, he tried to calm himself down, thinking he was getting way too paranoid. He then activated his destiny discovery skill, John Gunnam. Class, Tier 1 favored guest of the Plague God. He confidently bragged that since he was the protagonist, it was only natural for him to be blessed by the gods. Those who walk with the gods are called priests, and they receive power through divine blessings. Meanwhile, the crystals behind him kept shooting forward relentlessly. Kang-jin stopped in his tracks and prepared to launch his skill. At the very least, this was only a low-ranking god. His mana had increased slightly, and he had even obtained a new skill. Smallpox, a Tier 1 human class skill that borrows divine power to infect opponents with smallpox. Once the skill is active, anyone hit by it will have the struck area instantly infected with the plague. Kang-jin sighed, realizing that if that thing touched him, he would catch smallpox. It was truly an annoying skill. He unleashed a slash to cut down a tree in front of him and quickly ran, thinking he should wear down the guy's mana first. Gunnam chased after him, shouting that running was completely useless. Even though it was getting dark, the area began to glow with a brilliant light. Gunnam growled that the god's punishment would chase him to the ends of the earth. But just as the words left his mouth, a pack of wild boars charged out and sent him flying. Gunnam was absolutely furious. But there was nothing he could do except scream and curse. He roared, "Get lost, you annoying pests," demanding that Kang-jin stand still. But the wild boar aggressively roared back, coughing up blood immediately after. He collapsed onto the freezing snow, with several other wild boars surrounding him from above. A voice echoed, saying they came to see the human who was supposedly blessed by a god, but found him to be incredibly weak. Gunnam's eyes turned red with burning resentment. It really made sense, considering it was just a low-ranking god. Gunnam wondered if other gods were also watching him. The god spoke again, remarking that watching such a weak human was actually quite entertaining. Gunnam clawed at the snow and muttered, "Is this really entertaining to you guys?" The voice replied, "Exactly." Suddenly, a sword stabbed down hard right next to him, making him let out a blood-curdling scream. He had lost completely. That strike came from Kang Jin. Gunnam cried out, "Plague God, please save me." Right after, another voice began to speak. A painful scream echoed through the air as Kang Jin glared at him, emphasizing every single word. "Are you done with your revenge? You managed to fool me for a while." He grabbed his wrist tightly, pinning it against the freezing snow as the man trembled in fear. "Since you did that, you must know what the consequences are, right?" Just as he pulled his sword out, someone approached from afar, calling out his name. "Brother, Kang Jin." The sword was placed right next to Gunnam as Kang Jin muttered, "You got lucky, John Gunnam." He sheathed his sword and whispered, "Next time, I will definitely kill you. Go clean yourself up." He then turned to leave. He then turned to Yunbom and scolded her, telling her he had warned them not to go anywhere. The girl frantically cried out, "Brother, something terrible has happened." Yunbom frantically explained that a pack of snowboars had escaped and trampled Yun. Kang Jin was shocked, unable to believe his ears, and asked her to repeat it. "What?" The girl continued through her tears, saying that she had completely disappeared. The image of the old woman appeared with a grim prophecy, warning that his destiny was unfortunately enveloped in dark energy, followed by the sight of a man and a woman walking away with gloomy expressions. So many people have been hurt just by being on Seo Kang-rim's team. Even his own parents ended up dead because of him. Death follows him wherever he goes, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Looking at him with deep worry, the young girl next to him asks, "Kang-rim, are you okay?" Kang-rim could only blame himself, thinking it was all his fault. Despair consumed him as a mocking voice echoed relentlessly in his ears. "I knew it. You? Saving people? Keep dreaming." But then, he resolutely declared that he was going to find him. This took Yunbom completely by surprise. "What?" Without another word, he stepped out into the freezing snowstorm. Yunbom chased after him, struggling to keep up. "Wait for me." Kang-rim stopped in his tracks, his voice heavy. "Go back, Yunbom." Panting for breath, she protested. "No way." She ran up, grabbed his hand, and insisted, "I'm coming with you." But Kang-rim snapped back. "But what if something happens to you too?" At his shout, tears welled up in her eyes. Kang-rim starts, "I told you," but Yunbom chokes up, interrupting him. "You're the one who said I shouldn't wander around alone." Kang-rim stares at her as she cries out, "How can you expect me to go back by myself, especially when Yoon Seon is in danger?" In the freezing, snowy night, their argument continues. "Fine, but I'm sending you right back if it gets too dark, or if things get too dangerous. You're not even going to answer me? Fine." With that, Kang-rim lets her follow him. "I don't actually know how Yoon Seon died in my past life, but since he's in danger right now, this must be the place. Please, just don't die." Yunbom whispers, "There aren't any monsters here, right?" He doesn't say a word, knowing that low-level monsters wouldn't dare step foot inside an apex predator's territory. Instead, he just tightly grips her hand. "What was that sound?" "This way," he whispers quickly. A massive beast suddenly appears, but the two manage to slip out of sight just in time. Kang-rim quickly signals her to stay absolutely quiet. It's a Tier 3 demonic yeti, a hairy, humanoid monster that only appears on snowy days, driven by a violent urge to fight anyone stronger than itself. Kang-rim's eyes widen in horror as he spots a familiar figure draped over the monster's shoulder. Yunbom loses her cool and rushes out, sending him into a panic. Yoon Seon. The yeti whirls around, looking in every direction, but finds no one. Kang-rim has already pulled her back into their hiding spot. Suddenly, a realization hits him. Wait, activate skill, Destiny Steel. A magic circle glows beneath them, releasing a wave of energy. There are no casualties in this area. Kang-rim lets out a soft sigh of relief. We'll only put him in more danger if we fight it right now. Peeking out, he watches the monster walk away. I think it's heading back to its cave. Looks like it's also carrying a snow pig. The two step out from hiding. We need to wait for it to put him down first. Yunbom whispers, "Do we attack once it sets him down?" He quickly shakes his head. "No, it's best to avoid a fight if we can." Tossing a flare gun to the girl, he instructs, "Once it puts Yoon Seon down, shoot this to lure it away, and then run straight for the exit." Surprised, she looks at the weapon. A flare gun? Kang-rim looks her in the eye and emphasizes, "Don't try to fight it. Just get its attention and run." "Can you do it?" Yunbom nods. "I can." He adds, "I'll come save him while you're drawing it away." He channels his inner energy to slide down the cliff. With Yunbom's agility, she should easily outrun the Yeti. Plus, we have the terrain advantage. Yunbom takes a deep breath and stretches. Then, a small glowing bead begins to shine. The Yeti shields its eyes from the sudden light and charges out. Right on cue, Yunbom bolts in the opposite direction. This is Kang-rim's cue to slip into the cave. Yoon-seon, he calls out, shaking him. Wake up! Yoon-seon! He lifts the kid up. He's completely unconscious. I can't even get him to take any medicine right now. Scooping him into his arms, he thinks, I need to carry him back to the lobby. Suddenly, he freezes. Another Yeti is standing right there, staring dead at him. Crap, I didn't think there'd be another Yeti in here. With rage burning in its eyes, the beast clenches its massive fist, preparing to smash him. It charges forward. Kang-rim immediately channels his inner energy to brace himself. Seriously, my luck is absolute garbage. Meanwhile, another flare is shot into the sky to distract the first Yeti. But the beast suddenly stops, turning around to head back, completely ignoring the light. What? Why? Yunbom desperately fires another flare, trying to grab its attention. No, wait. Where do you think you're going? You're supposed to chase me, she screams. Come back here. Don't go back to the cave. Back in the cave, the second Yeti raises its fist to crush Kang-rim. But Kang-rim has already gathered his inner energy. I already knew my destiny didn't come with any luck. Channeling energy into his feet, he narrowly dodges a devastating stomp from the Yeti. Kang-rim slips away effortlessly, but his heart drops at a familiar roar. The first Yeti has returned. Both monsters charge at him simultaneously. Gritting his teeth, Kang-rim barely has time to think and throws himself to the side to dodge their synchronized assault. Standing right in the middle of their nest, Kang-rim smirks. Fine, I was planning on going hunting anyway. As the image of Runzeon lying on his nest faded, the spot where the little guy was resting vanished, with the void slowly spreading across the entire nest. Flames began to engulf the surroundings as Kang Jin's voice echoed, "Hang on just a little longer." Runzeon. His expression shifted. With a dead serious face, he confidently declared, "I'm going to kill you all real soon." The two snow monsters, wearing ferocious glares, prepared to attack. As they slowly stepped onto the ground, Kang Jin suddenly froze. Then, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. I get it now. Without a second of hesitation, he charged straight at them. Your ability has increased to level 18. Kang Jin lunged forward, striking both snow monsters one after the other. He effortlessly glided past them, leaving them absolutely no time to counterattack. Furious, the red snow monster slammed its massive hand onto the snow, but Kang Jin had already leaped high into the air. Kang Jin's hand gripped its body, moving swiftly through the snow monster's thick fur. The red monster cracked a savage grin once more. The blue snow monster behind them let out a deafening roar. Kang Jin slowly descended, shifting his focus to target the blue beast first. The snow monster froze, recalling the moment both of them had suddenly fallen through that layer of ice. You have defeated a Tier 3 demon-class snow monster. A smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, perfect. The demon realm is full of terrains, covered entirely in ice and snow. Suddenly, old memories flashed through his mind. He heard his sister's voice. Kang Jin. You. Right here. And they tend to collapse easily, just like the spot where Jeon fell. The snowman raised both of its hands, but Seo Kang-rim was completely oblivious. These damn monsters won't be able to climb back up. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the snowman's massive hand slammed down right where he was standing, shattering the ice. Seo Kang-rim grimaced and cursed under his breath. Damn it, he crashed down onto the tree branches below with a loud thud. Seo Kang-rim was briefly taken aback when he spotted a familiar figure standing high above. Soo-ah spoke up slowly. If you let your guard down, you're going to leave this place in a body bag. Well, Seo Kang-rim, I'm glad I wasn't too late. He could only give a wry smile and thank her. She smiled and said, You should save those thanks for the person who actually went to find me. Then, Soo-ah sat on the branch and called down, I'm going to pull you up, so hold on tight. Seo Kang-rim replied, No, lower me down first. I need to check on something. But as soon as he got down, he saw Unbom rushing toward the boy, crying out in panic. Jeon, Jeon, please open your eyes. The boy didn't move an inch, making Seo Kang-rim wonder, are we too late? Seo Kang-rim gritted his teeth and hung his head, blaming himself. Is it really impossible to fight against the destiny we're born with? Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence, instantly making Yunbom's expression turn from despair to pure joy. In a weak, raspy voice, Jeon murmured, It's so cold. Sis, can you turn on the heater? The boy slowly sat up, looking around in confusion. Where are we? Soo-ah rushed over, overwhelmed with relief, while Seo Kang-rim stood frozen in shock. He was alive. Jian was actually alive. The boy weakly grumbled. Of course I'm alive. Were you expecting me to die or something? The aura of the spectral white tiger completely vanished from Jian. Seeing this, Seo Kang-rim immediately rushed over to them. A destiny had indeed been rewritten. But suddenly, he froze in his tracks. A notification popped up. Destiny alteration has been activated. The destiny class of Seo Kang-rim has been upgraded from insect class rank 3 to insect class rank 2. Seo Kang-rim. Insect class rank 2, dragon class rank 3, destiny discovery, dragon class rank 1, destiny theft, insect class rank 2, fire manipulation, demon class rank 3, shedding the shell. Seo Kang-rim stood frozen in shock, completely unresponsive to Yunbom's hug, thinking to himself, this can't be. I really thought there was absolutely no way to change one's destiny class. Yunbom hugged him tightly and cried, Jian is alive because of you. Thank you so much, big brother, she whispered, wiping away the tears streaming down her face. Seeing her cry like that pulled at his heartstrings. He shook his head and thought, I'll worry about all this complicated stuff later. Over there, Soo-ah kept asking Jian, how are you feeling? The boy replied, it hurts less now, but that pill was way too big. Seo Kang-rim smiled warmly and reached out to pat Yunbom's head. Right now, the only thing that mattered was the immense relief that Jian was still alive. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Gunam, who was running for his life without stopping. The voices of his gods clamored in panic, shouting, Are you okay? What should we do? And what's our next move? Just wait a moment. Let me try something. Unable to take it anymore, Gunam flipped them off and snapped at them. You absolute frauds. What kind of gods are you anyway? I should have never trusted a bunch of psychopaths. Hey, you're crossing the line. Cold sweat kept pouring down his face as he frantically muttered, Young Master Gojun. Young Master Gojun. He turned his head, his voice dropping to a whisper. Young Master Gojun. He gasped in shock as the figure of Doc Gojun suddenly materialized right in front of him. Doc Gojun. Gunam threw away all his pride and begged, Please save me. Seo Kang-rim attacked me, so I had to run for my life. He cried out, I'm telling you, that bastard Seo Kang-rim is a total villain, so stop playing around with all that nonsense about him being some hidden awakened master. We need to team up and take that bastard down once and for all. You said we both want the same thing, right? However, Doc Gojun simply replied with a calm, indifferent voice. If you were really the main character, you should have been able to handle this easily. Yet, you got utterly crushed by Seo Kang-rim. Gunam snapped back. But he's just a dirty coward who before Doc Gojun coldly cut him off. I thought you were just holding back your true strength because I was tag-along. But now, I guess you really aren't the main character after all. Gunam clutched his chest and yelled desperately, I told you, I am the main character. So just shut up and save me first. Doc Gojun raised an eyebrow and asked, If you're really the protagonist, shouldn't you be able to get out of this mess on your own? Gunam's face paled as his eyes widened. What? He turned back, desperately begging. No, I'm not the main character, okay? Just please, save me. Hearing that, Doc Gojun looked down at him. You're not? His voice dropped to a chilling, icy tone as he stared Gunam down. Then if you aren't the main character, why on earth should I care about you? As Doc Gojun turned and walked away, Gunam's desperate screams continued to echo behind him. Wait, Doc Gojun, don't leave me. Please, save me. You crazy psycho, get back here. He shrieked at the top of his lungs. Doc Gojun. Seo Kang-rim unleashed a powerful strike at the monster in front of him, sending it flying backward from the sheer force of the impact. He followed up with a barrage of swift kicks, wiping the monsters out one by one. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, Seo Kang-rim, and he immediately looked over to see who it was. Yunbom waved her hand and shouted, We're all cleared up over here. Jian placed a hand on her shoulder and added in a teasing tone, I did all of it. Kang-rim, Yunbom bragged, resting her balled-up fist under her little brother's chin as she growled. He was just standing in the back, supporting me. Her brother didn't back down either and growled back, What are you talking about, sis? You only landed the very first hit. What about me? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as a beam of light from behind surged toward them. Duck down, Yunbom yelled, turning around without a hint of fear to demand, What the hell? Who are you? But the stranger didn't answer, instead calling out for Seo Kang-rim. In a cold, uncompromising voice, they said, "Hand over Seo Kang-rim, and I'll give you a quick, painless death." Hearing that, the two siblings immediately drew their weapons to fight. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Meanwhile, wasn't Kang-rim rushing toward them from a distance? "Stop!" he roared, calling out the names of both siblings. "Yoonbom! Yoonbom!" Just as he turned around to stop them, a massive hand appeared from behind, instantly covering his mouth and one of his eyes. Sword slashes flashed repeatedly, followed by a dark, eerie scene with a ground covered in blood. Suddenly, Yoonbyeom's voice echoed, "Why did you have to show up in our lives? We could have lived in peace if it weren't for you." Kang-rim couldn't even defend himself since his mouth was held shut by that hand. From behind, other hands were creeping all over his body. "Why didn't you save us? We should have never brought you into the Flying Fox clan." As the hand slowly let go, a voice whispered, "Don't forget, Seo Kang-rim." He immediately whipped his head toward the sound. It was the girl's voice again, whispering from right behind him, "You killed us." The scene cuts to water rushing loudly from the faucet, nearly filling up the basin. Leaning his hands on the edge of the sink, Kang-rim told himself, "It was just a dream." Staring blankly, he mumbled, "That future won't happen. I won't let it repeat itself." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he wondered if it was an omen that the dark future was drawing near. Yoonbyeom thought of him as a savior. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Yoonbyeom began to intertwine. Yoonbyeom thought of him as a savior. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Yoonbyeom began to intertwine. Water kept gushing from the faucet. "I need to keep my distance from them," he thought. Just then, Yoonbyeom stood outside his room and asked loudly, "Hey, do you hate us?" Kang-rim slowly replied, "No, I just have some things to take care of." Yoonbyeom chimed in from behind, but Kang-rim thought to himself, "They've gotten closer with Soo-ah now, so I don't need to worry about them anymore." Kang-rim then spoke in a quiet voice, "That's good. She's a wonderful person." Hearing this, Yoonbyeom added, "Then you have to come along too." Before she could even finish, he cut her off. "Yeah, next time," he said, and closed the door. Yoonbyeom rubbed the back of his neck and asked, "Has Kang-rim been keeping his distance from us since that day?" Yoonbyeom quickly denied it. He probably has his reasons. Seeing the siblings walking with their arms crossed, Soo-ah could guess what they were thinking. She pointed toward the gate. "There's nothing more we can do. Let's head to the fourth room on our own." Sword Forest Room, the fourth training room. Completion condition: hunt monsters and collect soul stones in the Sword Forest Labyrinth. Current soul stones, 0 out of 1,000. Yoonbyeom cheered excitedly. "It's a forest this time." Her little brother was just as thrilled, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. Suddenly, Soo-ah froze and warned them, "Guys, be careful, something is coming." Yoonbyeom didn't hesitate to yell out, demanding to know, "Is it a monster? Where is it coming from?" Soo-ah raised her sword to block a flying dagger, but her hand was slightly grazed, drawing blood. "No, it's not a monster. I think the forest itself is the real danger in this room." The Sword Forest Room is a demonic realm, with an endless forest and unchanging terrain. Once we reach the end, we'll end up right back where we started. A peculiar-looking branch began to reveal itself. Yoonbyeom looked at the system interface as it popped up. "Collecting 1,000 soul stones is going to take some time." Soo-ah chimed in, "Let's check our surroundings first." Yoonbyeom folded her arms and murmured, "Let's stick together this time so we don't get lost." Hearing this, her brother snapped back, "I'm not a kid." Yoonbyeom added, "Kang-rim said we must stick together." Suddenly, the kid brought him up, saying how great it would be if he were here with them. Yoonbyeom quickly agreed, "Yeah." Hearing that, Soo-ah thought to herself, "I guess he's really good with kids." She recalled how he once told her, "You're still not strong enough," and how he had snapped at her, "Are you seriously going to risk your life trying to protect others? Saving others is something only the strong can do." Her face softened as she realized that although he doesn't show it with his words, he really is a good person deep down. Suddenly, one of the siblings' voices called out, catching her attention. "There's something over there." Seeing that, Soo-ah quickly warned him, "Yoonbyeom, stop." Confused, the kid looked down. The scene cuts back to Kang-rim in his room with an egg. "Oh my god," he thought. The egg opened its mouth and made bizarre sounds, looking even more grotesque than what he had heard. An unidentified egg, whose class will be determined after hatching. It will hatch if cared for over a period of time. Its appearance will change based on what it is fed. It is still unknown what kind of creature will hatch from this egg. This unidentified egg was a reward for killing the snowman, the 11th monster. Whatever hatches from it depends on what I feed it. Kang-rim tightly bound the second egg and thought to himself, I already know what I want to hatch from this. I can't just feed it anything. And no, it's not because I'm afraid of getting bitten. Besides, this isn't the only thing I got. The scene of those two snowmen being vaporized by his sword suddenly flashed before his eyes. You have defeated the Tier 3 demon-class snowman. Spiritual energy gradually enveloped his body as he activated his ability, Destiny Snatch. Stealing ability, combat instincts, and demon attributes. Seo Kang-rim, Tier 2 insect class, fire attribute. He whispered softly, change attribute to water. Changing Seo Kang-rim's attribute to water. Water over fire has been unlocked. Your decreased stats have returned to normal. Seo Kang-rim, Tier 2 insect class, water attribute. He started scooping up the ice, his mind racing. I can't even afford a decent weapon in this ice room because I'm constantly spending money on water attribute food. On the bright side, at least I can steal attributes now. Sitting on the bed, he stared at the tightly bound egg in his hands. I'll buy a weapon in the next demon realm. A fire attribute should come in handy there. I need to change it one more time. Entry check. Seo Kang-rim, you have entered the Sword Forest room. A god's voice echoed in his mind. The ice room was so incredibly boring. Hopefully, this room will be a bit more entertaining. The gods continued to chatter among themselves. Probably not. These guys are still total rookies. Though, watching newbies slowly grow can be pretty fun. Kang-rim grumbled the moment he stepped inside. What class are they even in to be talking down to people like that? He raised his hand to configure the interface. Block communication. Wait. What? I think he noticed us. He muttered to himself, wondering what he should even call them. Low-tier evil spirits? Ghosts? A system prompt popped up. Do you wish to disconnect? The god's voice kept droning on. Look at him. He's not even surprised. Error. Insufficient mental power to disconnect. Kang-rim froze, irritation rising within him. He's got some guts. I like you, Kang-rim. Do you want to make me yours? The guardian deity of the Sword Forest is offering you ownership. He immediately deduced that this must be the local deity of this demon realm. He opened the shop interface. Local deities are gods that govern specific areas. If I accept their ownership, I can become stronger than anyone else in their domain. But since local deities are bound to their land, the moment I leave this area, that power becomes completely useless. This place is also known as the Sword Forest Labyrinth. If I accept, at least I won't have to worry about getting lost. Instead, he spoke aloud. Purchase item. You have purchased. Demon Realm map. Kang-rim unrolled the map. This is all I need to navigate. Using the Demon Realm map, you have explored 1% of the area. He thought to himself, right now, it only shows a rough outline, but the entrance to the Demon Realm is already marked. But as I explore more of this place, the map will fill in. There are multiple gates leading deeper into the Demon Realm. He wondered if he was approaching the 4th zone. The trainee shelter is divided into several areas. But in the later rooms, as people start dropping like flies, trainees from other zones will end up joining the same raid. The marked entrance on his screen suddenly changed to the Sector 2 gate. The god piped up once more. Hey, Kang-rim, are you looking for something? I can help you find it, if you just accept my ownership. He completely ignored the offer, his thoughts drifting. They might be controlling the number of people entering the demon realm to force us to fight each other. Kang-rim, can you even hear me? The god pressed on. This time, Kang-rim finally spoke up. I have no intention of accepting it, so just give up already. The Lord of Myriad Fires has used the item, Traces of the Gods. A grand message will be active for 10 minutes. The King of Myriad Fires offers to sponsor you. Do you accept his ownership? The system displayed a notification. The Lord of Myriad Fires declares that the other gods currently connected are utterly worthless. Seo Kang-rim froze in his tracks, staring at the notification screen in pure disbelief. The system continued to relay messages. The Lord of Myriad Fires states that he can make a human with his attribute significantly stronger. Kang-rim let out a soft sigh, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. That's actually pretty touching, especially since I'm just an insect class. Seo Kang-rim, Tier 2 insect class, fire attribute. He continued walking deeper into the forest, reminding himself, but even so, I still can't accept it. Messages from the system began to spam his screen. The Lord of Myriad Fires demands to know why you haven't answered yet. The Lord of Myriad Fires says this is a golden opportunity. The Lord of Myriad Fires is currently spectating you. Out of nowhere, a colossal mutated mantis appeared. viciously swinging its blade-like legs at its prey. Without a second thought, Kang-rim slashed forward, cutting the monster down in one. Green blood splattered everywhere. He quickly reached into the monster's remains and retrieved a small, sparkling gem. Current soul gems, 36 out of 1,000. Kang-rim needed to gather 1,000 soul gems in total. This doesn't mean you have to hunt 1,000 monsters. Since soul gems come in different grades, here is a guide to collecting 1,000 soul gems. Tier 3 insect class giant worms correspond to 100. Tier 2 insect class crescent mantises correspond to 334. Tier 3 demonic class imps correspond to 100. Kang-jin sheathed his sword, turned around to leave, and told himself, "In my past life, I had to slaughter a bunch of mantises because I lacked the skills, but this time, I don't need to do that." He mumbled as he walked. "Each imp is worth 10 gems. I'll target them." Just then, the toe of his shoe stepped into a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Kang-jin lifted his foot to inspect it, immediately recognizing what it was. Suspicious, he wondered if it was the sign of a trap, but why? He looked in panic at the wiped-out crescent mantises around him, their carcasses still scattered everywhere. Stunned, he thought, "Why is there all this blood? Could it be?" The image of the lion-masked man, wielding a blade dripping with intense bloodlust and stalking his prey, immediately flashed in Kang-jin's mind. He shivered involuntarily as cold sweat broke out. Tense, he wondered. He's already made his move. In my past life, I became the target of a masked killer. Soo-ah saved my life because she was in this area back then, but the memory of the killer leaping up and slashing a decisive line across Soo-ah's face, blood spraying instantly, made his stomach turn. By the time Kang-jin rushed over in a panic, she had already lost an eye while saving him. After that, he fled, and I never managed to find out his identity. Back to the present, Kang-jin was terrified, sprinting into the forest as he tried to remember, wasn't it only Soo-ah and Dogon's group here? Glancing around at his surroundings, a sudden realization flashed in his mind. Then this blood. Could it be? Suddenly, Kang-jin rushed past an area and gasped at the sight before him. Familiar faces were all there. Right in front of him, a strange man was trying to approach June, who was lying on the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing the kid writhe in agony with a pale face, the memory of Jeon in a similar position, leaving this world with eyes full of terror, came rushing back to Kang-jin. Fury instantly consumed him, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang-jin lunged forward and unsheathed his sword, swinging it ahead. He pressed his sword right against Nam Do-yoon's neck and roared fiercely, "Get the hell away from June," leaving the man to stumble back in sheer confusion. Elsewhere, Gung-woo crossed his arms, looking up with a sharp gaze, asking sternly, "Has the trainee from the ice room returned yet?" A voice quickly answered him, "Not yet." Trainee Namgung had indeed not returned. Gung-woo felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, casually remarking, "Well, then he's dead. I had high expectations for him since he was the first to clear the Hellfire room." His words instantly cast a heavy chill over the room. Anna Vi was completely speechless at his coldness. Raising her voice hesitantly, she asked, "Should we go look for him?" Gung-woo dismissed her suggestion immediately, casually replying, "No, it's fine. We can't interfere in the affairs of the demon realm anyway." At the very beginning, everyone had already signed a waiver in case they lost their lives. Anna Vi's expression soured at his words, and she hung her head in frustration, unable to argue back. Gung-woo then raised his voice to announce to the group, "In any case, regarding the next demon realm, someone from another zone has already cleared their room. They're from Zone 1. Bitterly, he added. "The first person to clear a room, no matter which zone, has to be one of ours. We cannot lose to Zone 1. Once the meeting wrapped up, everyone filed out one by one. Noticing Anavai's gloomy face, Chu Sung-tae quickly tried to console her. "Anavai, why do you keep doing this job if you get this upset over a single death? You had to have known that others would end up the same way." But contrary to what Sung-tae assumed, Anavai hesitated before responding, "Actually, I'm thinking about something else." This made his jaw drop in surprise as he gasped, "What?" She began to explain, "I was reviewing the trainees from other zones since I finished sorting through the files." Memories rushed back, and Anavai vividly recalled the bold text on the computer screen that had left her utterly stunned. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Unable to hide the terror and shock on her face, Anavai continued with a trembling voice, "Among the trainees, there is a serial killer." Back to the players, as Kang-jin rushed in with his sword drawn, the others immediately pulled out their weapons in self-defense. He barked, "Get the hell away from June." Seeing Kang Jin's bloodlust, the other guy quickly raised his hands in surrender and tried to soothe him. Whoa. Calm down. Let's talk about this. At the same time, his destiny appraisal skill activated, revealing Nam Do-yoon, a Tier 3 human class with a fire attribute. Holding up a small vial in his hand, he explained with an innocent look, "We're trying to help him recover. This is an antidote I bought from the shop." The bystanders also of the Tier 3 and Tier 2 human class were too intimidated to step closer. He then added, "Put your weapon down first." June was still writhing in pain on the ground. His breathing grew heavier by the second, and his complexion looked absolutely terrible. The system quickly identified Jeon, a Tier 1 dragon class of the metal attribute, suffering from paralysis, fever poisoning. Kang-rim watched anxiously as she grew weaker by the second. Lost in thought, he realized the guy was right. She needed an antidote. But he didn't lower his guard. Glaring at the group, he growled, "How can I trust you guys?" while mentally deciding he needed to get her out of there. Right then, a call from the distance made Kang-rim whip around to look. Running towards Seo Kang-rim in a panic was Shin Soo-ah's group. She waved her hand to get his attention, frantically explaining, "Seo Kang-rim, they're not enemies." Yoonbom's eyes lit up the moment she saw him, and she cheered happily. "Seo Kang-rim?" he asked skeptically. "Then what's going on here?" A tall, tanned girl stepped forward to take responsibility. "Let me explain. Yu Hairang, a Tier 2 metal attribute demon class and a guardian of the Yu clan." Scratching her neck awkwardly, she spoke sincerely. "Actually, she stepped on a trap we set to hunt monsters. We had no idea someone from another sector would be here." "We're truly sorry," Hairang quickly said, trying to smooth things over. "Anyway, we brought her here to take care of her. I also just went back and disarmed all the traps we set around this area." Trapper, a Tier 1 human class. The higher the subclass, the more traps they can set, naturally attracting prey without any bait. Kang-rim scowled in silence, analyzing the situation. That killer is also an expert with poison and traps. This woman seems to be the strongest in their group. She even has a guardian deity. He glanced over at Nam Do-yoon, who was carefully giving Jeon the antidote, and thought, but in terms of abilities, he's actually more suspicious. Sneaker, a Tier 3 human class. Holding your breath turns you invisible, and the effect ends the moment you breathe again. Still, he's too weak to harm Shin Soo-ah. Realizing this, he finally felt safe enough to sheathe his sword. The others scrambled over to check on the situation. Yoonji finally woke up and sat up with a smile. Nam Do-yoon let out a sigh of relief. Kang-rim spoke calmly. "Good." But in his mind, he remained highly alert. "Since I don't know who the killer is, I have to be careful around everyone." He then walked over to Hanan and asked coldly, "Is the treatment done? Then I'll be taking her with me." He timidly replied, "Yes, it's all done now. Even if none of them is the killer, it's still way too dangerous to wander around with people from Sector 4, he thought. Seo Kang-rim's team quickly departed. He carried Jeon on his back. The girl apologetically muttered an excuse, but he told her not to worry about it. The other two were still busy saying their goodbyes. After traveling for a while, night fell, and the fog began to clear. They stopped at a clearing to pitch their tents. Kang-rim and Soo-ah took charge of starting a fire, and she excitedly said to him, "Wow, it gets dark so fast out here." Yoonbom rushed over and grabbed Soo-ah's arm, saying fearfully, "I've never slept in the wild before." Jeon sneaked up from behind to tease the timid girl. Yoonbom immediately fired back, "Aren't you scared? There are monsters everywhere here." The little one just pouted and complained. As if," Yoonbom insisted. "You are scared, aren't you?" Suddenly, Kang-rim tossed a purple orb into the fire, catching Soo-ah by surprise. The moment it hit the flames, it flared up, releasing a mystical dark purple smoke that spread around them. Soo-ah asked in surprise, "What's that?" Kang-rim explained, "It keeps monsters away. I bought it from the shop." Yoonbom quickly looked it up on her info screen. "Wow, you know so much." "Ah, found it." Jeon agreed, looking at him with admiration. "Yeah, you're super strong and smart too." She eagerly stepped closer and asked shyly, "So, can I be your apprentice?" Kang-rim stared at the girl, thoroughly confused. "My what?" Jeon also bounded over and piped up happily, "Me too, big brother. I'm way better than her." Yoonbom glared at her and snapped, "I asked first, and I'm definitely better than you." "Oh yeah? I have 2 more soul stones than you do. Plus, you stole a ton of my monster kills." Kang-rim sat back and watched them bicker, thinking to himself with a smile, "Man, they're so loud." Eventually, he stepped in to stop them. I have no plans to teach anyone, so cut it out. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside Kang-rim's head. Why aren't you joining the others? Kang-rim snapped out of it, his face turning pale as if he'd just remembered something. He stood up abruptly, leaving Soo-ah bewildered. Seo Kang-rim, Jeon and Yoonbom were also caught off guard, and asked anxiously, big brother, where are you going? Kang-rim only replied coldly, it's too noisy here. Before walking away, he didn't forget to instruct the others. I'm going to sleep further away, so don't wait up for me. Once he was alone, he clutched his head in agony, gritting his teeth as he questioned himself. What on earth am I doing? I made up my mind to keep my distance from them. After that, Kang-rim inspected the egg. Thinking he still had things to take care of, he held a twig out to it. Okay. You must be starving, right? Here, eat up. The unidentified egg has rejected this item. It spat out the leaf it had just bitten with a look of pure disgust. The unidentified egg demands meat. The unidentified egg is determined to go on a hunger strike. A bunch of demands didn't bother Kang-rim at all. He fiercely threatened the egg, forcing it to eat the tree bark, growling, eat it, eat more. Growth progress, 0.4%. Kang-rim hid on a tree branch, silently keeping an eye on his teammates from afar, while the system's voice kept chattering in his ear. Why did you have to go back? He must care a lot about his teammates. I get it. This is what they call a tsundere. What on earth is a tsundere? It means playing hard to get. If you say potatoes are the absolute best, those tsundere types will bring you a whole basket of them. Ah, I see. He really is just like Kang-rim. Hearing every single word they said, Kang-rim blushed, embarrassed at having his true feelings exposed. He thought in frustration that he needed to level up fast and turn off this damn voice chat. The two of them continued to gossip. He could have just stayed with them. Yet he pushed himself away once again. Hey, that's just Kang-rim's style. I'm just getting a kick out of this. Kang-rim could only let out a helpless sigh. Below, Jeon and Junbom were having a heated argument, yelling angrily at each other. Jeon, why are you being so careless? You need to be more cautious. Stop nagging me. I'm already reflecting on what I did. Finally, that annoying system stopped talking. Shh, quiet everyone. I can't hear what Kang-rim's teammates are saying. Kang-rim listened closely and couldn't help but smile. Below, Junbom's voice drifted up. You shouldn't just reflect on it. You need to actually do something about it. Happy memories of the past came rushing back, reminding him of the Flying Fox gang. Yoo Ha-jung and I used to bicker like that all the time, while Shin-Soo would just watch us and laugh. Warm scenes with his old comrades kept flashing in Kang-rim's mind. Curling his arms around himself, he thought deeply, that used to be our daily life. Things will get busy soon, but I'm sure the Flying Fox gang of this lifetime will be just as lively. Leaning his head against the tree trunk, his eyes were full of complex emotions, his heart heavy with deep regret, feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions. It was such a warm and sweet scene. Suddenly, a faint fragrance drifted by. Kang-rim bolted upright, his expression darkening with suspicion. Wait. What is this sweet scent? He wasn't the only one. Beasts that hunted by scent had also caught wind of this alluring aroma. Within seconds, countless ferocious bears with razor-sharp teeth tore through the portals, tracking the sweet scent. Looking down from above, that sweet fragrance was coming right from Shin-Soo's camp, and the pack of bears was already closing in. At that critical moment, Seo Kang-rim leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully. Startled by his sudden appearance, Soo-ah screamed, "Oh my God!" But looking closer, she realized it was indeed her teammate. Soo-ah called out to Kang-rim in confusion as he frantically chopped down the surrounding trees and bushes. Unable to hide her curiosity, she asked, "Are you looking for something?" Suddenly, Kang-rim froze. It seemed he had found what he was looking for. With a dark expression, he coldly questioned Shin-Soo. "Did anyone leave this place while I was gone?" She immediately replied, "No." He reached down and picked up a peach from the ground, which was releasing a powerful, sweet scent. Staring at the object in his hand, Kang-rim's face twisted in fury. With a menacing glare, he growled, "Then did anyone pass by here?" It was a devil peach, a tier 3 bait that was highly coveted by demons, drawing them in purely with its fragrance despite having no actual taste. Looking around, Kang-rim saw that the base of the trees and bushes were scattered with devil peaches. All of them were intensely radiating that sweet scent. He quickly deduced that since there weren't any peach trees nearby, someone must have deliberately dropped them here, most likely that crazy killer. quietly slipping the peach into his pocket. He wondered if it was that invisible bastard. Suddenly, Jian walked over, clutching Soo-ah's arm, and anxiously reported, "Dako-jun passed by here just a moment ago." Hearing this, Kang-rim turned around and muttered thoughtfully, "Isn't Dako-jun an outsider from another region?" Jian quickly confirmed, "Yes, about an hour ago." Junbom stomped over, clenching his fists, and asked irritably, "What's going on? Did he do something?" He was glaring at us the whole time. Kang-rim recalled how panicked Dako-jun looked when he realized he was the antagonist, and thought skeptically, "Dako-jun is the killer? Who knows what that psychopath is thinking?" Looking back at the forest behind them, he warned the others, "There's a bunch of demon-attracting fruit scattered all over here." Soo-ah tensed up, instantly voicing her suspicion. "Are you saying someone is trying to put us in danger?" Hearing this, Jian shrank behind her, her fragile face filled with unmistakable worry. Who would do such a thing? Soo-ah gently comforted the girl, while Junbom and Kang-rim stood guard in front of them, scanning their surroundings. Kang-rim muttered, "Who knows? But there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of," Kang-rim emphasized. "We need to be wary of everyone." Sheathing his sword, he turned and said to the group, "Now, I'm going to get rid of all these peaches." Just as those words left his mouth, the masked killer hiding behind a tree suddenly made a move. With his razor-sharp senses, Seo Kang-rim instantly detected something off. Whipping around in shock, he thought, "I definitely felt someone there just now," but they vanished in an instant. He stared intently into the distance, but there was no one in sight, only a pack of bewildered bears wandering around. Meanwhile, Dako-jun was performing a masterful sword dance against a horde of monsters. Blood splattered everywhere with his every movement. It got all over Gojin's clothes and his handsome face, but he didn't care at all. With a completely blank expression, he thought, "Man, this is so boring." He walked away after wiping out the demons, leaving a pile of corpses scattered across the ground. Internally, he couldn't stop grumbling about how trash the script was. No rivals, no teammates, no enemies. Not a single god or hero has any interest in me. I am just out here hunting low-level demons. He looked up at the vast sky, his eyes completely vacant, asking himself what his role in all of this even was. Gojin recalled a conversation he had accidentally overheard earlier between Ji-hyun and Junbyeom. "How is Seo Kang-rim so strong? I never thought he would be able to defeat the Yukiona." Hearing the familiar name, Gojin suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes sharpened as he muttered, "Seo Kang-rim. He defeated a boss-level demon that I haven't even encountered yet, even though I was the first one to clear the ice chamber. And he actually saved someone? Then why would someone with that kind of power get defeated by Jeonnam in the Inferno chamber?" Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Wait, what if directing my attention toward Jeonnam was all part of Seo Kang-rim's plan? The image of Seo Kang-rim flashed in his mind, with sharp, glaring eyes locking onto his prey. Gojin clutched his head in deep thought. What if? What if Seo Kang-rim is a regressor from the future? If that is the case, he would know every single strategy and reward. He is just trying to keep his distance from me so he can hoard all the loot for himself. It was like a sudden awakening. Shock washed over his face, a dangerous spark of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he marveled in disbelief. So that is it. Every single piece of the puzzle finally fits together. After thinking it through, Gojin suddenly bolted forward at full speed. With a wildly excited face, he determinedly thought, "I have to find Seo Kang-rim." Meanwhile, on the other side, a map was opened. Dawn was breaking as Seo Kang-rim carefully made his way into the forest alone, guided by the map. The system's voice chimed in his ear. "Hey, are you planning to go hunting? You have only collected 200 soul stones so far. Why do you keep staring at that map anyway? That is my area of expertise. Make a contract with me." But he refused to let those tempting words distract him. Keeping his eyes glued to the map, he bluntly replied, "You won't even tell me who left those demon peaches behind." Caught off guard, the system stammered awkwardly to cover its tracks. Well, we couldn't see them either." Seo Kang-rim rolled up the map thinking, "Yeah, I highly doubt that." He walked over to some trees, inspecting them closely before gently tapping on the trunks. The system administrators were completely baffled. "But what are you looking for? Are you looking for that? What is that anyway?" "That is a secret," Seo Kang-rim replied as he continued wandering through the woods. The system notified him, "You have spent a long time searching intently. Your senses have increased to level 25. Your senses are being sharpened." Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim caught a metallic, fishy scent in the air. Startled and alarmed, he instantly recognized the smell of human blood. He immediately activated his power, looking around as he followed the scent of blood drifting through the air. The system displayed, activating skill, destiny theft, searching for deceased individuals within the available range. Arriving at the scene, Seo Kang-rim discovered a corpse collapsed on the ground, with countless wounds still oozing blood. He frowned, his face twisting in anger. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang-rim drew his sword, conjured a fireball in his hand, and charged fiercely forward. He clashed directly with the masked killer, his sword erupting in violent flames. The killer blocked his strike with a single blow. The system notified, the number of deceased individuals within the available range is 0. The killer unleashed a powerful slash, yelling loudly, "If you see someone down, shouldn't you check on them first instead of blindly swinging your sword like that?" Seo Kang-rim leaped into the air to dodge the attack and roared in fury, "Shut up, you damn murderer." Suddenly, one side of the killer's mask shattered and burst into flames. The killer slowly peeled off the broken mask, saying with amusement, "Wow, you found me so quickly. How did you even know I was the one?" Sure enough, as the mask came off, it revealed a delicate face with a pair of vicious, cold eyes. It was none other than Nam Do-won, a fire attribute rank 3 user, whose stigma was the terror of life and death. He smirked deviously and said, "You understand why I can't leave any witnesses alive, right? Is that so?" With those words, Nam Do-won instantly lunged at Seo Kang-rim, unleashing a flurry of slashes. Seo Kang-rim quickly brought up his sword to block the relentless assault. Murderer's Instinct, a rank 1 demon skill, absorbs stats from those killed by the user's own hands, but generates negative karma upon activation. Finding himself at a slight disadvantage, Seo Kang-rim grit his teeth as he bore the crushing weight of the attack, bitterly cursing under his breath. "Damn it, this bastard's stats have doubled since the last time I saw him." Nam Do-ryun relentlessly pursued him, swinging his blade like a maniac bent on taking his life. Kang-rim did everything he could to flee, desperately blocking the strikes while angrily questioning him. "Just how many people have you murdered during this time?" Hearing this, he looked surprised, then asked back with a gleeful expression, "Wait, you actually know that I've killed a ton of people?" Kang-rim glared at him, replying coldly, "Does that make you? Isn't hunting demons enough for you?" Nam Do-ryun lowered his guard and said casually, "Hunting demons is pretty fun too. That's why I tried to keep a low profile for a while." Putting on an innocent front, he continued gratefully, "But Lord Nacha gave me this power to kill humans. I can only activate it by taking lives. It'd be such a waste not to use it, don't you think?" Hearing this, Kang-rim reflexively gripped his sword tightly and growled, "Just because of that?" He was completely riled up by the veins on his jaw bulging, unable to hide the sheer rage in his eyes. Seeing this, he asked in bewilderment, "Why are you so mad? If you had an ability that only activated when you killed people, you'd end up just like me." Nam Do-ryun's body began to turn translucent as his data gradually faded away. Without giving Kang-rim a chance to charge and attack, he used his ability to teleport away from the area. Annoyed to watch him vanish right before his eyes, Kang-rim said firmly, "You talk as if everyone would do the same, but you are dead wrong." The feeling of that day began to resurface as the enemy's data vanished right before Kang-im's eyes. With a single glance, he recognized it, a stealth user, Kang-im helplessly closed his eyes and thought to himself, an ability that makes the body transparent. It only conceals them from view, and his deduction was spot on. As he closed his eyes to locate his target, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him, rushing in at high speed. Just as the bastard's sword was about to strike, Kang-im swung his blade backward just in time to block it, saying mockingly, "Did you really think I wouldn't find you?" Having been exposed, Nam Do-ryun quickly revealed his real self, raising an eyebrow in contempt as he spoke with a mocking, exaggerated tone. "Whoa, you actually blocked it? Not bad." Capitalizing on Kang-im's unguarded moment, he teleported behind him again, leaping into the air for a sneak attack while shouting gleefully, "Do you have a death wish?" As the blade came slicing down, Kang-im managed to raise his sword just in time to parry it. The two metal blades collided violently, sending sparks flying. Nam Do-ryun asked smugly, "If I manage to kill you, I wonder just how much stronger I'll get." His entire body began to tremble. Gritting his teeth, he poured in all his strength, barely holding his ground against the immense pressure from his opponent. Kang-im anxiously thought, "I can't keep this up. I'm a bit nervous because I've never used it before, the ability I stole from that Yeti." Flashback to when Kang-im defeated the Yetis and acquired a new skill, Combat Instinct. a third-rank demon-class skill that ignites a boiling battle spirit. When facing a stronger opponent, the stat gap will boost the user's own stats. The wider the gap, the greater the stat boost. Kang-rim finally made up his mind. A twisted smile spread across his face, and his eyes gleamed with a mysterious, magical light. He activated the combat skill, confirming the opponent was stronger than him. Seeing the sudden shift in his foe, Nam Do-ryun flinched, his expression turning uneasy. The system announced that his battle spirit was beginning to boil. Seo Kang-rim's entire body radiated an intense bloodlust, his magical energy surging violently, leaving his enemy utterly bewildered. He gasped in shock. What? Before he could even finish asking how Kang-rim had suddenly gotten so strong, flames erupted endlessly around Kang-rim. He glared viciously at Nam Do-ryun, his lips curling into a sinister grin as he growled, "You're pretty strong." Nam Do-ryun was instantly overwhelmed by Seo Kang-rim's aura, his entire body freezing up as he cried out in panic. "What?" Suddenly, the atmosphere tensed up as he lunged forward, slashing directly at the still-dazed Nam Do-ryun. The flames from his sword flared up once more, but the bastard narrowly managed to dodge. He thought to himself, "If I kill someone stronger than me." He launched another assault, and though his opponent managed to block it, it was no easy feat. Kang-rim slipped into a state of sheer frenzy, grinning maniacally from ear to ear. He thought how great it would feel to concentrate all his firepower right into his hands. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fireball directly at his opponent, shoving it right in Nam Do-ryun's face while he was off guard. He laughed hysterically, but at that exact moment, Nam Do-ryun's blade sliced clean across his chest, sending a spray of fresh blood spurting from the wound. Nam Do-ryun clutched the side of his face that had been horribly scorched by the flames. Splattered with his opponent's blood, he glared at his enemy with pure resentment, screaming in a fit of rage, "You bastard!" But Kang-rim didn't give him an inch. As soon as the words left the bastard's mouth, Seo Kang-rim firmly gripped his sharp blade, surrounded by a surging aura of pure malice. Letting out at that critical moment, Baek-ryeong suddenly leaped out from the bushes, shouting excitedly, "Seo Kang, I'm here to help you." This sudden intrusion made Kang-rim freeze for a split second. Surprised, he whipped his head around, staring at him in utter confusion. In his eyes, Baek-ryeong was now just a stranger, but that massive pool of mana radiating from him was absolutely breathtaking. Whoa! Watching him constantly unleash his power, Seo Kang-rim grew even more thrilled at the sight of such juicy prey, happily thinking to himself, "Sweet, another powerhouse." Losing all control, he completely forgot about his current enemy and aggressively charged straight ahead. Baek-ryeong saw Seo Kang-rim charging at him with blazing intensity. Gripping his weapon, he asked out of curiosity, "Is this some kind of recruitment event?" He quickly blocked Seo Kang-rim's strike with one of his swords and said excitedly, "So, what's my trial? You're caught up in the wrong fight, and you've completely lost your mind." Dropping the sword in his hand, he added, "Let me help you snap out of it." After tossing his sword aside, he threw a brutal punch straight at Seo Kang-rim's face, showing absolutely no mercy. Seo Kang-rim was knocked clean out and collapsed onto the ground, while Nam Do-ryun took the chance to quietly sneak away. Baek-ryeong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spun around and asked, "Are we good now?" But all he saw was Seo Kang-rim, quietly reaching into his bag, while Nam Do-ryun's figure faded further and further into the distance. He muttered thoughtfully, "Ah, the bad guy is running away. Actually, maybe it's better to let him escape. Once he gets stronger, he'll come back anyway." "Hey, Seo Kang-rim, you alright?" By then, Seo Kang-rim had already pulled a round green pill from his pouch and quietly swallowed it. He completely ignored Baek-ryeong's voice ringing in his ear. "So, are we teammates now?" The system notified that a recovery pill was in use. Enduring the agonizing pain to force the pill down, he glared at the man and growled, "Find someone else." But the guy completely ignored his refusal. He spun around, casually tossing his remaining sword aside, and said nonchalantly, "I like you. Everyone else is just a bunch of useless extras." Picking up another sword nearby, he continued casually, "No personality, nothing interesting about them." He then tossed the sword straight to Seo Kang-rim. Seo Kang-rim caught it instantly. The guy bluntly made an offer, "I want to be in the top 2 with you, so let's call a truce." Seo Kang-rim's face darkened. He warily stared back, his expression dripping with suspicion. Elsewhere, a transparent figure was sprinting frantically through the forest. It was none other than Nam Do-ryun. He covered his mouth in sheer terror, his face twisted in absolute shock. as he thought in a panic. Damn it! I need to eliminate the target, but there are two of them now, and both are monsters. How am I supposed to deal with that? What do I do? While he was spiraling in panic, the group from his area suddenly showed up. They shouted, Nam Du-ryeon, where are you? A sinister smile crept onto his face as he muttered to himself, as long as I get stronger, it doesn't matter. Deactivating his stealth ability, his body returned to normal, and he hurriedly ran toward them, waving his hand and shouting, I'm over here. Surprised to see him, the group cheered in relief. Thank goodness. We were worried sick when we couldn't find you, they quickly explained. We found some dead bodies in the woods. Someone must have done it. Putting on a terrified and helpless act, Nam Du-ryeon pointed in a direction. I was looking for you guys too. The killer. The killer is over there. But as they ran forward, he suddenly collapsed in exhaustion. The group panicked, quickly rushing over to him while calling out in distress. Nam Du-ryeon. Hey! The crowd started to panic. Are you hurt? Someone else yelled. I have a healing skill. Let me help. Weakly struggling to sit up, he looked at them and whispered gratefully. Thank you, guys. But in the next instant, a massive spray of blood erupted, leaving only Nam Du-ryeon's low, chilling voice echoing. Seriously, the woman who had just been so worried about him was now nothing but a shriveled corpse slumped on the ground. And she wasn't the only one. Nam Du-ryeon had slaughtered everyone in his group, leaving their bodies scattered across the blood-splattered ground. System notification. Serial killer skill activated. 10% of the target stats have been stolen. Karma points acquired. Suddenly, a jade necklace materialized around Nam Du-ryeon's neck. He looked up in surprise as the system's voice rang out. The dread of the living and the dead is pleased with Nam Du-ryeon's actions. The dread of the living and the dead has gifted the blade necklace to Nam Du-ryeon. The blade necklace's effect is active, increasing power by 10%. Reading the notification in disbelief, Nam Du-ryeon muttered. This power. Grinning widely, he said with glee. With this, I can definitely kill Seo Kang-rim. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa. But as he was laughing maniacally, a single drop of water suddenly fell onto his face. A sudden rain began to pour down heavily over the area, causing the surrounding water energy to surge. Gripping his sword, he cursed bitterly under his breath. Damn it! Rain! Water energy countered Nam Du-ryeon's attribute, reducing his power stats by 10%. The dread of the living and the dead tells you not to worry. The dread of the living and the dead says Seo Kang-rim's elemental attribute is fire. He is bound to be weakened as well. Knowing this, Nam Du-ryeon finally put his mind at ease. He sighed in relief. So he's also affected by elemental counters? What a relief. Under the gloomy sky, flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness. Nam Du-ryeon steeled his resolve. I have to find him before the downpour gets any worse. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim was frantically hacking away at trees in the forest. Every single swing of his blade was sharp and decisive. Suddenly, that familiar transparent figure approached him from behind. But Seo Kang-rim, completely absorbed in his work, had absolutely no idea. Wiping away his sweat, he let out a tired sigh and muttered, Just one more tree. But as he prepared to swing his sword, Nam Do-eun suddenly ambushed him from behind. Do-eun poured all his strength into a wild swing, aiming straight for him. But just as the blade was about to hit its mark, Kang-rim swung his sword backward, perfectly blocking the sneak attack. Do-eun's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he gasped, What? Do-eun unleashed a barrage of rapid slashes, forcing Kang-rim to retreat as he mocked him. Ha, what the hell is this? Kang-rim's expression turned grim. He stared at his chipped sword, his face growing even more serious. Right then, Do-eun lunged at him again, radiating pure bloodlust. He swung his sword with massive force, asking with a terrifying grin, Are you getting weak already? Do-eun launched a direct strike, but Kang-rim successfully blocked the blow. Both of them were pushed back, and Do-eun sneered. If I'd known you were this pathetic, I wouldn't have had to kill so many people. Do-eun continued his relentless assault, mocking him. How did you get this weak? Where are all your friends now? Wandering around all by yourself like this? At this point, you're practically begging to die, aren't you? Hearing the insults, Kang-rim only smiled instead of getting angry. Seeing him smile, Do-eun's face fell as he demanded, What are you laughing at? Their blades clashed and grated against each other, throwing off a shower of sparks. The sudden surge of power from Kang-rim's blade caught Do-eun off guard, making his hands tremble. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. announcing that Seo Kang-rim's attribute had been. Kang-rim's gaze sharpened as he glared directly at Do-won. The system voiced another alert. All decreased stats had been restored to normal. Kang-rim's blade scraped against Do-won's with such immense force that sparks flew, and the sheer power behind it made Do-won's hands and his sword shake uncontrollably. The water energy in the surrounding area was rapidly rising. Kang-rim unleashed a barrage of direct strikes, forcing Do-won to desperately retreat step by step. Seo Kang-rim's stats increased by 10% due to the bonus from his water attribute. The water energy in the area began to stack up. Meanwhile, Nam Do-won's stats fell by 20%. Forced back by the onslaught, Do-won slid backward, barely holding his guard up as he panicked. What? I thought Seo Kang-rim was supposed to be getting weaker. With a furious look on his face, Do-won immediately questioned his system. You told me Seo Kang-rim's attribute was fire. A bolt of lightning struck the tree right behind Kang-rim. With a cold expression, he questioned Do-won back. Is that what Naka told you? Kang-rim lunged at Do-won again. As their swords clashed, the intense friction caused both of their weapons to vibrate violently. Do-won strained with all his might to block the strike. A system message from the Fear of Life and Death warned, "We advise you not to believe those lies." The Fear of Life and Death system continued to state that even with attribute disadvantages, Nam Do-won was still fundamentally stronger than Seo Kang-rim. Hearing the system's reassurance, Do-won's face filled with renewed confidence as he grinned. Is that so? Having heard the system's broadcast as well, Kang-rim was slightly caught off guard. The two leaped apart, both sliding into offensive stances. Do-won spoke up. I don't know how you managed to change your attribute. With those words, Do-won charged and struck Kang-rim's sword directly, shattering it into pieces. Kang-rim's eyes widened with a mix of shock and dread. Do-won then kicked Kang-rim square in the stomach, sending him flying backward as he sneered. But I'm still way stronger than you. Do-won smirked, watching Kang-rim crash hard against a tree from the force of the kick. Do-won quickly closed the distance, lunging at Kang-rim who was clutching his stomach, struggling to stand. Kang-rim grabbed a wooden branch on the tree to steady himself as Do-won pointed the tip of his sword. Mocking him, Do-won sneered. That was fun. But don't worry, Seo Kang-rim. You won't be lonely. He wasn't just threatening Kang-rim, he was targeting his teammates and the people he cared about most. Because I'm going to. Do-won's face turned dark and sadistic as he threatened. Send every single one of your little friends right after you. But as Do-won choked him, something suddenly stabbed deep into his stomach. It was an object that Kang-rim was clutching in his hand. The grip on his throat loosened, leaving a raw red mark, as Kang-rim looked up and spat. Who's sending who to the grave? Do-won gasped in shock. No. This is impossible. A sharp wooden branch had completely run through Do-won's body. He collapsed to the ground, staring in sheer disbelief that a mere branch could do this. Kang-rim pulled the branch out of him, explaining coldly, No, it's not what you think. This isn't just a simple branch. Clutching his stomach, Do-won slumped to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and wound. Desperate, he cried out to his system, Nia, save me. But Kang-rim raised the bloody branch high, his eyes cold and lethal. It's too late. Right then, the system issued another alert. The Fear of Life and Death has temporarily lost connection. A flash of lightning ripped through the sky as Do-won's blood splattered onto the ground. Kang-rim calmly stepped forward, his boot splashing into a fresh puddle of rainwater. A surge of power erupted from deep within Kang Jin's body. His expression instantly turned lethal. Reaching his hand out, he muttered, I have it too. A power that could only be unleashed through cold-blooded slaughter. The system announced the activation of the Destiny Plunder skill. Kang Jin swung his sword, severing one of the monster's legs, sending its blood splattering everywhere. The gains from this Demon Realm run have truly exceeded my expectations, Kang Jin thought to himself, his eyes filled with deep contemplation. First, there's this lightning branch sword. It's still unforged, a tier 3 dragon-grade weapon, a blade crafted from an ancient tree struck by lightning. Staring at his map, Kang Jin scanned his surroundings, looking for anything out of the ordinary. I've turned this entire place upside down looking for it. He swung his sword wildly, hacking down every single tree in sight, leveling the entire area. Kang Jin even climbed up a tree to drive a metal rod into it. I even installed a lightning rod up there. While locked in battle with a giant mantis, Kang Jin thought, and I also managed to steal Namdu's stealth skill and equipment. And somehow, my destiny level has upgraded. Kang Jin thrust his blade deep into the giant mantis, sending its blood spraying. At the same time, a dark thought crossed his mind, except for one thing. Suddenly, Kang Jin collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony, while leaning heavily on his sword. A voice echoed inside his mind. You killed them. Why, Kang Jin? He covered his ears, desperately trying to shut out the voice, his face twisted in torment. Suddenly, a footstep approached, and someone called his name. Startled, he immediately spun around. What's wrong, Kang Jin? It was Go-jun. Clutching the severed head of the mantis from earlier, he questioned, why are you still wasting your time killing these stupid things? What about Dune? Kang Jin kept his head low, questioning him back. Aren't you supposed to be? Guarding the gate of the 4th district? What the hell are you doing here? With a furious expression, Kang Jin pressed his blade against Go-jun's neck, demanding answers. A truce? I just lost track of a murderer because of you. Go-jun calmly nudged the blade away from his neck, asking Kang Jin in return, what if I bring him right to you then? This is all just a massive misunderstanding. So, what do I have to do to earn your trust? Kang Jin silently analyzed him, thinking, I knew he would act like this ever since I saw Gunwoo lying dead. Kang Jin kept his sword pressed against Go-jun's neck, while Go-jun teased, I guess if making friends with you were easy, it wouldn't be any fun, right? Kang Jin thought, I suppose I can keep him around as a form of insurance. Lowering his sword, Kang Jin instructed Go-jun, if that's the case, do exactly as I say. Hearing Kang Jin's words, Go-jun instantly brightened up, unable to hide his excitement. All right, what should I do first? Pull out your map. The two of them placed their maps side by side. Go-jun asked in curiosity, how did you know I had this? Is it because you're a regressor? Kang Jin explained, the constellations watching us love to gossip. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The investigation progress has been updated. Kang Jin and Go-jun looked over at Kang Jin's map as Kang Jin explained the layout of the areas. There's an exit leading to another zone over here. Go block that path, so there's absolutely no way he can escape. Kang Jin sat before the carcass of a mantis, while Go-jun looked at him, resting his hand on his chin thoughtfully. I haven't heard from you in days, so I decided to drop by and check if everything was wrapped up. Holding a blue gem in his hand, Kang Jin explained his absence over the past few days. I couldn't find him either, so I shifted my focus to my own quest. Might as well get it over with. I assume he already fled anyway. Go-jun stepped up behind Kang Jin and lightly patted his shoulder. You're a terrible liar. I'm absolutely sure you killed him. Grabbing Kang Jin's necklace, Go-jun added, and I'm guessing you looted this from him too, right? You even swapped out your weapon. Hearing this, Kang Jin shot him a lethal glare. Kang Jin instantly slapped Go-jun's hand away from the necklace and sneered, is that so? Stop dragging me into whatever fantasy you've cooked up in your head. Kang Jin stood up, looking down at Go-jun as he explained, I seriously have no idea what happened to him. Well, if you say so. Kang Jin, with one hand on his sword and the other on his hip, looked down at Go-jun, who continued talking. But, if you actually did end him, Go-jun's face lit up with hopeful excitement as he tried to persuade him. You can totally tell me you know. I'm on your side after all. Go-jun kept his warm, friendly expression as Kang Jin remained silent. Then, turning away coldly, he snapped, I didn't do it, and quit acting like we're buddies. Go-jun squatted down and gave a gentle smile. Man, you're so cold. Resting his hands on his knees, he said, well, I guess I'd better go gather some soul jades then. Go-jun turned around and walked away, waving back at Kang Jin. Oh, by the way, it looks like Soo-ah was the first to complete the raid. Congratulations are in order. Hearing Go-jun's words, Kang Jin turned his head to look back at him. The system chimed, Soul Jades collected 1,000 out of 1,000. Kang Jin began harvesting the jades from the carcasses of the giant mantises. The system notified him that the Forest of Swords quest was complete. Perfect. A sudden shout caught everyone's attention, making them stop in their tracks. Master Kang Dai, please take us as your disciples. With an expressionless face, Kang Di sat sipping his drink and firmly turned them down. They weren't there to beg for food, but rather to beg him to take them in. I'll do my absolute best. I'll do whatever you say. I can even brew coffee and cook for you. Meanwhile, the girl who was sitting slammed her hands on the table and questioned him. Is it because we're too weak? We've even been blessed by the gods. Hearing the word gods, a golden aura of power suddenly erupted from Kang Di's body. As he questioned the gods in his mind, the system notified him that his destiny discovery skill had been activated. One of the girls explained, I was blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt, while the other girl excitedly chimed in, and I was blessed by the sun god. Hearing that, Kang-di immediately thought of two names. It had to be Apollo and Artemis. Holding his warm glass, his face remained completely blank. Those two gods perfectly match your attributes. Based on their names. Hearing him speak, one of the girls leaned on the table and asked, "So, will you take us in then?" Instead of answering, Kang-di looked serious and pointed to the sky. "Why don't you go ask your—" Hearing his words, both girls froze in shock. "What's wrong? Which god blessed you anyway?" Sitting across from them, Kang-di explained, "I haven't been blessed by anyone, but why not?" Kang-di looked down and sighed. "No god has any interest in me." One of the girls stood up, asking him with an excited look, "Oh really? How would you feel if it were the father of gods and humanity?" she asked, going on to explain, while the girl next to her just sat there, listening in confusion. When people are blessed by gods from the same faction, there's a synergy effect on their skills. Before she could finish, the other girl quickly covered her mouth to stop her from talking. The other girl forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. "Actually, my sister Soo-ah doesn't care much for divine blessings anyway." "What about you?" Soo-ah sat beside her, frowning deeply at her sister's antics. "Why did you do that?" Hearing her question, Kang-di awkwardly waved his hands in refusal. "Yeah, I have no plans to accept any god's protection right now. And I'm not—" His words made her anxious, and she couldn't help but wonder to herself, "Did I hear that right?" Leaning his hands on the table, Kang-di fell deep into thought, while the girl wondered, is there a reason he doesn't want to be blessed? Then, Kang-di suddenly sighed and scratched his head. "Like I said last time, my skills aren't good enough to teach you guys yet." But then, a sudden noise echoed from a distance. The two girls immediately looked over and saw a man collapsing right at the entrance. One of them gasped in worry. Kang-di also stood up and followed her gaze. It's Johan, lying exhausted on the floor. "Wait, isn't that the first room?" Kang-di rushed over to Johan and asked, "Are you okay, father?" Johan could only hang his head and reply wearily, "I'm fine, thank you." Johan rubbed his forehead as Kang-di asked, "Are you still having trouble taking down monsters?" "Yeah." Johan's eyes filled with sadness as he murmured, "I still get terrified every time I face those monsters." Kang-di crossed his arms, thinking this was perfect timing, while the girl behind him cleared her throat awkwardly, covering her mouth. Johan looked down, blaming himself. "As an awakener, I can't even defeat a single monster. How pathetic for a priest." With a warm smile, Kang-di asked in a gentle voice, "Would you like me to give you a hand? Time to make some money." Kang-di placed a hand on Johan's shoulder, and the older man looked up in surprise. "Oh, you would help me?" The two girls behind them raised their hands excitedly. "Master, we want to help too." Without a second thought, Kang-di instantly crushed their hopes. "You two need to train more. If you behave, I might consider letting you tag along later." Hearing his words, the girls jumped for joy and ran off. "Yay!" He looked after them, thinking to himself, "I only said I'd consider it, you dummies. Are you sure? I feel like I'll only be a burden to you." Offering his hand to Johan, Kang-di thought to himself, "A burden? Actually, I plan on doing exactly what Dogun did in my past life." A surge of energy radiated from Kang-di's body. "We should all help each other." Seeing the power emanating from Kang-di, Johan was utterly shocked. As the system displayed Priest Johan's stats, a Tier 3 Dragon Disciple with the Earth attribute, blessed by the Divine Healer, Kang-di asked, "Shall we get going now?" The Hand of the Divine Healer, a Tier 1 Phantom subclass, can cure wounds, bleeding, paralysis, and poison. The higher the skill quality, the less mana it consumes and the faster the healing time. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey leader, you seem to be in a great mood today." Gongdu, who was sitting down holding a glass, chimed in. "That's because the first person to clear the stage is from our district," the blue-haired hunter added, "and their clear time was way faster than Area 1. After saying that, even Gongdu couldn't help but praise him. "Yeah, it really is amazing." Just as he was about to take a sip of his drink, a voice suddenly called out from the door. Out of nowhere, someone spoke up. "Oh, looks like the beautiful team leader is here too." Hearing those words, Gongdu flew into a rage, squeezing the glass in his hand so hard that the water splashed everywhere. He immediately glared at the door and questioned Dongryu. "What the hell are you doing here?" Outside, team leader Seomoon Dongryu stood by the door, waving with a bright smile. "Oh, I heard the news, so I thought I should come over and congratulate you. I heard the first person to clear the trial came from District 2. Congratulations." Folding her arms across her chest, team leader Dongryu added, "So next time, District 1 and District 2 will face off." Gongdu replied, his expression far from friendly. Yep. Seomoon Dongryu, who belonged to the Destiny Protection Agency, walked right up to Gung-do. Folding her arms, she asked, "Hey, want to make a wager?" Sitting with his legs crossed, he asked, "A wager? On who clears the next stage with the highest difficulty first?" "Between your trainee," Gung-do thought as he glared angrily at Dongryu, "and mine. Who do you think will win?" Gung-do remained seated, asking, "Fine. What's the stake?" Dongryu put a hand to her chin, pretending to think. "The loser has to grant one wish for the winner. What do you think?" "A wish?" Dongryu smirked, looking at Gung-do. "What's wrong, scared?" Incited by her provocation, Gung-do immediately stood up and stepped right in front of her. "Why on earth would I be scared when it's an obvious victory for my trainee?" Dongryu asked with a beaming smile. "So, you're accepting the bet?" "Of course." Having gotten exactly what she wanted, Dongryu immediately turned to leave, waving goodbye as she went. "Great. I'm really looking forward to it. See you around." She stepped out and shut the door behind her. Now, only 3 people were left in the room. Gung-do, with a terrifying expression, looked at his 2 subordinates and asked, "You 2 heard that, right?" Seeing his face, the other 2 instantly trembled in fear. "We must win." Gung-do's eyes burned with determination. He had to issue a special warning. Meanwhile, Kang Jin was pouring spirit pearls from his small pouch into a container. "Here, take this." The system alerts chimed repeatedly. Spirit pearls collected, 135 out of 1,000. Spirit pearls collected, 1,000 out of 1,000. The system rang out again. "You have cleared the trial of the Sword Forest room." Johan's bag was now completely packed with spirit pearls. A dimensional portal opened up behind Kang Jin. Looking at the mountain of spirit pearls, Johan couldn't believe his eyes. "This is absolutely unbelievable. You've worked so hard over the last 2 days," Johan said as he treated the wounds on Kang Jin's hands. "You worked hard treating me too." After his wounds from the snow ferrets were healed, Johan suddenly fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands as a dark aura of gloom surrounded him. "That's nothing. I'm just so useless." Seeing him like this, Kang Jin gently comforted him. "That's more than enough." He leaned down, placed his hand on Johan's shoulder, and spoke softly. "Everyone just needs to play their part. It's just that others haven't realized your true value yet." Kang Jin smiled warmly and asked, "So, are we ready to head into the 5th room?" Looking at Kang Jin's face, Johan's eyes welled up with deep admiration. "Oh, what a devoted follower." The 2 of them stepped into the portal together. Kang Jin asked, "Did you get the message from Anavichatia?" Hearing the question, Johan smiled faintly and replied, "Yes. It won't be as quick as this room, so you'd better prepare yourself well." A system notification popped up. "Attention, trainees. Since someone has cleared the Sword Forest room, we will now open the 5th room. This demon realm requires you to stay inside much longer than the other rooms. Please prepare thoroughly before entering this room." Some voices nearby could be heard discussing, "The first team went in 5 days ago, so we'll head in tomorrow morning. All right, let's meet in front of the totem tomorrow morning." Kang Jin and Johan then exited the portal together. The moment they stepped out of the portal, a vast, sweeping coastline stretched out before them. Catching sight of the ocean, Johan couldn't help but marvel at its beauty, shouting out in pure delight, "This place is absolutely stunning. I can't believe this is the demon realm." Kang Jin just looked at him silently. Johan stood before the system interface, which read, "You have entered the Karma Room. This room has a special condition." The screen displayed the first rule. First, the reward for the first person to clear the room depends on the difficulty. Second, the item shop is forbidden. Third, you cannot leave the room until you clear the trial. Reading these conditions, Kang Jin thought to himself, "That third condition really put me through hell in my past life." Beside him, Johan was reading intently. Clear condition. Obtain 30 of these to return to the lobby. Standing behind Kang Jin, Johan said, "It won't even tell us what the clear condition actually means. Yeah, we probably just have to pick up whatever we find. Everything is shrouded in mystery." "I wonder if that's why this place is called the Karma Room. Is it about uncovering secrets and exposing them?" Kang Jin smirked and explained, "No, it's not that kind of karma. In Korean, running your mouth has 2 meanings. One is exposing secrets, and the other is literally the sin of speaking ill of others. Sticking your tongue out to mock someone means you will get your tongue cut off." Kang Lim hammered the nail to secure the tent rope. The fire was lit, and the wood started to burn. Seeing how quickly Kang Lim handled everything, Johan could not help but gasp in awe. Wow, Johan exclaimed, holding a bundle of firewood in his arms. I was pretty worried when I saw the conditions, but with this, we do not need to head back anymore, Kang-rim explained, wiping his forehead. Buying this before coming here was definitely the right call. Kang-rim muttered to Johan as he poured something into the fire. I am going to check out the area. You wait here, okay? Johan sat warming himself by the fire, wondering, I wonder what that stuff he just poured in was. What is it? It is to create a scent that keeps monsters away. With that, Kang-rim turned around and walked away, thinking to himself that the shelter was sorted out. He approached a stream and thought, next, he needed to find some food. An orchard appeared before him, the trees heavy with delicious fruit, but it could not fool Kang-rim. This looks way too fake, like some kind of bait. Nearby monsters were eating the fallen fruit. There are even monsters guarding this place. Looking at the fresh, juicy green fruit on the trees, someone wondered if they were really going to be a problem. At this rate, we are going to starve to death. We should just go to Soo-ah's camp instead. Hearing Soo-ah's name, Sang-won immediately lost his temper and barked, I told you to stop bringing up Soo-ah's name. I would rather jump into a fire and end it all than ask that woman for help. Sang-won remembered the past when Soo-ah laughed at him while he was telling a story. We are clearly not a match, so we cannot get anything done. How could I ever go crawl to a woman who rejected me? Back then, Soo-ah had a cold look when she shot him down, saying, I have absolutely no intention of dating you, so please just go away. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Sang-won and his friends crouched in the bushes, looking out. Whatever, just kill the monsters and grab the fruit. We need to move while we still have the energy, one of Sang-won's friends asked. Why are we always the ones doing the heavy lifting? What did you even buy all those weapons for? Sang-won just calmly replied, for self-defense. If I had to fight myself, what the hell did I hire you guys for? He yelled, go on, I am paying you to do this. Hearing the order, his henchmen charged forward and drove the monsters away. They easily slaughtered the monsters. Alright, these beasts are weaker than they look. Once the hired crew cleared out the monsters, Sang-won stepped out from the bushes to inspect the scene. They are all dead, right? Looks like it. Sang-won stood below, cheering them on. Gather all the fruit we can carry before more of them show up. When I was a kid, my nickname was Little Monkey. Is that because of your face? The hired crew kept picking fruit for him, while Sang-won just stood there, looking down and wondering, what is this? Sang-won stared at a monster lying on the ground, thinking, why is this thing so scrawny? He was deeply confused. There is so much fruit here. Why are they starving? His guardian spirit spoke up to explain. Because if you eat the fruit without permission, the master of this orchard will rip your tongue out. Sang-won stared at the dead monster, realized what master meant, and in the distance, a swarm of aggressive monsters rushed toward them. The forest god warned. How rude of you. His guardian spirit warned. Run, Sang-won. A red-eyed monkey monster appeared, as the forest god threatened, before your tongues disappear forever. As the red-furred monkeys lunged at them, Sang-won screamed at his men in terror. Run! They scrambled to escape, but the monkeys were hot on their heels. Sang-won ran as fast as his legs could carry him. His hired men bolted past him, leaving him behind, while the monkeys kept closing in. Hey, wait! You are supposed to protect me! Finally, one of the monkeys grabbed Sang-won. The monkey reached its hand into his mouth, trying to rip his tongue out. Sang-won's face went pale as he shrieked, You useless bastards! Suddenly, a monkey spotted something, and looked up just as a sword flew straight toward the one pinning Sang-won down. Sang-won watched in sheer terror, his eyes wide open as tears started to stream down his face. The person who just saved him spoke, I guess your life is just destined to be saved by others. It was Kang-rim who saved him, wearing a gentle, teasing smile. You are really lucky, but you had better watch your back from now on. Sang-won remembered what Kang-rim had told him before, about how his destiny was set for self-destruction. Inside, Sang-won screamed his name, not Kang-rim. Sang-won wiped his tears but still snapped back at Kang-rim defensively. What do you want? Who said I needed your help? The terror on his face had completely vanished, replaced by pure rage. He roared, Do you think I am just going to forgive everything you did just because you saved me? Kang-rim pulled his sword out of the dead monkey and turned to look back at Sang-won. Don't worry, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't help you. A strange substance splattered all over Sang-won. He frowned in anger and growled, What did you say, you bastard? Kang-rim steadily swung his sword to fight off the monsters, not forgetting to turn back and warn Sang-won. Hey, Sang-hwan, shouldn't you be running away right now? From afar, the group that Sang-hwan was with came running over. Kang-rim knocked the monsters away from one of the people in Sang-hwan's group. Johan stood up and apologized to him. I am deeply sorry. I had no idea you were left behind. The person they hired mentioned Kang-rim, thankful that Seo Kang-rim had saved his life. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in fury. Sang-hwan's face twisted into a vicious scowl. I will never forgive you. Seo Kang-rim? Alone, Kang-rim fought off the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him from behind. Without even looking back, Kang-rim used one hand to incinerate it. Looking at the monsters scattered across the ground, Kang-rim thought to himself, are they all dead? I should feed it while there is no one around. Kang-rim pulled a small egg out of his pocket. It had sharp teeth and was licking its lips, staring greedily at the monsters below. But instead of feeding it the monsters, Kang-rim held a green apple out to it. Here is your food. The little egg finally ate the apple from his hand. Meanwhile, Kang-rim looked at the monsters scattered on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. As for his own food, he placed a piece of meat on the fire to grill. Johan asked curiously, is this from that monster from last time? Yeah, it is. Kang-rim replied, holding the fragrant piece of meat in his hand. Do you remember when I asked you for help last time? I do. But how can I help you? Kang-rim then opened his mouth and took a huge bite of the meat. But the meat was not delicious at all. A strange black liquid squirted out of it. Seeing this, Johan's eyes widened in disbelief as he called out his name. Seo Kang-rim. Kang-rim wiped his mouth with his hand. All the monsters down in this abyss are poisonous. Johan asked in shock. Poisonous? Right after, a purple liquid began spraying from Kang-rim's ears. Looking completely lifeless, he said, so, please heal me. With that, Kang-rim handed Johan a bottle of water, which was mana recovery tea. Johan sweated profusely, completely flustered. Drink it if you need to. I trust you. Right then, the system announced the activation of the healing hand skill. Johan did his best to heal Kang-rim, who had already started hallucinating, waving his hand toward empty space. Oh, look, someone is waving at me from the other side of the river. No matter what, you must not follow them. Kang-rim still continued to eat the poisonous meat. Seeing this, Johan desperately tried to stop him from doing something so foolish. Why are you doing this to yourself? You poor child, please stop. Notifications chimed continuously. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. Finally, Johan managed to cure Kang-rim. Calmly, Kang-rim said, all right, I think that is enough practice. Yeah, I think the toxin is getting weaker now that my body is adapting to it. Hearing this, Johan's relief quickly turned to sheer shock. Really? Wait, what? Kang-rim held the poisoned meat in his hand. Now, I need to eat it raw. I have prepared myself for this. Terrified, Johan covered his face with both hands, unable to believe his eyes. It seemed Kang-rim still had not snapped out of his delirium. The system notification chimed again. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. Healing hand skill activated. You have acquired the poison resistance skill. Kang-rim stared at the notification window with a serious look on his face. Ah, I am good now. Johan let out a sigh of relief, though his body was still trembling. Are you done? Yeah, all done. Thank you. Before Kang-rim could even finish his sentence, Johan collapsed. Father. Kang-rim silently looked down at Johan lying on the ground. You did a great job, father. Johan mumbled in his sleep. You poor child. Please, do not poison yourself anymore. Kang-rim thought to himself. This took a lot longer than I expected. The grade is pretty low too. Poison resistance. Rank 3. Insect class. Grants resistance to various types of poisons. However, the higher the level of the enemy, the less Kang-rim recalled, thinking it was a good thing he had fed the priest items to boost his mana beforehand. The herbal medicine alone gave a 10% mana boost, ginseng extract gave a 5% mana recovery boost, and 5-color dumplings increased mana recovery by 5%. Otherwise, he probably would have passed away from total mana depletion. Kang-rim walked over to where Johan was lying and gently shook him. Wake up, father. With a sharp look in his eyes, Kang-rim wished he could let him rest since he had worked so hard, but there was no time. Kang-rim slowly opened the tent, but others would not let them rest so easily. Kang-rim dashed outside and pressed his sword against the intruder's neck, making them shriek in terror. Hearing the commotion, Johan immediately sat up and asked, Hey, what's going on? Kang-rim could now clearly see who the intruders were. He knew they would show up eventually. Sang-hwan's men were closing in on Kang-rim's tent. We are under attack. Kang-rim instructed, I am going to handle them outside. Don't come out no matter what happens, but yell if anything goes wrong. Johan replied, got it. The ambushers began whispering to each other. I thought they would still be asleep. Meanwhile, Kang-rim thought, did they really think I would not realize they came from District 1? The level 1, human-type hunter spoke up. Hey, we'll let you go if you just hand over your food. Another grade 3 ghost-type guy chimed in, shouting, we're just robbers, not murderers. But Kang Jin wasn't buying it, and immediately exposed their lies. We're going to starve to death if we don't have food here, and yet you're saying that taking our food isn't the same as killing us? He thought to himself, I heard that the conflicts in District 1 were bad in my past life, but this is ridiculous. Testing the waters, he asked, what if I refuse to hand over the food? They replied, then we'll take it by force. And just like that, one of them lunged at him, swinging his sword with lightning speed. But Kang Jin dodged it with ease, avoiding the blow completely and quickly overpowering his opponent, locking him by the head. With one swift, clean kick to the knee, he brought the guy crashing down. Meanwhile, Kang Jin realized something was off. With their skills and attributes, they should have been able to find food easily around here. While lost in thought, he took down another guy. But they seemed completely fearless, charging at him like moths to a flame. Kang Jin wondered if they were just trying to pick a fight. Realizing they were outmatched, the grade 1 human-type guy yelled to his team, damn it, this bastard is too strong, retreat and warn the captain. Hearing this, Kang Jin was caught off guard, and taking advantage of his momentary distraction, they suddenly lobbed a smoke bomb at him. The blast filled the air with thick white smoke, completely blinding him. Meanwhile, Johan was shivering in fear, huddled in a dark corner. Startled by the loud bang, he whipped his head around, his mind racing in panic at the sound of the explosion. He rushed out of the tent, calling out, are you okay? I'm coming. But then, Johan suddenly remembered Kang Jin's warning. Stay inside no matter what happens. He froze in his tracks. What can I even do? If I go out there? Wait. Think about why he told you to stay inside in the first place. It's because you'll only get in his way and be a burden. But is it really okay to just keep hiding like this? Right as Johan was spiraling in anxiety, the tent flap was suddenly pulled open. He flinched, but luckily, it was just Kang Jin. He explained that they had used a smoke bomb to make their escape. Johan anxiously asked, are you hurt anywhere? To which he replied, no, I'm fine. Johan pressed further. Why do you think they attacked us? Kang Jin answered, they wanted our food. Johan was taken aback. Food? Kang Jin briefly explained the situation, noting that conflicts between districts had been bad ever since the previous demon realm, sometimes even leading to murder. He gasped in shock, murder. But Kang Jin's tone remained completely calm and detached. I figure it's going to be the same this time around. We need to watch our backs around anyone we don't know. Johan hung his head, asking sheepishly, would it be better if I didn't tag along with you? Kang Jin looked at him, confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? Growing more flustered, Johan replied, I'm just holding you back and being a burden. Besides, what's the point of completing my training if I'm just relying on others? Do you think An-nabi was right? When she said people with no will to fight are completely useless? Kang Jin thought to himself, what on earth is he talking about? He calmed down and said, Father, do you remember what I told you? The others just haven't recognized your talent yet. Right now, people can only go back and heal up using relics. And healing potions are distributed daily. But what about after training? That's when the real trial begins. Once those people realize just how insanely expensive recovery potions are, Johan gasped in realization. And here I am, completely empty-handed. Kang Jin continued. The party that kicked you out is going to regret it deeply. After all, I'll do the fighting while you handle the healing. I don't really believe in destiny or fate, but I can promise you one thing, you're going to save countless lives in the future. So, do you still want to give up? Johan asked himself in disbelief. Can I really save people? Finding his resolve, he replied, no, I won't give up. So please help me. Kang Jin chuckled. Help you? Kang Jin said, of course. I still need your help, father. Tomorrow, I think I'll eat some poisoned food again. Johan was left utterly speechless. Huh? 3 days later, the siblings, Junbeom and Jeon, came running in high spirits. Soo-ah, we're back. We're here. She turned around with a bright smile. Welcome back. Did you guys get the supplies? Jeon replied with a sigh. No, not yet. I think we need to head deeper into the forest. The others are just too weak to be of any real help. Junbeom chimed in. You shouldn't talk like that. They're all trying their best to help us. The boy sighed, and Soo-ah agreed. I think so too. Jian looked a bit embarrassed. I mean, obviously, if we tag along with him, we'd learn so much more and have an easier time, even though he's probably already deep inside the forest by now. Jian crossed her arms. That's exactly what I was thinking, Soo-ah spoke up. We have to do our absolute best until Kang-jin finishes scouting the area and figures out the best move. The two siblings looked curious. When do you think he'll be back, sis? Soo-ah replied, I'm not sure, probably today. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. How did you even get in here? The three of them looked up in surprise as a man stepped inside, calling out, Soo-ah. She was startled to hear her name. It was Go-jun. He asked, Have you seen Kang-jin? She replied, I guess not. Jian barked angrily. How did you get past all the traps we laid out there? He casually replied, I easily disarmed them. You guys really need to do a better job setting those up. Soo-ah asks, highly alert. What are you doing here? I thought you always work alone. Go-jun chuckles. I'm looking for Seo Kang-rim. I'm pretty sure Seo Kang-rim is here because the gods told me he's close by. She replies that they haven't seen him anywhere, but Go-jun hints mockingly. Do you think he'd show up if I got rid of some of the useless junk around here? Angered by his words, John snaps. Are you talking about us? Go-jun defends himself. Oh, no, you guys are support roles. I just meant there's way too much useless garbage lying around. Soo-ah steps in front of the two girls, glaring at him. Is that really how you view and judge other people? Suddenly, he tosses an apple toward her. Oh, that's right. Soo-ah, here, take this. The system chimes in. You have received the overwhelming scent fruit. You have cleared the low-difficulty Chamber of Malicious Tongues quest. She frowns and says, I already have plenty of these. Go-jun laughs. Ah, so you already know about them? Well, I'd love to team up with you girls. I can't find Seo Kang-rim, but since you guys are at least useful support, before he can even finish, an arrow whizzes right past his ear. John glares and says, I have no intention of teaming up with you. Ryunbom frantically waves her arms, pleading, John, stop it. Suddenly, Go-jun's face twists into a terrifying expression. Then I guess I'll just have to persuade you by force. But before he can make a move, juice from the apple splatters all over his hand. Soo-ah had crushed the fruit in anger. You'd better back off before we make you bleed. Go-jun smirks, highly amused. Oh? You? Just you? He reaches behind his back, gripping his sword. In an instant, a heavy wave of pure killing intent radiates from him. Fine by me. Fighting you sounds way more fun than fighting that guy anyway. Ryunbom desperately tries to break them apart, crying out, Everyone, please calm down. Just then, someone runs in, completely out of breath. Miss Soo-ah, I think someone is cooking monster meat nearby. She gasps in shock. Cooking? Really? Go-jun, however, lights up with excitement. Aha, coming here was definitely the right move. So, where is this chef? Sure enough, at the spot they were talking about, someone is sitting down, happily cooked. Today marks the 10th day since the first team stepped into this place. By now, most of the other hunters have probably run completely out of the rations they brought along. The only food available around here consists of wild berries and toxic plants or beasts. Seo Kang-rim realizes that the value of actual edible food is about to skyrocket. For regular trainees who only earn about 100 soul jades a day, it's a fortune. Suddenly, Go-jun and Soo-ah rush over. Go-jun calls out to Seo Kang-rim, who casually replies, Oh, hello there, Miss Soo-ah. She looks at him in sheer panic. Seo Kang-rim, you can't eat that. Almost everything in this demon realm is extremely poisonous, if it's made from these plants, but he calmly scoops up a hot bowl of soup and hands it to her. Don't worry, I already removed all the toxins. I just needed to mix in the antidote. Soo-ah's eyes widen. You actually know how to neutralize poison? Before she can take the bowl, Go-jun suddenly lunges forward and snatches it right out of her hands. Thanks for the food, Seo Kang-rim. Seeing this, he demands 1,000 soul jades for the bowl. Go-jun grunts, Man, that's steep. Fine, here you go. Soo-ah hesitates for a moment, but still says, I'll buy one too. But to her surprise, he only charges her 200 jades. Go-jun immediately complains, Hey, why is there such a massive price difference? Seo Kang-rim shrugs, My soup, my rules, and by the way, no refunds. Go-jun sighs. Well, I guess Soo-ah is the female lead after all, but she still has to pay? Ignoring him, Seo Kang-rim calls out to the crowd, Fresh, hot soup right here. Just 200 sold. A little while later, everyone buys his soup, eating happily. Seo Kang-rim turns to the two and asks, Are you both looking for items above the intermediate rank? Soo-ah nods. Yes, we are, and I was actually hoping you would help us out. He turns to Gojin. And what about you? Gojin immediately seizes the opportunity to recruit him. Well, things haven't been going smoothly because of the mess over in Zone 1. But honestly, if I'm teaming up with you, there's absolutely nothing we can't do. We'd finish this whole thing in no time if we didn't have to babysit all these useless side characters. Soo-ah immediately shoots him down. In a crisis like this, we should be looking out for each other and working together. Gojin scoffs. Oh please. Have you ever seen a main character party with more than 10 people in it? She snaps back. We are not characters in your stupid web novel. Seo Kang-rim lets out a forced laugh. Honestly, you two should probably just team up with each other. I mean, Gojin could easily go back to the camp and form an investigation team, but neither of them is willing to back down an inch. No, I want to work with you, they both shout at the same time. A few moments later, they step inside the tent. He sighs. Look, no matter what you two say, I have absolutely no intention of teaming up with either of you. Soo-ah desperately tries to persuade him. It's going to be incredibly difficult for you to handle the people from Zone 1 all by yourself. They've been actively interfering with everyone in the strangest ways. Every single time we run into them, a fight breaks out. Seo Kang-rim raises an eyebrow. Is that so? Internally, he notes that he definitely needs to investigate the situation in Zone 1. He realizes that bringing the priest along with him would only overcomplicate things. Turning to the priest, he suggests, in that case, Father, I think it's best if you stay behind at this camp. Father Johann looks deeply worried. By myself? I can't just let you go out there alone. Seo Kang-rim gets straight to the point, saying, honestly, Father, if you come with me, I won't be able to fully focus. Turning to Soo-ah, he asks, could I leave him in your care? Soo-ah nods warmly. Of course you can. Seo Kang-rim then turns back to comfort the anxious priest. You'll be much safer staying here, and honestly, you'll have plenty of opportunities to put your abilities to good use. Johann still wants to argue, but Seo Kang-rim firmly cuts him off. I can handle this on my own. As he prepares to leave, Soo-ah calls out, all right, but if anything goes wrong, please let us know immediately. With that, Seo Kang-rim begins his journey, venturing deep into the wild orchard forest. Suddenly, the voice of the red mythical god echoes in his mind. Hey, Seo Kang-rim, you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? These monsters are way too weak. Go deeper, Kang-rim. The purple myth asked if the monsters there were any stronger. The deity replied that they were much stronger. He munched on an apple as he walked, lost in thought. Finally, the six-pillar fruit has appeared. It's about time they showed up, isn't it? The system notified him that his senses were being sharpened. Right at that moment, Seo Kang-rim sensed a massive creature approaching. To his absolute shock, a gust of wind whipped up from his right, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Seo Kang-rim quickly drew his sword. How did it get this close without me even noticing? No way, where did it even come from? As the monster lunged at him, the system notification popped up, showing that Loner's fate was being activated. Suddenly, the beast lost sight of its target. Seo Kang-rim had already vanished into thin air, leaving only the six-pillar fruit sitting alone on the ground. He scrambled up a nearby branch and set the leaves on fire. Seeing the sudden burst of flames, the monster panicked. Leaping down, he ambushed the beast with his cactus-shaped weapon, bringing it down in a single blow. Seo Kang-rim was amazed. Is this really what it's like to have top-tier gear? I guess I won't be able to use this against the people from Sector 1. If I use this on them, there's no way they'll make it out alive. Now, what should I do first? Should I check where it came from? A moment later, the system notified him again. You have received the item, Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. You have cleared the Chamber of Bone Penance, intermediate difficulty. He sat on a branch, eating the fruit, while planning his next move. First, I need to focus on raising my poison resistance. I wonder if Sector 1 has even reached this point yet. Quite a few trees had already been completely stripped of their fruit. His deity wondered out loud, why is he eating the raid rewards? A notification popped up. You have consumed a Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. Mana and experience have increased. Poison resistance has been enhanced. The purple myth explained that it does increase mana and poison resistance. The red myth chimed in, I suppose that's exactly why the Fate Protection Bureau chose this place. The purple myth asked, how many more of those does he plan on eating anyway? The red myth groaned, just watching him eat is making me sick of fruit. Right then, the holographic screen showed that his poison resistance had leveled up to insect rank, Tier 1. Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim slipped, and as he looked up, a heavenly fragrance fruit had dropped right onto someone's head. They barked in annoyance. What the hell? Where did that thing drop from? Hey, aren't you Seo Kang-rim from Sector 2? Surprised, he asked. How do you know my name? The brown-haired guy replied, That doesn't matter. I think our captain wants to have a word with you. Why don't you come with us? If you cooperate, we'll let this slide. The green-haired guy glared and grumbled. I'm the one who gets to decide that. Don't you remember how those guys from Team 1 ran away after running into him? They said he's insanely strong. Seo Kang-rim thought to himself. Their captain. Is he one of the bastards who ambushed me on the first day? The purple myth chimed in. Kang-rim has some pride, you know. The red myth agreed, as if he'd just quietly followed. But just a second later, he hopped down from the tree and agreed. Sure, why not? The brown-haired guy grinned. Great. Let's go then. The purple myth was dumbfounded. He's actually going. The three of them then headed towards Sector 1. They explained, This is where we camp. But we have to walk a bit further. Seo Kang-rim looked around as he walked. There seemed to be twice as many people here compared to his own sector. They were watching him, but they didn't seem to be on guard at all. The crowd in Sector 1 began whispering, Who's that? Why is Seo Kang-rim from Sector 2 here? Is that him? Seo Kang-rim was pushed into a large tent. Get in there. A voice from inside asked, You're Seo Kang-rim, right? Highly alert, he countered. And who are you? Hong Jong-hoon from Sector 1. Nice to meet you. Seo Kang-rim silently sized him up. He even has a weapon that high tier. The Heavenly Fire Spear. Copy. Dragon rank, Tier 3. A polearm with multiple functions, including thrusting, slashing, and bludgeoning, and it boasts massive destructive power. Now I see how Sector 1 was always at the forefront of clearing the demon realms in my past regression. After a brief pause, Seo Kang-rim asked, What do you want? His eyes instantly turned hostile as he thrust the Heavenly Fire Spear forward. Were we a bit too rude? The tip of the spear grazed his forehead, yet Seo Kang-rim remained completely unfazed, not moving an inch. Slightly taken aback, Jong-hoon said, All right, work with us. What do you say, Seo Kang-rim? He wiped the blood from his forehead and casually asked, Is that it? It seems like you haven't thought of any convincing terms yet. Too bad, but I intend to be the first one to clear this room. I'm leaving. As soon as Seo Kang-rim took a step out, they blocked his path. Jong-hoon called out, Hey, I think you've got it all wrong. Once you're here, you don't have a choice. If you don't cooperate, you'll have to pay with your life. Calmly, he pulled out a golden card. If you kill me, you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble. He froze. Engraved on the card was the phrase Avenger, token of vengeance, Gungdu. If the owner of this item is killed by another person, a mark of vengeance will be branded onto the killer. That person will then become the target of Captain Gungdu from the Fate Protection Bureau. He wondered, will Captain Gungdu really come to hunt me down if I kill this guy? So, those two are equal in status. The Dongryu division leader sent me this weapon, along with a message saying he'd reward me if I clear this room first. He sighs. So you got the message too? He asks in surprise. Recalling what happened a few days ago, the system had notified him of a message from Gung Du-young. A challenge for the trainee with the best performance. Clear the Mouth Karma room on the highest difficulty and become the first to finish. You will receive a reward if you succeed. To help you, I will provide a temporary item. The Fate Protection Gear. Team 2's captain, Gung Du-young. He thinks to himself, so this guy received that weapon from the Sector 1 captain? Looks like there's some serious rivalry between the captains too. Suddenly, Jae-hoon speaks up. Wait, listen up. I have an announcement. No one is allowed to kill Seo Kang-rim here. He has a strange item, and if we accidentally kill him, the killer will lose their life too. So, Team 4, back off. He impatiently asks, Hey, can I leave now? But then, he turns around and tells the rest to beat the bastard half to death. As Jae-hoon swings his spear, he orders his men to capture him. The lackeys charge instantly, but he keeps his cool and fires back. I wouldn't have come here if I were that easy to catch. He then delivers a hard blow to one guy's ribs. The others rush him, only to end up slammed onto the ground. Just then, the system shows that the solitary loner skill has been activated. Kang-rim takes this chance to slip past the encirclement. Realizing he's nowhere to be seen, they panic. What the? He disappeared. Close the circle so he can't escape. Kang-rim blindsides one of them. Someone spots him and yells, Over there! What is that? Teleportation? Kang-rim darts from one spot to another, throwing the crowd into utter chaos. Jae-hoon screams in anger, Damn it, stop spreading out, stand close together. He didn't disappear. We just can't see him. Don't give him any room to move. Meanwhile, he stands off to the side, smiling calmly. Too late. With that, Kang-rim drops some berries onto the ground. Taken aback, they look down. What is this on the ground? It smells amazing. He thinks to himself, I only came here because I was curious why Sector 1 and my sector had such a bitter feud in my past life. But as it turns out, the Fate protection gear was the root of it all. While lost in thought, he sets their tents on fire, making the crowd scream in panic. What the? Monsters are coming from over there. Put out the fire first. Meanwhile, he casually walks away. Soo-ah once mentioned that they took hostages and even killed people. But all of that was simply for the reward. I can't let the past repeat itself just for a reward. So, what should I do? Returning to Sector 2, he dumps all the fruit out of the box and says, Everyone, please listen up. As you all know, there are people from other sectors here as well. Last night, I overheard that they're planning to ambush us here. Soo-ah gasps. An ambush? Kang-rim replies, yes, so, here's my proposal. I'm going to give you all these things called heavenly fragrance fruits. They will help us clear the room on medium difficulty. For free? Hearing this, the students' eyes light up. For free? But you were just selling soup for 2,000 soul jades earlier. So, why don't you all get out of here before they arrive? I have plenty of them, he says. So make sure to let the others who aren't here know as well. I'll be taking my leave now, before I change my mind. Everyone smiles happily. Thank you, Seo Kang-rim. Suddenly, Soo-ah runs up. Wait, are you planning to clear it only on medium difficulty? Kang-rim replies coldly. What I plan to do is none of your business. He thinks to himself that Soo-ah isn't the type of person to put her teammates in danger for someone else, but she's always been a little greedy. He waves his hand dismissively. I'm not even a member here anyway. He mutters under his breath. So just get everyone out of here. In this life, I'm not your teammate. Soo-ah watches his retreating back in silence. Kang-rim uses his solitary loner skill to avoid being detected. Last time I ran into monsters here, they appeared out of nowhere. But monsters don't just pop up out of thin air for no reason. They're creatures of the demon realm, so they must have a habitat, just like a yeti's nest. So, where did this bunch come from? He finds a tiny cave right under a tree trunk. Found it, but how did it get inside? Kang-rim then activates his special skill and squeezes his way in. Slithering down the dirt slope, he thinks, it's much bigger in here than I thought. He then conjures a flame to light his path. After walking for a while, he finally reaches a bright spot. Kang-rim stands frozen at the sight before him. Ahead lies a breathtaking garden. The blue myth speaks up, what a magnificent sight. The red myth is equally amazed. To think a place like this existed here. The purple myth wonders, wait, isn't this where the monsters live? Hearing this, the red myth warns, be careful, they could jump out from anywhere. But he thought otherwise. They only used this place as a passageway, not a battlefield. This place itself was the real danger. A place deep inside the demon realm. Could those monsters be lurking down there? As he plucked a fruit, the screen popped up. You have obtained the item, Myriad Fragrance Fruit. You have fulfilled all the conditions for the Gale of Verbal Karma quest. Difficulty. High. All Kang-rim had to do was get out of here without being spotted. But right at that moment, a massive explosion went off. He froze. An explosion? As the smoke cleared, the thugs from Zone 1 came crowding in. Jae-hun smirked. Thanks to you, we finally found this place. Kang-rim's face darkened. Did you follow me? Jae-hun replied nonchalantly. That's right. And I found this guy too. On their way to Zone 2, the hostage they had captured turned out to be Rohan. Kang-rim stood in shock, his eyes wide open as the myriad fragrance fruit slipped from his hand. Despite Jae-hun's threats, Kang-rim quickly regained his composure. After a brief silence, he decided to trick him. I don't have it, Kang-rim said, crushing the fruit under his foot. He coldly pointed behind him and added, if you want them, go grab as many as you like. Jae-hun seemed to buy his story, turning to order his men. Listen up, I'll keep her here. You go find the fruit. His men quickly dispersed, running into the forest. They shouted in excitement, finally, we can go back. Another was thrilled about the reward money. Hong-hun, you're gonna split the money when we get back, right? He quickly agreed, of course. Kang-rim cut them off, ordering Ji-hun, let Ji-on go. Ji-hun countered smoothly, drop your weapons first. With that, he tossed Ji-on to the ground. But he wasn't going to make it easy. Pressing a blade against the kid's neck, he challenged him. If you've got the guts, go ahead and try something. Without a second thought, Kang-rim threw his sword down to make a deal. Fine. Seeing him comply so easily, Jae-hoon grinned in sheer delight. He finally let Kang-rim step closer. Kang-rim rushed over to check on Jeon, frantically calling out, "Jeon! Jeon, run!" Seeing no response from the kid, Kang-rim quickly poured something down her throat. Ji-hoon asked in confusion, "What did you just feed her?" Kang-rim calmly replied, "The antidote." Hearing this, Jae-hoon sneered, "I didn't even poison her." But Jae-hoon didn't notice his lackeys getting taken out one by one. Seeing them fall from the treetops, he panicked and screamed, "What's wrong with you guys?" Not a single one was left standing. They cried out in agony, "My eyes, everything is spinning." Seeing his men become completely useless, Ji-hoon flew into a rage and roared, "What the hell did you do?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "You have been exposed to the scent of the myriad fragrance fruit for too long." Watching them suffer, Kang-rim smirked. "You can feel it now, can't you?" Just as he spoke, the system announced that the scent of the myriad fragrance fruit was spreading, making the air suffocatingly thick. Only now did Ji-hoon finally realize what Kang-rim meant. He finally sensed the toxic gas spreading around him. His mind raced in absolute chaos as he scrambled for a solution. How could he cure this poison? Did he have any idea? Suddenly, a memory from moments ago flashed in his mind, and he grinned. "I've got it." The moment he figured it out, Jae-hoon lunged forward to attack, but Kang-rim dodged it with ease. Enraged, Jae-hoon charged like a rabid beast, relentlessly closing in as he roared, "Seo Kang-rim, give me the damn antidote." With Jeon to protect, dodging Ji-hoon's frantic attacks became extremely difficult. Kang-rim grit his teeth and thought, "Damn it, why hasn't the poison kicked in on him yet?" Unfortunately, Kang-rim left an opening, and Jae-hoon seized the chance to wound him. Before he could even recover, Kang-rim took another hit. The system immediately issued a warning. "Toxins are entering your body through the wound. The level of toxicity exceeds your poison resistance. You have been poisoned." Realizing the situation was turning south, Kang-rim leaped back to keep a safe distance, his mind racing for another plan. He couldn't just wait around for Jae-hoon to pass out. Unleashing a counterattack, he shot a burst of flames straight from his hand, burning down the entire myriad fragrance tree. The system immediately flashed a warning. The concentration of the myriad fragrance toxin is rapidly rising. The poison became so thick that Jae-hoon began coughing up blood, and Kang-rim, with bloodshot eyes and crimson fluid pouring from his mouth, Jae-hoon shrieked in rage, "Are you insane? Do you want us both to kick the bucket?" Kang-rim quickly drew his weapon and replied with cold confidence, "No, just you." Terrified, Ji-hoon began to panic and begged desperately, "Save me, I have to live to negotiate with those attacking Zone 2. Without letting him finish, Kang-rim swung his blade, instantly ending his life. "If you want to live," Kang-rim warned in a low, chilling voice, "you should have never threatened me like that." With those words, his sword was drenched in crimson, dripping slowly and staining the ground below. Exhausted, Kang-rim slumped to the ground as the system activated his destiny-stealing skill. A flurry of notifications popped up. Stole a portion of Hong Ji-hoon's strength. Stole a portion of Hong Ji-hoon's mana. Stole a portion of Hong Ji-hoon's speed. Seo Kang-rim's destiny was upgraded to Tier 3. He walked over to Jeon, gently binding the wound on her hand as he let out a soft sigh. "You shouldn't have followed me." Seeing Kang-rim searching through his things, the gods kept urging him on. Now is not the time to be lying around like this. But when he suddenly pulls a cracked egg out of his pocket, the gods descend into even deeper panic. What on earth is he doing? Hatching an egg? Oh great, now he's using burning magic to force it open. Suddenly, the egg emits a mysterious blue glow, lighting up the pitch-black forest. The system alerts. Growth progress at 100%. The mysterious egg is hatching. A tiny deer with a beautiful jade-green coat suddenly appears. It's a sight so unbelievable that even the gods can't believe their eyes. Is this a Kijin? How is that even possible? It slowly walks toward Seo Kang-rim. Rin gently rests its head against Seo Kang-rim's forehead, channeling its energy into him. Instantly, the purification skill is activated. The light radiating from its body grows even brighter. Seo Kang-rim is completely stunned by this incredible power. In just a moment, the dark forest is completely illuminated, pushing back the shadows and restoring its original beauty. The system immediately delivers some great news. The myriad fragrance fruit poison has been neutralized. Seo Kang-rim praises the little deer, making it leap with joy. "You did great, buddy." While he is inspecting the myriad fragrance fruit tree, Yeonwoo slowly wakes up. "I have to grab them before they all burn up." Hearing the noise, Seo Kang-rim turns around and asks, Yan Wu, you're awake? Come over here. The boy, still confused about what's going on, stammers in surprise. Brother Kang-rim? But they have no idea that right beneath the tree, someone is desperately trying to claw their way out. While they are resting, a voice echoes from the distance. Soo-ah runs over to them, full of excitement, and shouts, I was so worried about you. Seeing her current state, he can't help but worry. Soo-ah, what happened? Is everyone okay? Soo-ah reassures him. Yes. Father Johan healed everyone. Yeonbom eagerly chimes in. All the enemies in Zone 1 have run away. With that, she turns and scolds her younger brother, Yan Wu. Why did you go off on your own? I thought you got captured. The boy can only offer a guilty smile in response. Seo Kang-rim takes the opportunity to expose him, saying he actually was captured by the captain of Zone 1. The boy panics and stammers, I told you not to say anything. This only makes Yeonbom even angrier. Hearing this, Soo-ah can't help but feel guilty, murmuring, I should have gone after you. Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim quietly asks her, this wouldn't have happened if you had just cleared it on media. Why didn't you just leave? Hearing this, Soo-ah chuckles sheepishly and replies, how could we possibly leave without you? Hearing that, he speaks up to remind her, Soo-ah, helping others is a good thing, but putting yourself and your teammates in danger just to do that. Before Seo Kang-rim can even finish, Soo-ah cuts him off. You're not just anyone. At that moment, Father Johan and Go-jun arrive as well. She continues, everyone here sees you as part of our team. Soo-ah happily suggests, so let's fight together next time. Seeing her bright smile makes Seo Kang-rim blush furiously, and the system suddenly displays a series of notifications. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Shin Soo-ah are now linked. Soo-ah views you as her savior. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Yeonbom are now linked. Yeonbom views you as her savior. The destinies of Seo Kang-rim and Yeonwoo are now linked. Seeing no other way, he thinks hesitantly, it seems like it's already too late to walk away from them. Shyly, he replies, I'll think about it. After that touching reunion, the system displays a congratulatory message for him. You have cleared the karma room. You have cleared it on the highest difficulty level. The reward for the first person to clear the room is the destiny compass. Seo Kang-rim holds it in his hand, skimming through its brief description. The destiny compass is a tool that predicts the future. It activates randomly, so I can't just use it whenever I want. His train of thought is suddenly cut short by an unexpected notification. The destiny compass has activated, sending him into a panic. The compass needle spins uncontrollably, and Seo Kang-rim has no way of stopping it. But it's already too late. The system immediately announces that Seo Kang-rim's destiny has been altered. Elsewhere, Yoon-do is looking over some information when he suddenly senses that something is off. That's strange. Yoon-do ponders with suspicion, finding Seo Kang-rim's results bizarre. He gathers all the evidence and quietly analyzes it. He cleared the Mount Jiaoqi room in just one day, and what happened in the Hellfire room is also highly suspicious. He even killed the Yeti and completed the hidden quest in the Ice room. How could a mere Tier 3 insect pull off something like that? Yoon-do tirelessly tries to deduce Seo Kang-rim's identity. Maybe he's also the one behind the disappearance of the 7 rigid swords in the Sword Forest room. He frowns, letting countless theories run through his head. Otherwise, there's no way he could have defeated Hong Do-hoon in the Karma room. And the thing that bothers me the most, Yoon-do suddenly recalls Dong-yeo's warning. You must be pretty happy now that you got what you wanted. But no matter how badly you wanted to win, wasn't teaching him how to hatch a Kijin egg going a bit too far? Because hatching a Kijin egg is incredibly difficult. The natural hatch rate is practically 0%. No matter how many theories he comes up with, Yoon-do still can't find one that makes sense. He thinks to himself in frustration, is it just a coincidence? Or is it God's will? Even though he's an atheist, neither of those explanations makes any sense. Unable to take it anymore, he decided to make his move. Eung-do pulled out a key and a strange-looking talisman from his pocket. I need to test if he actually has the ability to foresee destiny. Kang-jim stepped into the room, looking bewildered, when suddenly a voice called out, catching his attention. This way, Kang-jim, Eung-do said, holding the key. I'm going to give you the reward I promised. Suddenly, a loud noise rumbled, and Kang-jim was stunned by the sight before him. He thought to himself, wasn't that just a blank wall a second ago? Seeing his reaction, Eung-do explained with amusement. Are you surprised? This is a spatial vault I use to store weapons. As long as you have the key, you can open it anywhere. Kang-rim replied excitedly. That is so cool. He continued. You can choose one item from this pile. Kang-rim stepped closer, hesitating. Any of them? Eung-do gave a mysterious smile and replied, Yeah, any of them. He stood there watching him immerse himself in the pile of weapons, then looked down at the key in his hand, thinking, this is a test. I have made some adjustments. Low-grade items with flashy descriptions will be displayed like high-end gear. While actual high-grade items will have lazy descriptions and ordinary hilts, they will look just like common trash. Eung-do was extremely pleased with his plan. He eagerly waited to test if Kang-rim had the power to foresee the future. If he has no special abilities, he won't be able to tell the rank of these weapons. Just like the Great Sovereign Blade, a Grade 1 Dragon-class weapon. Legend has it that it was used by King Lelg when he defeated Gozel's Yu. Its stats are insanely high, and it is most effective against royalty, but I have changed its description to a sovereign blade that scares royalty, decorated with a dragon hilt. The description was simplified to the absolute limit, so there is no way he can recognize its value, he plotted. But if he can foresee the future, that would be a different story. Meanwhile, Kang-rim was thoroughly examining each item one by one. He thought to himself, he probably hid all the top-tier masterpieces, but there are still plenty of weapons above the Phantom class. Kang-rim had not suspected anything yet, and even praised the guy in his mind. This manager is actually pretty generous. Finally, something caught his eye. A premium Grade 1 Kang-rim evaluated it. Looks pretty rare. However, he couldn't help but be surprised when he read its description. Grade 1 insect class. Thanks to this, he noticed something fishy. Now that I look closely, why is the placement of the crest so weird? Sensing that something was wrong, Kang-rim quickly became alert and immediately cancelled his fate reading. He silently speculated and finally understood Eung-do's intention. Is he testing me? Kang-rim suddenly recalled their first meeting, which made him even more certain of his guess. I knew there was something off. How could he be this generous? It makes sense that he wants to test me. He probably used some kind of item to protect his fate window. He let out a soft sigh, thinking tiredly, I have put myself in a tough spot. Since only a few people have the ability to foresee destiny, the Destiny Protection Agency would monopolize them all. If he finds out, he will definitely try to recruit me. Kang-rim thought seriously, weighing his options, hiding his skill, or getting top-tier gear. Which one was more important? After a moment of contemplation, he made his choice. Seeing Kang-rim approach, Eung-do asked, Have you made your choice? Yes. As he spoke, he pointed toward Eung-do. What I want is... Before Kang-rim could even finish, Eung-do panicked. Eung-do shrieked, Me? Hearing this, Kang-rim froze. What on earth is he talking about? He was about to explain, no, but was quickly cut off. You really are smart, Eung-do said smugly. You actually realize that I am the most valuable thing in this room. I know I am highly attractive, but that is a no-go. Kang-rim explained helplessly. What I was pointing at, he continued, pointing at the key in his hand, is the key you are holding. After saying that, Kang-rim made a proposal. Lend me all of these weapons. You will benefit from this as well. Seeing Eung-do remain silent, he threw in more benefits to persuade him. You won't lose a single thing, and District 2 will still hold the highest rank. After a very long day, Kang-rim finally got to enjoy some peaceful time with Lin. Kijin, it's time to eat. This is ginseng. It's both delicious and nutritious. Watching it eat ravenously, he couldn't help but think about the future. It takes about 3 days to make another key. In the meantime, I will make you as strong as possible. Opening another bag of food, Kang-rim changed the subject. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at Lin's ferocious appetite. I never thought I would blow through 12,000 spirit pearls in a single day. Raising a Kijin is so expensive. But Kang-rim still happily kept feeding it. Is it good? Alright, then eat up and grow quickly, okay? Suddenly, Lin's entire body began to glow, leaving him stunned. A system notification popped up. The Kijin has reached Grade 2 Phantom class. The Kijin has acquired the water manipulation skill. Water manipulation. Grade 2 Phantom class. Moves freely in water and can manipulate water. Kang-rim thought in surprise. So it can control water now? Seeing this, he immediately ordered it to test it out. Kian, try controlling that water. Kian immediately began gathering the water, turning a tiny sphere into a massive water ball that left him completely stunned. Realizing his decision was a huge mistake, Kang Ji-im hurriedly tried to stop it. Wait, but it was already too late. The massive water sphere shot straight ahead, colliding violently and splashing everywhere. Its sheer destructive power was so terrifying that it blasted right through the thick wall, exposing the person in the room next door. Drenched from head to toe, the poor guy was startled awake, completely clueless about what had just happened. Sang-won roared in fury, "Kang Ji-im, you are so dead." Meanwhile, the spacious school cafeteria was buzzing with the lively laughter of elite students. Jian and Junbyeom sat there, peacefully enjoying their food while ignoring the rowdy boys messing around. "This food is absolute heaven," one of them said, while on the other side, some students were grumbling about their own meals. "I'm so sick of eating fruit. If it weren't for what Kang Ji-im sold." Just like that, the conversation shifted to Kang Ji-im, and one student chimed in with his thoughts. "He looks cold on the outside, but he's actually a really good guy." Another friend agreed, "Kang has always been nice, you just never noticed." He then went on to recall what happened back then. "Last time we were surrounded by monsters. He was the one who saved us. And remember when we were cornered by those beasts in the building before coming here for training?" Hearing that, the other guy asked curiously, "Really? Then why didn't you team up with him?" The friend could only chuckle sheepishly and reply, "Maybe because he's just too aloof." "I don't know, honestly," he said, feeling extremely guilty. "But even though we only cleared a medium difficulty stage, we still got free fruit. I feel so bad for thinking he was just a cold jerk before." While the friend was feeling down, Kang Ji-im walked in from outside, chatting with someone. "I'm glad you like your new room." He turned to Sang-won and said, "Oh, but this meal is still on me." But Sang-won replied grumpily, "I'm only being nice because you guys were the first to clear a stage, just like me." Surprised by his words, Kang Ji-im asked, "Wait, you were the first to clear a stage too?" He seized the chance to brag, "Yeah, I was the first to clear that low difficulty room of insults." Kang Ji-im realized that was why he hadn't bumped into him, but outwardly, he still praised Sang-won, saying, "Wow, that's impressive." Even though a low difficulty level meant that right after dying before Kang Ji-im could even finish, Sang-won confidently cut in, "Right?" Pleased with the flattery, Sang-won said with satisfaction, "I like talking to you. Those other losers aren't even on my level." Excitedly, he offered, "Hey, let's grab a drink after we eat." With that, Sang-won turned to the clay doll and demanded, "Hey, give me 2 glasses." The doll calmly pointed at a small sign, but he lost his patience and barked, "Cut the crap and just hand them over." Sang-won tried to act slick, pleading, "Come on, I'll pay you back next time." But before he could finish, the doll angrily slammed the sign right into his face. Embarrassed in front of the crowd, Sang-won snapped in a rage, "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea who I am?" The doll, however, wasn't intimidated by his attitude at all. Flying into a complete rage, he spat out vile insults. "How dare you look down on me? You're just a filthy little doll." Unable to watch any longer, Kang Ji-im stepped in to stop him. "Hey Choi Sang-won, I'll pay for this meal. Stop taking it out on that poor thing." Hearing this, Sang-won scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, you think you have money? You're just a part-timer at that Oracle Cafe. Let me remind you, spirit pearls are the currency around here." Ignoring his insults, Kang Ji-im stepped forward and asked, "How much is it?" Suddenly, the text on the sign shifted, and the doll happily welcomed him. He gasped in disbelief. "VIP?" Kang Ji-im replied sheepishly, "Yeah, they said I'm a VIP because I spent 12,000 spirit pearls here yesterday." Hearing that, 12,000? But Kang Ji-im paid it no mind, telling the doll, "No need for that, just give him 1 glass." Once prepared, the doll served the drink to Sang-won with a look of pure contempt. This absolute disrespect finally pushed his fury over the edge. Sang-won gnashed his teeth in rage until he couldn't take it anymore, throwing a punch that shattered everything in sight. He screamed hysterically, "Do you know who the hell I am?" The massive commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Annoyed, Kang Ji-im snapped, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" But Sang-won barked right back, "Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are?" Watching Sang-won storm off in a huff, Kang Ji-im muttered under his breath, "What the hell?" The others rushed over, asking the doll with concern, "Hey, clay doll, are you okay?" Junbyeom then walked up and asked, "Master, are you close with that guy?" Kang Ji-im firmly shook his head. While carefully tending to the doll, the kid couldn't help but ask, "Then why were you even hanging out with him?" At the mention of this, Kang Ji-im could only sigh and explain. "He was staying in the room next to mine. but my Kirin accidentally smashed through the wall, so I wanted to treat him to a meal to apologize. Hearing him mention the Kirin, Jian gasped excitedly. Seeing how thrilled the kids were, Kang-ji am summoned Kian. They immediately gathered around to admire it, asking, "What's its name? It is so adorable." He thought for a moment before replying, "Kirin." Junbyo asked why, and Kang-ji calmly replied, "Because it's a Kirin." They were completely speechless at his answer, and immediately protested, "It's a divine beast, not just some ordinary Kilin. Would you like it if it just called you human?" Flustered, Kang-rim asked, "Wait, so you guys want me to name it?" After thinking for a moment, he came up with something. "How about Lin?" The little guy seemed to love the name, happily nuzzling against him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Lin's class had changed to Lesser Demon, and it had acquired the magnetic horn skill. As he scanned the info, his eyes widened in shock. The magnetic horn was a Lesser Demon skill that could attract metal attribute attacks or completely alter their trajectory. Seeing his reaction, the kids curiously asked, "What's wrong? Did it just evolve or something?" Kang-rim looked down at Lin, who was cuddling in his arms, and thought to himself, "Of all the Qilins out there, it just had to be mine." After a brief pause, he gently asked the little beast, "Do you want to be my teammate too?" Yunbom suddenly chimed in, "Master, you do know we're already your teammates, right?" Kang-rim smiled and softly replied, "I know." Hugging Lin tight, he said with a warm smile, "Thank you guys." Yunbom was about to say something else, but her younger brother quickly cut her off. Ju-won suggested, "Master, if you really want to thank us, then come with us to the next gate." Startled, Kang-rim asked, "The next gate?" Kang-rim thought to himself, "Don't we have to go in anyway once it opens?" And just like that, time flew by. A week later, a loud announcement echoed. The Green Snake Room was about to begin, requiring them to protect their target for up to 168 hours. The young students looked around, completely blown away. They curiously asked, "So, what exactly do we have to protect here?" They kept throwing out wild guesses, wondering if it was that shipping container or that strange tree. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere, waving at them with a bright smile as he introduced himself. "Hello. You must be the trainees from Seoul District 2, right? I'm Seo Zellman from the Fate Protection Agency. I'll be in charge of this gate session." Hearing this, Soo-ah asked in surprise, "Wait, there's an usher here?" Yunbom calmly explained to her, "We have a target window just like we did in the Hellfire Room and the Mountain of Blades Room." Still confused, Soo-ah asked, "So, our target is assigned directly by the Fate Protection Agency?" Meanwhile, seeing Zellman's arrival, Kang-rim couldn't help but wonder, why isn't it Anna Navi? She was the one in charge in my past life. Just then, Zellman shouted to grab everyone's attention. "I've updated all the details in the manual, so I'll keep this brief. Listen up, everyone." Down below, the trainees started whispering about the manual. Who on earth would actually carry around the guide booklet they got when they first arrived? Suddenly, he pulled out a white snake from somewhere and continued, "Your mission in this room is to protect this white snake." Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Protect that little white snake? But before they could speak, Zellman added, "Actually, each of you will protect your own." Holding up a red ribbon, he enthusiastically continued, "You'll use this seal of friendship. Just tie this piece of cloth tightly around your snake." Having finished the explanation, Zellman handed out the ribbons. "Here you go, take one each, and off you go. Go find yourselves a snake, let the trial begin." The moment the words left his mouth, the game officially commenced, and the rules chimed in. Rules of the Green Snake Room: 1 snake per person. Use the seal of friendship to tame your snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the restricted area. However, if your snake dies while you're away, you will fail the mission. The snake cannot leave the restricted area. However, you can leave it under Shin's care for up to 6 hours a day. He will protect your snake during that time. If anything goes wrong, you can find a new snake and resume the mission. If you encounter the giant serpent, do not refer to it as a snake. Once the rules were set, Yunbom and Ju-won quickly set off to find their snakes. "See any around here?" "Nope, nothing." While others were struggling, Gojun had already grabbed 2, yet he was still grumbling. "Are there really no bigger ones?" Meanwhile, a snake suddenly lunged at Father Johann, giving him quite a scare. Soo-ah anxiously cried out as Father Johann also caught one for himself. Over on Sung-won's side, he struggled to keep his snake still. But the moment he tied the red ribbon around it, the system started the countdown. "You are now protecting a snake. 3 seconds out of 168 hours. Once that was done, Sangwon turned and ordered his lackeys, "All right, from now on your name is Poop, take good care of it." His lackeys sighed helplessly. "Wait, aren't we supposed to be protecting you?" He nonchalantly replied, "Exactly. Which means you need to protect my snake too." With that, Sangwon turned around and walked off, laughing triumphantly. "I got here before Kang-rim, so I definitely tamed my snake first, right? Just watch. I'll be the very first." "I guess so," the others listlessly muttered. Even though he had already walked far away, they could still hear his voice echoing back. "You won't be able to look down on me ever again, Seo Kang-rim." Once Sangwon was completely out of earshot, they began to whisper among themselves, "Seriously, why has he been so obsessed with Seo Kang-rim lately?" Meanwhile, instead of grouping up with the others, Kang-rim and Lin headed out towards the sea. As he walked, he fell deep into thought, wondering what kind of warning the Guide of Fate was trying to give him. A series of strange events was making Kang-rim extremely anxious. He wondered if it was because the oral karma room had been cleared much earlier in this lifetime. I'm not sure if it was like this before. But since the demon realm has been shut down for a while, having a new spokesperson is definitely worth considering. The more Kang-rim thinks about it, the more he wonders why so much is different from his past life. He just can't figure out what the problem is. It is all because Kang-rim's destiny has changed. Take action to return his fate to its normal course. Everything will go exactly as you want, once destiny is corrected, though he still doesn't have a clue. Continuing to speculate, Kang-rim picks up the scarf and wonders if it has any connection to what he's trying to do. But only a brief description of the item pops up. It is the beginner class friendship emblem. If you put it on a beast, it will no longer fear you. The effect depends on the level difference between the beast and the user. Seeing him just standing there dazed, the gods call out in annoyance. "Kang-rim, what on earth are you doing? Aren't you looking for the snake? If you don't want to find it, why don't you just let me possess you?" Snapping out of it, he snaps back. "I'm way too distracted." In the end, Kang-rim gives up on those thoughts and focuses on the task at hand. All right, worrying won't solve anything. It is time to move. With that, he springs into action. Taking off his shirt, Kang-rim turns to Lin and says, "Let's go, Lin." In an instant, they both dive into the ocean, leaving the gods completely stunned. Deep underwater among countless sea creatures, he narrows his eyes, searching for his target. A god's voice suddenly rings out. "I think he's looking for a sea serpent." Hearing this, another god chimes in, "How long can a mere mortal hold their breath anyway?" Just then, the system alerts that his lung capacity has increased by 20% thanks to a water attribute bonus. He gestures to Lin, and immediately, its horn glows, activating the water manipulation. The system window pops up once more, showing that Kang-rim has received the effects of the water manipulation skill. You can now move and breathe freely underwater. Seeing this, he lets out a sigh of relief and slowly begins to breathe in the water. Once he fully adjusts, Kang-rim easily leaps across the rock ledges. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a creature slithering on a nearby flat rock. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, the sea serpent freezes. Just when it thinks its life is over, he and Lin keep running right past it. Seeing this, a god yells out in frustration, "Hey, where are you going?" The sea serpent is right there. Seeing him keep searching, the god says in disappointment, "There are no giant snakes down here." Kang-rim smugly replies, "Do you guys really think I came all the way down here just to catch a couple of ordinary snakes?" Before he can even finish his sentence, a god suddenly screams a warning. "Oh my god, it is a giant serpent." Startled, Kang-rim quickly speeds up. He tries to keep his distance from it. Fortunately, in the nick of time, he draws his blade to block its massive throat, though his legs are caught by its tongue. Looking at the blade jab straight into its throat, he thinks with relief, "I am so glad I brought the heavenly fire blade with me. It is the only ranged weapon I have," he tells himself, as he pulls back with all his might to free his legs from its tongue. It is too big to be a regular snake, but too small to be classified as a dragon. Looking at the giant serpent, Kang-rim smiles, feeling a surge of excitement. "This is the exact giant serpent I have been looking for. I got pretty lucky. Now, I just need to put the friendship emblem on its tongue." He uses the veil to tie its tongue, but a sudden flash of blue light catches him off guard. Before the giant serpent can attack, Lin activates its water manipulation skill, releasing a blast of energy to knock him out of harm's way. Having narrowly escaped death, Kang-rim looks over at Lin and praises him. "Great job, Lin." The giant serpent is absolutely furious, keeping its glaring eyes locked on them. It slowly shifts its focus to Lin, drawn to the small beast's glowing horn, and instantly lunges forward to devour him. Luckily, he thinks fast and grabs its tail, quickly tying the veil around it. The system screen flashes, showing that the friendship emblem is being used. The giant serpent refuses to submit, thrashing wildly to shake him off as the system message changes. The giant serpent is resisting the effects of the friendship emblem. Kang-rim holds on with all his might, quickly tightening his grip on the veil. The moment he successfully marks the beast, the system congratulates him, announcing that the giant serpent has submitted to Kang-rim. Watching this unfold, the gods begin to gossip among themselves. Wow, did he seriously just tame that giant serpent? I am not entirely sure, but look at its eyes. It doesn't seem to view him as an enemy at all. Kang-rim happily points upward, and the giant serpent immediately shoots up to the surface, carrying him along as he clings to its neck. Once on land, he pats it affectionately. Good job. Now, my only task is to protect you for 1 week. He gives it a thumbs up to encourage it, adding, but you will be totally fine without me, right? We will meet again in 1 week. So don't come out of the water for 1 week and just live your life comfortably. These words leave the giant serpent a bit confused, but it obeys and immediately plunges back into the water. Hearing this, a god criticizes him, saying he only tamed it 5 minutes ago and is already abandoning it. Another god tries to defend him, saying that since it is a giant serpent, it will be fine. Meanwhile, Kang-rim just laughs triumphantly. Now I get to relax on vacation for 1 week, right? Hearing this, the god gets even more furious, shouting, so is that the only reason you went looking for a giant serpent? That scheming bastard. A while later, at the edge of the forest, Jim was hunting down beasts so savagely that even Lin was terrified of him. Receiving the system notification, his strength stat had reached level 26. He stopped his hand in disappointment. Ah, the buff has worn off. His strength and sensory speed were currently at level 26, while his magic stamina was at 23. Seeing this, he let out a frustrated sigh. Boosting stats is incredibly hard just by hunting, even if my class density is high. At this point, he turned to Lin, startling it. Lin, let's take a quick break before we start again. Seeing it slumped against the tree trunk, the gods whispered among themselves. Kirans don't like blood, do they? Ah, but it was still able to buff Jim earlier. Hearing this, he also thought it might be tough since it really didn't like killing. While, just as he was about to feed a potion to the deer, a sudden shout rang out, "Hey, you bastard!" Jim reflexively turned around to see who it was. Trainees didn't usually fight much in the demon realm, but as he suddenly remembered something, his face darkened. Was he furious? He quickly ran toward the source of the noise, not forgetting to call Lin behind him. Lin, let's go. After a moment, he stopped at the top of the waterfall, where the arguing continued. What did you guys even do? Give me my... He crouched down, watching the conflict unfold. I'm not doing this shit anymore. The black-haired guy yelled angrily at Sang-won. I'll refund your money when we get back, so just do this yourself. This statement caught him off guard. What? Behind him, the others also complained in annoyance. I'm out too. You're always insulting us and comparing us. Why Jim this? Why Jim that? Why don't you just hire him instead? Jim, watching this from above, was utterly confused. What? Hire me? Hearing this, the gods suggested, hey, Jim, why don't you go talk to him? It looks like he's in trouble. If you're lucky, you might get a few spirit pearls from him. Seeing him still hesitate, the god continued. Right? You need money to raise Lin, after all. Recalling their past interaction, he couldn't help but criticize. But he's dirt poor. Hearing a voice, Sang-won shouted, Who's there? He staggered toward him and called out in a daze, Jim. As if recognizing his savior, he desperately pleaded, Jim, please save my snake. So they quickly ran toward the direction Sang-won pointed out. As they ran, he asked, So, your snake is being attacked, but you don't know where it is because you lost it. Hearing that, he hastily replied, Yeah. At this point, Jim asked seriously, What do I get out of this? Those words startled Sang-won, who grumbled, You still haven't paid me back for that meal. Sure enough, he immediately skidded to a halt and said with a blank expression, I don't work for free. I'll pay you back for that meal, once we get out of here. Hearing this, Sang-won gasped in shock. What? He swiped frantically on his screen and shouted in desperation, Spirit pearls? I have spirit pearls. 2,000. Seeing this, Jim couldn't help but comment, Wow, you really gathered a lot, didn't you? Was it from your teammates? After some negotiation, a system notification popped up. Transaction complete. The health points of the target with the friendship mark have dropped below 50%. He relaxed and said, "The spirit pearls are mine now." Meanwhile, Sang-won beside him held his head in despair. "Arg, if you're done, then hurry up and save my snake." After running for a while, Gi-am finally arrived at the spot where the snake was being tortured, crying out in pain as it took a slash. The gray-clothed man swung his sword and shouted, "This is your end." Fortunately, Gi-am arrived just in time to block his strike. Seeing this, he roared in anger. "What? Are you from another region? I found this snake first. Beat it and find your own." He replied coldly, then brutally tossed the snake aside. "Well, I can't do that." Behind him, Song-won rushed over like the wind to catch it, crying out in agony. "Gui!" Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at his beloved Gui, desperately trying to comfort it. "Don't die on me, Gui. Open your mouth. Take this medicine." Seeing this, the gray-clothed man looked at him in confusion. Song-won glared at the attacker and bellowed in rage. "Who the hell are you to come here and try to kill my snake?" He sheathed his sword and said nonchalantly, "Your snake, you say?" Sang-won gently lifted his snake and snapped in annoyance. "Do you see the friendship mark here? Go find other snakes to protect." Hearing this, the gray-clothed man replied in frustration, "Why on earth would I protect a snake?" Gi-am asked in confusion. "Isn't the mission in the demon realm this time to protect the snakes?" This made him even more bewildered. "What the hell are you guys talking about?" He quickly checked his quest info again and continued, "My quest is to kill snakes." Damn it. I knew it sounded too easy to be true. The two of them were completely stunned upon hearing this. "What?" Gi-am immediately fell into thought. "The quest from the third region is different from my past life. I guess this is what fate means." He began to piece together the memories of his past life. In his past life, the quest for both regions was to protect the snakes, and they had cooperated to defend them from monsters. That's why that bastard and Jinsu, as if realizing something, he gasped in shock. "Wait, in that case." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The target with the friendship mark is under attack. Gi-am realized this at the very same moment. Is it under attack? He figured the culprit must be where the giant serpent is right now. If it's someone from the third district, it has to be him. Tae-hoon clenches his fist, staring down the giant serpent with fierce determination. He swiftly leaps into the air, dodging a blast of water magic aimed right at him. Landing on his feet, he looks at the serpent thrashing in the water with sheer amusement and says, "Well, well. Is that a dragon?" With that, he pulls his arm back, declaring arrogantly, "Let's see what you've got." Before the serpent can shatter the bridge with its water magic, he leaps up just in time. Aiming his fist at the beast, he shouts, "Will killing this thing complete the quest?" At that moment, Kang-rim rushes over, completely out of breath. He watches in utter disbelief as Tae-hoon lands a devastating punch right into the serpent's belly. He pulls his fist back to deliver another blow, thinking excitedly, "Nice, just a little more and it's mine." Suddenly, Kang-rim charges in out of nowhere, forcing himself between Tae-hoon and the serpent. Tae-hoon gasps, "What the?" And just like that, the two clash. Blocking Kang-rim's blade with his bare hands, Tae-hoon barks in irritation. "Who the hell are you?" Kang-rim stares back calmly, thinking with amusement, "I knew it was you." Meanwhile, Jang Tae-hoon is shocked to see how easily Kang-rim blocked his strike. How did he block that? Suddenly, memories of the previous timeline flash before Kang-rim's eyes. Back then, Jang Tae-hoon was a grade 2 demon in the Flying Tiger Gang. He remembered Tae-hoon begging him, "You didn't show up last time, so you absolutely have to come this time, okay?" Before leaving, Tae-hoon had turned around to remind him, "Promise me you'll come to the party tonight," before dragging himself away with Ha-gang in disappointment. "All right, it's a promise then, I'm off." But then, the memory of helplessly holding their limp, lifeless bodies and screaming for help flashes back. Landing on the other side of the bridge, Kang-rim thinks excitedly. He was a member of the Flying Tiger Gang too. Who would have thought I'd run into him here? This is great. But Tae-hoon, furious that someone just swooped in to steal his kill, snaps, "I'll let it slide this time since I've never seen your face before. But I claimed that thing first." Ignoring him, Kang-rim looks down at the giant serpent and commands, "Dive deep, and stay down there no matter what." Seeing the serpent suddenly submerge, Tae-hoon yells in disbelief, "Ah, it's getting away." Furious, he flips Kang-rim off and screams, "Get the hell out of my way. You're blocking my path, and I still have to kill that thing." Watching this, Kang-rim thinks to himself, "I never met him when he was this young. In my past life, we didn't meet until I joined the gang." The memory of the younger Tae-hun constantly calling him Brother Kang-rim fills him with nostalgia. It feels so different now. Even when Ha-gang forced Tae-hun to carry her, he would cry out to him in panic, "Brother Kang-rim, help me." But what he remembers most is when Tae-hun shyly confessed, "I'm really glad we didn't meet in the demon realm." Back then, Kang-rim had asked, "Why is that?" Looking away, Tae-hun had stammered, "Well, I was pretty hot-headed back then, and my personality wasn't exactly great." Bringing himself back to reality, Kang-rim watches Tae-hun repeatedly stamping his foot on the bridge in frustration and thinks, "Yeah, if we had met like this in my past life, we definitely would." Tae-hun barks, "Are you even listening to me?" Trying to de-escalate, Kang-rim points in another direction and says, "Why don't you go find another snake? That giant serpent is mine." Hearing this, Tae-hun freezes in shock. Charging forward recklessly, he swings a heavy punch at Kang-rim, declaring, "Then I'll just beat you up first." Fortunately, Kang-rim steps back just in time to dodge the blow. Annoyed by the constant dodging, Tae-hun raises his fist, channeling his inner energy into his hand as he snarls, "Oh, so you're just gonna run?" Seeing this, Kang-rim blocks with his sword. The blade and fist collide, unleashing a massive burst of magic power. Feeling his hand tremble slightly as the pressure on his blade mounts, Kang-rim looks at Tae-hun with a slight smile. He really is strong. Was he always this powerful? Leaping back after the clash, Tae-hun notices Kang-rim's smirk and demands arrogantly, "What's so funny?" But Kang-rim's response catches him completely off guard. "Yeah, I am happy." As Kang-rim shifts the element of his sword, he thinks to himself, "Seeing you alive and breathing right in front of me, how could I not be happy?" The system suddenly flashes a notification. Kang-rim's attribute has been converted to fire. Seeing Kang-rim suddenly charge and unleash a flurry of slashes, Tae-hun quickly raises his arms to block. As Kang-rim presses the attack, he begins to size up his opponent's potential. Jang Tae-hun is ranked as a grade 2 demon. Both his class and stats are higher than mine. Watching Tae-hun struggle to block with his bare hands, Kang-rim finally speaks up, "You're confused, aren't you? You can't figure out why you're stronger but still can't beat me." Rattled by the provocation, Tae-hun snaps, "Shut the hell up. Don't act like you know what I'm thinking." He leaps into the air, raising his fist high to strike Kang-rim. But Kang-rim merely bends his knees slightly and replies with absolute confidence, "Oh, really? Then how do I know this?" In a flash, he drives the hilt of his sword hard into Tae-hun's stomach, making him cough up blood in agony. Looking down at him collapsed on the ground, Kang-rim thinks triumphantly, "Because I know every single one of your moves." Tae-hun trembles as the tip of the blade rests against his neck. Clutching his stomach in pain, he groans, "You." But Kang-rim isn't done playing, teasing him. "I believe this is my win." Grimacing with pure resentment, Tae-hun retreats, shouting back over his shoulder, "I'll be back to get my revenge, mark my words." Kang-rim watches his retreating figure and slowly sheathes his sword. He gives Tae-hun a friendly wave, thinking to himself, "Well, that sounded exactly like something a typical villain would say." Realizing he had interfered too much, he suddenly froze. This is bad. If things keep going like this, he won't end up meeting Soo-ah, which means he won't join the Flying Fox Guild. Instead, if he joins the Asura Guild, whether alive or dead, just imagining Tae-hun kicking the bucket made him clutch his chest and mutter in pain, "I can't let that happen." Late in the afternoon, under the shade of the ancient tree, Sangwon's annoying voice rang out once again. "They should have told us sooner that the goal of the other regions was to kill the snakes." Hearing this, Jom replied indifferently. He brushed Sangwon's hand away, "But protecting the snakes from monsters or humans, isn't it basically the same thing?" Sangwon grabbed his collar and said in frustration, "What? Are you serious?" With that, he angrily scooped up Gui and said in an obnoxious tone, "Humph, let's go." At this point, Kang Ji-im raised his hand to ask Jin, Excuse me, I have a question." Seeing this, Jin replied warmly, What is it?" Kang Ji-im walked over and asked in confusion, "Isn't the purpose of the Destiny Protection Agency to create as many awakened as possible? I don't understand why you're making us fight against each other." Jin calmly replied, "To weed out those who aren't good enough, and those who only get stronger when others do." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean, get stronger when others do?" Jin rested his cheek on his hand and teased, "Like, using someone else's super powerful items to clear the demon realm stage, for example." Hearing that, Kang Ji-im froze. "Wait, So you're saying this is my fault? With that, Jin sighed and continued. Anyway, we didn't release many snakes this time, so cooperating to clear this stage is going to be pretty much impossible. This statement annoyed Kang-rim. Once again, the system announced the time for the giant snake protection mission. 22 out of 168 hours had passed. Seeing him return, the gods chimed in with excitement. Wow, look, it's Kang-rim. Made us wait all this time. Man, I'm getting really hyped now. Hearing this, he asked in bewilderment, did something happen while I was gone? As he walked, he muttered to himself, I didn't receive any notification saying the giant snake was under attack, though. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Kang-rim braced himself. He locked his gaze onto an explosion in the distance. A dark shadow flickered in the smoke, suddenly charging at Kang-rim and causing a massive explosion. Fortunately, he had the quick wits to jump, dodging the strike just in time. As the dust cleared, Taehoon's figure emerged. Out of breath, he muttered, Yo, what's up, Kang-rim? Finally found you. Slightly confused, Kang-rim asked, looking for me? What do you need from me? At that moment, Taehoon looked absolutely bursting with energy. Warming up his hands, he declared confidently, that's right, if I take a hit, I've got to return the favor. With that, he lunged straight at Kang-rim. He effortlessly swung his sword to block the attack. Images of their previous battle flashed through his mind, as if he had memorized them like a multiplication table. He thought calmly. Next, on my left. I'll just play along with him for a bit. Suddenly, Taehoon swung his leg toward Kang-rim, catching him off guard. With no other choice, he raised his arms to block. Damn it, his fighting style has improved. He must have realized I knew his moves. He dragged his feet against the wooden floor to absorb the impact. Kang-rim looked at his swollen arm and thought, panting, changing old habits must have been incredibly tough. Impressive. Seeing this, Taehoon let out a sigh of relief and said confidently, finally landed a hit. Kang-rim kept his eyes locked on him, asking calmly, why do you want to fight me so badly? You could have just gone after another snake. Hearing this, Taehoon pointed straight at his face and declared, because I lost last time. Raising his fist, he declared without a shred of hesitation, I hate losing. Those words made Kang-rim freeze. Remembering how he used to recklessly challenge Soo-ah back then, he felt a wave of nostalgia. That's right, you always loved fighting people who were stronger than you. That's why in my past life, I never even dreamed of fighting you because I wasn't strong at all back then. Is it crazy that I'm actually enjoying us being rivals? He let out a breath and channeled all his power, letting fire surge into his sword. Thinking of the giant snake, he muttered to himself, either way, if I lose, the giant snake dies. So, with a renewed sense of resolve, he smiled and said, I believe you. Hearing him ramble, Taehoon barked in annoyance. What the hell are you muttering about? Bring it on. Instantly, Kang-rim's eyes flared with intense killing intent. Pointing his flaming sword at Taehoon, he said fiercely, if you want to fight, you got one. Just try not to die. Just then, the system alerted. Skill activated. Combat instinct. Taehoon stared at the notification, a complex aura of bloodlust radiating from his entire body. He growled, do you really think someone like you can kill me? Before the words even left his mouth, he charged. He wound up a fist, aiming straight for him. If you think things are going to play out like yesterday, you're dead wrong. Seeing this, Kang-rim felt a surge of excitement. He swung his sword and smiled back. You've got some real power now, don't you? Then, changing the direction of his blade, he brought it down in a decisive slash. Secretly, he thought to himself, I love strong opponents. Thinking fast, Taehoon leapt back to dodge the blow. Instantly, he thrust a mana-infused elbow straight toward his face. Kang-rim's eyes flared crimson, radiating pure bloodlust. He swiftly grabbed Taehoon's wrist, with only a single thought left in his mind. To slay the strong. Seizing the moment while Taehoon was still dazed, Kang-jin slashed his sword, leaving a deep gash across his chest. Watching the blood splatter, Kang-jin's face twisted into a grin of pure amusement. This was getting fun. Taehoon's skin crawled at the sight, staring in absolute horror. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Every single strike was aimed directly at his vitals as Kang-jin swung his sword, relentlessly targeting his weaknesses. With his opponent constantly pressing forward, Taehoon kept leaping back to dodge. Was this crazy bastard actually trying to kill him? Has he completely lost his mind? Staring into Kang-jin's murderous eyes, Taehoon's thoughts raced in panic. He wasn't like this yesterday. Clenching his fists, Tae-hoon poured every ounce of his mana into a desperate strike to regain control. If this kept up, he was going to lose. He slammed a powerful blow right into the center of Kang Jin's chest, shattering part of his ribs. Taking the brutal blow head-on, Kang Jin coughed up blood, but his mind only burned with a single, overwhelming urge he had to kill him. Meanwhile, Tae-hoon stood frozen, staring inside Kang Jin's head. 1,000 voices screamed in unison, "I want to kill! I want to kill!" Consumed by sheer madness, he didn't even care about the fist flying toward him. That was until another voice echoed, "How could someone like you do such a thing?" Kang Jin snapped back to his senses. Just then, a system notification popped up. His battle instinct skill had evolved into demonic instinct level 2, temporarily clearing his mind. Once he snapped out of it, he quickly raised his sword to block Tae-hoon's attack, calmly saying, "Ah, finally, I'm sane again." Seeing flames erupt out of nowhere, Tae-hoon scrambled backward in panic. "What the hell?" Tae-hoon gasped. Kang Jin's entire body was now engulfed in blazing fire energy, making his sword's aura look incredibly fierce. Giving Tae-hoon a sinister look, he said, "I've figured out how to kill you now." Hearing that, Tae-hoon desperately dodged the incoming slash, shouting in disbelief, "How are you still moving after I broke your ribs? Don't you feel any pain?" Instead of stopping, Kang Jin relentlessly swung his sword, fiercely declaring that a tiny bit of pain wouldn't stop him. Realizing Kang Jin was dead set on ending him, Tae-hoon turned tail and ran. "Are you out of your mind?" he screamed, while a thrilled Kang Jin roared, "Just die already." After getting thoroughly beaten to a pulp, Tae-hoon glared stubbornly at him. But despite his pride, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and surrender. "Fine, I surrender," Tae-hoon barked. Hearing this, Kang Jin let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha, then go die." But before he could finish his sentence, the system suddenly popped up. Battle instinct skill deactivated due to insufficient mana. Fire skills deactivated due to insufficient mana. Stripped of his buffs, Kang Jin awkwardly looked away and cleared his throat. "Actually, I won't kill you." "Good choice, surrendering." He sheathed his sword and quickly turned to leave. "Now give up and go find another snake to kill." Scrambling back to his feet, Tae-hoon defiantly declared, "I'll be back tomorrow. If I lose tomorrow, I'll return the day after that." Kang Jin tried to warn him. "Don't," but Tae-hoon cut him off. "Because in the end, I'll be the one standing victorious." The gods, watching the show like excited fans, eagerly how thrilling. They really are evenly matched. It looks like only one of them will be able to complete the quest. Jang Tae-hoon could just go find another snake, you know. Oh please, there's no way he'd ever do that. Kang Jin found the dimensional portal and stepped right through. Hearing their chat, he couldn't help but worry. Right. That's definitely not Jang Tae-hoon's style. But I can't let either of us fail this quest. The moment he entered the recovery area, he overheard another group arguing, "Is that for real? That's so unfair. All Zone 3 has to do is kill the snake. Can we find another snake to protect instead?" Anna replied coldly and strictly. "Zone 2's objective was to protect the snake, and you failed. Once the quest timer runs out, you will be sent back." "Please keep that in mind," they grumbled as they walked away, complaining, "Why can't they just send us out right now? Are they trying to piss us off on purpose?" Kang Jin glanced over at them, thoughtfully pondering the objective of Zone 2. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He turned around and softly called out, "Miss Anna." He slowly approached her and whispered his idea. Hearing it, Anna gave a slight smile and looked at him, her voice filled with approval. "That's actually highly possible." Hearing that, Kang Jin felt even more motivated. He quickly made his way toward the edge of the forest, thinking, "Now I have another reason why I absolutely cannot back down." Spotting Lin ahead, he rushed over and said excitedly, "Come on, Lin, it's time to hunt." On the next day, 49 hours into the 168-hour giant snake protection quest, Tae-hoon showed up once again, carrying a bucket of water to challenge him. Soon, the quest reached its third day. By then, Tae-hoon's speed had visibly improved, but he was still easily stopped by Kang Jin's flame sword. On the fourth day, Tae-hoon sped up his attacks, but every single strike was parried by Kang Jin's blade. By the following day, he tried to brave the intense heat, charging straight at Kang Jin in hopes of landing a hit, but that failed miserably too. By then, 145 hours had passed in the 168-hour quest. Yet, Tae-hoon had still failed to defeat Kang Jin. He collapsed helplessly into a puddle of water before pushing himself up in frustration, screaming, "This is totally unfair. How is it fair for you to coat your entire body in flames?" Kang Jin, his body still cloaked in fire, calmly replied, "This is my skill. I'll use it however I damn well please." He scoffed at that and retorted, "Do you seriously have to act like a total lunatic?" Snuffing out his fire, Kang-rim cockily shot back, "Well, it's not like you're normal either. No normal person would pick a fight with a guy who's literally on fire." At that, Tae-hoon stormed off in a rage, but not before shouting a warning, "I'll be back tomorrow. Just you wait." The giant serpent watched the whole scene, looking completely done with them, while the two gods couldn't help but crack up. "I swear, both of those guys are out of their minds. Haha, just let them be. It's entertaining." Even the giant serpent nodded in agreement. Seeing the beast surface, Kang-rim turned to warn it. "Sai, I told you to stay in the water. Why did you come out? Are you hungry?" Hearing that, the giant serpent immediately nodded. He leaned down, pouring the entire bag of food into its mouth, and said, "I'll feed you this, so go back down now. Humans are way more dangerous than monsters, you know." After that, he leaned in and whispered softly to it, "Oh, and don't let Lin know about this, okay?" The giant serpent happily nodded after the delicious meal. Once it was done, Kang-rim put his hands on his hips and ordered, "All right, now go back under." Seeing the giant serpent's hesitation, the god chimed in, "I don't think that little bit is going to fill it up." Just then, Yoonbom and Yoon ran over, calling out excitedly, "Master, what are you doing over there?" Hearing them, he replied, "I'm just feeding the giant serpent." Yoon whined jealously, "Ah, I'm so jealous. I want one too." Meanwhile, Yoonbom noticed the wound on his face and asked with concern, "Wait, what happened to your face?" She angrily grumbled, "Was it that Sector 3 jerk? Why doesn't he just go look for the snake instead?" Kang-rim smiled reassuringly and said, "Fighting him is actually pretty fun. Plus, it's great practice." Yoonbom grumpily grabbed his collar and snapped, "Fun? Who even are you? Some UFC fighter? Where is my master? My master would never enjoy something like this." Yoon giggled at the sight. The three of them continued their lively chat as the giant serpent swam away. Hearing a familiar voice, it poked its head up to take a look. "I'll have to decline your offer." Despite Taehoon's flat refusal, the group continued to plead with him. "With your help, we could easily crush the people from Sector 2. Even if they're strong, we can overwhelm them with sheer numbers." Hearing this, Taehoon sharply replied, "I don't care about that. There's only one person I need to defeat." The group's leader confidently replied, "Don't worry about that. We have a way to take down Seo Kang-rim." This instantly startled the giant serpent, who was eavesdropping nearby. It quickly dove back down to hide. Hearing the splash, Taehoon immediately turned his head. Glancing back at them, he asked in a disdainful tone, "And what way would that be?" Meanwhile, Kang-rim stood in silence, staring at the giant serpent before him. After a long silence, he finally spoke up. "Today is the final day." As Jang Taehoon approached from a distance, Kang-rim spoke seriously, his eyes still fixed on the giant serpent. "What do you plan to do if you face another defeat today?" Kang-rim added, "Are you going to find another serpent to kill?" Annoyed, Taehoon snapped back, "I wouldn't resort to something so pathetic. If I lose again, then I'm just a loser. Simple as that." Kang-rim turned away, thinking to himself, "I knew it." He glanced back at Taehoon behind him. "Is that so?" Drawing his longsword, Kang-rim suggested, "Since this is our final battle, do you want to make a bet? If I win this time, you have to follow one order of mine." Standing opposite him without a shred of fear, Taehoon fired a question back. "And what if I win?" Kang-rim pointed his sword forward, surging with immense power. "That's not happening." Taehoon grimaced, thoroughly irritated by Kang-rim's absolute confidence. He let out a heavy sigh. Taehoon grumbled, "So you're that sure of your victory, huh?" Facing him, Kang-rim was absolutely bursting with energy. Taehoon quickly got into stance, clenching his fists as a blindingly bright energy began to radiate from within his palms. Opposite him, Kang-rim's skill was just as formidable, with raw power completely enveloping his sword. His face brimmed with confidence. "It won't work on me anymore," Taehoon yelled, as he charged at Kang-rim, his fist driving straight toward him. Smiling with supreme confidence, his fist surged forward, cutting right through the smoke. But fortunately, Kang-rim managed to block the strike with his sword just in time. Is he trying to shatter it completely? Could it be? A system notification flashed, activating his destiny detection skill. Right after, All of Taehoon's stats and details appeared. Jang Taehoon, second tier class, Wraith, Element, Earth, Title, 1 versus 100,000. Taehoon's face twisted into a fierce, aggressive snarl. He let out a sinister, thrilled grin. Kang-rim froze for a moment after scanning Taehoon's details on the interface. Just as I thought, he's gained fire resistance. While Kang-rim was still processing this, Taehoon immediately threw a second punch. What are you gonna do now? That was your ultimate skill, wasn't it? Fortunately, Kang-rim managed to leap backward just in time, but his sword was completely shattered. Watching the fragments of his blade scatter in the air, Taehoon laughed even more maniacally. I told you, I'm the one who's going to have the last laugh. But suddenly, Kang-rim swiped his hand, drawing a strange trail of energy through the air, leaving Taehoon utterly dumbfounded. No one knew what just happened, but blood was already spilling. Where on earth did Kang-jim get that bizarrely shaped sword? Taehoon's leg was slashed by the blade, sending blood gushing out non-stop as he slumped to the ground in sheer agony. Damn it, what the hell is that? Kang-jim looked like a completely different person now, his eyes glowing red with a twisted smile creeping onto his face. I will win. Taehoon felt a chill run down his spine seeing that expression, but he still talked tough, saying, This bastard is going crazy again. Taehoon struggled to his feet as he spoke. I guess that must be your secret weapon or something, huh? He did not even notice Kang-jim charging at him like a bullet as Taehoon slowly relaxed his palm. A strange surge of power began gathering into his hand from out of nowhere. But did you really think I came here with just a single trick up my sleeve? Suddenly, a snake spear began to manifest out of thin air, its form growing clearer by the second. Taehoon spat in anger. You are the one who started this. Right then, the system screen popped up, announcing the activation of his formless spear skill, followed by another notification. Sensing the imminent danger, Kang-jim read the notifications, his face tightening with a hint of fear. He paused, but then the voices of the gods echoed in his mind. Whoa, isn't that a 3-star snake spear? Another god chimed in. It definitely is. He must have received it from some patron deity, just like in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As Taehoon's snake spear fully materialized, a terrifying aura swirled violently around its tip. Without a second thought, he hurled the snake spear forward with all his might. The spear flew like a rocket straight at Kang-jim, carrying an immense, destructive force. It whipped up a violent gale wherever it passed, but Kang-jim braced himself, raising his sword to block the strike. But the impact of the spear was overwhelming as Kang-jim poured every ounce of his strength into holding it back. Suddenly, the system flashed a warning that his combat instinct skill was deactivated, making him grit his— Damn it, don't shut down on me now. Kang-jim's face was strained to the limit, his teeth clenched so hard they could shatter, when the system screen flashed again, activating his combat instinct skill. His desire to win was so overwhelming that the words burst from his mouth, I have to win, no matter what. With a roar, Kang-jim finally swung his sword with enough force to deflect the snake spear, sending it hurtling right back at Taehoon. Right then, his status window popped up with a new message for his combat instinct skill. The message read that it had reacted to his competitive drive and evolved to first-class phantom level. Suddenly, Kang-jim's pupils spun wildly as target sights locked onto his vision. Everything in Kang-jim's line of sight faded into a dull gray. The only thing visible was a brilliant golden energy tracing directly to Taehoon, with a crosshair hovering right over his chest. Kang-jim was bewildered by this sight, but then another blue aura flashed into his vision. To his eyes, he and Taehoon felt like they were inside a fighting game, following some kind of path. Kang-jim realized it was no longer just a single target, as dozens of weak points began appearing all over Taehoon's body. He realized he could read all of Taehoon's incoming attacks and spot every single opening. Without wasting a beat, Kang-jim lunged forward, closing the distance between them with lightning speed. His eyes locked onto his target like a hungry wolf ready to devour its prey, leaving Taehoon frozen and completely paralyzed by fear. Did you have another skill hidden away? Before he could even finish his sentence, Kang-jim unleashed a flurry of decisive, lethal slashes. Kang-jim swept past Taehoon like a sudden gust of wind, leaving him standing there in shock. A clean, sharp X-shaped slash opened up, spraying blood everywhere as Taehoon collapsed backward, his eyes rolling back as his life force drained away. Exhausted, Kang-jim fell to one knee, using his sword to prop himself up, while Taehoon lay unconscious in a pool of his own blood. The god's voice echoed once again. Holy crap, did Kang-jim seriously just win? But Kang-rim could not care less about what the god was saying, looking pale and breathless as he stared in disbelief, panting heavily. Looking over at Tae-hun, the man's face was already turning blue, while the two gods continued their chatter, wondering how on earth he pulled off a victory. He actually won despite facing the 8 double-spaced snake spear, the other god added. Well, I guess wielding a weapon you are not used to isn't such a bright idea after all. The first god replied. But wait, isn't he about to kick the bucket? Hearing that, panic surged through Kang-rim as he quickly tossed his sword aside and knelt down to check on Tae-hun, worrying if he had gone too far. He muttered to himself, I need to get him to Father Roan, fast. But right then, a bullet came whizzing toward his head from behind. Luckily, his instincts kicked in just in time, and he jerked his head aside, realizing it was an ambush. Out of nowhere, a group of armed thugs emerged, their faces twisted with malice, as a brown-haired man aiming a gun shouted, Attack him! He must be completely exhausted by now. Upon hearing the command, that group immediately rushed toward Kang-rim and Tae-hun. He recognized them right away as the group from the third zone. While thinking, Kang-rim reached into his coat and pulled out a blue potion. I need to give Tae-hun a healing potion first. But to Kang-rim's shock, the potion suddenly slipped right out of his hand. When he looked down at his palm, it was covered in filth. Mud? Kang-rim glanced back at the group and saw one of them crouching, touching the ground. Is this earth magic? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet turned into a muddy swamp. Kang-rim struggled, using all his strength to break free. Damn it, I need to get out of here first. Seeing him trapped, the group charged straight at him. The god's voice rang out again. Look at that. Kang-rim is still struggling to escape, but his fire control skill has been deactivated due to a lack of mana. Kang-rim was furious, but with his hands tied, he could only grit his teeth and watch helplessly. Then, the other god's voice chimed in. Is Kang-rim really going to lose after coming this far? But suddenly, the Amugi lunged out of nowhere, attacking the group. Kang-rim was stunned to see it. The Amugi was absolutely furious, swallowing one of the men whole. The group panicked, utterly terrified. The Amugi bared its razor-sharp teeth as it opened its massive jaws. The man it had been holding was spat out. What the hell is this? How can a snake be this freaking huge? Another person chimed in, their voices trembling with fear. Is that thing even a snake? Of course it's a snake. What else would it be? Meanwhile, the Amugi continued to bare its fangs menacingly at them. Kang-rim yelled out in a panic. What the hell do you think you're doing? That's an Amugi. Internally, he was cursing up a storm. Did these idiots not read the guidebook? Kang-rim thought. He had specifically told the Amugi to stay underwater because he was worried this exact scenario would play out. He recalled what he had told the Amugi. I'll set you free in 1 week. Until then, do not come out of the water and just live normally. The guidebook window had a warning under Rule 4. If you ever encounter an Amugi, never call it a snake. You must never call an Amugi a snake. Back in the present, the Amugi's face darkened with sheer rage, its entire body trembling with fury. Instead of backing off in fear, those fools got cocky and swung their swords right at it. This must be Seo Kang-rim's snake. Let's kill it. Seeing the man about to slash the Amugi, Kang-rim screamed, No, run, you idiots. But the man ignored the warning completely and slashed straight into the Amugi's flesh. Die, you stupid snake. The Amugi's eyes flared crimson and its jaw swung wide in agony. But a second later, the man's face turned pale with horror. Wait, there's something seriously wrong with this snake. Meanwhile, Kang-rim was still desperately channeling his energy to break free, but when he saw what was unfolding in front of him, he froze completely. An Amugi called a snake will never become a dragon. Suddenly, the Amugi's entire body erupted into violent, raging flames. The scarf he had wrapped around its neck was instantly incinerated, swallowed by its pure rage and bitterness. The Amugi's appearance turned terrifyingly hostile. Its body swelled several times its original size, and horns sprouted from its head, transforming it into the catastrophic monster known as Kangchiori. Furious, the monster tried to stomp on the group, and only then did they finally realize the danger and scramble to run for their lives. At that moment, a system notification flashed. Protect the Kangchiori, 15501. Progress, 49 out of 168 hours remaining. Kang-rim did his best to hoist Tae-hun over his shoulder and get out of there. He glanced back at the Kangchiori, whose body was still engulfed in blazing fire. Maybe I still have a chance if it recognizes me, he thought. But the raging Kangchiori suddenly whipped its head around, instantly crushing his hopes. It looked ready to tear anyone to pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a massive torrent of fire toward Kang-rim and the fleeing group. Fortunately, he managed to scramble to his feet and run along with the rest of them. Like hell, he was going to let himself get burned to a crisp. The Kangchiori threw its head back, charging up a massive fireball that turned the entire sky a blood-red color. Up above, the two gods chimed in. Seriously, did those lunatics not read the guidebook? The other god replied, well, even I've never seen a Kangchiori before. Right then, a system window popped up, displaying its details. Kangchiori. Class. 3rd tier dragon. An Imugi driven to deep despair after failing to evolve into a dragon. It possessed both poison and fire attributes, with a body as indestructible as steel. Even from a distance, other players locked in combat froze as they witnessed the Kangchiori. Even its silhouette from afar was enough to strike pure terror into anyone's heart. The god could only shake his head and mutter, "Yep, they are totally screwed." Suddenly, an administrator appeared out of thin air, speaking through a megaphone. Attention all players. This is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-class monster, the Kangchiori, has appeared. Deep in the forest, the twin sisters stopped in their tracks as the announcement echoed through the trees. The announcement reverberated across the woods, but the monster was already on the move, leaving a trail of raging fire wherever it stepped. 2 other players are desperately trying to flee as Kangchiori aggressively closes in. The player in the lead screams in terror, warning that it is heading right their way. Choi Sang-won is absolutely pale with terror, struggling to speak. Wait, I don't have enough antidote for this. He panics as a massive wave of toxins begins to flood the area around him. The announcer chimes in again, urgently calling for all rookies to immediately evacuate to the sacred tree for their own safety. But at this moment, everyone is too busy running for their lives to pay any attention to Sang-won. Sang-won collapses to the ground in despair, while a classmate kneels down to check on him. By the time they look over, they see that Kang Cheol's flames have already been blocked by Soo-ah's magic shield. It is none other than Shin Soo-ah. Soo-ah uses her magic to construct a tunnel out of tree trunks, doing her best to guide everyone out. Hurry, run to the sacred tree. The players yell out in deep gratitude as they flee. Thank you so much, Shin Soo-ah. The announcer is doing everything they can to broadcast the message so that everyone in the forest can hear it. As the announcement echoes, over on Kang Ji-im's side, he runs as fast as his legs can carry him, thinking that the Bureau must have started taking action. He still has Taehoon slung over his back. Meanwhile, the announcer is none other than Selman. He anxiously monitors the system while broadcasting, checking on all the rookies in the Viper Room. But suddenly, he freezes. Never mind. A new quest has just been issued by the Destiny Protection Bureau. Killing Kang Chiodi will be counted as a completed quest. Meanwhile, over where Johan is standing, he listens in silence, standing right behind Gun. Jaemin adds to the announcement, and there will be additional rewards granted upon completion. Gozun hangs on every word of the broadcast, his face lighting up with excitement. You heard that too, right? Johan seems to understand. Gun, looking slightly concerned, says, You mean those 2 are currently positioned right behind the dragon's tail, not too far away? Gozun is so pumped that he cuts Johan off. Looks like it's finally time to take down a boss and clear this quest. Kang Cheodi continues to aggressively breathe fire, advancing step by step into the forest. Meanwhile, after what feels like an eternity, Kang Ji-im finally arrives at the sacred tree. Seeing everyone gathered, Kang Ji-im anxiously asks, Is Father Johan here? Hearing his name, Johan immediately calls out from the crowd, I'm right here. Kang Ji-im gently lowers Taehoon from his back and pleads, Please, you have to heal him. Seeing Taehoon in such a battered state, Johan is taken aback. What on earth happened to him? Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, Kang Ji-im replies, I did this to him. Hearing this, Father Johan is utterly shocked. Just then, Shin Soo-ah rushes over, asking anxiously, Are you okay? Are you really okay? There is blood all over your back. Hearing her worried voice, Kang Ji-im turns around. Looking at Shin Soo-ah, Kang Ji-im points towards Taehoon, who is currently being healed by Father Johan. I'm fine. He's the one who's badly hurt. Soo-ah looks in the direction he is pointing and asks, Is this the guy from Area 3 who is always trying to pick a fight with you? Kang Ji-im replies with a simple, Yeah. Soo-ah then asks, Then I assume your giant serpent is still doing fine? What are you going to do about the quest to kill Kang Cheodi? At the mention of the giant serpent, Kang Ji-im's face darkens as he falls silent. He slowly stands up and gazes toward the giant beast aggressively breathing fire in the distance. I think I need to go assess the situation myself first, Kang-rim says, adding, that Kang Chiodi creature is actually the giant serpent I've been protecting. Hearing his words, Soo-ah can hardly believe her ears. The giant serpent is still tearing through the forest, raging and breathing fire everywhere. Could that really be the same creature? She recalls the scene by the riverbank when she and a few others first saw Kang-rim's giant serpent. Tense with worry, Soo-ah says, in that case, you can't kill it. Kang-rim's expression is just as grim. His eyes remain locked on the horizon. Exactly. But I can't just stand by and let it run wild like this either. Meanwhile, after receiving Father Johan's healing magic, Taehoon slowly opened. Suddenly, Taehoon croaks out a weak no. Hearing his voice, Kang-rim quickly turns back. You're awake? The slash wound on Taehoon's chest from his fight with Kang-rim is still visible. Grimacing in pain, he forces out the words, You can't kill it. Kang-rim is completely baffled by this. Weren't you planning on killing it yourself anyway? But Taehoon brushes it off and replies, if I kill it, that's a different story. Kang-rim wonders to himself, does he value loyalty that much? But instead of asking, he just brushes it off with a casual response. Yeah, then I'll just have to find another way. But suddenly, Selman appears out of nowhere and chimes in, that's not going to work. Kang-rim isn't particularly surprised. He simply tilts his head and asks, the messenger? Kang Chiodi is still in a blind rage, the intense flames enveloping its body burning brighter than ever. It roars fiercely with every single step it takes. Selman begins to explain the situation to Kang-rim. A fallen giant serpent must be eliminated. The extreme heat and toxins radiating from its body are enough to completely destroy the demon realm. He lets out a heavy, weary sigh. Normally, the Protection Bureau would handle this directly, but I have no idea what the higher-ups are thinking right now. Hearing this, Taehoon sits there, completely stunned. Selman adds, a failed creature that couldn't ascend into a dragon is indeed a major issue. Each of his words weighs heavily on Taehoon, making him look increasingly anxious and a failure? Taehoon mutters, hanging his head as he sinks deep into his thoughts. Meanwhile, Kang-rim continues his conversation with Selman, stating firmly, regardless, we have to stop. Selman warns him seriously, this isn't something you can just decide to handle on your own. Kang-rim replied briefly, I understand. He then turned around to speak to Soo-ah, who was lost in thought. I think I'll have to deal with the Gangchiori myself. Can I count on your help? Soo-ah and the twin sisters standing nearby enthusiastically agreed. Of course. We're right here with you. Soo-ah comforted Kang-rim gently. We're teammates after all. Hearing Kang-rim's words, Taehoon froze at the mention of teammates. His expression grew increasingly grim. Taehoon recalled the scene from earlier when he was lying unconscious, watching the giant serpent deal with those people to protect Kang-rim. What about the giant serpent then? Does it mean absolutely nothing to you? Frustrated, he stood up and shouted at everyone. Wait, are you seriously planning to kill it? The more he spoke, the more anxious he became for the giant serpent. That's your giant serpent we're talking about. Taehoon seemed to have projected all his emotions onto the massive beast. He clenched his teeth in pure rage. Venting all his frustration, Taehoon yelled, You shouldn't be the one killing it, of all people. With that, he suddenly turned and stormed off. Seeing him react like that, Kang-rim called out, Hey, Kang Taehoon. He was completely baffled by Taehoon's behavior and could only watch him leave in silence. Beneath the sacred tree, a large crowd of participants had gathered. Even after a while, Taehoon's mood hadn't improved at all. He stewed in his anger, deep in thought, as Jimin's words from earlier echoed in his mind. A failure that can't even ascend to become a dragon is indeed a massive problem. Taehoon sat gloomily on a branch of the sacred tree, his mind in complete disarray. The words kept repeating in his ears like a broken record. You're a total failure. Taehoon grimaced in sheer agony as old memories flooded back. He remembered his father violently slapping him and screaming, Are you trying to drag my name through the mud? Every single one of his father's harsh insults came rushing back. I'm ashamed to have a son like you. Taehoon remembered every detail of his father's furious face. Even though his cheek was burning red from the slap, he could only hang his head in silent frustration. I spent 20 years living exactly how he wanted, but I guess that was still never enough for him. Suddenly, a voice seemed to whisper in Taehoon's mind. Is this really the best you can do? Everyone said you were destined for greatness. Flashbacks of trophies and certificates filled his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't achieve those things. He simply wasn't the perfect child his parents wanted him to be. In his mind's eye, Taehoon was sitting all alone on a swing, lost and without direction. To them, anything less than perfection was a failure. I can't shake the feeling that I'll never escape being a failure. Images of a lonely Taehoon beating everyone else with a wooden stick flashed by, yet he was still so isolated. That deep-seated insecurity had driven him to rebel and get into endless fights. I looked at everyone as if they were my enemies. The image of the Gangcheori appeared before Taehoon. Though it was roaring furiously and breathing fire, a closer look revealed tears streaming down its face. Maybe that's why. Back in the present, Taehoon sat alone, staring at the Gangcheori, which was still raging not too far away. I thought you were different, Kang-rim. He remembered when Kang-rim had struggled with all his might to carry him on his back. Taehoon hadn't been completely unconscious back then. Writhing in pain on Kang-rim's back, he had asked, "Why are you helping me? Aren't you worried about being betrayed by someone from Zone 3? But Kang-rim hadn't hesitated for a second. "I don't think you'd do that," he replied calmly, adding, "You're just not that kind of person." Hearing those words, Taehoon could hardly believe what Kang-rim was saying. It was like a wake-up call. Every single word Kang-rim said to him echoed in his head. At that moment, I knew what kind of person you were. I trusted you. Taehoon covered his eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. Just hearing those words lifted a massive weight off his shoulders. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the Gangcheori in the distance. I know we can't just let the giant serpent run wild and destroy the entire demon realm. Taehoon then looked down at Kang-rim's group below. But, if possible, it would be so great to save the Gangcheori, just like you saved me. Down below, Kang-rim was talking to the group while pulling out a key from somewhere. Hearing this, the twin sisters excitedly asked, "You can borrow a weapon? Does that mean we can finally kill the Gangcheori?" Suddenly, Kang-rim clarified to the sisters, "Let me make one thing clear, I'll be the one dealing with the Gangcheori." Clenching the key in his hand, his eyes shone with determination. "But we're not going to kill it," he said confidently, laying out his plan to everyone. After hearing his plan, everyone agreed it made sense. Soo-ah spoke up first. "Sounds like it's worth a shot." The older twin, Yoonbom, asked, "Should we tell the others not to kill it?" Kang-rim looked completely puzzled by Yoonbom's question. "Wait, are there people who actually want to kill it? All we have to do is wait one more day to complete the mission, right?" Yohan spoke up. "That's the bastard." Hearing this, Kang Ji-soo and Junbong immediately pictured Doko Jun's cruel face. Dun turned to Father Yohan. When asked how he reacted to the news, Father Yohan replied, "If you mean Doko Jun, he was absolutely thrilled, said he was going to raid a boss." Hearing that, Kang-rim whipped around in a panic, scanning the area. Where is he right now? Meanwhile, Doko Jun appeared with a murderous look on his face. "Where do you think you're going?" Clutching his snake, Choi Sang-won replied in annoyance, "To the hallway, obviously. Do you seriously want to fight that thing?" Behind him, several other players stood frozen. Doko Jun stared back blankly, as if he didn't comprehend. Standing right in front of him, Sang-won pressed further. "We'll clear this quest as long as we survive today. So why the hell are you doing this?" Sang-won tried to push past Doko Jun. "Gucci and I are heading somewhere safe. If you want to fight it, go do it by yourself." But Doko Jun's hand shot out, brutally grabbing Gucci's body. "Oh, really?" Doko Jun sneered at Sang-won. "But what are you going to do about this?" The moment the words left his mouth, he squeezed Gucci with crushing force. The snake screeched in agonizing pain as dark energy began to swirl around its body. A system window popped up, decomposition skill activated. In an instant, Gucci was ripped in half by Doko Jun's deadly skill. "Oops, looks like your snake is dead," Doko Jun said. Sang-won stared in sheer horror, completely paralyzed by shock. "No, Gucci," he shrieked in agony. Acting as if nothing had happened, Doko Jun brushed off his hands and said, "Don't be so pathetic." Sang-won stood frozen like stone, staring at the severed head of Gucci in his hands, crying silently. Doko Jun then turned a cold, lifeless gaze to the remaining. The players flinched in terror under his menacing glare. Without another word, Doko Jun moved like a flash, using his skill to do the exact same thing to the other players' snakes. The players cried out in despair, "My snake, why would you do this?" Severed snake parts littered the ground, completely shredded. "No, please don't kill it," one of them screamed in sheer frustration. "This isn't fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours have to die?" He replied with chilling indifference. "Oh, my snake?" Suddenly, his own snake let out a painful shriek. Without a single shred of hesitation, he calmly did the exact same thing to the snake wrapped around his own neck. A system notification flashed. You have failed to protect your snake. 155 hours and 24 minutes out of 168 hours. The players watched in utter disbelief as the dead snake thumped onto the ground. Before anyone could even process what happened, Doko-jun spoke up. Satisfied now? He offered them a sickeningly friendly smile, extending a hand that was still pulsing with dark, malevolent energy. Now, I have no choice but to kill Charybdis. Let's fight side by side, shall we? A short while later, Doko-jun slowly approached Kang-rim with a cheerful grin, leading the remaining players. Hey there, Kang-rim, let's go slay Charybdis. Hearing his voice, Kang-rim turned around and said, I was actually looking for you. Behind Doko-jun, the other players looked completely miserable and defeated. Noticing this, Kang-rim asked, Why are so many people following you? Doko-jun chirped, Oh, they're the main character's support squad. He spoke with absolute, unshakable confidence. You have a plan to kill it, right? The players behind Doko-jun desperately tried to whisper and gesture to Kang-rim. Just say yes, Kang-rim, don't let this psychopath lead us. Kang-rim remained perfectly calm as he replied to Doko-jun, Yeah, and I'll need your cooperation. I have a way to handle Charybdis. Meanwhile, in another location, several sharply dressed individuals stepped out of a spatial portal. I seriously don't get what the director is thinking, one of them sighed. These newcomers were none other than Gung-doo's crew. Walking behind, Jeol-min muttered in confusion. The trainees could actually die out here. Unbothered, Gung-doo kept walking calmly, which is exactly why we're heading over to them now. An-nabi brought up the rear, deeply focused on something. Walking alongside them was Moon Dong-yu, who smirked with her arms crossed. Team leader Gung, you're late, she called out. Gung-doo snapped back in irritation. Why the hell is she here? This isn't even her jurisdiction. Gung-doo then turned to Jang Liebek. Team leader Jang, long time no see. Jang yawned sleepily. Yeah. At that moment, Charybdis appeared to be under fire. A laser beam grazed past its massive body. Gung-doo turned his head to look at the system screen Liebek was monitoring. Who's fighting Charybdis? Liebek replied, It's team leader Gung's trainee, Seo Kang-rim. Through the system window, Charybdis came into clear view. It was violently spewing fire in a blind rage. Several people were perched on a cliffside, battling it, Liebek added, and everyone from District 2. Gung-doo stared intently at the screen. Seo Kang-rim. Liebek sat down against a tree, fanning himself with a piece of paper. They don't stand a chance of killing it anyway. Let's just deal with it ourselves and get out of here. Dong-yu immediately chimed in to stop him. Hold on. The director told us to wait, she said, her eyes gazing into the distance. Still, Dong-yu couldn't tear her eyes away from Charybdis as it rampaged, spitting fire everywhere. Though, I do hope they give up soon. Then she turned to Gung-doo and said, If Seo Kang-rim fails, I'll recruit him to District 1. Is that why you're here? Gung-doo asked, clearly annoyed. Dong-yu replied indifferently, I just want to know where an awakened this strong came from. I'm so jealous. Not far away, Kang-doo stood silently, watching intently. But looking closely, he was biting his lip, as if raging inside over something. Meanwhile, a bullet struck the back of the Gangchiori's neck. The shooter was none other than Yoon Bom. Right after taking the shot, she immediately relocated. The system screen flashed the gun's stats. The ghost-slaying rifle, a large-caliber rifle built for hunting thick-skinned monsters, borrowed from Gun's armory. The Gangchiori instantly whipped around, opening its massive jaws to spew fire at them. But as it unleashed a massive torrent of fire toward Yoon Bom, Cha stepped up from behind and conjured a shield, protecting the young girl from the flames. Skill activated, protective barrier. While the monster was still spewing fire, another sharp beam pierced right through its body, drawing blood. The projectile was Jeon's arrow. Taking aim, the young girl shouted to get its attention. Hey, over here! Hearing her voice, the Gangchiori spun around, preparing to blast the girl with fire once again. Information about her bow appeared. Blood bow, a replica of the bow and arrow used by the legendary hero who shot down 9 suns, borrowed from Gun's armory. But just as the flames rushed toward her, Lin materialized out of nowhere and formed a shield to block the fire. Skill activated. Water control. Watching from a distance, Gung-doo couldn't believe his eyes. What are they doing? Why do they keep missing? But their defense is pretty solid. Highly anxious, he watched and muttered to himself. How did these losers get their hands on those weapons? At this rate, they'll never beat the Gangchiori. Far from calming down, The Gangchiori grew angrier by the second, rearing back to breathe fire once more. But this time, only a faint puff of smoke came out, no fire at all. Even the beast itself stood there dazed. Seeing this, the other players immediately raised their weapons and charged. It's out of fire, let's go. But as they closed in, they realized a layer of flames still wrapped around its body, accompanied by thick plumes of toxic gas. One of the shield-bearing players struggled to endure the intense heat. Damn it, the heat and poison are still too intense. Get the poison and fire-resistant players to the front. Another player hesitated, looking at the others, pausing. Can we really pull this off? In response, one of them pulled out a talisman and asked, should I use this on a wall or something? With those words, massive shards of ice instantly surged up from the ground, encasing the Gangchiori's body. Skill activated. Ice wall summon. Seeing the beast trapped, one of them yelled, all right, keep pushing it toward the marked point. But suddenly, the Gangchiori's tail whipped violently through the air, causing the ice wall to shatter piece by piece. The players advancing froze in sheer terror. This is way too hard. Out of nowhere, Soo-ah called out to the group, water users, I'll do my best to restrict its movements. Everyone else, focus on putting out the fire. She immediately activated her skill, conjuring thick, sturdy tree branches that tightly bound the beast's body. Skill activated. Foliage assembly. Meanwhile, the others blasted the Gangchiori with water. Skill activated. Water bomb. They kept pushing and encouraging each other. Keep going. Don't let the fire reach the trees. Activate water cannon. The rest braced themselves with their shields, holding the line. Hang in there. Activate. Monster strength. Activate. Stamina fortification. Moving in perfect harmony, they worked together to suppress the Gangchiori. We're almost there. Just a little more. Up in the sky, a crow flew in from the distance. The Gangchiori let out a deafening roar, stomping its giant foot so hard that the remaining ice walls shattered, and the very ground. The panicked players screamed to one another, we can't push it anymore. Damn it, what now? Kang-rim said we have to push it off the cliff. Suddenly, Go-un rushed out from the crowd. Stepping in front of everyone, a dark, ominous aura began to envelop his entire body. You side characters, get behind me. With that, Go-un slammed his hands onto the ground with all his might, causing the earth to crumble and collapse beneath them. Skill activated. Decomposition. Unable to escape, the Gangchiori plummeted down along with the falling debris. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground below. Seeing this, the crow flying overhead let out a sharp gleam from its eyes. Its glowing eye functioned just like a camera lens. Lee B, who was observing the battlefield through the crow's eyes, let out a soft murmur. Indeed. On the screen, a figure came into view. It was Kang-rim, sword in hand, leaping onto the Gangchiori's head. Wait, how did Kang-rim get up there? Back to Kang-rim, he reached out, aiming his searing hot hands at the Gangchiori's flesh. Thick steam rose relentlessly from the beast's body, shrouding the entire area in a heavy, hazy mist. Seo Kang-rim fought through the searing heat, his hand still tightly gripping the sword, lodged in the depression on top of the monster's head. After spotting the exact weak point he was searching for, Seo Kang-rim plunged his sword into it without a moment's hesitation. There he is. Someone watching the system monitor suddenly cried out, "What?" A massive beast appeared on the screen, with Seo Kang-rim clinging for dear life onto its head. A sudden voice boomed from behind. So that's where Seo Kang-rim is, Gong-do said with a smirk, nodding toward Dong-yu. I knew it. What do you think? They're going to take it down, right? She didn't share his excitement at all. Damn it, she cursed silently, turning away to anxiously bite her nails with a sour expression. I was planning to recruit Seo Kang-rim to my side once he failed this mission. Images of the trainees flashed in her mind. Having already lost several useful ones from Area 1, she desperately needed to recruit others from different areas. She stood frozen, staring at her surroundings. If they successfully killed Kang Cheol-ji, her entire plan would go down the drain. Should I do something to make him fail? Meanwhile, Gong-do was busy checking the system screen, paying her no attention. Let's see. While she was plotting her next move, she overheard Gong-do, who was staring at the monitor beside her. He muttered in confusion, "Wait, what is he trying to do?" On the other side, Seo Kang-rim's hand touched something, causing sparks to crackle and hot smoke to swirl around his feet. The temperature kept rising rapidly. Seo Kang-rim strained to look at Kang Cheol-ji's head. There was a depression right in the middle. I just need to. Suddenly, he raised his sword and flashed a triumphant grin. Found it. Earlier, when leading his team and hearing Seo Kang-rim's plan, Taehoon had quickly agreed. I think this is worth a shot. But Seo Kang-rim frowned, looking anxious. The problem is, it's lost its mind. It won't recognize me. Taehoon thought for a moment, then gave a confident smile. Actually, I have a solution for that. Just stab it straight through its Baihui acupoint, and it'll remember you. The moment the sword pierced Kang Cheolji's head, thick, black smoke began to pour from the point. The agonizing pain in its head made the beast howl in absolute torment. Seo Kang-rim gripped the sword tightly, shouting to calm it down. It's okay, calm down, it's me, Seo Kang-rim. In an instant, Kang Cheolji's rage completely melted away. The beast stopped howling, and its head slowly lowered. Seo Kang-rim looked directly into its eyes with pure sincerity and asked, Do you recognize me? To make sure, he pulled out a long red scarf and tied it around Kang Cheolji's dragon horn. Do you remember this scarf? I'm going to tie the mark of friendship on your horn once again. Over on their side, Gongdu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is he taming it to make it an easy kill? Impressive. Lee Baek nodded while staring intently at the screen. That's pretty ruthless. How did he even think of that? Hearing their amazement, Dongyu quickly leaned over to get a closer look. What? Seeing Seo Kang-rim actually taming the beast, she fell back into deep thought. Suddenly, Dongyu smirked smugly, turned around, and barked an order. Lib, record this, and report it immediately. First team leader Dongyu of the Semin clan has personally dealt with Kang Cheolgi after seeing that the other trainees couldn't take down the beast. Gongdu turned on her, furious. What the hell do you mean by that? Semin leader, this area is under the jurisdiction of leader Kang, Lib, and myself. We are the ones who make the decisions. Gathering her lightning, Dongyu looked at him with a sneer. The director never said anything of the sort to us. And from where I'm standing, it looks like Seo Kang-rim is in grave danger. A massive bolt of lightning crashed directly into the center, where Kang Cheolgi and Seo Kang-rim were. Gongdu roared in anger. Are your eyes just for show? Why the hell are you throwing spells around like a lunatic? Right then, the sword lodged in Kang Cheolgi's head acted as a lightning rod. The violent shockwave sent Seo Kang-rim, who was still tying the scarf, flying backward before he could brace himself. Gongdu grabbed Dongyu by her collar, lifting her up. Have you lost your damn mind? You just threw lightning right next to a trainee? But she just played innocent. Oh, why did that lightning bolt hit the monster's head? I was actually aiming for its body. Besides, it looks like Seo Kang-rim didn't get hit directly, did he? On the screen, Seo Kang-rim was still reeling from the shockwave that shook Kang Cheolgi. Gongdu stared and yelled, Are you mocking me? Seeing his reaction, Dongyu casually shrugged it off. Just a minor slip-up. With that, she turned and ran off. Inwardly, she plotted, It'll be a massive pain if Seo Kang-rim dies, so I just need to strike nearby. Gongdu gave chase in a panic. What the hell are you planning to do now? Dongyu leapt off the cliff, casting a backward glance at him. The boy is in danger, so I'm going to save him, Gongdu yelled after her. Semin leader, stop right now. But Dongyu was already casting spell after spell. Cloud Walk skill activated. Lightning Strike skill activated. Her magical attacks rained down relentlessly on Kang Cheolji's body. Dongyu smiled triumphantly, humming a tune under her breath. A perfect hit this time. As the dust settled, Gongdu and Lee Baek jumped down after her, throwing out a warning. If anything happens to Seo Kang-rim, I will make you pay. But before he could finish, she gasped in shock. Huh? What? How did it miss? Right then, a system notification flashed on the screen. Kang Cheolgi has failed to resist the mark of friendship. Kang Cheolgi has been subjugated by Seo Kang-rim. Having just struggled against Kang Cheolgi's energy, only to be struck by lightning, Kang-rim was completely out of breath. Damn it, have the envoys already intervened? Meanwhile, Dongyo fell onto a small ledge below. Looking at the sword embedded in the cliff, she finally realized that the weapon Seo Kang-rim used was designed to attract lightning. So that was why her attack failed. The sword had absorbed all the damage from the lightning. As Gungdu and envoy Lee Baek jumped down to Kang-rim alongside her, he suddenly addressed team leader Gungdu, thinking to himself, and that woman in the video. Dongyo looked regretful as she held his sword and said, I'm sorry, Seo Kang-rim. I only wanted to help, but it seems I just got in your way. Luckily, you weren't struck by lightning, but Kang Cheolgi's wounds look pretty bad. She kept rambling, I'll return your sword, but you have to leave Kang Cheolgi behind. Before she could finish her sentence, Kang-rim immediately shot her down. No one is going to hurt Kang Cheolgi. Dongyo paused in surprise and asked, What do you mean by that? Kang-rim stood in front of Kang Cheolgi to shield it. I have no intention of killing Gangcheori, and I'm not going to let you kill it either. He firmly placed his hand over his heart and said, "It is my dragon." Gangcheori's eyes widened at the sight of the small hand shielding it. Dongnyo frowned in annoyance and shot back. "That's not a dragon. That's Gangcheori." Once again, before she could finish, Gungdu waved his hand to silence her. He barked at Kang-rim. "Are you serious, Kang-rim? Even if it's acting docile, it's still a monster." Kang-rim still tried to reason with him. "The poison and heat radiating from its body aren't that strong. I can control it. I still won't let you kill it." Gungdu gnashed his teeth in frustration. "You foolish bastard." But Kang-rim didn't back down for a second, saying, "Let me handle this." With that, Kang-rim placed his hand on Gangcheori's head and prepared to summon his small Qilin. "Help me with this, will you?" Lin cried out in response as if understanding the request. Floating right above Gangcheori's head, the Qilin released a gentle turquoise magic that made the beast tremble. A silvery green light shot straight into Gangcheori's head, and in an instant, its massive body began to glow. The blinding light illuminated everything around them, forcing Dongnyo to shield her eyes. The trainees nearby had to back away and cover their eyes as well. Even the injured Taehun, who was leaning against a tree, was no exception. Kang-rim cradled Gangcheori's forehead and said, "You're not a monster, and you're not a failure." Hearing this, Taehun's eyes widened in utter shock. He watched as Kang-rim looked at Gangcheori with a gentle gaze and whispered, "You are a dragon." A notification popped up, beginning to purify the malice of the monster Gangcheori. Right after, Gangcheori's body instantly began to shrink. It snuggled into Kang-rim's arms as if it had finally found its home, a tear of gratitude still lingering in the corner of its eye. Carrying Gangcheori and Lin, Kang-rim walked away and said to Gungdu, "See? It's completely docile now." Seeing him pet the dragon's horn, both Gungdu and Dongnyo were stunned. "What? A Qilin can do that?" Li Baek also leaned down affectionately to poke the dragon's horn, smiling as he said, "It really is a dragon." Just then, a notification popped up for everyone. "You have defeated the monster Gangcheori." Junbyeom and Johan cheered in excitement. "Oh, it says the quest is complete." "Me too. I got it as well." Gojun smiled as he watched the trainees cheer happily. Meanwhile, Kang-rim leaned down slightly and asked Li Baek, "Envoy, can I take the dragon with me? It might still be in some trouble." Gungdu stepped in and grumbled, "Do whatever you want, but I think you should worry about yourself first, Seo Kang-rim." Kang-rim was taken aback but quickly realized what he meant. "Ah, thank you." Gungdu continued to show his concern. "I'm not entirely sure from this distance, but you have more than just one injury." Dongnyo covered her mouth in mock horror. "Yeah, if we had just left him alone, he might have died." Gungdu gritted his teeth and warned her, "Watch your mouth." Suddenly, Dongnyo turned and called out, "Do-hun, come heal him. You brought healing supplies, right?" He casually pulled out his medical kit and replied, "Sure thing." She laughed casually, showing off to Kang-rim. "These are really expensive, you know. I was saving them for a real emergency." Just as she said that, Do-hun cheerfully announced, "All done." Dongnyo stared blankly at the two giant globs of medicine slapped on Kang-rim's cheeks. "Fine." A moment later, when Do-hun returned, she immediately interrogated him. "I told you to heal him, but why did you use so much of my medicine?" Meanwhile, Kang-rim noticed something behind him. He held Gangcheori tightly and asked Taehun, "You came to hurt it, didn't you?" Taehun looked quite displeased by the question. Taehun quickly waved his hands. "No, it's not a giant serpent. It's a dragon." As he and Gangcheori stared at each other, Kang-rim muttered, "I don't know if there are any other snakes left to show you." Seeing Gangcheori glare as if it wanted to tear him apart, Taehun quickly recoiled and shook his head. "No thanks. I have no intention of looking for another one." He held out his hands innocently. "I told you, now that I've lost, I'll just withdraw." Suddenly, Kang-rim drew his sword. "First, you have to do what I say." Taehun pondered for a moment, then let out a scoff. "Yeah, what's that supposed to mean?" Kang-rim quickly turned and walked away, gesturing for him to follow to a quieter spot. "Come with me," he said. Confused, Taehun asked, "Why do we have to go over there?" Kang-rim gave him a reassuring look, as if to say it was nothing major. But as Taehun hurried to catch up, he couldn't help but think, "That definitely feels like a huge deal. Why can't we just talk here?" After standing and talking with Kang-rim in a nearby spot for quite some time, Taehun hesitantly asked him, "Will that really work?" Kang-rim gave him a serious nod. He was already preparing a backup plan for Taehun, just in case. If you don't want to do it, you don't. But before Kang-rim could even finish his sentence, Tae-hoon cut in. I'll do it. I'll do exactly what you said. With an intrigued smile, Tae-hoon looked at him and added, It's the fates of Seo Kang-rim and Jang Tae-hoon have now been intertwined, untangling a piece of Seo Kang-rim's bound destiny. Seo Kang-rim's destiny class is currently rank 2 humanity, but in the pitch-black darkness of the night, only heavy, exhausted breathing could be heard. Kang-rim groaned to himself, What's going on? My chest feels so heavy. Is this sleep paralysis again? He clenched his teeth and endured the agonizing pressure, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seriously, it hurt like hell. He thought he'd be used to these nightmares and sleep paralysis by now, but this was on a whole different level. Trying to move his limbs, Kang-rim realized he could actually budge a little bit. Ah, I can move. Thrilled that he could move, he thought about sitting up. But that was when he noticed Rin standing right on his chest, making a fuss and chirping away. Rin. He reached out to scoop the little creature up. Get off me, buddy. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Purifying skill has been activated. A warm, jade-green light surged into Kang-rim's forehead. Dumbfounded, he looked at Rin and asked, Why are you using that on me? Before he knew it, the bright morning sun hit his face, forcing him to squint. He bolted upright in bed, completely startled. Wait, what? Is it already morning? Did I sleep through the entire night? Right next to him, Rin bit down hard on the hem of his shirt and tugged it upward, making him panic. Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Did you purify the rest of the poison for me? Seeing that his wound had almost completely healed, he gently patted Rin's head. Thanks, buddy. You're a lifesaver. A moment later, Kang-rim scratched his head and climbed out of bed. I seriously slept the whole day away. I must have been completely drained to sleep like a log. Sensing a strange presence, Kang-rim suddenly bent down and peeked under his bed, staring intently into the shadows. It was the black-red dragon, a Tier 3 demonic creature. Known as a symbol of poison, fire, and water, this beast was highly aggressive, with an attack power that put other dragons to shame. But Kang-rim thought gloomily, I'm going to have to send this guy back to the spirit realm. He keeps trying to bite Tae-hoon's snake. He lifted the little guy up. Did I seriously summon him in my sleep? Hey, be good now. What should I name you? David? Or maybe Lucky? The dragon in his hands looked completely drained of energy, and its stomach let out a loud rumble. Seeing that, he scooped it up and called out to Rin. All right, let's get some food first. You too, yo Rin. Down in the dining hall, a few people were scattered around, eating. Kang-rim watched Yo and Rin devour their food like starving beasts, sighing internally. Great, now my food bill is gonna double. Out of nowhere, Go-jun strolled over and greeted him warmly. Ah, Seo Kang-rim, there you are. He leaned over the table, peering at Yo despite the dragon glaring fiercely back at him. So, this is a dragon? What's its name? Kang-rim bluntly replied. Yo. Hearing that, Go-jun flinched and pulled his hand back to avoid getting scratched. Wait, isn't that a snake's name? Kang-rim turned to him, deadpan. I named him that, so that's his name. Go-jun looked at Yo and Rin, who clearly weren't thrilled by his presence, and fell quiet for a moment. He then flashed a friendly smile. Kang-rim shot him a wary glance. He was right. It wasn't just about bringing Yo back. Back then, Tae-hoon had looked him dead in the eye and asked, So, what are your orders? Kang-rim had replied coolly, Head over to Zone 2. Kang-rim knew there was a specific reason why Anna Navi had emphasized the Zone 2 mission for the trainees who had lost their snakes. She had announced to the trainees that they had all failed the Zone 2 mission. But even if you fail a mission, you still stand a chance if you move to a different area. Once there, you can redo the entire mission from scratch, and it won't be nearly as difficult. Go-jun plopped down right behind Yo, startling the little beast so much that it didn't even dare to eat its last piece of food. Why did you do that? Go-jun asked. Kang-rim let out a heavy sigh because he seems like he'll be useful. This only left Go-jun even more baffled. But there are tons of guys like him out there. Annoyed, Kang-rim cut him off. Yo and Rin quickly scampered away as Kang-rim added, maybe because he actually knows how to behave, unlike a certain someone. Hearing this, Go-jun's eyes instantly lit up. Wait, does that mean he's going to be successful in the future? Sweating nervously, Kang-rim shot back. Do you honestly think I can see the future? Go-jun looked down and let out a wry smile. Well, you definitely looked like a main character back in that venomous snake room. He remembered what Kang-rim had said to Yo at that moment. You are a dragon. Go-jun placed his hand over his heart, nodding slowly as if he had found some deep enlightenment. So, I decided to do a little self-reflection. Kang-rim hesitated, raising an eyebrow. Reflecting on what? Go-jun stared blankly at the table. I just think I've been lacking. An image of Go-jun begging for severed snakeheads flashed through Kang-rim's mind. What could you possibly be lacking? I think you did more than your fair share in that whole mess. Forcing a polite smile, he added aloud. You were actually a huge help back there. Go-jun winced as if a nerve had been struck. His eyes flared as he cut Kang-rim off. No, I mean, truly being of help to you. He clenched his fists tight. At this rate, I'm only. But right in the middle of his emotional confession, the dining hall door swung open, making Go-jun instantly shut his mouth. Soo-ah walked in, giving him a pretty wary look. Go-jun also pretended to squeeze her shoulder a bit, then told me he had to get going. You're overthinking it. I need to get back to work. Watching his departing figure as Soo-ah ran over, I couldn't help but think. He seemed incredibly enthusiastic about his writing. As Go-jun and Soo-ah brushed past each other, she only happily greeted me. Kang-rim, are you okay? Seeing how they didn't even greet each other, I thought to myself, is he avoiding Soo-ah? On the outside, I replied, yeah, I'm fine. How about you? She stood beside me, hesitating for a moment. I'm fine. But he didn't do anything weird, did he? A lot of people have been ruined because of him. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. A lot of people are wary of Kang Tae-hoon because he's from another district. Seeing Tae-hoon and Go-jun cross paths outside the door, I reassured her. Don't worry about Tae-hoon, he's not a bad guy. Tae-hoon glared at Go-jun's departing back, filled with deep suspicion. As Tae-hoon walked inside, his face returned to normal. He smiled cheerfully and asked, Hey bro, were you guys talking about me? Seeing him arrive, I quickly said, Oh, let me introduce you. This is Soo-ah. She gave a warm, gentle smile as she looked at Tae-hoon. Hi, I'm on the same team as Kang-rim. Soo-ah. He sat down in the chair opposite us, his expression turning completely serious. Hello, I'm Kang Tae-hoon, and I'm from District 3. Nice to meet you. The atmosphere suddenly grew dead silent, with only Cha Yohan constantly trying to leap forward and bite Tae-hoon. Right during that awkward moment, Soo-ah stood up to say goodbye. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your meal. A bit surprised, I didn't try to stop her. All right, see you later. As the two of us watched her leave, I had my own thoughts. I thought she would have stayed to talk a bit more. Tae-hoon leaned in closer, asking curiously, Is she your girlfriend? I sighed and glared at him. No. And call me Hyung. Seeing me call him out, he just chuckled to brush it off. Right, you are older than me. Seeing that he had no intention of correcting himself, I added, You've only been talking to me so casually since yesterday. Tae-hoon had to confess. Well, calling you Hyung just feels so awkward. Hung, Kang-rim? Suddenly, he spoke up from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, you've felt really familiar to me from the very start. I gasped in surprise. Really? Tae-hoon recalled the image of me fighting and replied, Yeah. So I thought you were someone I'd fought alongside before, and you also looked really happy to see me. It was the exact same feeling I got with Soo-ah earlier. I really think we're going to be working together a lot in the future. He smiled like an idiot, while I stared with wide eyes, filled with a sense of anxious déjà vu. It feels like I've met both of you somewhere before. Clenching my fists, I stuttered slightly. Like, destiny or something? Hearing me say that, Tae-hoon self-consciously covered his mouth. Saying it out loud is a bit embarrassing. But either way, I just have a feeling we're bound to end up on the same team. My grip tightened even further out of fear. I thought to myself, is his thinking that really just a coincidence? Could I be repeating the future all over again? Tae-hoon looked around, sizing up the place. I thought you were a lone wolf, but who knew you had so many friends? I want to get closer to them too, not just Soo-ah, but the others as well. But suddenly, he whipped around. Oh, but count that bastard out. I asked in confusion. Who? Dog Go-jun, that's who. Tae-hoon recalled his face when he controlled the snakes. Yeah, the guy who slaughtered all the snakes in the reptile room. I absolutely despise people like him. How could he kill the very snake he swore to protect? I'm never hanging out with a guy like that. Breaking into a cold sweat, I tried to calm him down as he started getting worked up. I figured you would hate him. Yeah, but just don't go picking fights with him or anything. I cautioned him, secretly guessing that he would probably get along well with Soo-ah and Cha Yohan. He's around the same age as Junbyum and Junyoung, so they'll probably hit it off. I watched him give a bright, cheerful smile. Taking the opportunity, Tae-hoon added, Oh, one more thing. He gestured with his finger, beckoning me over. I have a proposal. A short while later, Tae-hoon kicked open a room door. The glass panes above were completely shattered, having been used by him to block a barrage of incoming bullets. Only when it was reduced to splinters did Tae-hun charge straight into the inner room. A loud, chaotic brawl erupted inside, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Tae-hun smashed the walls to pieces, and when he finally stepped out, a smear of dark red syrup was staining his nose. He glared at the girl, holding a gun pointed straight at his head. "Why don't you tell me the reason you attacked me now?" Junbeom cocked her gun with sheer confidence. "Because I can't accept you." Despite the smile on his face, his tightly clenched fists made it obvious that Tae-hun was extremely irritated. "Who the hell are you to decide whether you accept me or not? You're the one who dragged me here." Junbeom's eyes burned with hatred. "I'm my master's #1 disciple, and my guardian god doesn't like you very much. He says that since you suddenly jumped in and snatched Seo Kang from us, you're nothing but a shady bastard." The power of Olympus manifested around the young girl. Junbeom growled at Tae-hun. "I heard that yesterday you asked him to accept you and brought up the oath of the Peach Garden, didn't you, Tae-hun?" He wasn't about to back down either. The power of Shu-han, led by the god Guan Yu, manifested around him as well. Tae-hun let out a cold, scoffing laugh. "Wait, if your god liked him so much, why didn't they just take him in sooner? Why are you getting so mad at me for failing?" Yunbom didn't lower her gun. "Master doesn't care about any of that, so why don't you just give up already?" Before she could even finish, Tae-hun gave her a flat-out no. Standing right next to her, Jian frowned and snapped. "Do you even understand the situation you're in right now? We're only being this patient because we never thought you'd actually try to fight us." With that, the kid turned to argue with Yunbom. "And hey, sis, I'm the one who's #1 here. Move aside and let me take him." The girl screamed in frustration. "You want to fight?" Jian looked at Tae-hun, sizing him up. "You ran over to our place after failing your mission, so you must be weak as hell. Why is this taking so long?" Overhearing the kid muttering something, Tae-hun cupped his ear. "What's that now?" He stretched his arms and legs, tilted his head, and asked, "Are we fighting or what? You two look pretty weak anyway," Jian muttered, already drawing his bow. The siblings kept throwing shade. "Are you blind or what? Bring it on." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling young Jian. "Hey, what do you think you kids are doing?" Kang-rim walked over with a frown, looking at them. "Are you guys seriously fighting? Everything seemed fine when I introduced you yesterday." Jian stammered, trying to explain. "Well, it's because he keeps badgering you about those guardian spirits, and Yunbom couldn't even get a word in. So basically, both of them said their guardian spirit ordered them to make Tae-hun give up." Kang-rim's expression darkened even further as he growled, "Your guardian spirit told you to fight?" Seeing the two siblings looking down silently, Kang-rim asked bluntly, "Yunbom, Jian, do you still want me to contract with your guardian spirit? What about yours, Kang Tae-hun? Same thing?" Tae-hun stole a quick glance at him and nodded. "Yes, I really do." Kang-rim covered his mouth in utter disbelief. He thought for a moment, then clapped his hands to gather their attention. "All right, how about this?" Kang-rim gestured to both sides. "I'll accept the guardian spirit of whoever wins." His words left both sides completely stunned. But then, he added something else that made them crane their necks, waiting for the catch. "But..." Kang-rim drew his sword, pointing it directly at the three of them. "You have to fight me. If I win, you all have to give up." Fully unsheathing his blade with a dead serious expression, he added, "And I'll be demanding compensation from your guardian spirits as well. It's gotta be at least god-tier gear, so tell them that." Their fingers quickly tapped away on their control screens, while Tae-hun seemed deep in thought. While the siblings, Yunbom and Jian, were busy discussing it, Kang-rim watched them, thinking to himself about the commands of the gods. Having a guardian spirit lets you borrow their power, but in return, you have to obey their every command. But not every command of a god is a divine oracle. If you blindly follow them without thinking for yourself, you're nothing but a puppet. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Kang-rim waited, thinking to himself, "I don't want to take a risk like that." After finishing his communication, Tae-hun hesitantly explained, The gods are saying this isn't fair because you're way too strong." Kang-rim quickly adjusted the terms. "Fine, then skills are banned. You guys can all come at me at once. If I get hit even once, I lose." Hearing this, they readily agreed. "Our side accepts those terms." Kang-rim calmly raised his sword. "Then let's get started." The kid quickly raised his bow, replying, "You're on," and smirked. But won't it end a bit too quickly with just one hit? Before he could even finish the sentence, Jian had to hastily raise his weapon to block a lightning-fast strike from Kang-rim. Kang-rim grabbed Jian's other arm, his eyes razor-sharp as his sword readied for another strike. Don't worry about me. You don't have time for that. Kang-rim's face was completely cold and dead serious. I'm not playing around here. He slammed his sword hilt directly into the back of Jian's neck. From a distance, Yunbom screamed in panic. The gun in her hand was shaking so violently she couldn't pull the trigger. Kang-rim picked up the unconscious Jian like a limp chicken, glanced at her, and said, "Shoot." Just as he uttered those words, another figure lunged at Kang-rim's back. "Make sure you aim properly." Yet, he easily dodged the ambush as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Spinning around, Kang-rim hurled Jian straight at Yunbom, knocking her off balance. With them out of the way, he raised his sword just in time to block a sharp kick from Tae-hoon. He grinned and said, "Hey, don't go forgetting about me." Tae-hoon's face lit up with a strange, wild excitement as they clashed. Getting a bit creeped out, Kang-rim asked, "Why the hell are you so excited?" Tae-hoon didn't say a word, replying with a direct, heavy kick instead. Kang-rim ducked, causing Tae-hoon's kick to smash hard into the wall. Kang-rim immediately swung his sword, but Tae-hoon managed to dodge it in the nick of time. Smirking, Tae-hoon reached out, trying to tag him. "What? Are you taking it easy on me? At this rate, you're gonna lose in no time." Kang-rim's gaze turned razor-sharp, filled with absolute hostility. Out of nowhere, a bullet slammed right at Tae-hoon's feet. Luckily, he managed to jump back just in time. Annoyed, Tae-hoon snapped his head toward Yunbom, yelling in frustration, "Hey, why are you shooting at me?" But that split second of distraction was all Kang-rim needed to slam Tae-hoon's head into the wall, knocking him out cold. Jian glared at them with utter annoyance. "There is no way I'm letting you win." Right after taking care of Tae-hoon, Kang-rim locked eyes with the siblings. They both rushed him, launching a coordinated onslaught, but Kang-rim's sword deflected every single strike. Outside the room, Soo-ah and several other trainees watched the fight through the doorway, their jaws completely dropped. One of them, breaking into a cold sweat, turned to Soo-ah and stammered, "Aren't you going to stop them?" Inside, they're drawing their bows recklessly. Tae-hoon threw a punch but completely missed, and Kang-rim even mocked him for it. "Don't make your attack so predictable." But just as Yunbom, peeking from behind Tae-hoon, raised her gun, Kang-rim quickly jumped in to block the shot. The girl laughed out loud. "Hey, you never said we couldn't work together." Tae-hoon also took the chance to smirk. "Yeah, who's predictable now?" Soo-ah looked at the tense yet non-threatening situation inside and just let out a soft sigh of relief with a smile. She walked away with her phone, seemingly trying to call someone. The confused intern called after her, "Miss Soo-ah." Just then, the other end picked up. Soo-ah answered quickly, "Hello? Yeah, got it, thanks. The address is." Meanwhile, after exchanging some blows, they were still completely outclassed by Kang-rim. After teaching them a lesson, he stopped and drove his sword into the ground. It seemed like the three of them were still incredibly green. Kang-rim alone was able to take on both sides. He figured it was time to wrap things up. Since his original goal wasn't to hurt them, he knew exactly when to draw the line. There was absolutely no reason to keep fighting. But for a battle-hungry guy like Tae-hoon, he wasn't about to accept this outcome. "No way, we're not done yet." Seeing his stubbornness, Kang-rim remained completely calm. He dropped to one knee and asked directly, "You aren't planning on doing this all of next week, are you?" He couldn't just stand by and watch his teammates turn on each other, so he made his frustration clear. "Look, training is fine, but fighting just because of a divine order? I hate that. And frankly, it's really pissing me off." At this point, Jian didn't know what to say or do, so he just lay on the floor and let out a heavy sigh. To prevent both sides from fighting over such ridiculous reasons again, Kang-rim offered them a suggestion. "Honestly, maybe it's better if you guys don't team up. You're acting like your best buds, blindly trusting each other to have your back just because of some divine order." His stern expression made it crystal clear how much he disapproved of their behavior. He was not having it. Even though Kang-rim had laid it all out, Jian stubbornly refused to understand. But the Guardian didn't even let the kid finish his sentence before cutting him off. "If the Guardian ordered you to kill Yunbom, would you actually do it?" Hearing this, the young girl's face darkened as she realized just how blind she had been. Kang-rim didn't want anyone to be manipulated into losing their mind. "You have to make your own decisions." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. This time, he was dead serious about them listening to his advice, instead of just blindly following orders. As Kang-rim turned to leave, Tae-hoon stopped arguing. Instead, he dropped to one knee and respectfully bowed his head. Though Jian didn't dare to argue anymore, he still felt a lingering sense of regret that things hadn't gone his way. Defeated and helpless, he was at a loss. To stop the bad blood from dragging on, the kid swallowed his pride, initiating an apology. "Hey, Tae-hoon, I'm sorry for attacking you out of nowhere." Jian knew he was the one in the wrong and wanted to take full responsibility. "Like I said, I'm sorry. You're a really great fighter. Honestly, if Kang-rim hadn't stepped in earlier, neither side would have backed down." Now that the kid was actually apologizing, Tae-hoon felt a bit embarrassed. "It's fine. I'm no saint either." While everyone was gathered, Johan suddenly popped his head in. Only after seeing that peace had been restored did he finally dare to show his face. "Can I come in?" Father Johan asked. Meanwhile, Kang-rim calmly left the chaotic room behind. "So, is it over?" "Yeah." Even though the fighting had stopped, they were still excitedly dissecting every second of that intense clash. "But man, the way you threw off his balance when she shot right over your shoulder." After stepping into the fray, Kang-rim got a much clearer picture of those siblings' fighting style. They started off fighting individually, but eventually teamed up. It wasn't hard for him to see that this experience had brought them closer. Kang-rim thought he was all alone, but a voice suddenly echoed behind him. "So, was this your plan all along?" And the one who had been watching the entire fight from the very beginning, without bothering to intervene, was none other than Soo-ah. Bonding in the heat of battle is always the best. "Is that so, Soo-ah?" It turned out she was also the one who had told Johan to come back. "I asked Father Johan to come over once I saw things winding down." "Thanks." Since they were meeting face to face, he figured it was the perfect time to clear something up. "Are things still awkward between you and Tae-hoon?" Because if before Kang-rim could even finish his sentence, Soo-ah cut him off. "It's fine, just a little strange. Honestly, he feels really familiar to me." Hearing this, Kang-rim was slightly taken aback. Something suddenly clicked in his mind. Shin Soo-ah feels it too? Tae-hoon's past words to Kang-rim flashed back like a slow-motion film, along with what Shin Soo-ah had just said. Knowing their paths were bound to cross again, Kang-rim simply smiled and said, "That's good to hear. Be nice to him, okay? Look on the bright side. At least they won't drift apart if I ever disappear." Cut to Dong-ryu's office, where Do-hee was currently debriefing her. The trainees who failed in Sector 3 have already begun their trials in Sector 1. Dong-ryu didn't seem surprised or emotional at all when she heard the announcement. "All right, I didn't expect much anyway." She simply sighed and casually replied. "Seo Kang-rim cleared it easily, and Tae-hoon too, right? He's pretty good, but he already moved to Area 2. Realizing Dong-ryu was no longer concerned about them, Do-hyun started speculating. "So, have you given up on Seo Kang-rim?" "Give up?" In reality, her true goal lay elsewhere. "If anything, I want him even more." The next second, she became excited as she realized there were also some decent trainees in Area 2. It's still too early. After that, Dong-ryu shifted her attention back to the bright red notification screen. Did he reply? And guess what? The message displaying on the notification board was exactly what she wanted to see. "I'll accept the request." Dong-ryu couldn't contain herself and burst out laughing hysterically. She was looking forward to what exciting things would happen next. "I wonder how Captain Gong will react when he realizes it. Now I'm excited." Meanwhile, the bright red demonic talisman in a Navi's hand erupted in flames, as if burning down the boundary between the human world and the demon realm. Standing in the center of the erupting magic circle, she remained perfectly calm amidst the crimson vortex of dark magic tearing through reality. Gate number 7 is open. Before everything began, a Navi reaffirmed one more time. "Once you clear this demon realm, you can leave just as we promised." To keep this journey from turning into a disaster, she gave them a heads up. "Since this is the final room, it's going to be extremely tough. You can't leave before clearing it, so please." But after a moment, she suddenly changed her mind and fell silent. "It looks like I was worrying for nothing." Before vanishing into thin air, a Navi bowed to them one last time. "I hope to see everyone again. Good luck." A moment later, the trainees split into small groups and slowly made their way inside the gate. Looking around, only their group was left in the end. At that moment, Jian began to wonder, why is it just us? Wait, where's the priest? Soo-ah said she needed to check on something first. She said we should go ahead if she runs late. Then the kid mentioned a name that made Tae-hoon glare with daggers in his eyes every time he heard it. "I have a feeling father will show up with June. He's still busy writing his novel. Who cares about that guy anyway?" After waiting for a bit, they finally saw Seo Kang-rim approaching. Everyone immediately waved to greet him. "Look, master, the gate is open. Let's go." Realizing he was lagging behind, He didn't hesitate and quickly got his things together. Am I late? I need to get ready. Seeing Seo Kang-rim acting so mysteriously, they couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? But Seo Kang-rim had no intention of giving it away just yet. It's a secret. Since they were all pretty laid back, nobody rushed him. So, should we wait? He didn't want to slow them down, so he urged them on, saying, it won't take me long anyway. Go on ahead. All right, make sure to be quick. Seo Kang-rim stood there with a smile, waving them off. He seemed a bit excited today, but once Jeon's group was completely gone, his smile faded. He turned and walked straight ahead, stepping into the room before him with an incredibly serious expression. The space around him was pitch black, and a faint silhouette of someone was looming right ahead of him. As that person drew closer, Seo Kang-rim smiled softly. It turned out to be none other than Soo-ah. Seo Kang-rim, I heard the final room is open. Aren't you going? Seeing that she hadn't left yet, he couldn't help but ask, what about you? I'm leaving right now, let's go together. But Seo Kang-rim declined because he still had things to take care of. You go ahead. I need to handle a few things first. But for some reason, Soo-ah blocked his path as if she had a bone to pick with him. He was utterly confused by her sudden move. Shin Soo-ah. It turned out it wasn't anything serious. Soo-ah just wanted Seo Kang-rim's phone number. Now that I think about it, I don't have your number. She held her phone out for him to enter his number. I've already exchanged numbers with everyone else. Will you give me yours? Faced with that request, Seo Kang-rim froze for 5 seconds. Seo Kang-rim reached out to take Soo-ah's phone, but just a few seconds later, he pulled his hand back. Realizing he had basically rejected her, Soo-ah's face flushed with embarrassment. You don't plan to, do you? With only the two of them left in the room, Soo-ah didn't hesitate to confront him about his intentions. You plan on never seeing me again once we get out of here, don't you? Seo Kang-rim seemed to have his deepest secret exposed, standing silently with his arms crossed. His silence was as good as a confession. Having gotten her answer, Soo-ah clenched her fists, trembling. Now she finally understood why he had always kept his distance from them. Is that why you always kept your distance from us? Seo Kang-rim. Even as she shouted at him, he stubbornly refused to say a single word. Even though Seo Kang-rim looked completely calm on the outside, his heart was in absolute turmoil. That's the exact reason why I've always had to keep my distance. Everything he did was to pull them away from the lurking dangers. Besides, he had absolutely no intention of meeting up with them once they got out of here. That was the only way to keep them safe once Baek-ryeong came looking for them. Seeing Kang Ji-am remain dead silent while she talked herself hoarse, Soo-ah snapped at him again. Well, Kang Ji-am? After giving it some thought, Kang Ji-am decided to give her his actual number so she wouldn't suspect anything else. No, hand me your phone. Soo-ah stood right next to him with her arms crossed, still doubting his honesty, warning him, You're not giving me a fake number, are you? Kang Ji-am didn't say another word, only giving her a faint smile. After typing in his number, he gently handed the phone back to Soo-ah, saying, Here's my number. Even though she had successfully gotten Kang Ji-am's number, she was still highly suspicious of him because of his bizarre behavior. Not wanting to bother Kang Ji-am any longer, Soo-ah walked away with a parting promise. I'll believe you for now. I'll contact you once we leave this place. See you around. He didn't reply to her, simply turning around in silence. Deep down, Kang Ji-am knew all too well that this would be the very last time they would ever see each other. I know there won't be a next time. Meanwhile, at another location, right now, Kang Ji-am was all alone, sparring with his spirit beasts to train them. Seeing his beast control skill improve day after day, Kang Ji-am couldn't help but Firebomb John's skill had successfully leveled up to Phantom Level 2. Not wanting to be outdone by his friend, Jin also unlocked his inner power, activating his magnetic horn skill. However, just 4 days later, both of them were completely wiped out from the intense training, collapsing flat on the ground. Kang Ji-am didn't want to completely drain their stamina either, so he decided to give them some time to recover their energy. You guys did great, go ahead and take a break. He didn't want to push his own limits too far either, so he laid back on the ground, thinking, I need to reach the demon realm as fast as possible. Suddenly, a notification popped up. An item from the Cradle of Gods and the human realm had appeared, along with an item from the unsung hero. Seeing these incredibly high-tier items drop only now, he was actually quite surprised. Just how incredibly good are these items that they're only showing up now? Although these 3 items were a bit late to arrive, every single one of them was absolute top-tier quality. There was Hermes' level 3 dragon gear, Minos' level 3 dragon gear, and a demonic level 3 life elixir. His exhaustion instantly vanished as he leaped right back up, eagerly holding the glittering items in his hands. After admiring them for a while, Kang-rim was extremely satisfied and carefully placed each item into his inventory. The items I received are actually dragon tier. I guess having the gods compete like this works out pretty well for me, even though their childish bickering gets on my nerves sometimes. But out of nowhere, a Navi popped up right behind Kang-rim like a ghost. You haven't left yet because you're waiting for them? She couldn't comprehend why on earth he was lingering here instead of moving forward. Oh, hello, Messenger Navi. Are you still here training? You're already strong enough to enter the demon realm, you know. The reason he hesitated was that the timing wasn't right yet. Well, actually, not just yet. Since Kang-rim was currently on the outside, he was extremely curious about how the others were doing inside. So he asked how far everyone else had progressed. I'm afraid I cannot reveal their progress to you at this moment. Hearing that, he immediately shifted to another topic. Can you at least tell me if anyone has completed it yet? Just as expected, Anavi simply shook her head in response. Realizing it was nearly impossible to pry any information out of her, Kang-rim decided to give up. All right, that's enough. I knew I wouldn't get a single piece of useful information out of her anyway. Since he couldn't rely on others, he had no choice but to do it himself. I guess I'll just have to find out on my own. Where are you planning to go at this hour? Kang-rim had absolutely no intention of revealing his plans to Anavi, so he quickly made an excuse to leave. I'm pretty exhausted after training my beasts. I need to get some rest. As more time went by, what puzzled Kang-rim the most was the absolute silence from the media. In the past, whenever someone became the first to clear the training center, the media and journalists would make a massive fuss about it. Back then, Soo-ah managed to clear the demon realm on just her third morning, but now, even though 4 days have passed, there hasn't been a single word. Sitting on the bed with Jin and John, his anxiety began to mount. Why hasn't there been any news? Has no one cleared it yet? Just then, a notification popped up on his phone, reading, "Please report if you have completed the other world." Kang-rim stared at it, falling deep into thought. As soon as Shinsua's guild finishes their raid, that's when I can make my move. But suddenly, a golden arrow flew out of nowhere and slammed straight into the wall, snapping him back to reality. The arrow clearly wasn't meant to attack him. It was sent with a different purpose. I am immediately reached out to touch it, and information about the arrow popped up. A message sent across space and time? This was a special arrow, forged from a spirit beast, capable of delivering a message to absolutely anywhere. When Jean and John saw someone trying to send him an indirect message, they immediately rushed over to nose around. A bright red screen suddenly popped up in front of Kang-rim, delivering an anonymous message. As soon as the message appeared, whatever was written on it made Kang-rim's face turn dead serious and completely dazed. To his absolute shock, the screen showed Soo-ah covered in horrific wounds, while Seo-ah was lying there, completely lifeless, leaving him wondering if he had already kicked the bucket. Kang-rim couldn't believe his eyes, his hand trembling as he reached out toward the screen. But it didn't stop there. An even more horrific sight followed as she took her own sword and began to harm herself. Kang-rim reached out with one hand, using the other to cover his face, and completely devastated as he watched Soo-ah in agonizing pain, his heart shattered into a million pieces. Just a moment ago, she was laughing and talking with him, and now, she was in this terrible state. See you later. I want to stay in touch once we get out of here. Every single word and gesture of hers from that moment came rushing back to him. Kang-rim had a feeling that might be the last time he'd ever see her smile, but he never expected things to end up like this. I need someone I can lean on. Suddenly, memories of their past replayed frame by frame, dragging out the agony as if time itself wanted to torture him. I like you. The memory of the moment Soo-ah confessed her feelings to him that day sent another wave of emotion through his chest. Why her? Back then, she had walked up to him, pointing out that he still couldn't use his fate steal skill. Hearing that, Kang looked completely clueless, unable to wrap his head around what she meant. Having watched Kang-rim grow stronger day by day, Soo-ah couldn't help but admire him. I like that about you. You never take the easy way out. Even when a simple, easy choice is right there in front of you. Kang-rim took the phone from Soo-ah and took a hard look at himself. She was right. He couldn't use the skill yet because he was simply too weak, not because he didn't want to. Even though Soo-ah genuinely seemed to want to get closer to him at that moment, he still couldn't shake his suspicions. Was she mocking him? Or was she trying to make him pay for what happened to her eye? Do you have business in the poison room? I will wait for you, and then we can head to the final room together. Kang-rim flashed a smile as he handed the phone back to Soo-ah, but deep down, he was totally on his guard. So that's her game. She wants to use my skill, doesn't she? Sure, I'll hit you up as soon as I'm done here. Kang played nice on the outside, but in his mind, he was already plotting against her. Do I look like some desperate simp to you, hypocrite? The second you let your guard down, I'm stealing your— And with that, the two of them teamed up to take on the mission. They entered the dissection room, where silent skeletons stared down at them. Find your token, and escape the demon realm. There was no time limit, but they had been forced to equip the dissecting skeleton strap. Obviously, this challenge was going to push them to their absolute limits. The effect would trigger repeatedly, and they had a total of 7 levels to clear. For the dissecting skeleton strap, a saw blade would appear and grow larger after 24 hours, and any body parts bound by the straps would be completely severed once they reached level 7. The lower your karmic debt, the less lethal the strap placements. To make sure their cooperation went smoothly, Kang-rim filled Soo-ah in on what they needed to do, explaining that whatever parts are wrapped by these straps will be sliced right off. If we don't clear this demon realm within 7 days, we're done for. I guess we'd better find that token, and fast. It was only the beginning, but Kang-rim was already breaking a sweat as those straps began to manifest. Look, yours is on your pinky finger. It's clear that the heavier your karmic debt, the more vital the areas they'll target. In other words, this is basically a literal scale of your karma. The less lethal your straps are, the more your pure goodness shines through. Even though the tension was sky high, Soo-ah still found the time to tease him. How on earth do they even measure something like that? Wow, so you really are a good guy. Hey, what are you laughing at? In reality, Kang-rim was the ideal role model she had always aspired to be. I really want to become a good person. Just like you. Soo-ah then slung her sword over her shoulder, staring ahead with eyes heavy with unvoiced sorrow. No matter what my fate turns out to be, it might be a little late to worry about these straps now, but I still want to live a decent life from here on out. But Kang-rim didn't buy any of it. Hearing Soo-ah's seemingly heartfelt words only made him more skeptical about people. Is she just putting on an act? She doesn't seem like the kind type at all. But does she actually trust me? Growing up in a viper's nest had completely stripped him of his self-esteem. Do you really believe that crap? He was far too used to the constant mockery and isolation. Who would ever genuinely want to partner up with a guy like you? Everyone treated him like a bad omen, leaving him entirely isolated to fend for himself in this massive, unforgiving world. All you can ever do is bring death to everything around you. Because of the deep scars in his soul from the past, Seo Kang-rim ended up pushing away the genuine warmth in his present. Are you really going to let yourself be fooled again? Is there actually anyone in this world who is honest with me? Suddenly, as the two of them are walking forward, a strange noise echoes. Sensing that death is drawing near for Seo Kang-rim, Soo-ah screams out in pure panic. But Seo Kang-rim, even as the bloodthirsty shadow thief charges right at him with terrifying speed, stands there frozen in place, just like everyone else. But maybe this time, he was wrong. Soo-ah is not like the others who pushed him away or abandoned him. Instead, she steps up to shield him from the danger. Without a single thought for her own safety, Soo-ah shoves Seo Kang-rim behind her, taking a fatal blow in his place. By then, it is already too late. Powerless to do anything else, his eyes widen in sheer horror as he screams her name, Soo-ah! The eerie blue of the shadow thief stains the blade, yet Soo-ah grips it tightly as if it were a part of her own body. Despite the severe wound to her abdomen, she refuses to back down. After a while, the shadow thief moves to another room, ending its attack. I should have run faster if I had known they wouldn't follow you into the next room. With his face darkening, Seo Kang-rim sets his dagger down on the ground. The Destiny Systems window never told me that. Fearing he might take her words the wrong way, Soo-ah quickly explains. Do you think I am blaming you? That is not what I meant at all. Just telling me the monster's names and skills was already a huge help, but consumed by overwhelming guilt, he refuses to accept it. How is that even considered helping? You got hurt again because of me. All of Seo Kang-rim's bottled-up emotions finally burst out through those words. He cannot help but feel terribly guilty for being nothing but a constant burden to Soo-ah. Back in the Sword Forest, you even lost an eye just to protect me. Tears silently stream down Seo Kang-rim's face, carrying the unbearable torment of the wounds he has indirectly caused her. You would be so much better off without me. Why do you keep dragging me? Soo-ah never expected someone who seemed so cold to break down and show this much emotion. Even though she knows that staying with Seo Kang-rim means constantly walking on thin ice, Soo-ah does not hesitate for a second. I already told you, it is because of me. Her words are suddenly cut short, The sharp bite of John snaps Seo Kang-rim out of his memories. He suddenly wakes up from his flashback. And now, what he needs to do is not wallow in sorrow, but take action for Shin Soo-ah's sake. Realizing that, Seo Kang-rim cannot afford to hesitate for another second. I have to go save Shin Soo-ah. But the crushing weight of guilt from back then rises up inside him once again. No, have you already forgotten why you stayed behind? That very thought only pushes Seo Kang-rim further away from Shin Soo-ah. Going there will only put her in even greater danger. Even though years have passed, that haunting thought is still deeply ingrained in his mind. My destiny is to drag others into danger. Yeah, it really is better if I don't go. Seo Kang-rim convinces himself that Shin Soo-ah can overcome anything without him. Shin Soo-ah is strong enough. Flashback to that very moment, she gently helps Seo Kang-rim up. I told you, I like how you fight against your own fate. Those words warm Seo Kang-rim's frozen heart, and she adds, so, you can help me next time. It was those words from Shin Soo-ah that gave him the strength to take a brave step forward. After all, Seo Kang-rim cannot bear to just stand by and watch Shin Soo-ah suffer like this. So this time, he is determined to overcome his fears. Entering the void room, Seo Kang-rim steps through the portal with absolute resolve, completely ignoring the whispers surrounding him. Is that Seo Kang-rim? Are we really going to be chosen this time? He has finally stepped inside, and his sole purpose for entering this place is to rescue Shin Soo-ah. What took you so long? Did something happen? You guys know where Shin Soo-ah went, don't you? However, they don't seem willing to cooperate without getting something in return. Asking questions right off the bat, are we? Why should we tell you? We will tell you only if you accept one of us as your god. Standing right beside him, Jin cannot help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It looks like if Seo Kang-rim wants to save Shin Soo-ah, he will have to pass this trial first. But you should really worry about yourself first. Through the reflection on his sword, he can see that familiar restraining strap wrapped around his neck once again. Not only that, but those annoying straps also appear around his wrists and ankles. Now, Seo Kang-rim is completely helpless as his entire body is brought under their control. Every single one of his vital points is bound by a restraining strap. It seems they want to toy with him a little before he leaves this place. However, they are completely taken aback by how calm Seo Kang-rim remains, standing there as if absolutely nothing is wrong. My god, he is incredibly calm. With Shin Soo-ah's current condition still completely unknown, Seo Kang-rim now finds himself dragged into this troublesome trial. If you do not clear this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. But he's not the same guy he used to be. Facing this threat, he calmly zips up his jacket. So, you guys don't know where Shin-woo is, do you? Not a very funny joke, and he's already losing his patience. Kang-rim's face is now cold as ice, his eyes completely hollow. They really won't learn until it's too late, still playing games with him. Who knows? Maybe it's east, west, north, south, or whatever. Hey, Kang-rim, just head north. Stop messing around. It's obviously east. Seeing that he can't get any useful help from them, Kang-rim decides to take matters into his own hands. I have no choice but to find them myself. The skeleton room has been added to the underworld map, with the current exploration rate at 0%. With no time for hesitation, he goes from room to room, checking everything thoroughly. Luckily, Kang-rim isn't alone. Jin and Jo are right there by his side. They keep opening doors one by one, but find nothing suspicious. But as Kang-rim passes by a room with blood splattered all over the floor, he stops in his tracks. Looking at the chaotic mess, he deduces that a fierce battle must have taken place here. He reaches down and picks up a glowing object from the floor. It turns out to be the father's crucifix necklace. This belongs to Father Johann Han. Seeing the arrows scattered across the wall, Kang-rim immediately recognizes them as the siblings' arrows. These marks on the wall are from Bom and Zion. Was Shin-woo with them too? They've been watching Kang-rim's every move, but they never expected his observation skills to be this sharp. He actually noticed all of that? What is he? Some kind of detective? But wait, isn't he just looking for his deadweight friends? Oh well, who cares? As long as it's entertaining. Soon they reach the main hall. The surrounding space is pitch black, dead silent, and completely deserted, creating an incredibly eerie atmosphere. Our little detective, Seo Kang-rim, is in big trouble. There isn't even a battle nearby. He looks around warily, seeing doors everywhere. I guess I'll have to go through all of them. But then, something catches Kang-rim's eye, making him pause. Looking down, he notices a large X scratched into the ground, as if left on purpose. This mark. Are they telling me which way they went? This room is definitely not as simple as it looks. Some kind of danger is lurking here. If the X means don't go this way, there must be a different symbol on one of the other doors. However, after searching for a while, Kang-rim still can't find anything different. Nothing. They're all X's. Was I wrong? Seeing him lost in his own deduction, they start teasing him. He's looking for the Saju. Saju? It seems their chatter just gave him a hint. Kang-rim immediately stands up and heads toward the throne. Is this idiot going to sit on the throne? Wait, is he climbing onto it? To their utter shock, he stands up straight on the throne and looks up at the ceiling. And just as Kang-rim suspected, there is a circle on the ceiling instead of an X. Found it. Using that circle as a guide, he easily makes his way to the upper floor through a gap. This place must have been the site of a brutal battle to end up looking like this. What a complete disaster. But not long after setting foot there, an uneasy feeling washes over him. All three of them immediately go on high alert, sensing danger closing in. Get ready, everyone. The demons are coming. And right here, Kang-rim runs into the shadow bandits once again. In the blink of an eye, they are completely surrounded. Looking at their overwhelming numbers, this is going to be a tough fight. However, thanks to his grueling training, Joe confidently spews fire at them. But the enemies are no joke either, aggressively raising their swords to strike back. While Kang-rim confronts the shadow bandits head-on, Jin stays right behind him, providing backup from the rear. Reaching a new breakthrough, Jin creates massive blue bubbles that trap the shadow bandits inside. With the immense help from Jin and Joe, Kang-rim can't help but feel incredibly proud of his two pets. All that training with everyone really paid off. There are a lot of them, but none of them are actually strong. But in the middle of the struggle, a familiar figure appears, freezing him in his tracks. Bomb? Even though she is in a completely different state now, she still does her best to help Kang-rim push back the enemies. But how could this even be possible? He quickly snaps out of it. No, that's just a shadow demon. And just as Kang-rim thought, the very next second, the shadow bandit's eyes flare with pure, murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the shadow bandit disguised as Bomb turns and attacks him, activating the skill, Perfect Marksman. The bullet it fires is no ordinary attack. It has a two-stage trajectory, flying forward and then curving right back around. Since it's locked onto him, he will still get hit even if he tries to dodge. The attack is guaranteed to land. Even though Kang-rim is looking at incredibly familiar faces, they are no longer the people he once knew. Bomb, Zion. Seeing you like this really hurts. Though it breaks his heart, he has to keep his composure and fight a life-or-death battle against them. Right after that, Kang-rim swung his sword with incredible force, deflecting the gunshots. His brain. He immediately began to analyze. In this chamber of stitched bones, there was only one type of monster. Looking at the two entities pointing their weapons at him, they were shadow mimics, a tier 1 human class capable of copying human powers. These replicate these monsters can Androsately for so. The arrows rained down, hurtling toward their target like a deadly storm. But as powerful as they are, they can't copy their target's personality or beliefs. Seeing how they copied his friend, Kang-rim panicked. Firing arrows so randomly like that was definitely not something the real Yoon-gi would ever do. With that in mind, he immediately moved to dodge the shadow demon's attacks. He dashed toward the shadow demon, telling himself, but on the other hand, if I can just take it out. Without a moment of hesitation, he lunged forward, his blade slicing. The moment it was defeated, the shadow demon vanished. The arrows flying toward him began to fade into thin air. Kang-rim glanced back, a faint smile spreading across his face as he said, "These arrows are going to disappear all at once too." But the danger wasn't over. Another shadow demon was still standing, aiming a gun straight at Kang-rim. As he spun around to face the demon, it activated its execution skill, summoning a massive array of firearms floating in midair, all locked onto Kang-rim. Watching the shadow demon eagerly aim its guns at him, Kang-rim realized that Yoon-bom must have learned a new skill. Staring down the impending threat, anxiety started to creep in. How am I supposed to counter this? Backed into a corner, panic set in, and his hand began to tremble on his sword. He realized his sword couldn't reach it, and at this range, dodging a barrage of bullets would be next to impossible. I'll be turned into Swiss cheese. Even if I use my defensive skills, how many of those bullets could I actually block? Just as he was sweating over what to do, a trigger clicked, aiming right at the shadow demon's head. Boom! The shadow demon was instantly obliterated. Then, a voice called out. Kang-rim looked toward the sound of the gunshot and realized Yoon-bom and Gojin had arrived just in time to save him. Gojun leaned down, reaching his hand out as he shouted, "Grab my hand, get up here." As Gojun pulled Gangrim up, Gangrim was still clutching Janin in his arms. But as he was pulling him up, Gojun noticed something. "Wait, he's hurt." Hearing this, Yunbom panicked. Are you okay?" Gangrim pressed his hand against the wound on his side and replied, "I'm fine, it's nothing." But Yunbom was still worried, asking if he needed some medicine. Gangrim chuckled and said, "No, I brought some too." Once they made it to safety, Gangrim looked around and asked out of curiosity, "But what is this place?" Yunbom chimed in, "I think the room next door is a cell." Hearing her, he asked skeptically, "A cell?" As if suddenly remembering something, Gangrim recalled the sight of Soo-ah lying severely injured on the ground, and spoke up. "Is Soo-ah in there?" The group rushed to the holding area. When they reached the cell where Soo-ah was being kept, Gangrim couldn't believe his eyes. Before him sat Soo-ah, barely breathing, her body covered in countless deep cuts. Gangrim screamed, "Shin!" Gangrim was completely frantic. He forced the door open, lunging inside as he yelled, "Shin, Soo-ah!" Seeing this, Yunbom tried to stop him. "Wait, the thing is..." But before she could stop him, he was already standing right in front of Soo-ah. He stared down at her, his face turning pale as he knelt beside her. Yunbom began to explain, "You probably already know that the monsters in this demon realm can copy our skills." Yunbom spoke, her face filled with deep sorrow and worry. "Even if we manage to shake them off, they just reappear the moment the next drumbeat sounds." She looked at him, lost in thought, before continuing, "But on the second day, we stumbled upon something." She recalled their battle with the shadow demons. Right then, Gojun had yelled, "Just hang in there a bit longer, I'm about to take these monsters down." But as soon as those words left his mouth, he noticed something strange. The exact moment Yunbom got hurt, the shadow demon mimicking her suffered the exact same injury. Gojun realized that any damage the original person takes is also inflicted. Gojun continued, "Those wounds on her. They didn't come from the monsters." Gangrim stayed silent, his expression darkening. He silently unscrewed the cap of a small vial. Seeing the wounds all over her body and the sword resting in Soo-ah's hand was absolutely heartbreaking. Gangrim cast his eyes down and spoke softly. She did this to herself. The potion he poured began to work its magic, slowly healing Soo-ah's wounds. At the same time, Yunbom replied, "You're right. She said it was our only real option. None of us could stand a chance against her clone." At that, she burst into tears, struggling to finish her sentence. She said she would handle everything on her own once everyone else left. Looking at Soo-ah's pale, lifeless face, it was impossible not to feel a deep ache in your heart. And the little girl didn't want to see Soo-ah hurt herself like that anymore, so she began to beg for help. "Please, stop her. She's too kind. Way too kind." Hearing those words, "too kind," Kang-rim felt like he was falling into an endless void. Yet, in his hand, another healing potion was already being poured out for Soo-ah. As the empty bottles rolled on the ground, his mind screamed in denial. "She isn't kind. She has completely lost her mind." Sitting beside him, Yunbom couldn't hold back her emotions. She broke down, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I know we shouldn't have done this. I know we should have tried to stop her," but Kang-rim didn't answer. Inside, he was still asking himself, how could a normal person stop someone who had completely lost their mind? Yunbom buried her face in her hands, falling into an indescribable despair. Beside her, Kang-rim remained silent, simply opening another healing potion. Suddenly, a hand gently patted Yunbom's head. It was Kang-rim. He asked softly, "Did you find the token yet?" Choking back her tears, the little girl nodded. "Sister Jian and Father Johan haven't found any yet." Suddenly, there was a sound from Soo-ah's direction. At that, the little girl quickly wiped her tears and called out to her, "Soo-ah?" But Kang-rim spoke up, "Yunbom, can you give us some space?" His words caught the little girl completely off guard. With a serious and determined look, Kang-rim continued, "I need to talk to her." Siren was starting to react to the healing potion. At that moment, she slowly opened her tired eyes. Suddenly, Soo-ah had a violent reaction, sending her mother into a total panic. Beside her, Kang-rim calmly poured more of the healing potion. As he did that, she reached out and grabbed his hand to stop him from pouring the medicine, raising her voice. Kang-rim just stared at her, calmly replying, "Let's talk." Looking completely exhausted, Soo-ah replied, "I get it, but put that medicine away first." As she spoke, she reached out to grab the sword she had kept by her side. Because if I recover, before she could even finish, she drove the sword deep into her own thigh. This sudden action completely caught Kang-rim off guard, leaving him utterly fighting through the agonizing, flesh-tearing pain. Soo-ah choked back her tears and spoke with a trembling voice. The others, they will be in danger. Immediately, she raised the sword with one hand, while using her other hand to tightly grip Kang-rim's wrist, the one holding the potion, as she gritted her teeth. But then, the sound of shattering glass rang out. He reacted just in time, catching the bare blade of her sword in his hand, his face darkening with intense gravity as he spoke. I told you, we need to talk first. Seeing Soo-ah's extreme reaction, panic surged through him, and he couldn't believe his eyes. She then grabbed his hand, which was still gripping the blade, and cried out in distress, "Let go!" But he held on tight, determined to stop her from doing anything reckless again, and leaned in close to reply. "Drop the sword first. We still have a little time before the next drum sounds." A heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Soo-ah let go of the hilt. She cast her eyes downward and muttered, "You said you weren't coming," yet her hand remained tightly wrapped around his wrist. Looking down at the cut on his hand, Kang-rim replied, "I never said that. I only said I'd be late." Soo-ah let out a soft sigh. Then, Kang-rim asked, "Why did you do this?" Kang-rim looked straight into her eyes and continued, "You could have won if you fought against your own illusion." But she just brushed her hair back and shook her head. "No, I couldn't. I'm pretty sure you already know why." She then suggested, "Take a look at my destiny window." Hearing this, Kang-rim activated his skill to peer into her fate. The moment he saw her destiny, he was completely shocked. Soo-ah's destiny window, was this really hers? Kang-rim fell silent. He honestly couldn't understand how things had changed so drastically. Just then, two cards materialized before his eyes. The first card was Bloodlust, a Tier 3 Phantom grade skill that boosts your power upon contact. The more you use it with human blood, the more dependent you become on the skill. Furthermore, if you kill your opponent, this skill will heavily affect your karma points. Seeing this, he wondered why she had this skill already. Right then, his gaze shifted to the second card. The Weight of Karma, a Tier 3 God-class skill, where the higher your karma points, the more your basic stats increase. He tapped on Soo-ah's destiny window. He was lost in thought. These two skills were things Soo-ah shouldn't have been able to learn until much later in the future. Kang-rim began to analyze the situation. It was just like his own destiny theft and Nam Yujin's serial killer skill. The more these two skills are used, the stronger they get. However, she currently had fewer stitched bone bracers than she did in her past life. Staring at the single stitched bone bracer remaining on Soo-ah's arm, he realized that she hadn't actually used these skills yet. But then he thought of Soo-ah's illusion. On the other hand, her phantom copy had absolutely no reason to hold back from using them. Kang-rim finally spoke up. "I'm fairly certain your illusion gets significantly stronger every single time it appears." Kang-rim placed a hand over his mouth, deep in thought. A monster capable of using bloodlust. That's definitely a major threat. Once again, Kang-rim became lost in his own thoughts. Seeing him stress so much over her, Soo-ah waved her hands dismissively and said, "So, just leave me behind and go with the others." Hearing her say that, he immediately asked, "What about you?" Covering her exhausted face, Soo-ah replied, "Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out." Kang-rim grabbed her shoulders in worry, trying to reassure her. "Soo-ah, look at me." Suddenly, she lost consciousness and collapsed, while he kept calling out her name, trying to wake her up. Kang-rim held her hand with one hand and supported her limp body with the other as she drifted off, shouting, "Are you really planning to just die here?" Suddenly, she touched his hand, straining to open her eyes, and whispered weakly, "Seo Kang-rim, I just want to close my eyes for a bit." Lying down on the cold ground, Soo-ah weakly added, "I'll leave soon too." With everyone else already gone, watching Soo-ah desperately struggle to hold on to her last fading threads of consciousness left Kang-rim with a heavy, aching heart. Now that his conversation with Soo-ah was over, Kang-rim stepped outside, where the others were waiting for him and eagerly ran over. Suddenly, Johan appeared and spoke first. "It's so good to see you again." Kang-rim smiled and replied, "Likewise. I'm glad this brought us back together." Kang-rim then reached into his pocket and pulled out a cross necklace. He handed it over to Johan, who accepted it with absolute delight. "Oh, thank you. I thought I'd never find you guys again." As the rest of the group gathered around, Johan continued, "But I'm so fortunate to be traveling with everyone once more." Johan looked at Kang-rim, his tone laced with a hint of concern. I was so worried when we got separated. But look at us reunited despite being pulled into completely different dimensions. Hearing that, Kang-rim frowned and asked, "Wait, weren't you with Dako-jun?" Johan chuckled nervously and replied, "No, I couldn't find anyone at all." Taehyun spoke up. "If we'd known our spawn points in this dimension would change, unless we entered at the exact same time from the outside, we should have waited." Suddenly, Johan gasped and covered his mouth. "Oh, that's right. I need to check on Soo-ah immediately." But just as Johan turned to look for Soo-ah, Kang-rim grabbed his arm to stop him. "Don't worry, she just fell asleep. I gave her some medicine, so she'll be fine." Johan looked surprised. "So you found her a while ago?" A heavy silence fell over the group. Suddenly, Yoonbom spoke up, breaking the tension. "I'm sure we'll be able to get out of here soon." Jian crossed his arms and nodded beside her. "Yeah, especially since Kang-rim is here with us." Taehoon put a hand over his face and sighed. "That'd be great, but if we end up running into Kang-rim's illusion, we're going to have a brutal time." Yoonbom turned to him. "Well, as long as it's weaker than the real deal. But if it's as ridiculously strong as Soo-ah's," Jian chimed in, "we won't know for sure until we actually face it." Then, some of them asked, "Do you guys think the strength of the illusion depends on the type of skills we have?" Meanwhile, "Whoa, Kang-rim, where'd you get that incredibly cool necklace?" But as soon as Dako-jun reached out to touch it, Kang-rim instinctively covered his neck, shielding the necklace. Hearing Dako-jun's question about the necklace, the twins immediately panicked. Jian spoke up first, her voice shaking. "Wait, your penalty item is a necklace, Kang-rim." Kang-rim calmly admitted it. "Yeah, it is." Yoonbom's eyes widened. Does that mean you're going to die?" Kang-rim quickly tried to reassure them. "I'll be fine as long as I get out of this dimension before the timer runs out. It's only been 1 day since I got here, so I haven't figured everything out yet." But the others couldn't stay nearly as calm as him. Yoonbom grabbed Dako-jun's arm and shouted, "Then let's go scan the area together right now." Johan immediately agreed. "Yes, let's get moving." Kang-rim stepped in front of them to block their path. "Wait, anyone who just got back needs to rest. Only the rest of us will head out." Seeing how he was still worrying about everyone else despite being in mortal danger, Jian cut him off. "Oh my God, look at yourself. You're heavily injured." With that, she jabbed her finger right into his wound, making Kang-rim wince in agony, while the kid casually said, "Just stay here and keep watch. If enemies from other sectors show up, Soo-ah's going to need a bodyguard." Johan nodded in agreement. "I agree. We should leave 2 people behind to guard the area. Just like last time." Dako-jun immediately volunteered. "Father, I'll stay here with Kang-rim. I'm actually feeling pretty tired anyway." Johan replied, "All right, Dako-jun, you stay here on guard duty." Seeing Yoonbom rushing out ahead, Jian called after her, "Hey, wait for me." Meanwhile, Kang-rim, powerless to stop them, could wait, but the door slammed shut with a heavy thud, and only the fading voices of the group could be heard. "We need to sync up our maps first." Kang-rim slumped onto the floor and sighed. "Well, Dako-jun, since it's just the 2 of us, how about you answer a few questions for me?" Dako-jun stood there with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. "Huh? You actually want to know something?" Kang-rim narrowed his eyes. "Why did you choose this room as our base?" Kang-rim's expression darkened as he continued. "There was absolutely no reason to lock Soo-ah up in a prison cell like this." Dako-jun shrugged and explained, "Hey, she's the one who chose this spot. She figured her illusion would be much weaker here because there are no plants or vegetation around." Hearing that, Kang-rim immediately understood. Ah, metal overcomes earth. He realized Dako-jun was right. This place would severely weaken Soo-ah since her element was earth. But still, leaving her in that state on a cold stone floor was just cruel. Dako-jun watched Kang-rim get lost in his thoughts, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, is that all? Are you out of questions already?" Suddenly, he stepped closer to Kang-rim, whispering, "After all, you are the main character." Then, his expression instantly turned cold and menacing. "I honestly thought you'd ask me something much more important." Kang-rim didn't even flinch, meeting his gaze with a deadly glare. Instead, he simply asked, "Why did you send me that message?" This question seemed to hit the jackpot, making Dako-jun's face light up with pure, twisted excitement. "Exactly. That's what I'm talking about." But instead of answering directly, Dako-jun teased, "So, you actually realized I was the one who sent it?" Seeing him dodge the question, Gang-rim growled. Just answer me. He chuckled. Well, with our main character missing, I was getting worried. I mean, you hadn't shown your face for 4 whole days. Then, he looked at Gang-rim with a mocking curiosity. Are you mad at me for leaving her down here like this? Gang-rim didn't answer and simply turned his head away. Forcing himself to remain calm, he replied, It's fine. At least I know Shin Soo-ah is safe, and I have you to thank for that. Doko-jun grinned. See? I knew you'd thank me. But then, a thought suddenly crossed Gang-rim's mind. Wait, how did you even get a space-time message? Those are incredibly expensive, especially for a mere intern like you. Hearing this, Doko-jun put on a coy act, playfully winking at him before replying, It is a secret. This sudden teasing from Go-jun gave Gang-rim literal goosebumps, but the guy just kept on messing with him. Well, if you really want to know, it is not that hard. Gang-rim immediately cut him off, groaning, Enough already, but Go-jun was not about to stop his teasing. But trust me, this is super interesting. Wanna know? Gang-rim simply shook his head, turned away, and coldly replied, Pass. Suddenly, Go-jun leaned back on the stone he was sitting on and drawled, Then I guess you already knew all this, because you are a regressor, right? But it looks like you could not predict this exact situation. So many things have changed now. Or maybe you are just too weak to figure out certain things. Annoyed by Go-jun's mocking tone, Gang-rim shot him a cold glare and snapped, If you want to keep talking trash, be my guest. Go-jun just smirked, clearly enjoying how much he was getting under Gang-rim's skin. Hey, it is just a theory. Then, Go-jun suddenly changed the subject. By the way, how many karma points have you piled up? Gang-rim did not answer right away. After a tense silence, he finally asked. Go-jun knew Gang-rim was just playing dumb to avoid the question. Come on, you know exactly what I am talking about. The Cheonggu bandage shifts its location based on our past sins. The more bad things you have done, the more fatal the placement gets. Go-jun held out his hands and explained, I did some pretty bad things in the past, so they tried to end my career as a writer. The higher your karma, the stronger your shadow illusion becomes. Hearing this, Gang-rim trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he demanded, So, what the hell do you actually want from me? Go-jun burst into laughter, raising his hands. Hey, I am just having fun. Then, he wrapped his hands around his own neck and continued, You always hide your dark deeds behind that good guy act, don't you? Go-jun kept rambling on. I really wonder what went down. His next words made Gang-rim's face instantly darken with anger. Just what kind of messed up things did you do in your past life? Suddenly, Go-jun sat up straight and called out, Seo Kang-rim. Go-jun's face twisted into a look of dangerous excitement. I am seriously dying to know. But Gang-rim was not about to back down. Just what kind of person are you anyway? Gang-rim looked him dead in the eye and replied, I am a criminal. This blunt answer immediately cracked Go-jun up. What? No way. Do you expect me to believe that? Well, actually, maybe it is true. The main character is usually the victim, after all. Go-jun's response left Gang-rim completely speechless. Then, Go-jun leaned back on his hands and let out a deep sigh. Man, I really want to see your shadow illusion. It must be insanely powerful since you are hiding so many dark secrets. This constant teasing drove Gang-rim crazy, making him clutch his head and snap, Just shut up. But Go-jun, being the annoying guy he is, just smirked and asked back, Who? Me? Well, I might shut my mouth if you tell me an interesting story. Go-jun's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and excitement. Come on, tell me. A story about your past life, or maybe a future prediction? Gang-rim let out a defeated sigh. I already told you, I am not a regressor. But Go-jun's curiosity was limitless. How about this? I will take a guess, and you tell me if I am right. Deal? Knowing there was no winning against this guy's endless yapping, Gang-rim sighed. Please, no. I would rather just tell you about my childhood. Meanwhile, Gungdu and Anavi were watching their conversation on a monitor. Anavi spoke up, It is a relief we are allowed to monitor the final demon realm. Anavi turned to him and asked, Are you also the most worried about Seo Kang-rim? Gungdu immediately replied, Exactly. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice called out, Captain, I have brought the files you requested. Sung-tae handed over the documents and reported, The more I dig into Seo Kang-rim, the more mysterious he gets. Gungdu frowned and asked, What did you find on him? Sung-tae stared at the folder in his hand, looking puzzled. He handed it over to Gungdu and said, Honestly, nothing. No criminal record. The guy is completely clean. The only notable thing is that he lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by a shaman, but he never let any spirit possess him. After that, he just lived a completely ordinary life. Sung-tae could not help but wonder, then what did he do to accumulate so many karma points? Standing nearby, Anavi guessed, maybe he is a murderer? If the case is unsolved, it would not show up in his record. But Gungdu immediately cut them off. No, I do not think so. 1 or 2 lives would never generate that much karma. To reach those numbers, he would have to kill at least 100 people. Gungdu's chilling speculation left both of them completely speechless. Gungdu continued his analysis. I cannot even imagine what he did, but whatever it was, it is definitely nothing good. Sung-tae hesitantly pointed at the monitor and asked, and you still want to recruit a guy like that to our side? Gungdu's voice turned cold as he called out, Sung-tae. He then paused to explain it to him. Why do you think the director had us manifest their karma as shadow illusions in the final demon realm? Do you think it is just to check their karma points, or to weed out those with severe personality flaws? Gungdu slowly looked up at Sung-tae and continued. If that was the goal, wouldn't we have done that from the very beginning? With a sharp look in his eyes, Gungdu began to explain further. We literally recruit cold-blooded murderers as trainees. Why the hell would we care about their personality? Besides, doesn't the Fate Protection Bureau risk the trainees' lives just to make them stronger? They don't care about who is good or bad. We are taking a massive risk here. And checking everyone's karma points in the final room is our way of making them prove they aren't just common criminals, but are actually stronger than the rest, and can be useful to us. 6 days after they unlocked the room of stitched bones, Yunbom's ear started bleeding, and she cried out in pain. Nearby, Taehun was clutching his hand and groaning. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Seeing that neither of them was doing well, Kang-rim quickly asked, Are you two all right? I'm fine, Taehun muttered. Kang-rim pulled out 2 syringes. He handed one to Taehun and prepared the other to help Yunbom. Then, he spoke. You're bleeding heavily. Use this to stop it. I have got some painkillers for you too. Once your skin heals up, you will be fine. So do not waste any healing potions unless it is absolutely necessary. Both of you need to get out of here and get some rest. As Kang-rim gently injected the medicine near Yunbom's ear, she said anxiously, But we still haven't found Sister Soo-ah or your token yet. We can't just leave. Hearing her plea, Kang-rim replied, Then at least rest for a minute and let the painkillers kick in so you can catch your breath. He then added, I will go check out the next rooms. The 2 of you stay put. But Yunbom protested, No, I am completely fine, really. Taehun chimed in as well. Yeah, we should stick together. In response, Kang-rim summoned a Kirin and instructed it. Kirin, keep an eye on them for me. I will be back before the next drumbeat. Kang-rim then made his way into another room, his boots crunching over a mess of papers scattered all over the floor. As he walked, he could not help but wonder. If the token was still in the same spot as my past life, shouldn't I have found it by now? But then, a realization hit him. It was all just an illusion. Kang-rim realized that the remaining shadows they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. The moment they crossed paths, the battle was instantly ignited. Kang-rim quickly analyzed the situation. Since the enemies would just respawn anyway, there was absolutely no point in wasting his energy on a room he had already cleared. The 2 sides clashed in a brutal struggle. But just as he slashed through one of the illusions, it suddenly spoke. Wow, look how terrifying Kang-rim is. Another shadow lunged straight at him, mocking, He's gonna slice us all to pieces. Oh, I'm so scared. I wonder just how ridiculously strong his own shadow is going to be. The next second, Kang-rim obliterated that illusion as well, thinking to himself, Honestly, that is even after wiping out every single shadow in the room, he still wondered why his own shadow had not shown up yet. But then, something caught his eye. It looked like the token he had been desperately searching for, causing a flood of thoughts to race through his mind. Is this really it? Kang-rim approached the chest containing the token, his heart racing with excitement. It is the exact same color as the one Soo-ah had in my past life. Suddenly, the box's barrier vanished. The token itself had a protective barrier, meaning only its true master could touch it. The moment his fingers brushed against the token, a system alert chimed in his head. You have acquired the S-rank token of Seo Kang-rim. Clutching the token in his hand, an overwhelming wave of relief washed over him, and he slumped against a nearby bookshelf. Staring at the token in his palm, he could hardly believe his eyes. He carefully slipped it into his pocket and whispered to himself, Well, I guess I still have some luck left after all, even though this whole situation is absolutely messed up. Then, the system chimed again. You have met the clear conditions. Once you leave with the token, the trial will end. Just as he was about to make his exit, he sensed someone nearby. His enhanced senses skill had automatically triggered. Kang-rim overheard a conversation from the adjacent room. Get up, quick, there is someone outside. Damn it, you are supposed to protect me. Where are you going? The voice sounded incredibly familiar. Without hesitation, Kang-rim pushed the door open, stepped inside, and spoke. Hey there. His sudden entrance caught everyone off guard. Ha-jin was the first to speak. Oh, Kang-rim. She walked over to him and said, We haven't seen you around at all. You must have entered the dungeon late. He nodded and replied, Yeah, something like that. Do you want to party up with us? She offered, and the rest of the group quickly chimed in, agreeing with her. Yeah, we trust you. It would be awesome to have you on our side. Seeing their enthusiasm, Kang-rim decided to lay out his true objective. Actually, I am looking for Soo-ah's token. He then asked if anyone had seen it. One of them replied, Wait, she is still in here? Wait, didn't someone mention seeing it? We haven't run into her, though. Hearing this, Kang-rim asked curiously, Who saw it? Someone turned to Si-woo and said, But that guy is already gone. Hey, Si-woo, wasn't he on your team? Do you know where they went? Si-woo remained silent for a moment. Then, he tossed a scroll over to Kang-rim and said, I only know the location where it was found. His helpful gesture was immediately met with praise from the others. Nicely done. Catching the scroll, Kang-rim smiled. Thanks, appreciate it. As he unrolled the parchment to examine it, a system alert suddenly popped up. The Demon Realm's investigation rate has changed. After memorizing the map, he rolled it back up and handed it back to Si-woo. By the way, you guys are pretty banged up. What happened? Did you run into players from another zone? One of them shook his head and replied, No, it was just a shadow, but it was incredibly strong. As they spoke of this shadow, a wave of dread washed over the group. It was completely different from the other. Every time someone fell in battle, it would undergo a bizarre transformation. The group began murmuring in fear. It was horrifying. Every time someone died, it mutated into a hideous beast. Damn. A regular beast would have been a walk in the park compared to that thing. After pacing around the corpse, that monster would copy and use the exact same skills as the person who just died. Hearing this, Kang-rim froze, as if he had just realized something. The others continued, On our first day here, it wasn't around yet. I think that shadow only appeared a few days ago. That was when Sangwon chimed in. Yeah. On the fourth night, it had a red stripe on part of its body and neck, so there is no mistaking it. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was terribly wrong. Sangwon suddenly noticed the details on Kang-rim's arms and legs, seeing stitched bone bracelets on all of them. Completely panicked, he gasped, Kang-rim, when did you get here? At that moment, Kang-rim turned to look at Sangwon with a highly threatening glare. Reaching out to touch Kang-rim's arm, Sangwon muttered, It looks like you have bands on both of your ankles, and your wrists, too. But Kang-rim yanked his arm back before Sangwon could even touch him, throwing him a death glare. Trembling with fear as he sensed something was deeply wrong, Sangwon forced himself to ask, Seo Kang-rim, show me your neck. Seeing Kang-rim deliberately ignore him, Sangwon raised his voice, drawing everyone's attention. Didn't you hear what I just said? The purple-haired girl stepped forward, looking extremely worried. Sangwon, what is going on? The others crowded around as well. Are you saying that Phantom is Seo Kang-rim's shadow? Another girl stepped up, trying to talk some sense into him. No, that makes absolutely no sense. Seeing that no one wanted to believe him, Sangwon's face contorted with rage. How can you guys be so sure? He spun around, pointing a finger directly at Kang-rim and yelling, The timeline matches perfectly, and he is just as freakishly strong as that thing. He even has those bands all over his body, just like the shadow. And if you also have one on your neck, before he could even finish his sentence, the dark, menacing look in Kang-rim's eyes shut him right up. The surrounding crowd could only look at each other in sheer confusion. One of them timidly stepped forward to probe. Kang-rim? Could you just show us your neck? Just this once? It's just to clear up this misunderstanding. But he simply pointed to his neck with complete calm, acting as if nothing was wrong. Even if I do have one on my neck, there is no guarantee that the Phantom is my shadow. Choi Sang-won lost his temper completely, his face pale with rage. Shut up and just show us already. We will be the ones to decide that. At this point, it seemed like no one dared to trust him anymore. Anxious and confused, they began to press him. It's just a matter of showing us your neck. Is that really so hard? That isn't your shadow, right? Then why are you hesitating? Then, someone suddenly blurted out, You actually have a skill like that, don't you? Kang-rim met their words with absolute silence. Sang-won stared at him, murmuring, Why aren't you answering me? Huh, Kang-rim? His silence only seemed to confirm everyone's worst suspicions. Panic spread through the room. It really is his shadow. So the reason he is this strong, Kang-rim remained dead silent, waiting for the next accusation, is because he has been killing people and stealing their skills. As the room descended into total chaos, Sung-tae stepped forward, trying to calm everyone down. Everyone, calm down. How is he supposed to say anything when you're all just ganging up and throwing accusations at him? Trembling with fear himself, Sung-tae desperately tried to reassure him, Kang-rim, it's okay, everyone is just scared right now. If you could just show us your neck. But before he could even finish, Kang-rim activated his loner skill, vanishing right before their eyes. Everyone panicked instantly, and Sang-won screamed, Where the hell did he go? As people shouted in alarm, they suddenly noticed the main door swung wide open. After a brief, stunned silence, everyone grabbed their weapons and ran outside, shouting, After him! We have to capture the host of that shadow. Leading the charge, Sang-won sprinted out the door with the others, yelling, He couldn't have gone far. Once the room was completely empty, Kang-rim slowly materialized behind the door. Leaning against the wall, he let out a weary sigh. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Recalling the looks of disgust and prejudice on their faces, Kang-rim thought to himself, Everyone reacted the exact same way when they found out about my skill in my past life. Feeling a heavy sense of sorrow, Kang-rim walked away. But I didn't expect it to happen this early. They probably feel betrayed because they thought I was a good person. In his mind, images of the people he loved most looking at him, with eyes full of hatred, began to flash by. Kang-rim couldn't help but ask himself, if that's the case, how would they feel if they found out about this skill? As he kept walking past the shattered furniture, he wondered, would they still accept me without hesitation like they did in my past life? Or would they feel betrayed and angry that I kept this a secret from them? The thought of being hated by the people he truly cared about was something Kang-rim simply couldn't bear. He remembered what Soo-ah had once said to him. I like that unyielding side of you, no matter how messed up the situation gets. Kang-rim knitted his brows, biting his lip tightly. The sheer sorrow and self-pity showed clearly on his handsome face. What will the Soo-ah of this lifetime think of me once I use destiny theft? The scene shifts to where Yoon-beom and Tae-hoon are resting. Yoon-beom speaks up, his voice filled with worry. We were so worried about you. What took you so long? Kang-rim's expression looks a bit strained. He pulls out a scroll tied with a red string and holds it out in front of Yoon-beom and Tae-hoon. He says, I ran into some people and found where Soo-ah's token is kept. The two are overjoyed. Tae-hoon shouts with pure excitement, That's awesome, let's get moving. Turning around, Kang-rim said, Follow me. He did his best to hide his tangled emotions, secretly deciding to tell everyone the truth only after they escaped the demon realm. After a while, the three of them arrived at a mysterious greenhouse. Its interior, a massive, overgrown garden, shrouded in lush greenery. Looking around curiously, Tae-hoon stared upward. What is this place? Are we outside? Yoon-beom glanced around frantically. It looked like an indoor garden, though it was absolutely massive. Sweating bullets, Kang-rim felt a sudden wave of unease and urged them to hurry. We don't have time, let's find it, quick. But as they searched, a divine, mocking voice echoed inside Kang-rim's head. This place is huge. It looks like it's going to take them quite a while to find it. As they kept searching, the voice continued to echo. Wouldn't it be hilarious if they ran into someone from the second zone right here? The relentless mocking completely distracted Kang-rim, his face turning pale with horror as the voices jeered at him. I wonder what Yoon-beom and Han Tae-hoon will say when they find out Seo Kang-rim's little secret. Another voice chimed in. Me too. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Hearing this, Kang-rim grit his teeth in pure frustration. He was already terrified of how the others would react to his secret, and the voice only mocked him further. Don't spoil it for them. It'll be way more entertaining if they figure it out on their own. Suddenly, Yoon-beom's shout broke Kang-rim out of his downward spiral. I found it. It's Sister Soo-ah's token. All three of them let out a sigh of relief. Perched on a tree branch, the girl pointed. It was right inside this hollow. Tae-hoon praised her excitedly. Awesome job. Kang-rim spoke up. Now, we just need to get this back. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. Yoon-beom flinched. Already? As the surrounding space grew dark and ominous, The three of them gripped their weapons tightly, ready for a fight. Tae-hoon spoke up. The time freeze was getting shorter and shorter as a dark energy began to envelop them. In the blink of an eye, two shadow stalkers appeared, exact phantoms of Yoon-bom and Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon yelled urgently, "There are way too many of them. Let's wipe them out fast and get the hell out of here." But something else caught Kang-rim's eye, making his heart stop. Standing right in front of him, off to the left, was the phantom of Soo-ah. Suddenly, the phantom was slashed across the thigh by an unseen force, sending Kang-rim into a panic. Soo-ah's phantom collapsed, another deep gash appearing on her arm. Kang-rim's mind raced in confusion. What? Why is her phantom just collapsing like that? While Yoon-bom and Tae-hoon fought off the shadow stalkers behind him, Kang-rim stood frozen, staring at Soo-ah's collapsed phantom. He suddenly remembered earlier, when Soo-ah had collapsed, raised her sword, and stabbed her own thigh without hesitation. He realized with horror that she was still constantly hurting herself, even after the drumbeats had stopped. Gritting his teeth, Kang-rim raised his sword and muttered, "I have to get to Soo-ah right now." But just as he swung his sword down, a glowing hand reached out, activating the healing hand skill and rapidly closing the wounds on Soo-ah's phantom. He froze, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. "Is that Father Johan's phantom?" As Soo-ah's phantom slowly stood up, a mechanical voice echoed. "A massive amount of earth elements detected in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been amplified by environmental factors." The environment? He quickly scanned the area, assessed the situation, and activated his wood leaf art skill. Immediately after, root-like shadow stalkers began to emerge from the ground. The robotic voice droned again. "A massive amount of earth elements detected in the surrounding area. Skill effects have been amplified by environmental factors." Soo-ah's phantom unleashed a massive surge of power. A barrage of root and vine shadow stalkers launched a sweeping, wide-range attack. The three of them struggled desperately to defend themselves as the situation turned critical. Terrified, Kang-rim screamed, "Run! Get out of here!" He swung his sword, hacking away at the attacking roots. Kang-rim defended with everything he had, but the attacks kept coming from every single angle. In a brief moment of distraction, his sword was knocked right out of his hand, leaving him completely defenseless. Terrified, Yoon-bom screamed, "Master!" Worried sick for her safety, Kang-rim roared back, "What are you doing? Run!" Before he could finish, Yoon-bom shrieked, "Behind you!" A sharp root impaled Kang-rim's thigh from behind, making him scream out in agonizing pain. Soo-ah's phantom calmly watched Kang-rim writhe in agony. It stepped down and walked toward him, a sinister, twisted grin plastered across its face. Kang-rim glared back, his amber eyes glowing with intense fury. Out of nowhere, he pulled out another sword and slashed wildly at the phantom, but the shadow stalker easily dodged his strikes, leaping directly behind his back. Whirling around, he saw Soo-ah's phantom land gracefully, licking the fresh wound on her hand, while releasing a terrifying pressure. Bloodlust skill activated. Shadow stalker stats have been boosted. Retreating to safety, Tae-hoon rushed over, his face pale with worry. "Are you okay?" Gasping for air, Kang-rim replied, "I'm fine. I can still move." But then, the heavy footsteps of the shadow stalkers echoed once more. They quickly gathered together and began healing their wounds. Standing nearby, Yoon-bom grit her teeth, her face darkening in disbelief. Even shadows can heal themselves. Tae-hoon was gearing up to strike, and Kang-rim quietly murmured in response, "That might be true, assuming they actually have some skills." As Tae-hoon slowly manifested his weapon, he added, "First, we have to take down Father Johan's illusion. Did he actually heal it?" Seeing what was about to happen, Kang-rim immediately reached out to stop them. Staying silent for a second, he glanced at the enemies charging at them and muttered, "It is too late now." But out of nowhere, Kang-rim turned on his heels and bolted. "I have a plan. Do not fight them, just run," he yelled. Yoon-bom watched him, completely confused, but Kang-rim shouted back once more, "There is no way we can take on a—" Hearing that, the other two finally decided to follow him and started running after Kang-rim. As they fled, Tae-hoon stopped for a split second, unleashing a slash at the enemies to buy some time. The scene then shifts to a quiet prison cell, where a crowd of people is gathered. Meanwhile, Johan, who was currently treating Kang-rim, also spoke up. Once the treatment was finished, Kang-rim expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Father." Johan then stood up, letting out a heavy, guilt-ridden sigh. "But because of my illusion, what are we going to do now?" He then covered his mouth, looking as if he was ready to punish himself for the trouble he caused. "Should I harm myself like Sister Soo-ah did?" he asked. Hearing those extreme words, Kang-rim instantly raised his hand to stop him, protesting, "No, absolutely not." With a gentle smile, Kang-rim proposed his plan, saying, "I think our best bet right now is to escape this place as quickly as we can. Those illusions can only copy the people who are actually present here." Saying that, Kang-rim glanced over in Taehoon's direction. The two sisters spoke up next, catching everyone by surprise, and Jiyeon instantly turned around with a look of pure panic on his face. "But what about Sister Soo-ah's command token? You aren't actually planning to let her go out there all by herself, are you?" Hearing this, Soo-ah's face darkened as she lowered her head and spoke. "You are making the right call," she murmured. But before she could finish, a voice cut her off, saying, "No way." It was none other than Kang-rim. He stepped forward, standing right in front of Soo-ah, and confidently declared, "I will defeat the illusion of Sister Shin Soo-ah myself." Hearing his bold declaration, Soo-ah was completely stunned. Standing tall with unwavering determination, Kang-rim looked straight at her and finished his thought, "Which is why you are coming with me." At his words, a cold sweat broke out on Soo-ah's face as anxiety gripped her. She slowly moved her hand, reaching down to touch the hilt of her sword. "Look, I do not doubt your combat skills." But seeing her raise the weapon, Kang-rim immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. "Stop, you do not need to do this," he said softly, gently taking the sword from Soo-ah's grip. "I have a plan, so let us get moving." Still trying to process everything, Soo-ah asked with a hint of curiosity, "A plan?" Basking in his true protagonist glory, Kang-rim simply offered a silent, confident smile. Meanwhile, back outside beneath the massive, sprawling trees, a massive crowd of illusion bandits began. Suddenly, right in the middle of it all, Jiyeon's illusion began to slowly dissolve into thin air. Moments later, Taehoon's illusion, which was perched high above, faded away as well. Eventually, every single illusion in the area completely vanished, leaving nothing but the illusion of Soo-ah, standing there all by itself. Suddenly, Shin Soo-ah walked out from the shadows, her voice filled with relief. "It looks like everyone managed to make it out safely. Every single one of their illusions has vanished." At those words, the copy of Soo-ah instantly snapped her head around to look. Back inside, Kang-rim maintained his cold composure, scratching his head as he muttered, "I really should have warned Go-jun before we took off, but I have no idea where that guy is." Standing right behind him, Soo-ah chimed in, "If anything goes sideways, I will just stab myself to end it." Hearing her casual threat, Kang-rim quickly snatched the dagger away from her. "No way, why are you even carrying these knives around?" Stopped in her tracks, Soo-ah replied helplessly, "I actually have a few more on me," grabbing all the weapons from her. Kang-rim carefully tucked them away and warned her, "Seriously, do not do that again." Standing firmly in place, his next words left her completely puzzled. "I know you probably think I am not up for this, but..." At that moment, both of them fell completely silent. Soo-ah's eyebrows knit together as she pondered. Finally, she reached out, gently grabbing Kang-rim's sleeve, as she chose to place her trust in him. "I believe in you," she said softly, a gentle smile spreading across her. "We are going to get out of this place together." Feeling the gentle tug on his sleeve, Kang-rim stopped in his tracks, turning his head back to look at her in utter surprise. The two exchanged a warm look, sharing a silent moment of mutual trust. Without wasting a single second, Kang-rim gripped his sword tightly, charged out, and activated his. He confidently declared, "I am going to wrap this up as fast as I can." With that, he leaped out into the open, directly confronting the illusion of Soo-ah. Out in the open forest, Soo-ah's illusion gasped in shock as Kang-rim moved with blinding speed. In a sudden panic, she whipped her head around, desperately scanning her surroundings. Striking like lightning from her blind spot, Kang-rim swung his sword directly at Soo-ah's illusion. Somehow, she managed to block the incoming strike. But in a flash, Kang-rim maneuvered behind her with his sword, sending her into a state of absolute panic. Seizing the perfect opening when the copy of Soo-ah let her guard down, Kang-rim struck from behind, bringing his weapon down hard onto her shoulder. Grimacing from the heavy blow, the illusion whipped her head around, gritting her teeth in sheer rage as thick vines began to squirm around her. Standing perfectly still, the clone summoned an endless. Without hesitating, Kang-rim charged forward, slashing his sword down to sever one of the oncoming vines. Brimming with confidence, Kang-rim held his sword steady, thinking to himself, "I knew it. I knew she'd try to activate her barrier skill to protect herself." With his plan set, Kang-rim suddenly spun around and bolted in another direction. Thinking he was trying to run away, A smug grin spread across her face as she raised her hand to unleash a devastating attack. The slithering vines slammed violently into the ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust everywhere. Fortunately, Kang-rim managed to evade the strike just in time. Vaulting instantly, Kang-rim leapt from the tree branch, weaving swiftly through the gaps in the massive barrier. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have used your achievement points to boost your speed stat, raising it to 30. As he lunged forward, the vines converged as if trying to block his path. However, Kang-rim agilely leaped high and landed right on top of one of the vines. Step by step, he navigated the treacherous terrain. After a grueling struggle, Kang-rim finally stood face to face with Soo-ah's illusion, weapon in hand. Staring back at him, she let out a bizarre, twisted smile. Seeing her like this, Kang-rim forced a grin and spoke, "You're actually making me nervous here." At the same time, he quietly activated his Firebird skill. Instantly, John materialized, and Kang-rim's sword was engulfed in blazing flames. The moment he appeared, John opened his beak wide, forming a massive fireball and triggering his firebomb skill. The flames quickly surged towards Soo-ah's illusion, striking terror into her. Having unleashed the attack, Kang-rim casually called out, "Everything is going way too smoothly." Finally, the blazing fire consumed the illusion, making it vanish completely. Following that, Kang-rim and John split up to unleash their attacks, setting the entire barrier ablaze. On the other side, the illusion began to collapse in utter despair. Once the dust settled, Kang-rim walked away, leaving her to collapse amidst the raging fire. As he walked, Kang-rim glanced back with a proud smile. "All right, that illusion is taken care of." Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard, as he was lost. Now, I just have to wait for her illusion to fade and retrieve Soo-ah's token, but the flash of light struck instantly. Kang-rim reacted in a split second, drawing his sword to block the blow as he pondered, "Is this someone from District 2? Right on cue, heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows as someone sneered. "Found you, Seo Kang-rim." Out stepped 3 players from the darkness, talking over each other. "Go, attack." "Wait a second, Seo Kang-rim is definitely going to try and run. There is a 500 million bounty on his head. If we catch him, we get 500 million. Seeing them appear, Seo Kang-rim let out an annoyed sigh. "A bounty? Are you guys from District 1? Hearing this, their leader smirked confidently and replied, "Just come with us quietly. You definitely don't want to start a fight." From within the shadows, another dark figure stepped forward. As the leader continued, "Things won't go as easily as they did last time." Confronted by this, Kang-rim grit his teeth, sensing a heavy wave of bloodlust as he analyzed the situation. Is there actually someone with this kind of skill in District 1? Just then, heavy footsteps approached, and a voice called out, "Hey, see." The moment Kang-rim saw him, he froze in sheer shock. It was Gojin. Wearing a sinister expression, he sneered, "Good to see you again." Staring at Gojin, Kang-rim raised his sword, completely unable to believe his eyes. "No, I don't get it. There is absolutely no reason for you to do this." Keeping his guard up, Kang-rim questioned, "Why on earth did you transfer to District 1? Hearing this, Gojin threw his head back and laughed hysterically. "Oh man, I would have been much happier if you looked a little more shocked." He then glanced over at the blazing fire and continued, "But watching you kill that illusion was pretty entertaining. That was Soo-ah's illusion, right?" He kept babbling while Kang-rim stayed on high guard. "There was actually a much easier way to handle it, you know. But you just love doing things the hard way, like some typical main character." Suddenly, Gojin lost control and screamed, "That's exactly what I like." Instantly, a spray of fresh blood splattered across the air. Kang-rim stood frozen in absolute shock. Amidst the crimson mist, Gojin's intense, deep eyes gleamed. "How you act so differently from me." Kang-rim looked down at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. One of the hunters, slashed down by Gojin, cried out in agonizing pain, "Doc Gojin, why?" With blood splattered across his face, Gojin glanced back with a twisted grin and added, "And that's exactly why I gave up on the idea of having 2 main characters." Ignoring the chaos he had just caused, Gojin rested his sword on his shoulder and offered a friendly smile. "Instead, I've decided to just play the supporting role." He then raised a finger. "So, it's pretty much like being a double agent, right? The Time Messenger is also part of that plan." Watching this unfold, Kang-rim kept his sword raised defensively and responded, "Is that so? Even from down the hallway, I could feel your bloodlust." Hearing this, Gojin's bloody face turned serious again. "Oh, so you noticed?" Meanwhile, the The other 3 hunters huddled together, their faces pale with sheer terror. Gojun spun around to stand beside Kang-rim, holding a weapon in each hand as he stared down the other 3. Well, you guys are the ones who made Soo-ah hurt herself for this mission. Because of that, you all need to face the proper punishment. Besides, even main characters act as double agents sometimes. Hearing that, Kang-rim turned his head away. So now before he could even finish, Gojun raised both his weapons and declared firmly, "I'm on your side." Enraged by this, the 3 hunters charged forward, screaming, "You traitor!" Instantly, Kang-rim and Gojun split up, easily knocking them flat on their backs. Amidst the over there, Gojun had grabbed one of them by the neck, activating his decay skill as the man shrieked in agonizing pain. Gradually, the tank top guy's neck was halfway decayed. Finally, Gojun tossed him onto the ground, right at Kang-rim's feet. Kang-rim's eyes widened in shock at the sight, while the decayed man's companion trembled in sheer terror. With that settled, Gojun's cheeks flushed pink as he smiled. "If you want to clear this stage safely, you'd better use your skill right away." Seeing him like this, Kang Jin warily asked, "Where did you hear about that?" Gojun calmly walked over, dismissing the concern. "Why focus on the details? I'm talking about your skill to steal other people's fate." At this point, he was bursting with excitement. "I really want to see you use it." Hearing this, Kang Jin immediately snapped back in protest. "No way I'm using it here, never." Suddenly, purple smoke swept through the area, accompanied by a loud, continuous rumbling. In the distance, a figure emerged, shrouded in a strange purple aura. Gojun casually muttered, "What's this now?" Just when things were getting fun. "Well, it's just an illusion anyway." Then he added, "I'll take care of it." Before he could even finish his sentence, the illusion unleashed a strike identical to Kang Jin's, targeting the 2 standing right next to him. Having just blocked the attack, Gojun's grin widened with excitement. "Oh, so it's your illusion." But then, rushing out from the smoke, the clone of Kang Jin raised its weapon, aiming a strike right at Gojun. The attack landed in a flash, sending Gojun flying backward. Hit with such force, Gojun coughed up blood in agony. He was thrown straight into a corner and sat there, completely motionless on the floor. Seeing this, Kang Jin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Did Gojun seriously get taken down in a single blow? Over there, the clone turned its head, shifting its focus toward Kang Jin. His mind raced. Although he couldn't see the exact moment of impact due to the thick smoke, a terrifying shadow with glowing red eyes emerged, and his instincts screamed that it was standing right there. Emerging from the smoke, the clone of Kang Jin stared at him with glowing red eyes. Kang Jin's face grew pale with despair. It was his own clone. Suddenly, Gojun's loud voice rang out, warning Kang Jin not to lose focus. He continued, causing both Kang Jin and his clone to look over. "Steal its fate. Who else but you can? Defeat your own illusion." The clone pointed its finger toward Gojun, and a realization hit Kang Jin. He was right. Then, he recalled a memory of everyone gathered and talking, thinking that it acts just like a wild beast. Every time someone dies, it gets stronger. Returning to reality, Kang Jin regained his resolve, unleashing his inner power. "I need to steal its fate before the illusion can act." Facing it, his system alerts rang out continuously, activating Fate Steal, stealing all fates in the area, investing achievement points to increase stats. Standing there, Kang Jin told himself he had to kill that thing right here, right now. The clone of Kang Jin slowly walked toward him. His stats kept rising. Mana has reached level 30, stamina is at level 30, agility is at level 30, perception is at level 30, and strength is at level 29. Kang Jin dropped into a defensive stance, watching it slowly approach as he encouraged himself. "I can do this." Finally, his eyes turned bloodshot as he activated his combat instinct skill, thinking to himself, "After all, an illusion can't kill me. I'm the original, aren't I?" With that thought, a sharp light gleamed in Kang Jin's eyes. The system notified him that his combat instinct was entering alert status. But then, a massive surge of crimson energy erupted from Kang Jin's clone. A red warning flashed on the system screen. "Enemy is too strong. No weak points detected." Reading the notification, Kang Jin sank into despair. No weak points? Even with my perception boosted by combat instinct, I still can't find a single weakness? Opposite him, the clone silently and calmly raised its weapon. Then it swung and pointed its sword directly at him. Sensing that he was being controlled, panic gripped Kang Jin. I can't move." The clone's weapon slashed down at Kang Jin, who desperately swung his own weapon to block the blow. A colossal pressure erupted from their clash, whipping up violent winds as a mocking smirk played across the clone's face. Tier 1 Human Class Shadow Thief. Capable of copying human skills. Currently copying the target's skill. Its hand clamped down on Kang Jin's head as it continued copying his skill. He could only stare up at this monster. Dark magic surged from the beast, completely enveloping the area. A painful scream echoed. What was happening to Kang Jin? One final thought crossed his mind. Was this really just his clone? A childhood memory flashed before him, young Kang Jin, sick, leaning against his mother. While the mother and son sat together, his father stood in the distance, aggressively questioning the doctor. You don't even know what's wrong with my son. How can you even call yourself a doctor? A soft, hesitant voice replied, Sir, please calm down first. Soon after, the woman led an exhausted Kang Jin into the car. The car drove deep into a deserted forest as the sun set. Soon after, a dark-faced shaman appeared and declared, I told you, the boy will only recover if he allows that deity to possess his body. Hearing this, his mother panicked, pleading, But I heard there's another way. Seeing her distress, the shaman held out a hand and continued, There is nothing else I can do. The god seeking to possess the boy is simply too powerful. Meanwhile, a faint, whispering voice echoed inside his mind. Accept me, kid. Exhausted and growing more confused by the second, Ji-gang asked, Mom, what does that mean? The mysterious voice echoed once again, It is your destiny. When asked, Ji-gang's mother turned to him and explained, It means you will become the emissary of a god. Hearing that, Ji-gang immediately agreed. Then I'll do it. His mother's face remained calm as she explained, If you do, you must live exactly as that god commands. Her words only made Ji-gang feel more anxious. You will have to give up all your dreams, and you won't be allowed to do anything without the god's permission. Having laid it all out, his mother asked him once more, Do you still want to? This time, Ji-gang vigorously shook his head. Just then, a splash of blood sprayed across the scene as Ji-gang's parents wrapped their arms around him, saying, It's okay, we'll help you. Right after that, a shattered memory flashed before his eyes. Their car was flipped upside down, drenched in fresh blood. As white smoke drifted by, white flower petals fluttered down. Ji-gang stood at his parents' funeral, his face completely dark and silent. The mourners whispered among themselves. They were saying the parents had clearly been in a car crash on their way back from the shaman's house. The state of their bodies was horrific, yet the child didn't seem to have a single scratch. It was because the child had rejected the god, which made the deity absolutely furious. At this moment, Ji-gang's eyes widened in sheer despair. The shadow of an adult Ji-gang appeared, standing right in front of his childhood self. The god spoke, They were the very first humans to die because of you. Then, the adult silhouette of Ji-gang stood in a room filled with funeral portraits. It seems you've accumulated quite a bit of bad karma since then. First, Soo-ah's funeral portrait appeared, followed by Tae-hoon's, Ryunbom's, and many others. Those portraits scattered across a floor, covered in blood. The god, now taking the form of the current Ji-gang, stared down at him, beginning to play mind games. Look at the consequences of your actions, the god sneered, leaving Ji-gang completely dazed and heartbroken. The voice kept echoing relentlessly, forcing him to look down in absolute despair as sweat poured off him. Your parents died because of you. The members of the Flying Tiger Gang are all dead, and everyone who entered this demon realm perished too. Then, the identical clone of Ji-gang grabbed his shoulders in a near-frenzied grip. This is all because you rejected the god's offer. The god calmed down and spoke softly, standing with the young boy in a pool of blood. He wrapped his arms around Ji-gang and asked once more, Do you still refuse to let me in? Before Ji-gang could even reply, the god glanced sideways and muttered, But there's still a way to save your friends without accepting my soul. With that, the god reached out and shoved Ji-gang, sending him plunging deep into the pool of blood. By dying here, his body kept sinking as the voice continued, You can still make the right choice, kid. Fall into eternal sleep right now. As Ji-gang's face contorted, the other's voice didn't stop. And you will escape any future bad karma. Ji-gang thought to himself, Bad karma? He closed his eyes, sinking deep into his thoughts. Well, if I die right here, the entire Flying Tiger Gang won't be slaughtered in the future. Standing at the boundary, Ji-gang's dark shadow smiled, quite pleased with his thoughts. That's right, a wise choice indeed. It's much more peaceful here than out there. Ji-gang smiled faintly. Yes, it really is peaceful here. But he asked himself, Do I even have the right to be this comfortable after everything I've done? The dark shadow urged him, Just forget everything in the past. Ji-gang recalled the bloody images. Forget it all? I can still see them so clearly. The faces of those who fell right in front of me. That woman who died right then and there. I have to make amends for the sins I've committed. Ji-gang struggled to reach out. The dark shadow retorted. They've already paid for everything. But Ji-gang remembered one specific person. What about Soo-ah? She lost consciousness too. Ji-gang snapped his eyes open and pushed upward. I haven't even had the chance to check if she's safe yet. He thrust his hand out of the water. I have to do whatever it takes to break out of here and drag Soo-ah out of this demon realm. His alter ego glared at him in utter disapproval. Turning around, he tried to spit out one last warning to the fleeing Ji-gang before fading away. You've made the wrong choice again. Suddenly, countless hands materialized from behind, clawing frantically at Ji-gang. Just die. That's the only useful thing you can do. Ji-gang roared back. Even if I have to die. As he broke free from the grasping hands pulling him back. I am absolutely taking Soo-ah out of here with me. Yet, the dark side within him continued its relentless assault with shadowy tentacles. You're going to save Soo-ah? That's just a pathetic excuse. Soo-ah doesn't even want you alive anymore. Ji-gang's expression completely froze. I'm sure she regrets ever bringing you here. Ji-gang gritted his teeth, propping himself up with a steel pipe. She definitely wishes she had never met you. He clenched his jaw, fighting back his rising despair. His inner ego stepped closer, whispering venom into his ear. She probably wishes you were dead right now. But Ji-gang's resolve didn't waver. Even so, I am getting out of here. The dark shadow refused to back down. There's nothing but endless agony waiting for you out there. As the ground beneath them began to crack, Ji-gang swung his iron pipe, slamming it into the figure behind him. I don't care. You'll only regret this. The dark shadow shrieked. But Ji-gang furiously shut him down. Never. The shadow asks him, why are you so stubborn? Kang-jin swings his sword, tearing through the void. Because. I made a promise. The silhouette of the babbling monster slowly fades away. To Shin Soo-ah, he promised they would get out of here together. Memories of the two of them flash before his eyes. Kang-jin slashes straight down. Meanwhile, Soo-ah is in utter panic, crying out, Jin! Kang-jin, please wake up! A hand pulls Kang-jin up from the ground. His patron god is overjoyed, saying, You're finally awake. Kang-jin looks around, a bit dazed and surprised. He looks at the person in front of him. Soo-ah is absolutely thrilled to see him, crying out, Thank goodness. Her patron god chimes in, We honestly thought you were a goner. Kang-jin's god tells him, You'd better thank Shin Soo-ah. Her god adds, She did everything she could to drag you out of the darkness. Kang-jin can't help but smile with relief. See, you were wrong. Shin Soo-ah was waiting for me after all. Soo-ah gently pulls his arm and asks, Can you move? Kang-jin replies, Yeah, I'm fine. But mid-sentence, Kang-jin suddenly freezes, his expression turning to pure shock. Shin Soo-ah keeps talking, Oh my god, you really scared the life out of me. A heavy drumbeat echoes as the darkness creeps toward the entrance, but all Jin can stare at is Soo-ah's empty sleeve. Soo-ah continues, explaining how he was swallowed by the shadow and how Dako-jun went in to rescue him. Jin's hand slowly reaches out toward her. Jin suddenly grabs the stump of her severed arm. Soo-ah, why didn't you just run away? He grips it so tightly that she winces in pain. Ouch, that hurts, she gasps. Jin freezes. He quickly lets go, bowing his head as he asks, Why are you still here? Soo-ah patiently explains what happened earlier. Like I said, the darkness swallowed you, and Dako-jun was trying to hold it back, she explains. Jin covers half his face, gritting his teeth as he asks, Where is he now? Soo-ah avoids his gaze, replying softly, He left before the time ran out. He said he needed his hands intact to keep writing his novels. Hearing this, Jin loses his temper, shouting at Soo-ah, Then you should have left with him. Soo-ah gets just as angry, snapping back, You were swallowed by the darkness. How could I just walk away and leave you behind? But that was the logical choice. That's exactly what you should have done. Soo-ah's anger boils over. She screams, What are you talking about? How can you say that to me? It's too late to leave now anyway. Mid-sentence, her nose suddenly starts to bleed. Soo-ah collapses. Horrified, Jin cries out, Soo-ah, Shin Soo-ah. Both her god and Jin's patron god immediately begin to scold him. You ungrateful jerk, Kang-jin. How dare you yell at the person who just saved your life? She kept fighting, forcing herself to hold that sword even after losing her arm. Gah. A vision of Soo-ah gripping her sword and stabbing through the darkness flashes in his mind. Jin's god recounts her struggle with deep admiration, saying, "Honestly, she is one tough girl. She stabbed the shadows until she blacked out, woke up, and kept stabbing over and over again." Jin supports Soo-ah, touching her calloused palm as he curses himself. "What is wrong with you, Jin? You idiot. Why did you take your anger out on Soo-ah?" Jin quickly shakes it off. "There's no time to overthink this," he says, lifting Soo-ah up. He lets out a heavy sigh. Well, at least it's finally over. As he lifts Soo-ah, a dark mist slowly begins to wrap around them. "Come back here." Hearing this voice, Jin instantly tenses up. "I have no intention of hurting you." Jin spins around to see the shadow relentlessly pursuing them. But if you don't come back, the shadow activates his beast summoning skill as a pack of wolves charges forward. Then Jin looks at the oncoming horde in shock. Is this really not over yet? He steels his resolve, determined to end this once and for all. Jin summons Rin and Ran, shouting, "Protect Soo-ah at all costs." As for himself, Jin charges forward with his blade, slicing right through a shadow. But the enemy immediately triggers his beast, summoning skill again. Monsters surge out one after another. System notifications blare. Beast summoning activated as they leap toward Jin. Beast summoning activated. Once he finishes off the shadow beasts, Jin stands face to face with the shadow itself. "If you attack me, you'll get hurt too," Jin warns furiously. But the shadow couldn't care less. He instantly activates his recovery skill. Jin freezes in absolute disbelief. The shadow is rapidly healing itself. Jin boils with rage as he realizes the monster has even stolen his own recovery skill. The shadow sneers, "Kid, why do you make things so hard on yourself? Why do you keep making your own karma worse?" He extends his hand, and pure darkness pours from his palm. Monsters instantly materialize once more, lunging at Jin. "Why are you being so incredibly stubborn?" Jin blocks the heavy blow with his blade. "No one is going to pray for you, and you know it." Hearing those words, Jin's anger hits its absolute limit. With one powerful swing, his blade obliterates the shadow beasts in an instant. Soo-ah suddenly regains consciousness, screaming, "Jin, don't die." Gripping his blade with all his might, Jin roars and swings with everything he has. System notification. Strength has reached level 30. Jin's blade tears the darkness apart. All stats have reached level 30. You have satisfied the conditions of the trial. Jin's eyes widen in shock. A brilliant light pierces through, acting as a barrier between Jin and the shadow. Second trait. The shadow lunges forward, desperate to grab him. Zodiac unlocked, as golden bands of light unfold before Jin's eyes. Kang-dian smiled, finally seeing a glint of hope. With this Zodiac skill, he actually stood a chance against his dark shadow. But the dark shadow spoke up, instantly trying to shatter his hope. "Are you seriously still clinging to hope, kid?" Looking at the skill, Kang-dian thought to himself that this annoying voice would probably echo even if time stopped. He stared down at the system notification. "Your zodiac sign is the rat." The dark shadow couldn't help but mock him. "You pathetic brat. Just look at how utterly useless your zodiac sign is." System notification. You can now obtain a new skill related to your zodiac sign. The dark shadow sneered, claiming the rat was the absolute weakest of them all, and that any skill associated with it wouldn't make him any stronger. But Kang-dian completely blocked out the noise. "My zodiac was destined from the very beginning." He tapped the icon of the rat, desperately trying to claw his way out of this nightmare as the system chimed in. "You have successfully acquired the skill." Screech of the cornered rat. Kang-dian clenched his fist as the massive silhouette of a rat materialized behind him. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Surviving on the edge, that's my specialty." The dark shadow quickly summoned another beast, snarling, "You're not getting away." He looked down on Kang-dian and his pitifully weak new skill as the beast lunged. It sunk its teeth deep into his shoulder, but instead of fighting back, Kang-dian just let it happen, letting out a soft. The dark shadow watched in confusion, demanding, "Why the hell are you smiling?" But the grin on Kang-dian's face didn't fade for a second. The system flashed. "Warning, your health has dropped below 10%. Activating the screech of the cornered rat skill. With a sudden burst of blinding light, Kang-dian swung his blade and sent under the effect of screech of the cornered rat. A tier 1 human grows exponentially stronger in the face of absolute danger. Though using this skill comes with a heavy price, the arena had cleared, leaving only Kang-dian and his dark shadow standing. Kang-dian launched himself forward. The rat might be considered the weakest creature in the entire zodiac. But as Kang-dian charged with his blade pointed straight ahead, he knew one thing. Nothing in this world is more terrifying than a cornered rat. As the blade sliced downward, the dark shadow barely managed to dodge. Even he hadn't anticipated this level of raw power. No matter what you do, kid, you're not escaping death, the shadow roared. But Kang Dian didn't slow down, charging straight at him. I already told you, Kang Dian growled, activating his combat instinct skill. With absolute resolve, he screamed, even if I die in this place, I am getting Shin-ah out of here alive. Kang Dian's slash grazed the dark shadow's arm, sending blood spraying into the air as the shadow shrieked in agony. But the wound healed in an instant, and the dark shadow lunged forward to grab Kang Dian, sneering, a pathetic rat struggle is nothing but a useless, futile effort. Suddenly, a massive dragon's head materialized and surged toward Kang Dian, activating the dragonification skill. A rat is naturally powerless against a dragon, and even Kang Dian froze in pure shock. The dragon didn't strike immediately, it just unleashed a deafening roar. Even a human wielding the power of a dragon would be helpless against me, waiting for their inevitable death. So what on earth makes you think a pathetic rat could ever defeat me? As the dragon's massive jaws snapped shut, Kang Dian instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Shielding his face, Kang Dian muttered to himself, well, I guess I really did just grab the coolest looking thing in the armory. He drew the sword from his waist, but since a dragon had actually showed up, the sovereign sword, a weapon engraved with a dragon's head that strikes pure terror into the beast, would be the ultimate counter. The sovereign sword was a weapon designed to grow immensely stronger when facing a dragon. Raising the blade high, Kang Dian smirked. Honestly, it would have been a lot better for you if you were just a rat too. The system chimed, dragon detected. The power of the sovereign sword has been vastly enhanced. Pulling the dragon-slaying blade back, Kang Dian leaped high into the air and drove it straight into the dragon's neck, unleashing a blinding flash of light. As Kang Dian free fell through the air, the system notified him that the screech of the cornered rat skill had been deactivated. The dark shadow dissipated into thin air. The system announced, you have received a bonus reward for defeating a stronger foe. S-Class Kang Dian's class has been upgraded. S-Class Kang Dian's subclass has been further upgraded from Tier 1 Human to Tier 3 Demon. With the dragon slain, Kang Dian collapsed, completely paralyzed from exhaustion. But then, the dark shadow's voice echoed in his mind once more, hey kid, and Kang Dian cursed under his breath. Ah, damn it. Do you want to live? The shadow whispered. Accept me, and I'll keep you alive. Kang Dian weakly thought to himself, I knew it. This is just another hallucination. He could still hear that voice, even after destroying his own dark shadow. As Kang Dian's vision began to fade to black, he resigned himself to his fate. So, this is how I die, huh? If I'd known I'd have to suffer through all of this, just to end up dying anyway, I probably would have just ended it all a long time ago. I just hope Shin-ah was able to escape safely. In the distance, Shin-ah was desperately screaming his name, Kang Dian. But he realized that if he still had the energy to worry about Shin-ah, she probably wouldn't have to worry about him anymore, so she'd be just fine. Just then, John and Lan-ni rushed over to Kang Dian's side. The blurry figure of a woman gently stroked Kang Dian's head, whispering, it's time to go back. In an instant, Kang Dian's eyes snapped open as he woke up. He bolted upright in bed. Spotting a familiar silhouette out in the hallway, Kang Dian ripped the IV line right out of his arm and yelled, Shin-ah! He scrambled out of bed and rushed into the hall, crying out, Shin-ah! He tripped and fell flat on his face. But he couldn't help but smile, gasping, Shin-ah, I'm so glad, you're safe. But the person standing in front of him wasn't Shin-ah at all. He froze, utterly paralyzed. As the hospital room began to warp with twisted hallucinations once again, Kang Dian could only ask himself, why? Why am I seeing these things again? The system sounds an alarm. You are approaching the boundary once again due to the heavy karma you possess. Seo Kang-rim let out a bitter laugh. Was it because he was getting too close to that boundary? Suddenly, someone grabbed his wrist and dragged him away. A woman violently threw Seo Kang-rim out of the room, kicking him out. We can't look after this kid anymore. Ever since we brought him in, we've had nothing but pure bad luck. The harsh accusations just kept coming. Then why the hell did you bring him here in the first place? My kids got into an accident and are lying in a hospital bed right now. This is all because he refuses to accept a god. Then, a dark shadow enveloped Seo Kang-rim. How much longer do you plan on running? Just accept me. It is all your fault anyway. Seo Kang-rim covered his ears tightly, desperately trying to block out the voice. The reason those people are suffering is because you keep rejecting me. So what? Just tell him to accept that god. Seo Kang-rim was dragged to a house and forced inside. In that exact moment, Seo Kang-rim sensed something bizarre. He stood there, stunned. It was so quiet. A woman walked out of the house and asked, "Are you Seo Kang-rim?" She introduced herself. "I am Seo Kang-rim." At the same time, something strange was radiating behind her. Seo Kang-rim bit his lip in fear, and Seo Kang-rim's expression instantly turned serious. She glared at the crowd and asked, "What on earth happened to this boy's face?" Every single one of them avoided her eyes, looking away. Seo Kang-rim stared at the three of them, then looked down at Seo Kang-rim. "They asked me to perform a ritual to help you accept a god, but I can see you don't want that, do you?" Seo Kang-rim was surprised that she figured it out. He turned his head away, remaining silent. Seo Kang-rim knelt down to look him in the eye. "If you don't want to, then we won't do it. But the god who is after you is too powerful for me to fully protect you on my own." Hearing those words, Seo Kang-rim was completely stunned. Seo Kang-rim then made him an offer. "Become my disciple, at least until you learn how to protect yourself." Seo Kang-rim pulled his hand away, rejecting her. "No." He anxiously tried to draw back, but Seo Kang-rim held onto him firmly. "If I do, you'll get hurt too." Seo Kang-rim let out a soft laugh. "Well, you're seriously underestimating me, kid." She held both his hands to reassure him. "I have my own guardian god, so don't you worry." She gently comforted him. "It might hurt a bit right now, but everything's going to be just fine. Soon, you'll have good people around you." Seo Kang-rim smiled warmly, "And one day, you'll find your happiness." Seo Kang-rim's expression softened as he recalled his past with Seo Kang-rim. She had performed a ritual back then to suppress his divine power, and while living with her, he had finally stopped seeing ghosts. But now, those horrifying corpses kept haunting him. But once you accumulate karma points and draw closer to that boundary, you'll start seeing and hearing things you're never supposed to. Seo Kang-rim was completely swallowed by the darkness, and the moment you crossed that line, his arm went limp, hanging lifelessly. "You will die." Seo Kang-rim lay motionless on the ground, separated only by a screen showing people on the other side. Closer. A dark shadow reached out, touching the boundary with intense longing. "Come closer to me, kid." Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim's helpless, lonely figure lay there motionless. Slowly opening his eyes, Seo Kang-rim saw Rin-yi and John. He wondered, was that just a dream? "No, it wasn't a dream, Mr. Seo Kang-rim." The nurse's voice chimed in. She continued, "You've finally woken up after a whole month. But seriously, you're going to die if you keep moving around like that." Seo Kang-rim panicked and asked, "What about Soo-ah? Is she okay?" The nurse smiled warmly. "She's doing just fine." Hearing those words, Seo Kang-rim let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." Seeing him sit up, the nurse said, "Please hold on a second. I'll go call someone to help you out. Oh, and congratulations on your recovery." Even hospital room, those eerie illusions still wouldn't vanish, but at least his medical test results were fine. After all, awakened individuals recover much faster than ordinary people. Seo Kang-rim didn't pay much attention to the illusions and fell deep into his thoughts. "What concerns me most right now is my destiny status window." "What? Seo Kang-rim? F-class? Level 3? Fire attribute?" Seo Kang-rim stared at the notification in shock. "What? I jumped up 2 levels at once?" He wondered if this happened because he had successfully changed his own destiny and Shin Soo-ah's. It made no sense. But more importantly, how did we even manage to escape from the demon realm? Right then, the door swung open. Walking into the room were Jung-tae and Gung-do. The moment Gung-do stepped inside, he demanded, "Why the hell didn't you tell us you had the ability to steal other people's destinies?" Seo Kang-rim let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. "Here we go again. Give us a reason," Seo Kang-rim smirked, pointing his finger right at him. "Because I was worried you guys would make that exact same face." Gung-do was clearly annoyed, but he forced himself to back off. "Fine, I'll calm down." Gung-do then pressed further. "So, have you ever intentionally killed someone just to steal their destiny?" "No, never." Seo Kang-rim replied flatly. Gung-do shot back, "What about unintentionally?" Seo Kang-rim gave him a cold, stony glare. He looked down and replied, "In self-defense, yes, but we signed a contract before we entered." Seo Kang-rim continued, "We all agreed that injuries or even casualties resulting from I didn't intentionally kill anyone." Jung-tae was fuming. To him, taking a life was still murder, no matter the excuse. Well, that's a perfectly normal reaction, Seo Kang-rim thought to himself. Seo Kang-rim smirked and asked, "So, what's going to happen to me now?" He looked at Gung-do. Am I going to be punished? But Gungdu's response was completely unexpected. Actually, congratulations, Mr. Seo Kang-rim. You've achieved the absolute highest rank among all the trainees in this. Ju Sung-tae strongly disagreed. Leader, are you seriously going to let someone as dangerous as him? Gongdu cut him off. Shut it, Ju Sung-tae. Gongdu reached out to shake hands with Seo Kang-rim. I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Seo Kang-rim asked. What is it? Gongdu replied. We want to offer you an official position in Squad 2 of the Destiny Protection Agency. Seo Kang-rim hadn't anticipated this. He pulled his hand back. His flat rejection left Gongdu in utter shock. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Ju Sung-tae stepped forward in anger. Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity this is? Gongdu glared at him. Ju Sung-tae. Turning back to Seo Kang-rim, Gongdu maintained his polite demeanor. I understand we might be rushing things by making an offer to someone who has just recovered. He handed him a business card. Please rest for a few days, then get in touch with us. You'll probably want to see your family and get some fresh air first. I have no intention of doing that. Without giving Seo Kang-rim a chance to refuse, Gongdu started walking away. Be sure to drop by the training room once you're discharged. There are a few things you need to know before you leave the training center. He gave a wink. See you soon, Seo Kang-rim. Seo Kang-rim could only watch in silent frustration. Working for the Destiny Protection Agency? Come to think of it, this is as far as they would go. They probably don't know about my awakened destiny. Right then, the system displayed Ju Sung-tae's name, showing he was a third-class dragon rank. He closed the system window with a heavy sigh. If they knew, they would have stopped at nothing to force him into their ranks. Seo Kang-rim changed his clothes and left. First, I need to go find Soo-ah. Entering another hospital room, he called out her name. Soo-ah. Seo Kang-rim stood at the doorway and looked inside. She was still unconscious, and half of her arm was completely gone. Seo Kang-rim stared at her with a heavy heart and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a warning flashed, detecting a killer's aura. Stunned, he looked around in shock. Was this really Soo-ah's destiny? Seo Kang-rim was utterly shocked by the system notification. He muttered, a killer? How is that even possible? In his past life, Soo-ah had never carried such a dark, deathly energy. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket shot out, and the system announced the activation of the Destiny Compass. The compass began to spin rapidly as the system's robotic voice rang out. The Destiny Compass has been enhanced with power. Flashbacks of Seo Kang-rim and Soo-ah flooded his mind like a raging torrent, forcing him to clutch his head and groan from the splitting pain. Among the visions, there was a scene of Soo-ah coughing up a mouth. She was tied up, glaring with pure hatred at the woman standing in front of her, who continued to mock her. Seo Kang-rim isn't coming for you. The visions were incredibly blurry. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the face of the mastermind. The woman cackled. Seo Kang-rim doesn't even know you're here. She squatted down to meet Soo-ah's eyes, resting her chin on her hand with a mock, thoughtful look. I seriously don't get you. Seo Kang-rim abandoned you the moment he left the center. Why are you so willing to throw your life away for him? Seo Kang-rim was utterly terrified. He clutched his forehead in agony as the realization hit him this was the future. But the visions kept playing before his eyes. The mastermind continued to mentally torture Soo-ah. No matter what you do, Seo Kang-rim is going to die anyway. Hearing this, she snapped her head up, glaring with gritted teeth as she hissed. Don't you dare lay a single finger on Seo Kang-rim. The mastermind's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. What an absolute shame. His eyes widened in sheer panic. Why? A single, swift slash of a blade tore through the scene, accompanied by the mastermind's shrill voice. Well then, goodbye. Witnessing this play out from start to finish left him completely frozen in shock. Seo Kang-rim collapsed to the floor, his train of thought completely shattered by panic. His inner voice stammered in panic. In a place I don't even know. Is Soo-ah going to lose her life for me again? Seo Kang-rim's eyes remained wide as he stared up at the glowing compass floating in midair. He reached his hand out, desperately trying to calm his racing heart. No. Once his fingers touched the compass, he slowly regained his composure and muttered to himself, I can't stop that from happening with just this. I need to find out exactly what went wrong. The compass kept spinning, but this time, he was transported to a place both unfamiliar yet hauntingly recognizable. He was standing in the middle of a horrific accident, with blood. Seo Kang-rim, run. He whipped around as a weak child's voice reached his ears. No, I'm not running. In the vision, a young Seo Kang-rim was crying. desperately trying to lift the overturned car. Sobbing, the boy cried, "I'm going to save you, Mom." His mother's voice was weak, yet she still tried to soothe him. "Seo Kang-rim, you can't help us on your own. There must be adults nearby. Go find them and bring them here." She offered a bright, encouraging smile. "You can do this, right?" Nodding, the young boy ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but he still turned back to reassure her. "Yes, I'll bring help. Just wait for me." As the boy bolted past him, Seo Kang-rim reached out to grab his shoulder. "Don't go!" But his hand passed right through his younger self. He could only stand there and watch the boy run away, holding back tears while shouting, "Help! Is anyone out there?" He stared blankly at his hands as the fragments of the illusion slowly dissolved before his eyes. Yet, the desperate cries of his younger self still echoed in his ears. "Please, someone help my parents." Kang-rim gritted his teeth, holding back the storm of emotions inside as he forced himself to look back. Through the raging fire, his parents' faint, relieved whispers echoed. "Thank goodness we got our boy out in time. Oh no. What will he do all on his own?" The terrifying flames completely consumed his vision. His parents struggled to utter their final words. He really is all alone now. Right as the car exploded, Kang-rim's mother gently comforted her husband. "I'm sure our boy will be just fine." Tears streamed down his face. They knew. Covering his face from the blast, he realized with agonizing pain that they already knew the car was going to explode. But what he saw next shocked Kang-rim even more. A platinum-haired woman stood in the distance, pointing her spear at the car. Her cold face became clearer and clearer. It was Baek-ryeong. When the system announced that the connection to the compass of destiny had been cut, Kang-rim snapped back to reality. Bewildered, the name Baek-ryeong kept repeating in his head. Connecting the dots, Kang-rim shook with sheer disbelief. What on earth was that just now? That wasn't a normal car accident. Did Baek-ryeong actually attack that car? He gripped the hospital bed railing, trying to hold back his raging anger. Kang-rim's grip tightened even more as a chilling thought crossed his mind. Is Baek-ryeong also the one who will kill Soo-ah in the future he just saw? The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat poured down like rain. He waited for Soo-ah to show signs of waking up, but she quickly drifted back to sleep. Kang-rim quietly closed the door behind him. He had barely taken a few steps when a voice suddenly called out. "I knew you'd be here." Sensing someone, Kang-rim quickly slipped the compass into his pocket. Seo Moon-dongju greeted him with a bright smile, holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers. "Hello, Kang-rim." Flustered, he accepted the flowers. "How polite. You're team leader Dongju from Seo Moon, right?" She offered a breezy laugh. "Oh my, you actually remember me? I dropped by earlier, but you weren't in." Dongju joked half seriously, glancing at the nameplate outside the hospital door. "You really care about Soo-ah, don't you? You literally just woke up and immediately came to see her. Well, it looks like she cares about you just as much." She clicked her tongue and added, "I was honestly shocked when you two made it out of the demon realm. She lost an arm and was covered in wounds, but she was still carrying you on her back when she walked out. That must have been incredibly brutal." Having said that, she got straight to the point. "I don't want to get in your way, so I'll leave as soon as I say what I came to say." Dongju smiled warmly, presenting her offer. "This is a position in Team 1 at the Destiny Protection Agency, not Team 2. Hearing this, Kang-rim immediately rejected it. "I have no intention of working for," but before he could finish, she cut him off. "I can completely restore Soo-ah's lost arm." Dongju's words made his eyes widen in utter shock. Still cautious, Kang-rim asked, "How?" She simply stepped closer, grabbing his hands that were holding the flowers, and explained mysteriously, "I can't reveal my methods to you, but I can make it happen. The moment you join us." His mind raced. Could she really just heal Soo-ah's arm like that? His thoughts began to spiral. In a few years, all-powerful gods capable of regenerating lost limbs would descend. But right now, those gods don't exist. He flushed slightly, thinking to himself that he did know of a way to restore her arm using an item. But that method would take far too much time. But if I work for the Destiny Protection Agency, it will completely throw off my plans. After weighing his options, Kang-rim finally spoke up. "So, how many years do I need to sign the contract for?" Hearing this, Dongju's smile grew even wider. 1 year, maybe? The longer, the better. She happily continued laying out the perks. "Normally, we'd require you to start immediately, but we can give you a few months to rest and recover. Of course, that comes with a condition. If you give us your answer right now." This plunged Kang-rim back into deep thought. He looked ahead, flustered, and said decisively, "All right then." But before he could finish his sentence, someone burst out of the hospital room and interrupted him. "He declines." Soo-ah poked her head out and said firmly, Seo Kang-rim will not work for the Destiny Protection Agency. Shocked by her sudden appearance, he turned to her and stammered, Soo-ah, but she ignored him, turning her gaze directly to Seo Moon-dongju. What do you think you're doing? Trying to use my arm to manipulate him into working for you guys? And you didn't even bother to give me a heads up. Dongju suddenly snatched the bouquet back from Kang-rim's hands, her smile still as bright as ever. Then how about you work for us instead? She winked, holding the flowers out to Soo-ah. I've been meaning to recruit you too. Soo-ah brushed the bouquet aside and said firmly, No thanks. Our values don't align. The bouquet suddenly transformed into 2 business cards. Dongju casually waved them in front of them with a smirk. What a shame. She handed the cards to both of them, still trying to make her pitch. If you change your mind, give me a call. Soo-ah and Kang-rim watched her walk away, falling into a tense silence. A moment later, Soo-ah spoke up. If you're going to agree just because of my arm, forget about it. This is my responsibility, not yours. He remained silent. After a few seconds, Kang-rim finally mustered the courage to speak up. I was already planning on agreeing anyway, even if their condition was my arm, but before he could even finish his sentence, she cut him off again. Kang-rim? She sighed. You're a terrible liar, so stop trying. Kang-rim suddenly grabbed Soo-ah's hand, asking her out of the blue, why? His face darkened as he tried to suppress the chaotic emotions swirling inside him. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? It's not like we're even that close. At most, we've only known each other for a few months. Soo-ah felt flustered too, but she still tried to brush it off. Well, it's because you looked like you were in danger. Once again, she was interrupted. That doesn't matter. Why did you do it? Left with no choice, she finally gave up and confessed. I don't really know either. But Kang-rim wouldn't let it go. He kept pressing. Don't you think this makes no sense? Soo-ah had to admit the truth, though the more she spoke, the more flustered she became. It's just, I care about you, she began to explain. At first, I thought it was because you helped me, because you pretend not to care, but you always look out for us, and because you're always fighting through all these hardships all on your own. Memories flooded back like a rushing waterfall. She continued, even in the suture room, I felt absolutely terrible knowing you were in danger because of me. Soo-ah placed her hand on her chest, pouring her heart out. But honestly, that's not the only reason. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel like I've known you for a really long time. These words left Kang-rim completely stunned. He muttered to himself, a really long time? She continued to explain. Every time I see you in danger, my body just moves on its own. Soo-ah looked up, struggling to find the right words. It sounds so weird, doesn't it? We've only known each other for a few months. Kang-rim was still lost in thought. Could the regression be affecting Soo-ah too? What if people retain fragments of their past lives in their subconscious? Suddenly, memories of his past life flooded back. Soo-ah had a bright smile on her face as she offered him an invitation. I'm going to start a new guild. Will you fight by our side? Just like in his past life, she spoke to him with that same passionate tone. I really hope we can keep working together in the future. It felt like total déjà vu. Seeing Kang-rim remain silent, she anxiously grabbed his sleeve and gave it a gentle tug, pleading, can't we at least stay in touch and keep being friends? He looked down at her hand, clutching his sleeve, desperately racking his brain for the best way to save Soo-ah. That horrific tragedy flashed before his eyes once again, filling Kang-rim with absolute dread. If she stays by my side, everything will repeat itself, or she'll be killed by them, just like my parents. But what if I leave? The more he thought, the more panicked he became. Soo-ah anxiously whispered his name, Kang-rim. But Kang-rim remained lost in thought. What if it turns out exactly like the future shown by the compass of fate? And what if she gets hurt in a place I don't know about or can't see? What on earth will I do if Soo-ah ends up dying because of me again? Finally, he grit his teeth and made up his mind. He couldn't let history repeat itself. He suddenly blurted out, all right. Hearing this, Soo-ah's face instantly lit up with joy. She excitedly babbled on and on. I heard about it while I was being recruited here. Like-minded hunters have been forming their own guilds. Oh, right. I clearly heard them call awakened people hunters. What if we join the same guild? Kang-rim quietly looked away, avoiding Soo-ah's burning gaze. Only if I feel like it. But she was determined. Awesome. Even if you keep rejecting me, I'll just keep inviting you to the guild. She didn't forget to add a playful warning. Oh, and of course, once you join, you aren't allowed to just leave whenever you want. Kang-rim smiled slightly, thinking to himself that this really brought back memories. In a fragmented memory, Yoo Ha-jin stood behind him, reading aloud from the guild diary. Seo Kang-rim requested to leave the guild due to a lack of ability, but Soo-ah rejected it. Seo Kang-rim requested to leave the guild due to health issues, but Soo-ah still rejected it. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and continued reading aloud. Seo Kang-rim requested to leave the guild for personal growth. But Soo-ah, before she could even finish, he coldly cut her off. Alright, that's enough, Yu-ha-jin. Remembering that moment, Kang-rim couldn't help but chuckle. Even when I told her I wanted to leave because of my guilty conscience, she still said no. He gently reassured, Soo-ah, I definitely won't be able to do that. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air, interrupting their conversation. Oh, Kang-rim. Johan suddenly popped out of nowhere, calling out to him with tears in his eyes. You're finally awake. Seeing this, Kang-rim quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? He excitedly held his hand tight. I'm so glad you've opened your eyes. After the greetings, he quickly got straight to the point. I came here on my own because I wasn't sure what was happening, but I know for a fact that the others really want to see you too. Hearing this, Soo-ah's excitement instantly grew. Oh, that's right, everyone must be waiting. But suddenly, a strange vision flashed inside Kang-rim's mind. His eyes went wide in shock. Soo-ah, cool as a cucumber, just said, oh, I'll go inside and change quickly, then I'll be right down. With that, she opened the door and left Johan with you can take Kang-rim downstairs first. Then, she turned back inside, leaving him standing outside, completely baffled and sputtering. Sure. Meanwhile, Kang-rim fell deep into thought again. I need to find a solution as soon as possible. Johan took the lead, gesturing for him to follow. Together, they stepped into the elevator. As he selected the floor, he explained, there is a training facility on the floor below where we stayed. I'm sure everyone is waiting for you. He let out a sigh of relief. It was just like that time you were half dead, and when that issue with your unique power came up, we were just so. Suddenly, he froze, looking flustered. Ah, right. I'm so sorry. You probably don't feel comfortable talking about this, do you? Kang-rim let out a soft sigh to reassure him. Not really. Memories of those prying, contemptuous, and terrified glares flooded his mind, forcing a self-deprecating smirk. Now that I think about it, everyone else must have realized what my unique power. After a moment, he leaned back against the wall, crossing his legs as he spoke up. More importantly, are you okay with it? Realizing he was being too vague, he quickly clarified. I mean, I've been hiding the fact that I have these powers all this time. Johan offered a warm smile. Of course. I already know what a good person you are. That response left him completely speechless, his jaw dropping in shock. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Taehoon and the siblings, Yoonbom and Jeon, were huddled together, discussing something. So, first we'll storm into the demon realm, and suddenly, Taehoon snapped his head up and called out to him. Hearing him, the other two quickly spun around. The moment they saw who it was, they yelled out. Yoonbom bolted over, throwing her arms around her master, Kang-rim, and hugging him tightly. She sobbed, burying her face in his chest. We were so scared you were going to die. Taehoon chimed in as well. Thank God you're awake. Kang-rim asked with concern. Why are you guys still here? It's already been a month. Taehoon and Jeon answered in unison as if they'd rehearsed it. Of course we were waiting for you, master. A wave of deep gratitude washed over Kang-rim. They were still treating him normally, even after finding out about his powers. He whispered softly to Yoonbom, you should leave with the others. But the young girl shouted back angrily. No. I'm not even going to look at any of those people ever again. Pouting, she muttered. They're so despicable, even after seeing everything with their own eyes. Watching her, Kang-rim couldn't help but wonder, did something happen? Taehoon stammered, well, you see. While Jeon fumed in frustration, those bastards. It all started 2 weeks ago. Whispers and rumors were echoing throughout the hospital. Slowly but surely, more and more people were checking out. I just hope they recover and get well soon. But what about Seo Kang-rim? They say he still hasn't woken up. Suddenly, Choi Sang-won cut in, declaring loudly, good. Honestly, it makes no sense to let a criminal like him run free in society. It's better if he just kicks the bucket. Unable to take it anymore, Yoonbom marched right up to him and snapped. Hey, Sang-won, what did you just say? He just scoffed, letting out a casual sigh. So what? Kang-rim is a murderer. He continued to ramble smugly. I'm sure he only dragged you guys along so he could find a chance to steal your powers, but before he could even finish, his collar was grabbed. With a loud crash, Yoonbom slammed him onto the ground, making him cough up a mouthful of bright red blood. Glaring down at him, she warned, "Don't you dare speak about my master like that." Hearing the commotion, Taehoon rushed over to see what was going on. "Yoonbom, what's going on?" Before he could finish, Sangwon drowned him out. "I don't care who he is, I'm still calling him a murderer. You've all heard about that freaky, monstrous power he tried so hard to hide, right?" There was no way Taehoon was going to sit back and listen to this trash talk. Gritting his teeth, he walked over to Sangwon, crouched down, and let his sharp tongue fly. "Listen here, you piece of garbage. If Kang-rim were a murderer, you'd have kicked the bucket a long time ago." Terrified, he backed away, stammering, "What?" Taehoon grabbed his collar, glaring at him as he growled, "You know damn well how strong Kang-rim is. For trash like you, all he'd have to do is make up his mind, and you'd bite the dust in a split second." Jian also chimed in to calm things down. "Besides, if our master were really a killer, everyone here would have died back in that room of retribution in the demon realm. Poisoning your food would have been a hell of a lot easier." Hearing this, the crowd around them slowly started recalling all the times Kang-rim had actually saved them. Their faces grew dark with guilt. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the crowd and spoke up, but he still used that power of his. Sung Tae walked over, helping Sangwon up as he continued. He was covered in bandages from head to toe. "I don't think he's a bad guy, but the truth is, he still gives me the chills." Just saying it made him break out in a cold sweat. Once he was back on his feet, Sangwon kept shouting, "Exactly. Use your damn brains, people. You don't even know what's going on in his head. Nothing good will come from staying near a freak like him." Johan quickly rushed over to check on them, asking, "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" In the distance, Sung Tae and Sangwon's voices could still be heard echoing. "Come on, Sangwon, don't go picking fights with kids. Hey, I'm the victim here." Meanwhile, Jian was still seething with rage, muttering under his breath. After receiving his help all this time, Kang-jin quickly caught up on the situation. "So, that's what happened." Yoonbom suddenly looked up to comfort him. "Don't worry about that anymore, master. No matter what they say, we're still going to follow you. I'm still going to be your disciple." These words from Yoonbom caught Kang-jin by surprise, making him gasp. "Come on," Yoon and Jian joined in to convince him. "It's better if you join us, right? We can train together for Kai Thien." He stood there, completely dazed. That's right, Kai Thien. Ever since the awakening, humanity was given the chance to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characters, also known as destiny. And after Kai Thien, the awakeners made the system notification chimed. Your stats are being calculated based on your 4 pillars and 8 characters. Kai Thien marked the arrival of the most dangerous demon realms. A black hole ripped open, ready to swallow everything. They were far more difficult and dangerous than any ordinary demon realm. Yet, countless awakeners still rushed in to raid them, driven solely by fame and money. Yoonbom excitedly chimed in, "We'll also get to trigger an ordinary demon realm and complete a quest to hunt down magic beasts." She flashed a brilliant smile, full of anticipation. "Master, you're going to train with us, right?" Behind her, the others shared the exact same hope, looking at him with pleading, sparkling eyes. Kang-jin felt a wave of relief and smiled softly, but he quickly composed himself, reminding himself of his true goal, to raid the greatest demon realm of all before anyone else could. "No," he refused coldly, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Kang-jin continued, "I don't plan on training with you guys." Deep down, he knew why he had to find that person before anyone else did. Under their bewildered stares, Kang-jin calmly declared, "I have other things to take care of." Yoonbom immediately threw a tantrum, crying, "So this is really how you want to cut ties with us?" She grabbed both his hands, pressing him. "That's not it, right?" Johan beside her was also in a panic. "Is that really true?" he asked, staring at Kang-jin. Flustered, Kang-jin could only stammer out an explanation. "No, really, I actually have things to do." Jian, tapping away on his phone, interjected. "Then we'll just wait until you're finished." That completely shut Kang-jin up. He had absolutely no idea how to reply. Looking away awkwardly, he mumbled, I don't really know." Jian pointed to his screen and continued, "This is our group chat. You better not leave it, master." The chat box popped up. "Jian has invited you," followed by a flood of cheerful messages from the group. "I've added you, master." A red carpet sticker popped up, along with a celebratory welcome sticker. "Haha, I meant to add you as soon as I woke up, but I totally forgot. Sorry about that, followed by an embarrassed sticker. Kang Jin let out a soft sigh, a small smile creeping onto his face. All right then. Inside Anavi's office, she asked him with deep concern. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Anavi anxiously explained. You don't even have a divine prophecy. Joining the Destiny Protection Agency might actually be your best bet. Kang Jin shook his head and said flatly, I decline. A prophecy is essentially a quest. We carry it out under a god's protection. Even priests, hunters who have awakened and serve as vessels to borrow a god's power, cannot ignore their god's prophecy, which acts as their absolute command. For instance, a quest might demand raising all classes to level 30, clearing at least 3 demon realms, or boosting the god's fame past a certain threshold. The god's ultimate goal is to make their names known. The more famous the priest, the wider their holy title spreads. That's why gods provide quests and rewards to help their priests grow. His thoughts kept racing as he stepped out of the skyscraper. Since I don't have a god's protection, I have a lot of preparing to do. I need to hurry. He looked down at his weapon. His 7 Thunder Sword was damaged and badly needed repairs. A grade 3 Dragon Slayer sword crafted from a sacred tree struck by lightning. Kang Jin couldn't help but sigh. First, I need to get my hands on a real weapon. In a remote countryside village, metal clanged against metal inside a dusty forge. A blacksmith skillfully brought a hammer down on a glowing piece of iron. Hearing a knock at the door and a voice call out, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Roha stopped her work and replied, "Ah, just a second." She wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel. It's been a while since we've had a visitor in this remote countryside, let alone someone so young. Kang Jin smiled and replied, "I'm here for you." He was secretly thrilled. Thank goodness she hasn't been recruited by the Destiny Protection Agency yet. She stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds. Roha was the granddaughter of a master blacksmith, recognized as an intangible cultural heritage, the late Hanchun. Hanchun's spirit hovered nearby, eagerly urging him on. "Hurry up. You're here to unlock my granddaughter's destiny window, aren't you?" Kang Jin flashed a highly professional, polite smile. "That's right. I heard that Master Hanchun has a successor." Completely ignoring the rambling spirit of the blacksmith, the girl is in the prime of her talent, yet she barely makes any money and has to suffer by the hot furnace every single day. "I feel so guilty," the spirit. Roja smiled modestly and replied, "I'm still nowhere near my grandfather's level." But he immediately shook his head. He said gently, "I need your power." As he spoke to Roha, he opened his system interface. Roja was a fire attribute, tier 3 demon rank. A glowing screen of information popped up the moment she touched the level 3 Double Dragon Blacksmith Fire ability. The crafting fire allows for the creation of items infused with mana. When processing metal, it can adjust stats and grant user rights for items of the same level as the skill. Roja read through the contract carefully and gasped in shock. "Are these really your only conditions? Working directly for Sung Lim from now on, with absolutely zero involvement with the Bureau of Destiny?" She touched the stacks of cash of all sizes piled up next to her, looking doubtful. "Even though you sponsored me, helped me awaken, and even got me my inheritance, I never expected you to pay me this much every month." Kang-rim scratched his head and explained, "Well, it's true I helped you awaken, but the inheritance wasn't my doing. That was all thanks to Master Craftsman Han Chun, who ascended to godhood." Then, he pulled out the 7-branched sword and requested, "For now, please melt down and repair this 7-branched sword. Then, follow the god's oracle and develop your skills until I contact you again." Roja happily agreed. "I get it." A moment later, she spoke up sheepishly. Is it okay if I visit my grandpa before I get to work? Our family graves are up on the mountain." Kang-rim rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Visiting a cemetery at this hour? At night, spectral energy near graves is incredibly strong, so monsters show up all the time. After thinking it over for a bit, he decided to warn her. "Since it's night, there's a high chance monsters will pop up. I'll go with you." Hearing this, Roha gasped. "Wait, monsters?" He quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, there probably won't be any strong ones. Besides, if they do show up, I'll deal with them." Reassured, she said, "Oh, okay. It's not that far anyway." The two of them quickly arrived, and Roha pointed at the grave. "It's right here." Kang-rim thought to himself, "It really is close." Suddenly, a recent memory flashed back. Han Chun had popped out of nowhere earlier, firing off a rapid-fire lecture that startled him. "Who are you to keep nosying around my granddaughter's shop? Wait, you're an awakened. Perfect." Take my granddaughter to the Bureau of Destiny so she can also. At this point, Kang-rim couldn't help but get a headache. In this lifetime, I can hear Han Chun's voice so clearly. I thought it was because of my karma points. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. But maybe it's just because we are near Han Chun's grave. Even though telepathic communication with the gods is pretty weak in this world, making it hard to hear them clearly, it's much easier to contact the corresponding god when you're at their shrine or the grave of someone who kicked the bucket. Suddenly, he noticed Roja happily pouring wine and chatting with her grandfather. Grandpa, thank you for always watching over me. Curiously, Kang-rim asked, but can't you talk to him without doing all this? Since you're already possessed by a god now. She smiled and explained, only when I'm here does it actually feel like I'm talking to my grandpa. She continued, it's so close that I often come here to chat. Luckily, I've only ever visited in the morning until now. Kang-rim suddenly realized, that's right. He passed away not too long ago, didn't he? Roja answered warmly, yes, it hasn't even been 6 months. When a person kicks the bucket, their soul leaves their body, but their spiritual essence remains. People steal destiny by extracting info from that spiritual essence. So, stealing destiny from an incomplete corpse would take way more mana. He stroked his chin, calculating. It's been 4 to 5 months already, right? Then I should be able to use mana to extract it from his body. But the catch is, even if it's doable, I obviously can't dig up her ancestor's grave right in front of her. Having finished, Roja stood up and asked, shall we head back now? But suddenly, Kang-rim sensed something. He stepped forward to shield her and said protectively, Roja, get behind me. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at them. Soon, countless eyes drew closer, radiating a terrifying malice. Roja stammered in horror, oh my god, there really are monsters. Kang-rim spoke calmly. The cemetery is way too close to your house. I should find you an item to ward off monsters so you can focus entirely on your smithing. Dozens of beasts pounced toward them like predators on the hunt. He got into a stance, ready to wipe them all out the moment they got close. But before he could strike, an unfamiliar hand threw a talisman. The moment the talisman touched the monsters, they all collapsed. Kang-rim's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the talismans. That talisman, an invisible force pinned the monsters firmly to the ground. A bell chimed, and a sizzling heat incinerated everything. Through the thick smoke, the figure of a man gradually appeared. He chided them, weren't you ever taught how dangerous it is to be near graves like this? The masked Kang-hoon continued to chew Kang-rim out. I can't believe you brought a miner out here too. Roja tried to defend herself, but however, Kang-rim cut her off. Roja, could you head back first and wait for me? Just like that, only Kang-rim and Do-yoon were left face to face. Kang-rim spoke first. Why are you here? Do-hyun asked as he took off his mask. So, you still remember my voice? The last time we met was 1 year ago. He looked straight into Seo Kang-rim's eyes and continued coldly. It has been a while, hasn't it, Seo Kang-rim? Memories of their past suddenly flooded back. He sighed. Well, it hasn't been that long. Kang-rim remembered a time during training when Do-hyun pointed his staff at him and said mockingly, if you recognized me, why didn't you say anything? He calmly explained. The situation back then was not suitable for a greeting, just like right now. Kang-rim looked away, holding back his irritation as he taunted him. Are you tailing me on orders from the protection agency? Or is this of your own free will? Instead of answering, he said something completely out of the blue. Is that really the first thing you want to ask? His hand holding the staff trembled slightly, as if he were holding back his anger. I thought you would ask about Mother first. Hearing this, Kang-rim's eyes immediately widened. Pretending to be indifferent, he asked in a neutral voice, is Master doing well? Do-hyun looked down at his feet and replied, Mother. He suddenly looked up and shouted, Mother passed away 2 years ago. Kang-rim's brow furrowed even deeper. He clenched his teeth, trying not to break down, at least not right now. So, Master is dead? Her face appeared in his mind. It was the same in his past life. She had died a few days before the awakening. With that thought, he asked Do-hyun, why didn't you call me back for the funeral? Do-hyun grabbed Kang-rim by the collar, questioning him about the funeral. Shaken by the question, Do-yoon immediately grabbed Kang-rim's collar and barked, a funeral? Holding his grip, Do-yoon continued to snap at him. You were the one who walked out on us. But so what? Hearing those words, Kang-rim also recalled the past. A memory of a very obedient Do-hyun appeared. His adoptive mother introduced him. This is my son. Kang Do-hyun. Then she turned and continued. And this is Seo Kang-rim. Do-hyun, you're older, so you must treat him well. Do you understand? After the introduction, she looked at both of them and spoke. Because starting today, he will be my godson. He asked in confusion. Godson? Back then, a godson meant a male priest who was taken in as a disciple. That night, in the quiet house, Do-hyun's voice questioning his mother echoed, How could you do this to me? In his room, refusing to accept this, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration. You said you wouldn't pass down the priest's status. She calmly sat opposite him and replied, That's right, I'm not passing it down. Living according to the will of the gods is painful anyway. Then she frowned and said seriously, I don't want you to live a life like that. Hearing that, Do-hyun shouted emotionally, Then what the hell is he? She calmly tried to make him understand. Another powerful god has targeted that boy, but he doesn't want his body to be possessed by a god, so I plan to help him. Once again, Do-hyun raised countless questions. He doesn't want to be possessed by a god? But why? Does he also look down on priests like the other kids do? After a moment, Do-hyun turned to his mother and said, Then I will let that god possess my body. I respect you so much, mother. Finally, he became so emotional that tears outside. Kang-rim heard the conversation and sadly hugged his knees. From inside, his adoptive mother's voice began to analyze. That's not the problem. Sometime later, Kang-rim tried to win him over by holding a plate of fruit. Do-hyun, would you like some snacks first? But seeing this, Do-hyun coldly knocked the plate over. Then, the scene shifted to another memory. At this time, Kang-rim ran up to ask for help with his homework, as if trying to start a conversation. Brother, can you help me with my homework? He immediately turned around and snapped in irritation. Can't you see I'm busy? Do it yourself. Later, when they were walking home together, Seo Kang-rim happily followed behind him and called out, Do-hyun. But Do-hyun responded coldly with a dark expression, Hey, Kang-rim. Then Do-hyun gave a heartless warning. If we're outside, act like you don't know me. Hearing those words, Kang-rim could only remain silent in sadness. Afterward, on the way back, Seo Kang-rim walked home alone, looking dazed. As he was walking, a loud voice echoed nearby. Hey, you shaman freak! Over there, a group of older students approached, clearly intending to drive Do-hyun away. I told you, I'm possessed by a ghost. So stay away from me. Do-hyun ignored them and replied, I'm just passing through. One of them mimicked him. I'm just passing through. They began to act unreasonably and said, Fine, then pay the toll for passing through. Do-hyun looked up, quite annoyed. Why should I? Seeing his attitude, one of them couldn't hold back, grabbed his collar, and prepared to throw a punch. Why? Because I said so. But out of nowhere, a small hand appeared and grabbed his wrist, holding it tightly. Kang-rim pleaded, trembling. Hey, stop bullying my brother. Seeing him, the bullies began to laugh mockingly with interest. What's up with this kid? Seeing this, Do-hyun also grit his teeth and glared at Kang-rim. A moment later, Do-hyun was lying on the ground, while Kang-rim sat beside him, crying. Scattered around them were their school books, which had been torn apart by the bullies. Do-hyun let out a bitter laugh. Then, overwhelmed by frustration, Do-hyun sat up and yelled at Kang-rim, I told you I hate this. Why do you keep clinging to me? Why was Kang-im getting scolded while sobbing like that? Was there even another way? Then, his eyes reddened with tears as he yelled out in frustration, the only people who didn't get cursed with bad luck. Do-hyun silently listened to those words, quietly lowering his head. The two of them just sat next to each other in silence for a long time. Finally, Do-hyun reached up and wiped the blood from his nose. Then Do-hyun pulled Kang-im to his feet and said, You can't call her mom. She's my mother. He then set a condition. If you call her master instead, then I'll be your older brother. Hearing that, Kang-im quickly nodded, agreeing to the compromise. The image of the two of them crossing the street hand in hand flashed by. He began to reflect on his life. Just like Master said, things were slowly starting to look up. His adoptive mother appeared, chanting and dancing to perform a series of protective rituals for him. Even after several more suppression rituals were performed, Kang-im just sat silently on the ground, bowing his head in sheer terror. The god spoke to Kang-im, saying, Hey kid, do you really think running away from me will change your fate? Even without me, you'll still bring nothing but misery to everyone. But Kang-im just smiled, refusing to believe it. No, from now on, things were going to be different. And from that moment on, he never heard that god's voice again. From that point on, He enjoyed a happy life alongside Master and Do-hyun. The ghosts and nightmares had finally stopped. But it was all just an illusion. Kang-im had let himself be fooled by the foolish hope that he, too, deserved to be happy. Then out of nowhere, one day, a middle-aged man grabbed Kang-im by his collar. The man yelled, "Elder Hwagok, why are you still keeping this kid around? You've performed countless suppression rituals for him, yet he still brings nothing but bad luck." Kang-im froze when he heard the man warn that if she didn't kick him out right away, even Master would end up. Master cut him off sharply. "Lee-hun, if you keep babbling like that, I will cut your tongue out." She glared at him in fury. "Don't you ever speak to my child that way again." Years later, once they had grown up, Kang-im was helping a completely wasted Do-hyun stagger home one night. Do-hyun mumbled incoherently, "Why does Mom love you more than her own flesh and blood son? Me. And why? Why does the god want to possess your body instead of mine?" Kang-im gently called out, "Hey bro," keeping his voice soft since Do-hyun was completely out of it. "You've had way too much to drink tonight. Let's get you inside." But Do-hyun just looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Why? Why didn't you just let the god possess you?" Tears streamed down his face. "Instead of targeting you, I wish that God had chosen me. Why couldn't it be me instead of you?" Kang-im stood there in absolute silence as Do-hyun mumbled, "It should have been." With a heavy thud, Kang-im dropped him onto the ground, staring down at his brother with sheer disbelief. How? How could you ever wish for something like that? He knew exactly what kind of living hell Kang-im had gone through because of that god. He could only stare down at Do-hyun, feeling completely helpless. After tucking Do-hyun into bed, Kang-im was left alone with his thoughts. Honestly, Do-hyun's words shouldn't have surprised him at all. If Do-hyun's yearning to be possessed by the god was just as desperate as his own yearning to escape his body, Kang-im couldn't help but blame himself. He had been so incredibly selfish. It turned out he was the one causing Do-hyun so much pain. If only a curse like him would just disappear. Shaking off his thoughts, he decided to pack his bags and leave in the dead of night without telling a soul. That way, both Do-hyun and Master would finally be free of this misery. Back in the present, seeing Kang-im stand there in complete silence, Do-hyun snapped, "Why aren't you doing anything?" He pressed further. "You could easily overpower me, couldn't you? You're supposed to be the top trainee here." "What? Are you planning on holding back against me?" Kang-im turned his face away, trying to avoid his gaze. "I don't want to fight you." Do-hyun let go of his collar and spat. "Don't look down on me. I'm not the same weakling I was in the past." With a fierce, threatening glare, Do-hyun added, "The god has chosen me now, too." Then, he turned around and made a phone call. "Kang, I am froze. How could this be?" In his previous life, the only reason they had ever managed to get along was because he had been so incredibly weak. He remembered how, in his past life, Do-hyun had grabbed him by the collar in absolute fury, yelling, "I can't stand seeing you so damn weak. If you're this weak, then what does that make a jealous bastard like me?" Staring off into space, Kang-im's mind began to wander. There was something he absolutely had to tell Do-hyun. Meanwhile, Do-hyun knocked on a door and walked into a room. As soon as he entered, Dong-ju looked up and asked, "So, did you go see Seo Kang-im?" He nodded, prompting her to press further. "Well, is he going to join us?" Do-hyun shook his head in disappointment. "No. He said he has other plans, but he wouldn't tell me what they are." Dong-ju sighed with disappointment. "Man, I had such high hopes since you said you guys go way back." Do-hyun quickly brushed it off. "We're really not that close." She toyed with a dart, shooting him a disapproving look. "Not close? Then why did you waste such an expensive item on him? Do you think those just grow on trees? Do you have any idea how much that healing ointment costs?" Do-hyun remained silent under her lecturing, but after venting her frustration, Dong-ju tried to encourage him. "You should go talk to him one more time." But Do-hyun shook his head. "I don't think meeting him again is going to change his mind." Typing away on her computer, she continued to press him. "Come on, there is strength in numbers. We need him." She gestured dramatically, causing him to flinch, as she added, "Besides, he'll definitely let his guard down around you." Realizing she wasn't getting through to him, Dong-ju resorted to puppy dog eyes. "Please? I'm counting on you, emissary Do-hyun. I really, really want Seo Kang. I am on our team." The scene cuts over to Kang-im, who just received a text notification on his phone. It read, "I want to request a Demon Realm raid." Kang Jin found the mission intriguing. Not bad, he thought. The notification read, "Our team's messenger, Kang Do-hyun, will assist you. Seo Mundong Ryu." Reading this made him ecstatic. Finally, he had a chance to meet him. The next day, Kang Jin stood waiting for everyone outside a towering high-rise. He pondered, the ruined city. I don't know that demon realm. Fortunately, the notification cleared it up. I want to request a demon realm raid. The target is a low-level realm called the Ruined City. Although its rank is low, no one has been able to clear it for months, and not a single hunter has ever returned. That's why we need your help. Our team's messenger, Kang Do-hyun, will support you. Signed, Soon Mission Protection Agency, Team 1 Leader, Seo Ryu. Looking around at the towering buildings, he sighed. Even with regression, I guess I still can't know everything, huh? I only remember the larger or more unique demon realms that made the news. Suddenly, he looked in one direction. This place isn't even a high-level realm, he thought as a black sedan pulled up. Since I don't know anything about it, it must have been cleared in my past life. The car belonged to Kang Do-hyun, who had just pulled up. As he stepped out of the car, Kang Jin kept thinking to himself, and I still need to have a talk with him, too. Just then, An Navi waved to him from inside the car. Kang Jin, you're so early, she called out, excitedly running over to him. I'm joining the raid this time, too. Kang Jin looked at her, curious. Messenger An Navi? She shook his hand. Long time no see. He politely replied, I didn't expect to run into you here. An Navi smiled faintly, recalling her boss's words. Wait, what? Kang Jin and Kang Do-hyun know each other? Come to think of it, his mother was a shaman too. We can't let Team 1 get their hands on Kang Jin. She cheerfully struck up a conversation. I thought this task would be tough for the two of you. Kang Do-hyun interrupted her. So, you're here to spy on him, aren't you? An Navi went quiet, quickly making an excuse. Well, yes, that's true. Sensing the awkwardness, Kang Jin cut in. Can we talk about that later? He thought to himself. Oh well, it's fine. It was actually easier to stay calm with someone else around anyway. The three of them entered the mission building and headed down the stairs. Kang Jin was curious about An Navi. By the way, is it okay for you to not wear a mask? She replied. Oh, this is a private request, so we're off duty today. Leading the way, Kang Do-hyun spotted a group preparing to enter the dimensional gate and spoke up. Looks like someone's already here. The other group noticed them and looked surprised. What? Are you guys hunters too? An Navi gave a shy greeting. Yes, would you like to work? But the other group rudely cut her off. You know the unwritten rule, right? We got here first. The other group arrogantly smirked. So you guys will have to wait a few hours. We don't want anyone stealing our rewards. Kang Do-hyun wasn't about to back down and snapped back. What the hell are you talking about? You guys don't even look like trainees. Why aren't you off clearing some third-rate insect realm instead of hanging around here? The others got completely riled up by his words. What? Our team leader is a rank 1 hunter. A realm like this is a piece of cake for us. So, what's your rank? An Navi stepped in to diffuse the tension. When it comes to raiding demon realms, experience is far more important than. The arrogant group completely ignored her. Just answer my question. Since Kang Jin and Kang Do-hyun's ranks were lower than their leaders, neither of them said another word. The other group sneered. Figures. Let's move in. An Navi looked at the two with concern. I don't know why they make up rules like that. Should we wait? Kang Do-hyun couldn't care less and started walking toward the gate. Are you kidding me? Just ignore them, Kang Jin thought, looking at his older brother. Sigh. If things go south, I can always just reveal my identity. Let's go. System notification. You have entered the ruined city. Kang Do-hyun scanned their surroundings. The entire city is completely destroyed. System notification. Mission. Destroy the pillar of the barrier. A statue. Kang Jin turned back only to see the gate slowly vanishing. Ah, the entrance. I guess we have to clear this place before we can get out. The system continued to display more information. No time limit? Kang Jin analyzed the notification. We probably need to find this statue, but since no one has ever made it out alive, An Navi felt uneasy. This demon realm is pretty huge. Kang Jin pondered. We don't even know what the statue looks like. Kang Do-hyun closed his eyes, sensing the environment around them. It's connected to the barrier. We should definitely be able to sense its energy source. We might find it sooner than. Before he could finish, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. Startled, the three of them immediately searched for the source of the sound. It was the group they had just run into earlier, now being chased by a monster. Hurry, this way! The gray-haired guy in the group got caught. Terrified, he screamed for help. but the monster had already enveloped him. A blood-curdling shriek rang out. "Captain!" The girl tried to save her teammate, but she still needed support from the other guy. "What are you doing? Help me!" But he gritted his teeth, staring at the horror unfolding before him. "Damn it, we're dead meat." They had nowhere left to run. This was the end of the line. The guy with the grayish-green hair got cornered once again, screaming out in terror. No, but just in the nick of time, a Na'vi showed up to save them. She pulled the woman to safety, asking, "Are you okay?" Overcome with emotion, the woman burst into tears and sobbed. "Thank you so much." Kang-rim slashed away at the monsters with his sword, while Do-hyun unleashed his magic to join the fight. Watching the battle unfold, the woman was completely stunned. How are they taking them down so easily? Are all rookies this strong? Behind her, the two men were talking strategy, deciding to head on ahead, while Anavi let out a sigh of relief. "Whew, I think that's the last of them." She turned to check on the woman. "What's going on? You've only been in here for a few minutes." The woman looked at her, utterly confused. "A few minutes? What do you mean by that?" She murmured in a daze. "Didn't you guys enter a few hours after us?" Kang-rim and Anavi locked eyes, immediately growing anxious. Anavi tried to explain, "But we entered right after you guys did." The others gasped in utter disbelief. "What? That can't be." Thinking back to what happened, she quickly realized what was going on. It seems the timeline in here is completely out of sync with the outside world. I'm really starting to worry about the other hunter. The first team entered months ago, then another a few weeks later, followed by even more teams after that. Kang-rim agreed with her logic. If they're somehow still alive, they must be surviving off the food supplies they brought with them. I highly doubt the monsters around here are edible. Seeing Do-hyun sitting in a corner staring at a monster's corpse, a Na'vi asked him, "How long has it been?" "Hunter Do-hyun?" Seeing him ignore her, she pressed on. "Did you find something?" He replied, "I'm just examining the monsters." He then proudly bragged about his kills. "I've slain way more monsters than this Seo Kang-rim guy. There's no way the top rookie is better than me." The other two were completely speechless. Kang-rim shook his head in disbelief, while Anavi sighed and said, "Let's just get back to the investigation." Kang-rim pulled up his Demon Realm map, and the system notified them that the search progress was currently at only 0.3%. Do-hyun let out a heavy sigh as he stared at the screen. "This place must be massive. Do we really have to search every single nook and cranny?" Kang-rim replied, "I will send Lin out to scout ahead." A small deer materialized before them. Anavi decided to pitch in too. "In that case, I will check inside the buildings." Activating her skill, Clay Doll Controller, a group of small clay figures popped into existence. She pointed toward the buildings and issued her command. "Go search inside those buildings. Report back immediately if you find any survivors or anything suspicious." The little clay soldiers quickly scurried off to obey her orders. Seeing how efficient they were, the other hunters gasped in admiration. "That is so cool. Rookies these days really are on a whole different level." Kang-rim nodded in approval, praising Anavi. "Having this many clay dolls out scouting is a great help." She smiled warmly. "I will make sure they keep quiet," Kang-rim agreed. "All right, the demon realm is noisy enough as it is." But then, something struck him. Come to think of it, they've all been incredibly quiet. Kang-rim tried to open his communications, making Anavi look at him in confusion. Kang-rim stared at his system screen and said in a grim, low voice, "The communication line and the item shop are completely down." She looked at him with mounting dread. Sure enough, everyone's system screens popped up with a warning message, stating they could not connect to the shop. A cold chill ran down their spines. "Does that mean we can't request backup or buy food?" Anavi gasped in sudden realization. Then all the hunters who never made it back. Do-hyun patted her shoulder. "Hey, Anavi." He then pointed over at the three rescued hunters. Seeing their tense faces, the woman asked nervously, "Is there a problem?" Nearby, Kang-rim was still frantically checking his system screen. "Wait, if our connection is cut, that means the gods can't hear us right now." He glanced over at Do-hyun, thinking, "I will never get another opportunity like this." Do-hyun felt his gaze and turned to look at him. Kang-rim resolved that he had to talk to him right here, in this very place. With heavy footsteps, the combined group began to move, scouring the surrounding ruins together. Kang-rim and Do-hyun kept a sharp eye on their surroundings. Staring at the desolate wasteland, the woman whimpered in fear, "Where exactly are we going?" The number of destroyed buildings kept increasing, and the piles of bones grew thicker with every step. Suddenly, Lin let out a sharp cry, signaling he had found something. Do-hyun and Kang-rim quickly dashed after Lin. But when they saw what lay ahead, they both froze in shock. Standing pristine and untouched amidst the ruins was a magnificent, glowing mansion, complete with a breathtakingly beautiful flower garden. Kang-rim walked up to the gates to investigate. "What is this place?" the others whispered, catching up to him. Every single one of them stared up at the towering estate in sheer awe. He pushed the doors open and stepped inside. Noting how spotless and clean everything was, he couldn't help but wonder, how is this place so well maintained? The opulent interior of the mansion left them completely speechless, but Do-hyun's senses quickly picked up on something. "Wait, do you guys smell that?" The rescued woman caught the scent too. The three of them instantly realized it was food, and like feral animals, they bolted toward a room at the far end of the hallway. Kang-rim tried to stop them, shouting, "Hey, wait!" But it was too late. The three crashed through the doors, revealing a massive table piled high with a lavish feast. "I knew it!" they cheered, grabbing the food with pure joy. "We don't have to worry about starving anymore. Look, it's still warm. It must have just been prepared." Just as the woman was about to take a bite, Kang-rim rushed forward and slapped the food right out of her hand. "Don't eat that." The blonde captain, who was about to bite into an apple, glared at him in fury. "Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do? Are you guys trying to hog all of this for yourselves?" Do-hyun stepped forward, letting out a heavy sigh to cut him off. "Are you guys seriously this stupid? Shoveling highly suspicious food into your mouths like this, and you actually have the nerve to call yourselves hunters?" Anna-vi quietly warned him, "Do-hyun, you're taking it a bit too far," but he just shrugged her off. "Oh, really?" Hearing Do-hyun's words, the others finally snapped out of it. "Wait, he's right. This food is actually pretty suspicious." The woman spoke up sheepishly. "Maybe we should scout the area first." Seeing their captain still fuming, she stepped in to stop him, telling him to put the apple down. With that, the group split up to search the house. "Let's split up and look around. There are 3 doors here. I'll take this one, and we'll meet back at the front entrance in a bit. The smell of food here will find me anyway." The other 3 then set off together. The girl in pink patted the captain's shoulder and said, "Then we'll go check out the path we just came from." Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim watched Do-hyun slip through a different door. "This is my chance," he thought. He quickly called out, trying to follow Do-hyun. "Wait, let me go with," but Anna-vi suddenly cut him off, calling his name. Hearing his name, he turned around, puzzled. "Do you have something to say to me?" Seizing the moment, she decided to speak her mind. "Are you still against joining the Fate Protection Bureau? It's incredibly dangerous for hunters who don't have a patron god. I know you could always join a religious sect, but the Fate Protection Bureau has so much more to offer." He cut her off, politely declining the offer. "I'm sorry, but I really have no intention of working there." Anna-vi's voice trailed off, filled with disappointment. "Is that so?" she muttered. Seo Kang-rim tried to comfort her, though his eyes kept darting back to where Do-hyun had gone. "Look, there are plenty of hunters out there who are way better than me, right? I appreciate the offer, but I really think you should look for someone else." But Anna-vi wasn't ready to give up just yet. "But I've never met anyone quite like you," she said, as memories of Seo Kang-rim fighting with everything he had flashed through her mind. She bared her heart to him. "From what I've seen, you might be the lowest rank, but you fight harder than anyone else." Then, she pictured him standing alone in that empty wasteland. "You actually understand what people are going through, and you never hesitate to help them." She recalled how he had helped Kim and Johan. You would never abandon your teammates, no matter how dangerous things get. And finally, she pictured him carrying Yunbom on his back. Laying all her thoughts bare, Anna-vi placed her hand over her heart, speaking with pure sincerity. "And that's exactly why I want you on my team." Hearing this, Seo Kang-rim blushed, completely caught off guard by her confession. An image of the office space she had already set up for him, complete with a welcome sign, popped into her head. "I've actually already set up a desk for you, and I was planning a welcome party. I even made a list of all the best restaurants near the bureau." She sighed, looking a bit downcast. "But I know I can't force you." Touched by her earnestness, Seo Kang-rim let out a gentle smile, wondering if she had somehow figured out. Having said her piece, Anna-vi turned to leave, offering a weak smile as she looked back. "Well, let's go check things out and meet back here. See you soon." At that moment, a wave of gratitude washed over him. "I really am so grateful to her," he thought. Seo Kang-rim made his way up the stairs, keeping his eyes peeled for Do-hyun. "I'm positive he came this way," he muttered to himself. Before the thought could even finish, Do-hyun appeared, standing right at the top of the stairs, waiting. He glared down at Seo Kang-rim with a freezing gaze, making Kang-rim's heart skip a beat. Shoot, he looks like he'd rather kill me than talk to me. Gathering every ounce of courage he had, Seo Kang-rim walked up and initiated the conversation. Why are you glaring at me like that? Were you waiting here just to interrogate me? Do-hyun fell silent for a moment before replying coldly. I saw those stitched up bones inside your body. The two of them brushed past each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, Do-hyun stopped and added, You do know that the more karma you accumulate, the more of those things you end up with, right? Before Seo Kang-rim could even process the words, Do-hyun snapped, lunging at him with a furious roar. What the hell are you thinking? He slammed Seo Kang-rim hard against the window. Is this what you've been up to since you ran away from home? Unleashing all his built-up frustration, he demanded. Just what on earth have you been doing? Pinned down, Seo Kang-rim bit his lip, his face flushing. Do-hyun's voice was filled with absolute bitterness, carrying an unbearable weight of karma. Seo Kang-rim glared back with icy eyes, finally pushing back against him. Just what kind of person do you take me for? As they stood locked in a tense standoff in the dead silence, a massive shadow suddenly began to shift in the darkness far down the hall. It crept slowly toward them at first, but its heavy footsteps quickly quickened into a full-on sprint. Startled, both of them froze and watched in shock as the figure emerged, revealing itself to be a giant stone statue. After a brief silence, Do-hyun stepped closer to it, muttering, Is that the statue we're looking for? Without waiting for an answer, he drew his weapon and fell into a defensive stance, wondering why it had suddenly stopped. But the moment the question left his lips, the statue lurched to life. It lunged at them with terrifying speed, obliterating everything in its path, before launching a devastating punch right into the wall. Grimacing, Do-hyun charged forward with his weapon drawn, shouting, We'll figure it out once we smash it to pieces. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim stood there completely frozen, unable to snap out of his shock. Suddenly, Do-hyun's blade swung towards Seo Kang-rim, snapping him back to reality, just in time to raise his own weapon and block the strike. Do-hyun gasped in disbelief when he realized Seo Kang-rim had blocked his attack to shield the statue. What the hell are you? But before he could finish, Seo Kang-rim cut him off, screaming, Don't destroy it! Frustrated, Do-hyun gritted his teeth. But seeing the giant statue rearing back to crush Seo Kang-rim, he grabbed Kang-rim by the collar and yanked him out of harm's way. The two of them quickly dashed into a room, barely managing to escape the attack. As soon as they got inside, Hyun quickly slammed the door shut, while Kang-rim leaned against the wall, panting heavily. With that taken care of, Do-hyun slumped down, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Furious and frustrated at that bastard, he barked, Are you out of your mind? Why did you stop me? Unbeknownst to them, his words were being overheard by the statue standing right outside the door. Do you want to die? Kang-rim covered his face with trembling hands. That thing. Eyes wide with terror, he choked out. It was a human. After Seo Kang-rim revealed the true form of what they had just seen, Do-hyun stared in disbelief. What? A human? It was as if he had just heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Losing his temper, he snapped, Have you completely lost your mind? That was a monster. Before the words could even leave his mouth, a violent slam rattled the door. Instantly on guard, Do-hyun raised a talisman, backing away as he warned, Look closely. He stared at the human body standing just outside the newly smashed hole in the door and said, Does that thing honestly look human to you? Standing not far away, Kang-rim stared at the sight and thought, Even if I look again, it still looked. Suddenly, his screen popped up with information about the entity. Class. Level, 1 Earth. Attribute Monster. Status, Cursed Transformation. Seeing that the monster remained completely still even after breaking the door, Do-hyun was taken aback. What? It's not attacking? Kang-rim quickly deduced, maybe they can't go beyond the hallway. Hearing this, Do-hyun found it completely absurd, and immediately fired back. Since when do humans have restrictions like that? Kang-rim quietly patted Lin-yi next to him. He thought to himself that he couldn't. Watching Kang-rim's movements, Do-hyun spoke up. You know I have a Kirin, right? That's how I know. Trust me. Kang-rim let Lin-yi go, pointing ahead as he shouted, Lin-yi, I order you, purify that person. Lin-yi's entire body immediately glowed as she activated her purification mode. A brilliant, pure light enveloped Lin-yi and the monster. The hard stone shell surrounding the creature began to crack, slowly revealing the figure of a young girl. With the curse finally broken, the girl collapsed, completely exhausted. Kang-rim and Do-hyun rushed over, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Do-hyun was stunned. She really was human. Gang-rim immediately dropped to his knees to support the girl, who groaned slightly and began coughing uncontrollably. Anxiously, he called out, "Hey, can you hear me?" Standing nearby, Do-hyun watched the scene, his hands trembling as he clenched them into fists. How did Gang-rim already know? Yet, even now, he himself couldn't bring himself to accept the truth. With a dark look, he thought, I was one of the very first to awaken, and I even became an apostle of the Guardian Agency. Do-hyun felt like he was falling into a bottomless pit. Even with all that, he still couldn't keep up with Seo Kang-rim. At that thought, he covered his face with one hand, completely helpless. Kang-rim looked up and called out to him, "I think we should get her somewhere safe." Noticing that Do-hyun looked off, Kang-rim asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Still shielding his face, Do-hyun replied, "It's none of your business." Then, Do-hyun walked over, knelt down, and pulled the girl onto his back. "Let's head back. We need to tell Anabi and the other hunters." Walking ahead with a dark expression, he continued, "We can't let them mistake these people for monsters and kill them." Although Kang-rim sensed something was off with Do-hyun's attitude, he kept it to himself and simply gave a soft nod of agreement. Anabi stepped down the stairs, looking at the group on the other side. "You found." She trailed off as she noticed the girl on Do-hyun's shoulders. She gasped, then quickly rushed over to support Sira. "There's a survivor," Do-hyun spoke up. "She's probably not the only one." Nabi didn't quite get it and asked, "What do you mean? There are more?" He explained that since these people had been turned into monsters by a curse, there were likely many other victims out there. Just then, Kang-rim spotted Linyi flying toward a door at the end of the hallway. He called out to her and immediately ran after her. Entering the room, he saw Linyi hovering over a table packed with food. He muttered softly, "So this is where you were." He walked over, picked her up, and gently scolded her. "You shouldn't be eating strange food." But then, he suddenly froze, staring at the remnants on the table. Suddenly, several monsters lunged at Kang-rim from all directions, catching him off guard. Clutching Linyi tightly to his chest, he quickly ducked to dodge the monsters' attacks. His eyes suddenly flashed. Before him, system screens popped up one by one, displaying the identities of each monster. The first monster was a brown-haired girl, followed by a black-haired young man, and finally, a familiar blonde guy. Before Kang-rim could even process this, the three monsters lunged at him with incredible speed. Reacting instantly, he dropped to the floor and grabbed the edge of the table to push himself away, thinking in frustration, "Damn it, it's those hunters." Kang-rim looked down at the Kirin in his arms. "Linyi, can you purify them?" When she shook her head, he sighed. "No choice then." He quickly set Linyi down. Watching the monsters charge at him again, he realized, "I have to take them down first." Kang-rim grit his teeth and raised his fists. Seeing how easily they could tear this place apart, he threw a full-force punch straight at the nearest monster's head, thinking, if they're this tough, a punch like this shouldn't kill them. After the dust settled, Anabi crossed her arms and let out a helpless sigh. "I told you guys not to eat that stuff." The three monsters had now returned to their human forms, all of them looking down in sheer embarrassment. Do-hyun finally pieced it together. "So, eating the food here turns you into a monster." Behind them, Kang-rim sniffed a pastry in his hand. "I think the smell itself is a spell meant to lure people in. But I could be wrong." Nabi turned her gaze toward Sarah, who was sitting a short distance away. They probably didn't have any other choice but to eat it. Sira was still in a state of sheer panic, clutching her head and sobbing as she muttered, "Upstairs, upstairs." Kang-rim looked over at Nabi. He asked, "Did you get any information out of her?" She replied, "I tried asking her a few things." She looked upward, but all she could say was that there's something on the 5th floor. Do-hyun glanced at the three rescued hunters. "You guys wait here with that woman." Then, he turned and headed toward the stairs. "We're going up to the 5th floor." Inside a room on the 4th floor, looking at a horde of monsters packing the entire space, Doi gasped in shock. "Are these really humans?" Unable to believe his eyes, he turned to his two companions. "Can't we just kill them all? We already saved so many people on the 2nd and 3rd floors." Navi obviously couldn't accept this and immediately protested. "Envoy Doi, please don't joke like that." He glared at Navi. "I'm not joking. We aren't responsible for saving them. We came here to conquer." At that moment, Kang-rim tapped Doi on the shoulder and said, "I don't think we need to capture all of them. Some of them are monsters. Actually, most of them are." Convinced by their words, Doi could only sigh in defeat. "Fine, I'm the bad guy here. So, who's actually human?" With that, he pulled out several talismans. I have an idea. Just tell me their positions, Kang-rim replied. There are too many of them. Holding a level 3 insect honey gland, he explained his plan. I'm going to mark them with this. Hearing this, Do-wi spoke up. You plan to. But Kang-rim acted as if he didn't hear him and dashed off. Navi reached her hand out to stop him, crying out in worry. Meanwhile, Kang-rim flew back and forth across the room, marking several of the monsters. His method of marking was simple. He grabbed the hand of a monster he suspected was human and smashed the honey gland onto its head. Watching this from the sidelines, Do-wi was utterly shocked. He stammered, "You're reckless." Kang-rim quickly turned his head and shot back. Is now really the time to lecture me? Annoyed, Do-wi cursed under his breath. Damn it. He then threw a few talismans and called out to the girl behind him. Let's go, Navi. One by one, the talismans flew straight onto the heads of the monsters that had just been marked with the honey. The moment the talismans hit, the marked monsters lost control, their bodies floating into the air. Navi also held her weapon, clearing a path so Do-wi could throw his talismans and suppress the monsters. Following their seamless teamwork, the room was left in absolute ruin, with debris and shattered stones scattered all over the floor. Kang-rim looked up at the ceiling, where the monsters presumed to be human survivors were bound by chains conjured from the talismans. Now, if we purify them. Navi, standing nearby, began. Kang-rim stopped her. Wait, I think we should finish clearing the area before purifying them. Otherwise, we'll run into serious. Nearby, Do-wi suddenly started dry heaving. Hearing him, Navi immediately turned around with a worried look. Envoy Do-wi. Do-wi grimaced. The smell is awful. Don't you guys smell it? He sniffed the air and continued, It smells like something died. Suddenly, Navi and Kang-rim both stared straight ahead. The three of them were standing before a dark, endless hallway. One of them muttered, It smells like blood. The three of them peered into the dark, eerie passageway ahead. What on earth was in there? It felt as if some kind of energy was drifting out from the hallway. Navi winced in disgust, covering her nose, while Kang-rim's expression grew dark as he thought, This is the stench of death. He quietly took a few steps forward. At the end of the corridor, a dark, ominous mist was leaking out from a room's doorway. The dark mist swirled around, as if trying to drag him into that room. Kang-rim looked down as the mist slowly dispersed, and the three of them continued moving forward. Looking at the ashes and bones scattered across the floor, Navi said sorrowfully, These hunters. She dropped to her knees, picking up a skull, and whispered, They died while they were still human. We could have saved them even if they turned into monsters after eating that thing downstairs. Standing beside her, Do-wi couldn't hide his grief for the tragic fate of these unfortunate souls. But then, sensing something unusual, he raised his head and glared back at the room at the end of the hallway. Instantly, all three got into their combat stances. Do-wi gripped several talismans in his hand, while Kang-rim summoned a flame in his palm. At the same time, Navi gently set the skull down and braced herself defensively. Suddenly, a shadow slowly emerged from the doorway, slumping toward them. The silhouette reflected in Navi's wide, shocked eyes. As the flickering firelight illuminated the figure, its body slowly came into view. Do-wi stammered, Is that? When Navi suddenly cried out in urgency, There's a survivor! Without a second thought, she rushed toward the person. But the moment she took a step, someone grabbed her arm and stopped her in her tracks. Wait, Kang-rim held her back and asked, When was the last time hunters came here before us? Navi turned around, looking thoroughly confused. She replied, Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Sensing her confusion, he pressed on, Don't you know? Based on what I read. Probably about a week ago. But then, as if realizing something horrifying, her expression completely changed. Having got his answer, Kang-rim let go of Navi's hand. He concluded, Then it's been at least 400 days. He stared at the figure standing not far from them. And if they arrived before that, it's been over a year. Kang-rim murmured with deep concern, What could they have possibly eaten to survive all this time? His voice trails off, dripping with suspicion. Wait, has he already turned into a monster? Right then, the man they suspect of being a monster begins making these bizarre, guttural noises, his eyes bulging as he glares at them like they're his next meal. Suddenly, he unleashes a blood-curdling shriek that sends a shiver straight down everyone's spines. Do-yeon gently places a reassuring hand on Navi's arm to calm her down. He's still human, right? He asks, trying to convince himself. Whipping out 3 talismans, he hurls them straight at the crazed man and shouts, We need to put him down first, then we can figure this out. But to their absolute shock, the talismans completely miss their target and clatter uselessly onto the floor. This freak actually dodged them. And as if that isn't enough, he grabs Do-hyun's remaining talismans and rips them to shreds with his bare hands. He lunges like a rabid animal, sinking his teeth deep into Do-hyun's arm and sending red juice splattering everywhere. Do-hyun screams in agony, prompting Na-bi to yell in panic, "Do-hyun!" She swings her 3-meter staff with all her might, sending the attacker flying. Caught completely off guard, the man is thrown backward across the room. His claws scrape against the floor, desperately trying to slow himself down. Using this brief opening, Na-bi quickly turns to check on her teammate. "Are you okay?" Do-hyun, clearly hurting, grits his teeth and gasps. I'm fine." Na-bi sighs. He's definitely a lot stronger than he looks. Meanwhile, behind them, Seo Kang-rim is frantically searching the system screen for answers. Suddenly, his eyes widen in sheer disbelief at the data popping up before him. Across the room, the crazed man is already scrambling back to his feet. He opens his jaws, letting out a terrifying, guttural growl, and shoots wild streams of fire right from his palms. Do-hyun and Na-bi quickly combine their powers to extinguish the blazing flames. Na-bi then charges forward, staff raised, aiming a direct blow at the beast. As she swings, she yells in confusion, "How the hell does a human have demonic energy?" But unfortunately, the beast easily dodges her strike. Using her momentum against her, he lunges right in front of Do-hyun, baring his razor-sharp claws. He swipes right for Do-hyun's face. Do-hyun barely manages to hold back the creature's relentless, clawing hands. Damn it. Am I seriously weaker than Na-bi? In the nick of time, Na-bi leaps into the air from behind, aiming her staff right at the monster. With a massive crack, her staff slams down, throwing the man backward and saving Do-hyun's skin just in time. But as the monster recovers and locks his eyes on a new target, Na-bi screams, "Seo Kang-rim!" Kang-rim is completely frozen. She screams his name again, "Seo Kang-rim!" Just as the monster's claws are about to slash him, a system screen detailing the beast's profile pops up in front of his face, but the data is corrupted and glitched. All he can make out is the man's last name. His class, attributes, and holy power are completely unreadable. Suddenly, Kang-rim's mind flashes back like a rewinding tape, showing him the memories of this very man from his first days entering the demon realm. A booming voice echoes in his mind, "Become the first to conquer the demon realm." Visions of the man's former comrades flash before his eyes, one by one. He sees them laughing and huddling together around a fire after surviving brutal battles. Some are complaining, "Do we have any food left? We're completely out." He remembers the desperate sighs of comrades asking, "What are we going to do now?" And then, the absolute horror of watching those very comrades stop being human. Terrified screams echo through the memory. Huidu has turned into a monster. In the vision, the man covers his face in sheer despair, completely powerless to save his friends. It's over. They're all dead. Even the girl who was sitting right beside him goes limp and collapses. Back then, the man was just a terrified young boy. He panics and rushes to catch her as she falls. "Please, wake up. Someone's coming to save us." "I know they are." But the girl just lies there in his arms, her voice barely a whisper. "It's no use. I don't have any strength left." Suddenly, a sharp scream pierces the air, snapping Kang-rim back to reality. "What the hell are you doing?" Thanks to that shout, Kang-rim snaps out of it just in time to dodge the man's swipe, as a hand suddenly pushes his chest back. Do-hyun shoves him out of harm's way, stepping in to shield him. With the monster charging right at them, Do-hyun yells over his shoulder, "Quick, pull out the 7-branched sword." He shouts, already knowing the truth, "You went to the forge, didn't you?" Kang-rim gasps in realization. "Oh right, it's already finished." Without wasting a second, he summons the Thunder 7-branched sword. This legendary dragon-grade weapon was forged from a holy tree that had been struck by lightning. Brimming with pure, positive energy capable of purging all evil, he grips the hilt tightly and lunges forward. A blinding, holy light erupts from the blade, forcing the monster to shield his eyes. Overwhelmed by the weapon's sheer, divine power, the beast stops his assault, and Na-bi lowers her weapon in confusion. "Wait, did he just run away?" Kang-rim quickly warns her, "Don't pursue him." He looks ahead, his voice heavy. "Guys, there's something I need to tell you." That man. A moment later, after the group had calmed down and listened to Kang-rim's story, Do-hyun frowned. Did he really get that close to the barrier? Na-bi chimed in. "So you're saying because he had too many points, he ended up in that state?" Kang-rim nodded. Essentially, yes. Understanding the situation now, Do-hyun said. No wonder he's so strong, reacting to the seven-branch sword like some kind of monster. There's also research out there showing that when humans get too close to the barrier, it becomes extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Nabi worriedly asked, "Is there any way to turn him back to normal?" Do-hyun asked back, "Are you saying you want to capture him alive? What if he gets in the way of our mission?" She replied, "But he only accumulated those karma points because of that accident. We can't just kill him like this." As the two of them bickered back and forth, Seo Kang-rim stood nearby, lost in thought. But just how many karma points does it take to cross the barrier? He recalled his own past and thought, I only accumulated points because of my skill penalties. But normally, they're supposed to increase when you commit crimes, like theft, assault, torture, or murder. The worse the crime, the more bad karma you pile up. He remembered the flashes of memory from that man earlier. If what I saw was that man's past, then he must have committed some of the most heinous crimes imaginable to survive until now. Kang-rim gently touched his lip. Just how many karma points does he have? And what about mine? Thinking about his own points made him anxious. Could I end up just like him in the future? Suddenly, Do-hyun tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Seo Kang-rim. Nabi called out his name at the same time. Since Kang-rim had been completely silent while everyone else was talking, Do-hyun scolded him with a trace of annoyance. Why are you just standing there spaced out? Kang-rim waved his hand to reassure them. I'm fine, really. Seeing that, Do-hyun said, then help us out. We need to find a way to finish this mission. Kang-rim was taken aback. Wait, what? What about that man? Do-hyun didn't say much, calmly replying, he won't come near us as long as we have the seven-branch sword. Hearing this, Kang-rim looked utterly incredulous. You're just going to leave him like that? Then he continued, who knows, maybe we can purify him, just like we did with Kang Tae-oh. Nabi turned to look at him and gently advised. Once we're done here, I'll ask the commander for help. But that wasn't the answer Kang-rim wanted to hear, he argued. But if we keep wasting time, realizing that no words would convince his team, and seeing Do-hyun turn to aggressively question him, he's too strong, we don't have another choice. Do you want all three of us to die for just one person? Right then, he stopped everyone, placing a hand on his chest and speaking in a calm, steady voice. What if I have an idea? Both of them looked skeptical, but they remained quiet, gesturing for him to continue. At that moment, Kang-rim was extremely confident in what he was about to say, his eyes filled with determination. We can do this. Kang Do-hyun slapped a talisman onto the wall, thinking about how much he hated the way things were going, both then and now. He recalled when Kang-rim proposed that plan, realizing they were just doing exactly what he wondered to himself, his hand resting flat against the talisman. Deep down, why did he feel so resentful? Why did this have to be the best option they had? Exhausted, Do-hyun rested his forehead against the wall, trying to convince himself. No, it's my fault for not being as capable as Seo Kang-rim. Right then, Kang-rim suddenly appeared from around the corner. Hey, Messenger Nabi is all set, he said. Do-hyun replied, I'm ready too. Pleased with the response, Kang-rim made his decision. All right, then I'll act as the bait. But Do-hyun called out to stop him. Hey, Seo Kang-rim, do you really think this is going to be enough? He turned to look at Kang-rim's back, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. If my presence isn't enough to draw him in, this entire plan will fail. Do you really trust me that much? Kang-rim paused for a brief second, but then kept walking, his casual voice echoing behind him. You already drew the runes, didn't you? I trust your skills. Hearing that, Do-hyun's hand slid down the wall before clenching into a tight fist. With a dark expression, he wondered, he trusts my skills? He let out a heavy sigh. Since the last time I saw you, you've gotten a whole lot smarter, Do-hyun thought gloomily. Or is he just pitying me? Now that humans hosting gods has become the norm, I guess it's not a bad thing for a powerful god to want him. Then, he suddenly muttered under his breath, I hate you. Under the dark, silent night sky where the moon hung high, Seo Kang-rim took one cautious step after another. Dark, eerie energy swirled all around him. He locked eyes with the man crawling on the other side, who was making bizarre, guttural noises. Walking closer to him, he spoke softly. You don't need to be so on guard. Kang-rim continued, I didn't bring it with me. To prove his point, he held out both of his empty hands. Sensing absolute safety from Kang-rim, the man's eyes instantly flashed. He lunged forward like a maniac, trying to claw at Kang-rim's legs, but luckily, he dodged just in time. The moment his claws swung down, Gang-lim suddenly vanished into thin air. Shaking with shock, the man spun around as a sudden flash of light gleamed right over his shoulder. Swooping in from behind, Gang-lim brought his sword crashing down in a sudden, brutal attack. Terrified out of his mind, the man scrambled to the ground, desperately crawling like a dog to escape Gang-lim's relentless pursuit. But as he looked back at the glowing blade, he slammed face first into a transparent barrier created by Do-hyun's paper talismans. In an instant, the talismans swirling in the air formed a tight, sealing circle, cutting off any hope of escape. Then, one of the talismans summoned a paper chain that bound the man's arms tight. He screamed in sheer panic, struggling wildly before unleashing some kind of hidden power, quickly breaking free from the binding barrier. Do-hyun clicked his tongue, picking up the fallen talismans. "Well, I didn't expect it to work on the first try anyway," he muttered. Suddenly, a swarm of clay dolls with talismans slapped on their chests rushed in out of nowhere. Looking like a chaotic miniature army, they charged straight at the man, launching a coordinated assault. Empowered by the blazing flames, the clay dolls rapidly grew in size and weight right before their eyes. The man grit his teeth, staring at the terrifying scene in absolute horror, and began screaming and thrashing violently. Watching from the sidelines, Do-hyun held up a staff covered in bronze bells and sighed, "It's no use." A mechanical system voice echoed, declaring that the target's mana seal was being cancelled. Seeing the man finally cornered by the blazing chains, a Nabi cheered in excitement. "We did it." But then, a strange light beamed down right on the man, carrying a force so intense it felt like it could tear reality apart. Gang-lim and the others watched in utter shock. Rising before them was a stone statue of a woman holding a massive sword. Fueled by the crackling flames, this was none other than the friendship statue. Suddenly, a system window flashed with the statue's information. A low-rank magical entity that guards a designated zone. Its sole purpose is to eliminate all invaders. Escape from the designated zone is impossible until this monster is defeated. Its stats scale based on the number of invaders. Do-hyun hesitated as he took in the situation, but Gang-lim quickly cut in. "That's our target. To clear this obstacle, they had to destroy the vessel, the statue itself." Without warning, the statue raised its sword and swung it down with brutal force. With a single slash, it cleanly decapitated several clay dolls at once. Taking advantage of the chaos, the man made a run for it. Do-hyun yelled to Gang-lim, "Damn it! Cut him off! Don't let him escape!" Gang-lim's sword crashed down with immense power, completely blocking the man's path of retreat. Meanwhile, Nabi knelt down and summoned a barrier wall to block the boss. "I'll hold the boss off," she yelled urgently. The statue relentlessly swung its sword, its heavy strikes making her wall crumble. Bricks rained down with every blow, leaving Nabi trembling as she struggled to maintain her defense. A short distance away, Do-hyun was still locked in a fierce struggle against the man. Gang-lim realized the situation was spiraling out of control. "This isn't working," he muttered, thinking to himself that this wasn't where he was supposed to be. He stepped forward and tapped Nabi on the shoulder. "Envoy, on Nabi, I'll take care of the statue." She gasped in surprise, but before she could process it, Gang-lim ordered, "I'll lure it away. Capture the survivor alive first." Nabi could only nod in agreement. "Got it." Instantly, she activated her clay doll control skill. She shouted to her puppets, "Everyone, grab him!" Small ones, stack on top of the big ones. Go. The dolls leaped onto each other, forming a massive, writhing swarm that completely smothered the man. At the same time, fiery chains whipped out, wrapping tightly around his body. Do-hyun raised his bronze bell staff and activated his binding skill. As he held the staff high, a brilliant green light enveloped the target. The fiery chains bound his limbs tightly, while two burning shackles clamped down around his neck. A talisman instantly slapped onto his forehead as a system notification popped up. The bound target is now being put to sleep. With the job done, Do-hyun said urgently, "It's over. Let's get to Gang-lim." Hearing this, Nabi slowly lowered her barrier. Understood. But just as they took a few steps forward, they froze in their tracks. Horror washed over their faces. Right before them, a massive fire was raging completely out of control. They dashed into the flames, screaming in panic. "Gang-lim!" Filled with dread, a Nabi cried out, "Gang-lim, are you okay?" She quickly followed up, "We're coming to help." But the moment the words left her mouth, she gasped in shock. Through the smoke, she saw Gang-lim relentlessly striking the statue, his eyes filled with madness. Suddenly, a small explosion erupted at his feet, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. And right there, beneath Gang-lim's soot-covered face, a terrifying, murderous intent was burning. The system alerts that you have defeated the friendship statue. You will receive an extra reward for taking down a higher-ranking opponent. Seeing this, the other man trembles in sheer terror. With the fight finally over, Kang-rim steps aside to deactivate his skill, Battle Instinct. At the same time, Anavi runs over, visibly worried, asking, Kang-rim, are you okay? With his face covered in blood, Kang-rim turns to her and flashes a bright smile. Yeah. What about the survivors? When asked, she immediately gives him a thumbs up. We saved everyone. Suddenly, over there, a massive surge of energy opens up, forming what looks like a portal. The system announces that the barrier surrounding the demon realm is collapsing and an exit has been opened. Seeing the portal appear, Anavi guesses, that must be the way out. She keeps staring at it, talking excitedly, completely ignoring the man behind them. Oh my gosh, we couldn't have done this without you. They keep talking back and forth. No, I just got lucky. It's all thanks to you that we broke the curse and got the survivors back. Meanwhile, Do-hun covers half his face, looking completely dazed. If I get close to the barrier, all that karma. Flashbacks of the brutal battle from earlier flood his mind, followed by the image of Kang-rim crushing that giant statue. Snapping out of his thoughts, Do-hun looks up at Kang-rim and wondering if he could ever become as strong as him. Sensing his gaze, Kang-rim immediately turns away, scowling and sighing in annoyance. Meanwhile, in another room, a disheveled giant is bound in chains. Standing right in front of him is a tiny, glowing deer, activating its purification skill, but it warns that the target has already passed the obstacle. On this side, Kang-rim stares at the red system warning. Selected target cannot be purified. He lowers his head and grits his teeth in frustration. Noticing his reaction, Anavi asks, is something wrong? Without hesitation, Kang-rim looks at the man and replies, that man, he has already crossed the threshold. Then, the man's back is shown, radiating a bizarre magic. He clutches his face in absolute despair. Staring intently at him, Kang-rim continues, what's left of him is just an empty vessel, a shell with no soul. I can't restore him to normal anymore. Hearing this, Do-hun's eyes widen in shock. A shell with no soul? He can't be saved? Do-hun grows increasingly anxious, his entire body freezing up. Anavi can only whisper, is that so? Meanwhile, Do-hun turns to look at them and continues to think, wait, if that's the price he had to pay for his karma. In his mind's eye, Kang-rim's body is suddenly enveloped in a strange, eerie manna. Do-hun can't help but wonder, then what about you? What about you, Kang-rim? In his imagination, Kang-rim turns around with a cold, bloodthirsty look on his face. But in reality, in that exact same stance, finally, he turns as if getting ready to leave. All right, then I'll head up to the 4th floor with Lin too. Before he can even finish, Anavi cuts him off. Wait. She then makes a suggestion. If you don't mind, let me go instead. You really don't look well right now. Rest here for a bit, and I'll head back with the survivors. Hearing this, Kang-rim tries to brush it off. No, I'm fine. But ignoring his protest, Anavi scoops Lin up in her arms. I need you to leave first. Please protect those two. Seeing Lin being carried away, Do-hun speaks up as well. But I need Lin. Without another word, Anavi walks away. Kang-rim stands there, still trying to call out to Messenger Anavi. Nearby, Do-hun also stands up in silence. In this quiet space, Kang-rim lowers his head, feeling visibly uneasy. Damn it, I really don't feel comfortable around this guy. He glances over at Do-hun, who is radiating an incredibly intense bloodlust, surrounded by corpses scattered everywhere. If I stay with him, I won't be able to stop thinking about all the karma I've piled up. Right then, a phantom with a grotesque face appears, only to vanish into thin air a second later. An image of the god controlling him appears in a dark space filled with countless altars. Kid, you need to step over to this side too. At that thought, Kang-rim quickly shakes his head to clear his mind. Suddenly, Do-hun's voice calls out from behind him, as a hand grips his shoulder. Hearing this, Kang-rim whips around to stare at him. An eerie silence fills the air. Then, Kang-rim slightly averts his gaze, avoiding Do-hun's eyes. I really don't want to talk to him right now. Keeping a cold expression, his face shrouded in shadow, Kang-rim thinks, can't he just leave me the hell alone? In that moment, Do-hun calls out again. Hey, Kang-rim? At his voice, Kang-rim waves his hand as if brushing Do-hun off, snapping, what do you want? As he asks, his heart races with anxiety. What is he going to say this time? But right away, Do-hyun, his face flushed red, looks up and yells, "You need to stop being a hunter right now." Kang Ji-im's face completely freezes up. Do-hyun continues to raise his voice, shouting, "Who knows how much more bad karma you're going to pile up? If you keep doing this, I'm sure you won't want to end up like that guy." Hearing those words, Kang Ji-im lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, he brushes Do-hyun's hand off his shoulder and replies, "But why the sudden concern?" Standing there completely still, Kang-rim says, "You've always acted like we're worse than strangers. Now you're suddenly worried about me?" He finally declares flatly, "You hate me." Hearing this, Do-hyun freezes for a few seconds before suddenly getting worked up and grabbing Kang-rim by the collar. "Yeah, I hate you. How could I not?" Do-hyun yells, clenching his grip on Kang-rim's collar. His angry shouts echo around them. "You had everything I didn't, and you stole my mother from me." Overwhelmed with rage, he hangs his head and screams, "Even now, I still hate you." Then, out of nowhere, his hands let go of Kang-rim's collar, but his limp hands just hover there in mid-air as Do-hyun speaks in complete helplessness. "But that doesn't mean I wanted you to end up like him." His gaze fixes on the other man as a dark aura fills the room and Do-hyun bursts into tears. Kang-rim is more shocked than anyone. He lowers his head, looking somewhat regretful. Kang-rim stands still, smoothing out his wrinkled collar. Do-hyun covers his face with his hands and continues, "What kind of monster do you think I am? You really think I wanted things to turn out like this?" Kang-rim asks in a soft voice. "So, you don't want me to die?" Do-hyun cries even harder. "Of course not." After a brief silence, Do-hyun, standing opposite him, is about to ask, "What are you planning?" But then Kang-rim reveals his actual ability, leaving him completely frozen. He can see the future. Hearing this, Do-hyun's face tightens. Meanwhile, outside at sunset, a crowd of rescued people has gathered. Nabi speaks into her phone. "Yes, we've rescued a total of 24 people." Holding the police tape, Do-hyun asks, "How did you even get here? Did you drive here?" Standing next to him, Kang-rim is confused. "What do you mean?" Before getting a clear answer, Do-hyun snaps, "Just wait." Once everything is cleared up, Do-hyun slings a thick rope over his shoulder while carrying some wooden logs. "Let's get these people to the shelter first, then we can talk." Soon, they both head back home. Standing in front of the house, Kang-rim looks up, lost in nostalgia. Noticing Kang-rim frozen at the entrance, Do-hyun turns around and calls out, "What are you just standing there for?" At that, Kang-rim quickly steps inside. In the courtyard, a somber memory of the past briefly flickers. Shaking it off, Kang-rim stands in the present, while Do-hyun walks quickly into the house. Reaching a certain spot, Do-hyun turns to look at a wandering Kang-rim and calls out, "This way." Stepping inside, they enter a room that serves as the memorial shrine for Kang-rim's adoptive mother. Breaking the silence, Do-hyun speaks up, "I guess you didn't ask about mom because you already saw the future." As they walk to opposite sides of the room, Do-hyun takes out a yellow talisman, sticks it to the wall, and asks, "Do you know how mom died?" Standing there, as a vision of a burning house and her memorial portrait flashes by, he answers bluntly, "She set herself on fire." Hearing his reply, Do-hyun freezes mid-action, his face darkening. He then follows up, "Do you know why she did it?" To this, Kang-rim coldly replies, "No." As soon as the talisman is placed, a blinding light bursts from it. A protective barrier quickly envelops their entire house. Startled by the sight, Kang-rim turns to look. Do-hyun heads straight to the door as if to lock it tight, before finally turning back to speak. "She said she could see the future too, just like you." Her wrinkled face appears with glowing, brilliant eyes, showing the powerful gift of someone who could see through the past, present, and future. A vision of their house burning in the dead of night appears. Back then, Do-hyun's mother gritted her teeth and declared, "This is my destiny." In that raging inferno, she threw herself in with absolute determination in her eyes, choosing what she believed was the best path. She left behind a note with a message. "A destiny among our fates has been decided." Staring at the note in his hand, Do-hyun looked at the blazing house in utter despair. He stood there completely paralyzed as firefighters swarmed the area to put out the flames. Overcome with helplessness, Do-hyun collapsed to the ground, crying, "How? How could this possibly be the best way?" After weeping bitterly in his memories, he snaps back to reality inside the house, illuminated by a strange blue light. Do-hyun weakly punches the wall. "I can't accept what mom wrote in that letter." He grits his teeth, totally powerless, "But I didn't know anything, and I couldn't do a single thing to help her." Turning his head back toward Kang-rim, Do-hyun vows, I won't let something like this happen again. Staring at Kang-rim, who stands before their mother's altar, Do-hyun makes a demand. So tell me, what were you about to say back there? The scene flashes back to when the two of them were standing near that man, with Kang-rim hesitating as his hands trembled. Kang-rim had clenched his fists and declared, I can see the future. Shocked, Do-hyun had asked, the future? What future? Kang-rim immediately answered as a vision of him bleeding heavily from a stomach wound appeared. 5 years from now, I am going to be murdered. Hearing those words, Do-hyun's face contorts in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, Hee-won grew agitated, spreading his arms wide. Wait, I thought you didn't have to see things like that anymore. Then, a vision of their mother in brightly colored clothes appeared. Didn't Mom seal your divine powers with that ritual? Hearing this, Kang-rim didn't deny it. He rubbed his lips thoughtfully. That's true. But I got too close to the border. A brief flashback showed Kang-rim approaching the border with a look of pure shock. And that's when destiny itself took over, forcing me to see visions of both the past and the— Once again, Hee-won grabbed Kang-rim's shoulder, asking anxiously, You actually got that close to the border? Exactly how far? Kang-rim replied calmly, I honestly don't know. He lowered his head, his eyes heavy with worry. To be honest, I don't think I can change the future on my own. Finally, he looked up with a glimmer of hope. So please, help me. Hee-won hesitated, a few drops of nervous sweat breaking out on his face. Oh, what could I even do? Hee-won crossed his arms, trying to make sense of it. I know way less about the karmic border and the future than you do. So your best bet is to talk to your own god. Hearing this, Kang-rim revealed the harsh truth. I've never accepted a god. Hee-won was absolutely flabbergasted. You haven't? But why? Seeing his reaction, Kang-rim clenched his fists. Did you forget? His face contorted with pure, burning hatred. One of those bastards murdered my parents. He covered his face in utter frustration. And how different could the rest of them really be? Kang-rim waved his hand dismissively, his voice firm. I don't trust them. And I never will. Standing under the glowing talisman, he pointed and asked, So with this up, your god won't be able to Hee-won nodded, explaining how it worked. Exactly. This barrier completely seals off this entire space. Feeling relieved, Kang-rim finally said, In that case, I'll tell you everything. He began summarizing the events of his previous life for him. It started with his childhood, a barren wasteland where everything was burnt to ashes, and a mysterious deity suddenly materialized before his eyes. Then came his days as an apprentice, with Hee-won standing right beside him. If you can't figure it out, then I'll just join the Flying Tiger Guild too. All right, fine. Those were the days they spent together in the Flying Tiger Guild, surrounded by laughter and joy. The memory showed Hee-won playfully shoving Kang-rim back, before shifting to the dark reality of what had actually unfolded. They had all been dragged into a brutal war, where precious comrades bled out and perished. The cold, ruthless face of Baek-ryeong appeared, showing her in the demon realm. Having finished his tale, Kang-rim stared blankly at the ground, utterly exhausted. That is where everyone was slaughtered. Hearing the whole story, Hee-won clutched his chest in disbelief. What? The entire dungeon raid team was wiped out? This isn't just some ordinary setback. Sitting opposite him, Kang-rim replied, She said she would spare everyone's life if I died. He leaned back with a tired sigh. So don't worry, even in the worst-case scenario, if I die, it all ends. Hearing this, Hee-won's face flushed red with anger. Finally, he hung his head, running his hands through his hair in frustration. But, do you really have no idea why she wants you dead? Kang-rim remained seated and calmly replied, No, and that's exactly why I need to find her. Hee-won suddenly bolted upright. But how are you even going to do that? He shouted in confusion. You only know what she looks like. Faced with this outburst, Kang-rim remained completely composed. She possesses a primordial tier god. Hearing this, Hee-won froze in absolute shock. Her destiny is ranked at the primordial god level? Seeing his stunned reaction, Kang-rim looked up and asked, Don't you find that strange? Her destiny rank is incredibly rare and powerful, yet she's completely unheard of. Seemingly catching on, Hee-won voiced his suspicion. Do you have any idea who she might be? At this question, Kang-rim raised both hands. I have a few suspects in mind. A figure wearing a mask and radiating a menacing aura appeared, and one of them is. Suddenly, a line of men in suits wearing identical masks appeared, standing in perfect formation, the director of the Fate Protection Bureau. Hearing this theory, Hee-won looked visibly anxious. Kang-rim continued. At least, that's my best guess. As a series of directors appeared, some taking off their masks, his thoughts raced. The director's name and face are shrouded in mystery. That's right, only team leaders are ever allowed to meet the director. Suddenly breaking the silence as a realization struck him, Hee-won demanded, "Wait a second. Are you asking me to investigate the director's identity? Look, I'm not some high-ranking official in the bureau. How on earth am I supposed to have the authority to dig up the director's files?" Seeing this, Kang-rim quietly looked up. Finally, he leaned his head back and smirked mockingly. "Wow. I guess it really is too much for you to handle. If you can't do it, then I'll just look into it myself." Standing opposite him, Hee-won's face darkened with anger at being looked down upon. Keeping his furious expression, Hee-won snapped, "And what exactly do you plan to do now? What's wrong? Are you scared?" Hee-won was getting so thoroughly riled up by Kang-rim that his anger exploded, unleashing a heavy wave of murderous intent. Yet Kang-rim nonchalantly held up a piece of paper, waving it around as he added, "If that's not the case, then at least commit Baek-ryeong's face to memory." Suddenly, Hun walked over and snatched the paper away. Not realizing what was happening yet, Kang-rim casually added, "I already printed that out earlier, using a memory projector." Holding the paper, Hun gritted his teeth and glared at him. "You really have some nerve. I only did this for you, because I felt sorry for you." Hearing this, Kang-rim didn't seem to care, and instead acted grateful, replying, "Well, thanks for the But when he opened the paper, Hun froze. "What?" Printed clearly on the paper was the face of Baek-ryeong. Looking at the paper, a sense of familiarity washed over him. "I've met this woman before." Hearing this, Kang-rim instantly got worked up. "You've met her? Who is she?" Hun then recalled a memory of himself standing still, looking at his phone, when Baek-ryeong walked past him. At that moment, he had even turned his head to look at her. "I don't know, but she had this bizarre aura around her. That's why I remember her passing by me that one time." Kang-rim grew extremely impatient, jumping up and grabbing Hun by the shoulders. "When was it? Where? Was it at the Destiny Protection Agency?" Bombarded with so many questions, Hun couldn't process them all in time. "Hold on a second." He then held up the picture next to their mother's altar photo. Staring at the altar, Hun recalled, "A few days before Mom passed away, I saw her near our house." Standing nearby, Kang-rim was completely shocked. "What?" Suddenly realizing something, Kang-rim turned his head in slight terror. "Wait." Hun's hand gripped the paper even tighter as Kang-rim's voice echoed in the room. "Actually, there are so many strange things about Mom's death. Like the contents of her suicide note and her burning the house down." Meanwhile, Kang-rim could only tremblingly touch the altar photo. Had Hun figured something out? Perhaps, at that very moment, Kang-rim realized something too, his eyes widening in utter despair. It must have been Baek-ryeong. She killed her. A dark, gloomy atmosphere enveloped Kang-rim. "My friends, my parents, the woman who came looking for me." In this mental space, Baek-ryeong, holding her sword, slowly walked up to Kang-rim to snatch everything away from him. Tears streamed down his lifeless face right before his eyes. Suddenly, in this space, Kang-rim stood up and reached his hand out toward Baek-ryeong. As for her blood-stained face curled into a sinister smile while he was still unconscious. Finally, just as he grabbed hold of her, everything shattered, leaving Kang-rim all alone. His face darkened as tears streamed down continuously. It's all because of her. Then, the blood from earlier covered Kang-rim's trembling hands. Returning to reality, Kang-rim clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth with a determined scowl, he vowed, "I will find you, and I will have my revenge." The scene changes. A group of people arrives at a room, and one of them speaks up, "All right, everyone, head inside." As they step inside, the two girls leading the group look around in amazement. "Wow, is this our sex building? Having an actual headquarters really makes me realize that we're a real sect now." Kang-rim sighed as he followed behind them. "Things are much more stable now, aren't they?" At the same time, the others turned to ask him, "Are you going to settle down here? Why do you always keep your distance from us?" Asked this. Kang-rim clutched his neck in awkwardness. Well, about that. In that moment, a bloody scene flashed through his mind. All of his comrades were brutally slashed and beaten to death. A voice echoed as blood splattered across Kang-rim's face, the voice continuing, "You only bring misery to those around you." Recalling the past, it was the exact same back then, with corpses scattered everywhere. The corpse of a woman lying in the pouring rain, and even with the passage of time, the blood keeps flowing just like it does now. Across this pool of blood, the image of Baek-ryeong walked past. Leaving the bodies of the slain behind, she marched forward, brandishing her sword. Baek-ryeong then pointed her sword forward and said, "So, just accept me." Facing that threatening blade, Kang-rim flinched in fear. Seeing him remain silent, she continued in this mental space. "How much longer do you plan on dragging the people around you to their graves?" Hearing this, Kang-rim trembled slightly. "No, it's not my fault." Baek-ryeong cast a cold glance to the side. "Do you really think they would agree?" Horrifying visions began to materialize. First was a young man with glasses, his eyes filled with resentment. "Why did you do this to me?" Next was a girl with braided hair, sobbing, "It's all your fault." Along with their cries, her voice echoed once more. "Look at them, they're saying it's your fault." Kang-rim could only clutch his head and bite his lip. No, they wouldn't. Then, a memory surfaced. Johan and Junbom appeared together. "I think you're a really good person. No matter what happens, we'll always stand by your side." As if snapping out of it, Kang-rim screamed in his heart, "Don't you dare say those things ever again." Instantly, the gloomy space shattered, and a blinding light pierced through. Gripping the sword in his hand, he roared, "I won't be fooled by your lies anymore, and neither will I fall for these illusions." With a look of determination, Kang-rim continued, "Do you really think this will remain just an illusion?" Saying this, Kang-rim charged forward, swinging his sword to attack, while she stood her ground, declaring, "This is your destiny." Their swords clashed instantly. Fending off Kang-rim's strikes, Baek-ryeong continued to whisper tempting words. "Accept the divinity! Accept the divine possession!" As Baek-ryeong's eyes shifted, she strained to shout, "Accept your destiny." As for Seo Kang-rim, after turning around with his sword, she was nowhere to be found. Standing in place with a blood-stained face, he whispered, "I have changed fate once, and I will change it again." The clock on the screen flashed 4:44. In the dead of night, Seo Kang-rim suddenly sat straight up. On the table before him, a sumptuous feast was fully prepared. Staring at the massive pile of food and the wobbling table, Seo Kang-rim hesitated. Didn't he feel any pity for that poor table? Hyun casually grabbed some food and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I didn't really do much." Seeing the silence, Hyun looked up and continued, "By the way, what are you planning to do with your guild? Are you planning to join the Flying Tiger clan like you saw in the future?" Seo Kang-rim answered, still looking hesitant. "I don't know." Hyun kept talking. "A blue chip like you is going to get a flood of invitations. Don't sign any contract without letting me look it over first. And don't let yourself get dragged into some weird, unorthodox sex." Being lectured like that, Seo Kang-rim looked up from his soup bowl and asserted, "I'm not a kid, you know." Hyun just smirked and kept rambling. "Yeah, but don't you think I'd know more about this since it's literally my area of expertise? Besides, I don't think you can just look into the future whenever you want. Take the future of the Aju clan, for example." At the mention of that name, the image of a badass girl popped into Seo Kang-rim's mind. He paused, remembering that the Aju clan was the very place Yunbom had joined in the past. Brushing the thought aside, Seo Kang-rim quickly finished his soup, deep in thought. Was Hyun trying to recommend that clan to him? But that clan is the archenemy of the Flying Tiger clan. Well, actually, it might not be a bad idea since it wouldn't put the people around me in danger. Sitting across from him, he uncrossed his arms and shared some intel, warning that the clan was highly suspicious, so he should stay far away from them. "Are you actually thinking of joining them?" Seo Kang-rim ignored him and kept looking around for some water. After a moment, Hyun held up his chopsticks, tilted his head, and asked, "Anyway, some of these sects sound pretty sketchy, so don't go rushing into anything without thinking first, okay?" Bright sunlight beamed down on a towering high-rise building. Inside, Seo Kang-rim was waiting for the elevator with everyone else, tapping on his phone and wondering what Shin-sua's apartment number was. Just then, a system notification popped up. It was a message from Dong-yo, saying, "You did great yesterday, Seo Kang-rim. Thanks to you, we were able to rescue quite a few survivors. I'm sending you a gift as a token of my desire to stay in touch." Reading this, Seo Kang-rim was secretly taken aback. "A gift?" Another message arrived. "You remember my offer, right? I'll be waiting for a positive response from you. Sect leader Dong-yo." After reading it, Seo Kang-rim reached his hand into the system interface. What on earth did she send him? As Seo Kang-rim pulled out a strange piece of paper, a system notification chimed. You have obtained a mysterious fragment. Holding the item, Seo Kang-rim grinned. She really knows how to pick a gift. A new skill is exactly what I need to get stronger, but I'm still not joining her. However, as he quickly arrived at Shin Soo-ah's apartment door, he couldn't help but wish that Captain Gong-do and the others would send him gifts like this too. Hearing a noise, the blonde girl stepped out, beaming with joy. Master, welcome. At the same time, Do jumped out, nudging his face in annoyance. Seo Kang-rim wore a guilty smile. Sorry for leaving you behind. He then let John wrap around his neck, turning to ask, So, what have you been up to? The blonde girl quickly replied, I've been gathering files on the different guilds. Quite a few of them have already established their positions, especially since it's been a few months since the awakening. With a slightly worried look on his face, he asked, Which guild do you want to join? She tilted her head, looking thoughtful. I'm not really sure. But if you or Shin Soo-ah start a guild, I'll join in a heartbeat. Hearing her say that, Seo Kang-rim reassured her, Just hold on a bit. I'm sure Shin Soo-ah is already working on that. As soon as he walked in, Shin Soo-ah looked up with a warm smile. Hey, Seo Kang-rim. The entire community is talking about you right now. Hearing this, Seo Kang-rim was caught off guard. Me? Shin Soo-ah excitedly lifted her tablet and replied, Yeah, there's a post about the Demon Realm raid. Hearing this, the blonde girl whipped out her phone. Do you want to see? I saved it. Seo Kang-rim immediately took her phone. The screen was displaying the current breaking news. The first headline was about the mass rescue of survivors trapped during the Demon Realm raid. The second was about time distortion. They had been trapped in there for several years. The final article spoke of a mysterious awakened hunter who lifted the curse from the survivors and then vanished. Who is Seo Kang-rim? Reading this made Seo Kang-rim break a sweat, while the blonde girl standing next to him looked incredibly proud. I'm a little sad that you went off without us again, but I'll let it slide this time since you did something so amazing. Scrolling down to the comments section of the news, many people were asking, Wait, isn't that the guy Dako Jun was talking about? Upon reading that, Seo Kang-rim was utterly shocked. What? Did Dako Jun say something about him? An image popped up from some broadcast show. It was episode 13, featuring a guest priest, and there was Dako Jun, wearing a highly confident smile. With glowing auras surrounding him, the guy on screen boasted, I used to be a $1 million web novel author, and now, after awakening, I'm a god-tier priest. Looking at his phone, both of them froze in silence at his words. On the screen, the two hosts continued, The priest we are meeting today is a famous author, well known for his regression novels. The author's grand image of Dogun quickly flashed on the screen. The hosts kept introducing him. That's right, web novel author Dogun. He took the world by storm with his regression series, racking up millions of reads. After awakening as a god tier, he went on to found his own faction. Wow, that is one seriously impressive profile. Soon, the two hosts got straight to the main topic. But since you're here today as a priest, we'll focus on that, if you don't mind. We will also be giving away 10 copies of the novel, Sen, in the comments section. Hearing this, Dogun calmly replied, Of course. Let's start with the first question. Is it true or false that you must be high-ranked to join the Kon faction? Dogun immediately held up an X sign. I'm looking for something beyond just rank. You could say what I really want is someone worthy of being a protagonist. Back in the room, hearing his words, Soo-ah and the blonde girl didn't find it surprising at all. He really hadn't changed a bit. I wonder what kind of person he actually considers worthy of being a protagonist. As his voice continued to stream from the phone, using Chung-im as an example to show that rank doesn't matter, Chung-im silently guessed that this must be the part where Dogun talked about him. The audio from the phone kept playing. The host asked if he was referring to the trainee who was chosen as the top student of this year's class, and Dogun's voice sounded in agreement. Exactly, he's the protagonist, but he's currently at a bug tier. He's only at a bug tier? Finally, he looked at the screen and waved his hand. Oh, you might be watching this right now, my dear friend. Say Chung-im. Chung-im, I'll be coming to see you soon. My dear friend, say Chung-im. Hearing that, both Chung-im and the blonde girl turned pale. Finally, Dogun winked on the screen with a flash. I've heard the news. I'll be seeing you very soon. Chung-im immediately pressed the pause button, leaving the room in an unusually gloomy atmosphere. The blonde girl immediately started crying hysterically. Are you really planning to join the Kon faction? Is this call from him? Seeing her like this, I am tried his best to stay calm. He never mentioned anything about that to me. There's no way. Suddenly, the phone in Chang Yam's hand rang. Seeing this, Soo-ah's face darkened while the two hosts' voices kept blabbing in the background. Then who is it? I don't know. It's not a number I have saved. Soo-ah's expression also changed. She tightly grabbed Chang Yam's hand to stop him, saying, "Don't answer it." Then she lowered her head, her face turning dark. "Don't pick up that call." Seeing Soo-ah's reaction, Chang Yam was a bit confused. "Do you know this number?" Hearing a knock at the door, the blonde girl rushed over. "Ah, Jian must be here." Back in the room, seeing that Soo-ah was acting strange, Chang Yam asked, "Soo-ah, are you okay?" Suddenly, an incoming notification popped up, striking terror into Chang Yam. The death aura in Shin Soo-ah's destiny had grown even darker. Staring at it, Chang Yam sat there dazed, thinking to himself, why does it have to be now? At the door, after opening it, the blonde girl stammered in surprise. Who are you?" The person who appeared flashed a sinister smile. "Thanks for opening the door." She stood there, pretending to be a refined lady, and introduced herself. "I'm the leader of the Ozia faction, Shin-ah. Hearing this, the girl at the door looked puzzled. The Ozia faction? Suddenly, Soo-ah's hand tightly grabbed her shoulder. "Why are you here?" Soo-ah pulled the girl behind Chang Yam and stood in a defensive stance. "Why did you come here?" Stepping out of the door, Soo-ah showed no fear. "How do you even know my address?" Before the other woman could even answer, Soo-ah pressed on. "I never gave you my address. And how did you get Se Chang Yam's number?" Seeing Shin-ah stay silent, Soo-ah got worked up. "Answer me." But Shin-ah just maintained her fake, sweet smile. Seeing her anger, Shin-ah softened her tone. "Soo-ah." She proactively apologized. "I'm sorry for dropping by unannounced." But Soo-ah lost her patience and threatened her. "Answer my question first." Knowing she couldn't dodge it, Shin-ah had no choice but to tell the truth. All right, I found out where you live by tailing Chang Yam. And I got his number from the Destiny Protection Bureau." Saying this, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Soo-ah's hand, trying to justify herself. "But Soo-ah, I only did all this because I was worried about you. I heard about your situation from the Destiny Protection Bureau." Tearing up, she asked, "Why haven't you contacted us all this time?" Soo-ah's sister took off her high heels and stepped closer. Then she tightly hugged Soo-ah and said in a pitying, victim-like voice, "To think you lost your arm like this." Her sister gently coaxed her. "Come home, Soo-ah. Everyone is so worried about you." After hugging her long enough, she pushed Soo-ah back by her shoulders. "We'll find a way to restore your arm, okay?" No matter how much her sister pleaded, Soo-ah didn't waver one bit. She flatly pushed her sister away in absolute rejection. "Don't touch me." Caught off guard by the sudden push, Shin-ah tumbled onto the floor. Soo-ah didn't feel a single shred of guilt for what she did. In fact, it only made her despise her sister even more. Seeing her fall, Yunbom ran over in a panic. "Are you okay?" she asked, worriedly helping Ara up. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Ara didn't answer her. Instead, she burst into loud tears, crying out to her sister. "I know you hate me, but please, just this once, listen to me," she pleaded earnestly. "Father is in critical condition right now." Soo-ah's expression instantly changed when she heard that. Yunbom turned to look at her with deep concern. Soo-ah's face darkened as she coldly asked, "Is that really all you have to say?" Ah-ra hung her head in dejection. "To be honest, I really wanted to recruit Kang-rim." Soo-ah immediately cut her off. "Forget it. Kang-rim already agreed to join the same guild as me." With that, she turned to leave, as Yunbom anxiously called out, trying to stop her. "Soo-ah," Soo-ah coldly replied, "Bom, I'm sorry, but can you take my sister down to the lobby? I'm sure someone is waiting for her. Just make sure you don't follow them out of the hotel." Soo-ah brushed past Kang-rim, whispering quietly, "And Kang-rim, can we talk?" Kang-rim turned to look at her in confusion. As he sat across from her, he wondered, "Is this about the Asura Guild?" Soo-ah awkwardly apologized, saying she was sorry for making up that lie about them joining the same guild. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Do you actually want to join the Asura Guild?" Kang-rim gave it some serious thought. The Asura Guild was indeed a promising guild to join. "I know they have solid financial backing, and above all, they can actually trust each other." Soo-ah didn't say a word, just keeping her head down as she listened. However, Kang-rim then recalled what Ara had told him before. "I heard while I was in the hospital that you're putting together a guild with only hunters you can trust. You know, those rogue hunters out there. Why don't we join a guild together?" Back then, Kang-rim had tried to dodge her, Only if I feel like it, Ah-ra had said excitedly. All right, I'll just keep bringing it up even if you turn me down. Back in the present, Kang-rim waved his hands in refusal. I don't plan on joining the Asura Guild. Hearing those words, Soo-ah was so relieved she literally jumped out of her chair. Clutching her chest, she let out a massive sigh of relief. What a major relief. Kang-rim looked at her. Is that all? Was there something else you wanted to say? Soo-ah quickly waved her hands in denial. Oh no, it's not that. But then she grew awkward and shy. Actually, I do have a small favor to ask. At the Kazakh karaoke room on basement level Bone, Kang-rim and Soo-ah walked up the stairs together. Walking ahead, Kang-rim turned back to ask, So, this is where you're supposed to meet your sister? Leading him to a door, Soo-ah replied, Yes, this is the room she told me to go to. Inside, the room was absolutely packed with chaotic energy. A group of loud men were dancing and messing around, surrounding a girl in the center. Spotting the two of them, Ah-ra welcomed them with a huge smile. Oh, welcome you two. She waved her hand to dismiss the men. All right, everyone can leave now. Receiving her orders, the crowd immediately bowed in obedience. Understood, guild leader. The two newcomers quickly found a place to sit. Ah-ra happily pushed a microphone toward him. Seo Kang-rim, do you want to sing a song? Kang-rim quickly waved his hands in refusal. I don't think this is the best place for us to talk. Ah-ra looked puzzled. Huh? Why not? Isn't this place perfect? It's completely private, and nobody can see us. She suddenly reached out and pressed a red button. Seeing this, Soo-ah lost her temper and snapped. What do you think you're doing? Just tell me where Dad's hospital is, right now. Ah-ra burst into laughter. Oh, the hospital? I made that up. Hearing those words, the last thread of Soo-ah's patience snapped, her face turning pitch black. Ah-ra didn't even care that Soo-ah was furious enough to stand up, she just kept giggling. I just thought it was the only way to get you to come. Without another word, Soo-ah spun around and headed straight for the exit. Ah-ra put on a fake pout, trying to hold her back. Soo-ah, where are you going? I'm sorry, okay? Soo-ah gripped the doorknob tightly, completely ignoring her. I seriously just wanted to talk to you. When she got tired of pleading, she turned her attention back to him. Come on, Kang-rim, just join the Asura Guild. Soo-ah. Before she could even finish her sentence, Soo-ah screamed, cutting her off. Everything you need is in the Asura Guild. Kang-rim rushed out after Soo-ah. I have no intention of becoming a thug. Ah-ra immediately jumped up to chase after them. Soo-ah, wait. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in the air. The Asura skill was activated, and she grabbed Kang-rim's arm. Holding the doorknob, she called out to Soo-ah, who was now standing outside. If that's the case, can you just lend me Kang-rim for a bit? Soo-ah gasped in disbelief. Before Soo-ah could process it, she slammed the door shut, locking it, while Soo-ah screamed desperately from the hallway. Open this door right now. Inside, Kang-rim was just as panicked, but she slowly turned around, looking at him with a dark, mesmerizing gaze. Kang-rim, you're Soo-ah's friend, right? So I'm guessing you wouldn't dare hurt your friend's big sister, would you? She pressed her back against the door, completely ignoring Soo-ah, who was still banging and screaming outside. Hey, can you guys go outside and calm my little sister down? Soo-ah's voice outside instantly turned into a panicked scream as she was grabbed. Let go of me. Let me go. Hearing her struggle, Kang-rim grew increasingly anxious. Soo-ah. Ah-ra just smiled, trying to calm him down. Don't worry. They know Soo-ah is my little sister, so they won't lay a finger on her. Suddenly, Kang-rim shouted to warn Soo-ah outside. Don't use your ability. Those people are just ordinary civilians. She was slightly taken aback. What? You knew about that? I planned on blackmailing Soo-ah to force her into our sect once she used her ability to attack them. Meanwhile, Soo-ah was currently pinned down, bound tight by a mysterious power. Looking inside with deep worry, she cried out, Sister. But Kang-rim quickly reassured her. I'll be right out. Just hang on. Soo-ah's older sister scoffed at his words, asking, Do you honestly think you can just walk away like that? Seo Kang-rim eyed her warily and said, Don't tell me you're planning on forcing me to join your sect too. Amused, she stared back at him. Oh, spot on. In fact, I even brought you a little gift, she said, pulling out a key. I guarantee you're going to love it. So much so that you'll practically beg to join the Asura sect. Hearing this from outside, Soo-ah's heart sank with worry. Kang-rim, he spoke up. If I join, can I also leave whenever I want? She gave him a sweet smile and replied, Of course you can. Though, that's never going to happen. Hearing her promise, He played along, seemingly reassured. Fine then. Where is it? Instead of giving a straight answer, she dropped a hint. It's right inside the chair you were sitting on. Seo Kang-rim knelt down on one knee to inspect it, his mind racing. I have a really bad feeling about this. It's definitely because of Shin-ara. Is it someone with an ability to counter Shin-ara? He resolved that he had to get out of there as quickly as possible. With that in mind, Kang-rim began flipping over the chairs one by one, searching for the prize. He suddenly froze in his tracks at what was hidden inside. His hands began to shake uncontrollably. Seo Kang-rim stared in utter, horrified disbelief. What on earth is this? Shin-ara smirked and explained. I heard all about your little ability, so I brought you something nice. Crammed inside was a man being held captive. His limbs were bound tight, and his mouth was completely gagged. Seo Kang-rim was still reeling from the shock. Meanwhile, she casually continued, that man right there, he has a pretty useful ability. Ara walked up to him, casually rested her hand on his shoulder, and asked, So, what do you think? Kang-rim let out a cold smirk. Are you telling me to murder this man and steal his ability? Shin-ara didn't hesitate to admit it. Exactly. That ability is part of the 4 pillars of destiny. She smiled, her eyes gleaming with dark intent. You're just like us, aren't you? Isn't it exhausting, constantly pretending to be normal? In an instant, his darkest memories flashed before his eyes. Seo Kang-rim stood isolated, surrounded by the harsh whispers of the crowd. Hey, did you hear? I think Seo Kang-rim killed someone and stole their ability. Shin-ara kept digging at his old wounds, reminding him of how society looked down on him. Doesn't everyone fear you? She slowly wrapped her arms around his head, trying to brainwash him step by step. But in the Asura sect, no one will ever point fingers at you again. If you join us, you'll have endless opportunities to unleash your true power. Every single one of her words cut deep, trying to pierce through his resolve. So, take my gift and join us, Kang-rim. Suddenly, a sharp dagger fell to the floor with a metallic clatter. Seo Kang-rim coldly brushed her hands off, his annoyance clear. He stood up, his face hardening as he asked, Is this the same crap you told Soo-ah? Shin-ara gasped in disbelief. What? You don't like my gift? Kang-rim only gave her a frigid, piercing glare. I don't treat human lives as gifts. He shut her down completely. We have nothing more to talk about. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out, leaving a furious Shin-ara stewing in her anger behind him. Seeing him walk out, Soo-ah immediately rushed over to check on him. Kang-rim, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Let's get out of here. Back inside, Shin-ara stared at her rejected gift and sighed. Sigh. I went through so much trouble to wrap this up. I guess I'll just have to throw it away. Angrily slamming the chair back down, Shin-ara pulled out a mysterious talisman and muttered, Well, as long as I still have Shin-Soo-ah, that's more than enough. She tore the talisman in half, unleashing a blinding blue light that filled the room. Outside, the two of them saw the sudden glow and gasped. A teleportation item? Suddenly, static crackled through a speaker overhead. Ah, testing, testing. In that instant, a horde of towering, buff men materialized right in front of them. The announcement blared through the speakers once more. Soo-ah, you can't leave. Did you two seriously think I'd just let you walk away? Seo Kang-rim calmly assessed the crowd of men and noted, They're all just ordinary humans. Shin-ara seemed to hear his deduction and laughed. Spot on. And that means you can't use any of your special abilities or weapons on them. Try and defeat them if you can. Don't hold back. It's a fight to the death. Soo-ah anxiously warned him. Watch out, Kang-rim. He calmly reassured her. Don't worry, I'll make sure none of their lives are in danger. Hearing this, Soo-ah completely blanked out. Wait, what? That's not what I meant. Before she could even finish her sentence, Kang-rim lunged forward and delivered a devastating kick right to the leader's face. Immediately after, he swept through the mob like a storm, clearing every corner. Wherever his fists landed, blood splattered. Realizing they stood no chance against him, the men quickly shifted their strategy. Forget him. Go after Soo-ah. Suddenly, a thug armed with a weapon lunged directly at Shin-Soo-ah. Reacting in a split second, she grabbed his weapon and barked, Do you idiots really think I'm just some helpless girl? With a surge of fury, she sent the attacker flying with a powerful kick. I'm not weak enough to get taken down by scrubs like you. Suddenly, the loudspeaker crackled to life once more. Oh, you've got it all wrong, Soo-ah. Soo-ah yelled angrily. Are you still tracking us? Ah, Young smirked slyly and spoke back through the mic. That's right, Soo-ah. Big sister is always watching, so go on and show me what you're really made of. As she watched Soo-ah struggle in the fight, she indifferently said, You possess the fate of a wild beast that loves fighting and killing, don't you? Her eyes slowly shifted. Well, I'm sure that once you fight, your instincts will awaken. Soo-ah kept swinging her fists frantically, but her mind was resisting desperately. No, she struggled inwardly while throwing kicks. I don't want this. I don't want to fight. But then, she suddenly asked herself, is that really true? Pinning a man down, Soo-ah pummeled him. With a thrill-seeking smile, she thought, isn't this actually kind of exciting? With that thought, she punched the man straight in the face, triggering her bloodlust. Right then, Kang-rim rushed over, grabbed her arm mid-swing, and yelled, Soo-ah! Annoyed by his interference, she snapped, let go of me, but Kang-rim reassured her, it's over now. He asked her, you don't actually want to take anyone's life, do you? His words snapped Soo-ah back to reality, and she turned to look at him. Staring at her blood-stained hands, Soo-ah muttered in disbelief, What did I just do? Kang-rim placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, no one's dead. Exhausted, Soo-ah hung her head in her hands, while Ah-young, watching from afar, couldn't help but scream. What? Annoyed, she snapped. Don't interrupt my sister. Her fate is, before she could even finish, Kang-rim cut her off. Soo-ah's fate is what makes her hurt people. She also has an affinity for metal tools. Hearing this, Soo-ah froze in shock. Ah-young hesitated for a moment before saying, yeah, you're right. Soo-ah's fate is to become a criminal. That is her destiny. Hearing this, Soo-ah felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her heart clenched. Kang-rim quickly dismissed those words. No, plenty of doctors have that exact same fate. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he comforted her. Every coin has two sides. Which path she takes is entirely up to Soo-ah. Hearing his words, Soo-ah looked up at him, deeply touched. Kang-rim threatened angrily. So stop trying to force her down the path you want her to take. With that, he led Soo-ah away, saying, let's get out of here. Ah-young stood there, glaring in fury. Soo-ah, Soo-ah. Meanwhile, the two of them walked up the narrow stairs, one behind the other. That was the first time anyone has ever said something like that to me, Soo-ah murmured. Kang-rim replied simply, I only stated the obvious. Soo-ah was still deeply moved. Still, nobody has ever told me that before. Kang-rim looked up at her back. He bowed his head, recalling the time Soo-ah shared her past with him. Everyone told me I was born a fighter, that I had to inherit Asura and accept my fate. But I don't want to live like that. Kang-rim repeated what she had said back then. And you still don't have to live like that. Suddenly, her steps halted. Kang-rim stepped forward, and she walked. I don't want to live according to my fate either. Soo-ah smiled contentedly. Both of them stepped out into the warm sunlight, leaving the darkness behind. Soo-ah said gratefully, thank you, I'm really glad. Her eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy. Thank you for staying by my side today. Seeing her so happy brought a smile to Kang-rim's face too. He politely replied, it's no big deal. Just then, both of their phones rang at the same time. Soo-ah pulled out her phone. Junbong was calling her, while Taehoon was calling Kang-rim. Both callers shouted their names almost in unison. Both Taehoon and Junbong were calling about the exact same thing. The Great Demon Realm would open in 1 week. Hearing Taehoon's news, Kang-rim let out a smile. Meanwhile, Ah-young walked excitedly into the mansion. The burly bodyguards immediately bowed and yelled in unison upon seeing her. Welcome back, sect leader. With her hands in her pockets, carrying the boss aura, she turned to the bodyguards and said, thanks. Ah-young then walked up to a rather good-looking guard to encourage him. You're the rookie, right? I've got high expectations for you. The guard was absolutely thrilled to hear that. I'll do my absolute best. Another guard nearby praised him. You've been doing great since you joined Asura. The rookie eagerly replied, yeah, the sect leader is awesome. After greeting the guards outside, she headed straight inside. Ah-young's expression instantly shifted, turning dead serious. Managers, follow me to the room. Crossing her arms, she looked down coldly at the managers who were tied up on the floor. You all know what it means that I came back alone today, right? One manager could only grit his teeth and reply, yes, ma'am. Ah-young glared at him and demanded, who was the genius who suggested surrounding them with civilians and blackmailing them? Stand up and take responsibility. It was me, ma'am. She walked over and slammed her sharp stiletto heel right onto his head. After punishing him, she asked, now, Who was in charge of digging up Kang-rim's background? Immediately, another man answered, "That was me, ma'am." She whipped around to face him. Ah Young used the exact same brutal method to punish him. But this time, the impact was even stronger, forcing him to activate his red barrier. "Because of you, I failed to bring Soo-ah back." Shin-ara stood helplessly in the corner, running her fingers through her hair. Sigh. Those awakeners who used to be trainees are definitely on a whole different level. Shin-ara felt frustrated just thinking about how Seo Kang-rim defeated the enemy all by himself, especially since he graduated at the top of his class. She walked over and asked her subordinates. "There are a total of 5 training facilities under the Fate Protection Bureau, right?" The subordinate she had just beaten up replied, "Yes, ma'am. The headquarters is in Seoul, and there is a branch in each of the regions, Guangdong, Hoseo, Honam, and Yeongnam." Shin-ara wondered. So, each location must have its own top trainee, right? She ordered everyone to get up. As soon as she gave the command, the managers had to stand at attention, no matter how much pain they were in. Shin-ara smiled mysteriously. "We need someone who can defeat Seo Kang-rim." Pointing toward the door, she gave her command. "Go and recruit that top trainee into our Asura faction." The managers immediately ran toward the door and shouted in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, back at their residence, Kang-rim and the others were still discussing their plans. Kang-rim laid out his plan. "That's how we'll do it. If we follow this, we can easily clear the demon realm." Yeonbom asked curiously, "How on earth did you figure all of this out?" Scratching his head, Kang-rim sheepishly explained, "Well, I happen to see the future through the guidance of destiny." Yeonbom praised him excitedly. "Wow, you're really lucky." Harang was just as thrilled. "Since we know how to clear it, we'll be the first ones, right?" Taehoon spoke up to correct her. "No, we have to be the first ones, the system told me." He repeated the exact words he had heard. Once a demon realm is cleared, it disappears. But after a certain period of time, a new demon realm will spawn in its exact location. Yeonbom thought about his words. "So, if we aren't the first ones to clear it," Soo-ah, standing beside her, chimed in, "we won't get another chance." Kang-rim added, "There is also a limit on the number of people who can enter." He raised his hand and smiled. "But the reward will be better than anything we've ever seen." With that, they set off together and stepped onto floor B6. Yeonbom looked up and asked Soo-ah, "Hey, there are going to be a lot of people there, right?" She turned to Taehoon and sighed. "It's a pity Father Johan couldn't join us." Taehoon replied, "Well, he has other business to attend to." By now, they had reached the entrance, where they could hear constant whispering coming from inside. With serious faces, they stepped inside. The surrounding crowd turned to look at them with curiosity, but the one who stood out the most was undoubtedly Seo Kang-rim. He led the way, looking incredibly handsome and instantly drawing everyone's attention. A stranger recognized him immediately. "Hey, isn't that S-class hunter Seo Kang-rim?" Right away, the crowd gathered to gossip. "He's the top trainee from Seoul, right? I heard he's only an insect rank hunter. But word is, he rescued the people trapped in the demon realm alongside the messengers last time." Yeonbom teased him playfully. "Wow, you really are famous now." Suddenly, someone else muttered, "Is that so? I heard a rumor that he's a murderer." Taehoon immediately snapped, "Who just said that?" Yeonbom also lost her temper. "Who do you think you're talking about?" But before she could finish, Kang-rim quickly stepped in, putting his arm around her neck to hold her back. He calmed them both down. "It's fine, guys." Both Yeonbom and Taehoon voiced their frustration. But despite their anger, Seo Kang-rim patiently helped them calm down. "Don't waste your energy on them. We just need to focus on the raid." The group gathered around him as he asked, "Does everyone have the items I mentioned last night?" The man who had called him a murderer just stood there silently watching them. Gritting his teeth, he turned away. Just then, a man ran over and called out his name. The bystanders also noticed. "Huh? Isn't that Doko-jun? He must be really close to Seo Kang-rim." Doko-jun jogged up to greet him. "Kang-rim, long time no see. How have you been?" Yeonbom stepped in front of Kang-rim to block him. "He's not joining Wonder." Doko-jun asked with a grin. "Oh, did you see the show I was on?" Crossing his arms, Doko-jun spoke directly to Seo Kang-rim. "Instead of turning me down right away, why don't you hear about the gift I prepared for you?" Kang-rim was puzzled. A gift? Remembering the gift Shin-ara had given him, he couldn't help but shudder, so he asked, "What kind of gift?" He silently thought to himself, "There's no way he prepared a gift like that woman's, right?" Doko-jun bragged excitedly. "I bought a building in Gangnam for you. My main character, it is just a 25-minute walk from G-Line. Join our faction, and it's all yours. Hearing this, Kang-rim's eyes sparkled. A building? Soo-ah helplessly nudged him. Seo Kang-rim. Even though he wanted it badly, he waved his hand and declined. I'm not joining, and I have absolutely no intention of cooperating with you in this raid. Dako-jun pointed at him playfully. We really think alike. I have my own plans too. Hearing this, Kang-rim was curious. What? What plans? He suddenly leaned in and whispered into Kang-rim's ear with a mysterious grin. Don't worry, I won't interfere with a reggressor's raid. He voiced his intention, saying, I plan to do something much more useful than just participating in this raid. I'm sure you'll do just fine on the raid. Kang-rim brushed his hand away in disgust, thinking, here we go again with the regressor accusations. Dako-jun cheerfully waved at them. I'll be watching you. I've got high hopes for you. Kang-rim looked up in confusion. What on earth is he talking about? He rubbed his neck helplessly at those meaningless words. Watching Ga-jun's retreating figure, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious about what the guy would do next. One of them remarked, well, I don't think we'll have to worry about him during the raid anyway. Right then, Dako-jun put on a pre-prepared earbud, and the exact words spoken just moments ago instantly played back. It was clearly a wiretapping device. An announcement crackled over the speakers, informing everyone at the gateway of the demon realm that the portal to the great demon realm would open shortly. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd began to buzz with excitement. Don't worry, together we can conquer any demon realm we want. Yeah, as long as we're together. Meanwhile, Kang-rim and his companions were still playing with some small spirit beasts. Soo-ah ran over and asked, oh, can you fly now? Over the speakers, the announcement continued. Therefore, please prepare yourselves. The portal had been activated. The man who had been mocking him earlier kept glaring in his direction for a while before finally turning away. With the portal now fully active, the massive crowd was sucked downward. Kang-rim calmly stepped into the gateway alongside the others. A system notification popped up. You have entered the Great Demon Realm. Kang-rim managed to pull off a perfect landing. He quickly got to his feet. All right, let's find the team and get this show on the road. Kang-rim excitedly looked around, though the people nearby didn't seem to be doing so well. Ugh, is this really the Great Demon Realm? Kang-rim turned to search further, but suddenly, the hunters around him began to scream, ah, I can't breathe. Not only that, others were frantically looking for their teammates. Huh? Why are there only two of us? What? Where did everyone go? Kang-rim stood there alone, sighing. Of course. Luck has never been on my side. Looks like I got separated and dropped in here all by myself. Not wasting any time, Kang-rim thought. I'd better get out of here first to avoid drawing any attention. With that, he activated his stealth skill, Solitary Person. His body instantly turned completely transparent as he slipped past the crowd groveling on the floor. As he walked, he pondered, I didn't expect to be thrown in here completely alone. However, based on the information he had gathered, he knew this place inside out. I do know that the party members are divided into 3 areas. The system displayed a map with a tower at the center, surrounded by 3 different barren regions. He continued plotting his strategy. To clear this demon realm, we need to activate the breaking formation in each sector. I already explained this to the team yesterday. A soft smile crept onto his face as he recalled his teammates laughing and chatting happily the night before. Cutting off his trip down memory lane and snapping back to reality, he thought about them. So instead of panicking, they must be searching for each other. Still completely invisible, he quietly wove through the chaotic crowd. Cries for help echoed all around him. Where is the captain? Why are we the only ones left? Suddenly, he stopped behind a large boulder. Just ahead, a highly suspicious group of people had gathered together. Deciding it was time to act, he reached up and tapped the device on his ear, attempting to contact the rest of the guild. His voice transmitted, "Can everyone hear me? Let me know who you're with." Cutting to the others, they all picked up Kang-rim's signal and quickly responded. "It's Soo-ah. This is Shin Soo-ah. I'm with Daejun and Lin." Next, another group reported on their situation. "I'm with Bomb and Jian." Bomb sighed in annoyance. "You again?" Sensing her irritation, Jian immediately fired back. "Well, I didn't want to end up with you either." The bickering between those two was really starting to grate on his nerves. Kang-rim cut into their conversation, his voice dripping with irritation. "Can you guys keep it down? This isn't some high-tech gear where I can just turn down the volume, you know." The earring he was wearing was actually a private communication earring. It allowed the user to talk with anyone else wearing the same item within the boundaries of the demon realm. The two, who had been arguing fiercely, immediately shut up and apologized in unison, looking completely pouted and dejected. Seeing this, Kang-rim looked 3 parts helpless and 7 parts resigned as he tried to clear the awkward tension. Come to think of it, this isn't a bad lineup, but despite saying that, his inner thoughts were drifting in a different direction. I'm wondering if I should summon one of my spirit beasts here. Suddenly sensing something was off, Jae-hun blurted out, "Wait, does that mean you're all alone right now?" Soo-ah also realized something was wrong and quickly chimed in. "Isn't that way too dangerous?" Despite how worried everyone else was, Kang-jim remained completely unfazed, calmly continuing his train of thought. Sina still isn't used to fighting barehanded, and it'd be much safer for the twins to have John with them since they're both long-range attackers. Suddenly, Byum's voice cut through his thoughts. "Master, can't you just summon one of your spirit beasts back to protect you?" John, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you really should have John with you," Kang-jim quickly reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Even though he said he'd be fine, Sina still wasn't convinced. She asked again, "Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay on your own?" He slowly stepped forward, pulling a glowing sword from his inventory as the abandoned temple loomed ahead. As he walked, he replied, "If anything goes wrong, I'll just summon a spirit beast back." Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, stay safe." His footsteps drew closer and closer until he stood right in front of the temple gate. Before heading inside, Kang-jim said his goodbyes. "Then I'm sticking to the plan. I'll contact you guys later." Despite talking a big game, he was actually a bit terrified inside. He tried to pump himself up, thinking, "Yeah, this is totally fine. I'm different from who I was in my past life." With that thought, he gathered all his courage and pushed open the massive wooden door, which weighed nearly 10 tons. As the door swung open, a system notification rang out. The first Great Demon Realm is now beginning. Since he already had intel on this round, he felt a surge of confidence. "I already know how to clear every single demon realm, and will finally cross paths." The system window slowly materialized, displaying the objective for this trial. Defeat the Great Demon Realm Lord. A massive, iron-skinned demon appeared, its eyes dripping with pure, murderous intent, and the stench of blood. Time limit: none. His expression darkened as his muscles tensed. He thought to himself, "Even if I'm all alone, it doesn't matter." With the doors thrown wide open, Kang-jim stepped inside without hesitation. He had no idea a sneaky rat was watching him from behind a distant boulder. Only when Kang-jim's silhouette completely vanished did the shadow sneak out of hiding. The guy whispered as softly as he could, relieved that he was completely alone. "I will personally pass judgment on you, Seo Kang-rim," Uryo muttered, stepping out from nowhere, his eyes locked onto Kang-jim's vanishing figure with pure, burning hatred. Cut back to Kang-jim. The moment he stepped through the gate, a pack of stone dragon kings detected his presence and immediately went on high alert. The system voice chimed in, "Stone Dragon King, grade. Mortal grade, low. A species of giant lizards that evolved to match their environment. They hunt in packs and are extremely aggressive." They suddenly grew incredibly hostile, baring their razor-sharp fangs at him. Though he noticed something unusual about this encounter, he remained perfectly calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Channeling surging red mana into his blade for a single strike, his mind raced. Even the starting zone of a great demon realm shouldn't have monsters this strong. He unleashed a devastating slash, wiping out almost the entire pack in a single swing. Smirking at his handiwork, confidence was written all over Kang-jim's face. "I'll get through this as fast as possible." With the monsters completely wiped out, the carcasses of the Stone Dragon Kings lay scattered all over the ground. Yet, something was still nagging at him. He thought, "This isn't right at all. To activate the magic array, I need to find the key to break the seal first. But at this rate, everyone will figure out where I've gone. I'm also not confident I can activate the array before they catch up, especially since I'm on my own." He looked back at the carnage he'd just created and felt a twinge of unease. A trail of blood stretched from the door. Rubbing his chin, his face sank deep into thought. He asked himself, "Do I really have to use that method?" Those words unfortunately reached Uryo's ears, who was standing not too far away. He wondered, what method? And what is he doing with those monster corpses? As Kang-jim began dragging the carcasses of the Stone Kings away, Uryo watched him intensely. A sudden realization hit Uryo. He was certain Kang-jim could see the pack of monsters heading his way. He's using the monsters to set up a trap to kill anyone who dares get close to him. Before he could even finish that thought, A vivid image of Kang-jin lunging forward to slice him to pieces flashed through his mind. Shuddering, he recalled Kang-jim's blood-splattered face, a cold shiver running down his spine. He was a ruthless killer who stole the destinies of his victims. I thought he was just hunting these monsters, but of course, it's never that simple. His fear instantly turned into pure rage. Gritting his teeth, he growled his name, Seo Kang-rim. With that, he stood up and headed toward where Kang-jin was hiding, muttering to himself, "I'm going to put an end to your evil deeds once and for all." Back to Kang-jin, who was currently ripping a claw off the decaying corpse of a stone dragon king. Dark, swirling mana completely enveloped the beast's body. He thought to himself, "I need a body part from this monster." He slowly raised the severed claw, inspecting it closely. Things weren't looking good. With no time to hesitate, he instinctively looked toward the monsters charging right at him. His heart was racing, but he had to hurry since the monsters were closing in. Without hesitation, he shoved the piece of meat into his mouth, tearing into it savagely. A notification popped up, activating Bandit Rat. His pupils contracted, gradually turning into a metallic gold with an incredibly cold glare. He looked down at his hands, which were starting to grow scales, feeling the transformation about to begin as black energy flowed out of his body. Once it was complete, a lizard head appeared. Kang-jin was thrilled. He had actually done it. Now, completely transformed into a stone dragon king, he couldn't hide his excitement as he admired his new body. Immediately, Kang-jin ran over to the approaching stone dragon kings to greet them naturally. "Me is your friend." That awkward way of speaking made him look incredibly bizarre to them. They just stared in confusion and tilted their heads. Kang-jin thought to himself, "All right, they're not attacking me." Kang-jin completely let his guard down and cheerfully ran toward them in an extremely bizarre posture, leaving them utterly baffled. Why is he walking like that? Is he stupid? At a moment like this, he couldn't help but thank Sion. Captain Mun's gift was proving to be incredibly useful. It was an item that allowed him to acquire any skill he desired. A system notification appeared. Use the secret shard to acquire a skill. Select your desired skill. After hesitating for a moment, he picked one at random, and another notification popped up. You have acquired Bandit Rat, Novice Human Grade. You can alter your appearance to match any target after consuming a part of its body. The transformation duration depends on the size of the portion consumed. He felt a wave of relief wash over him and sank back into his thoughts. Thanks to this, I got a pretty decent transformation skill. But I need to get through this before the transformation wears off. What the hell? An unfamiliar voice suddenly cut off his train of thought. After searching around for a bit, that guy grumbled and cursed in frustration. Damn it, where did he go? Realizing what the guy was after, Kang-jin quickly scrambled to find a hiding spot, telling himself, "The others got here faster than I expected. I need to hurry." Deep within a gloomy cliffside, where sunlight could never reach, a pack of stone dragon kings down below was preparing some sort of ritual. He cheered silently. "Found you, you monkey with the key." The leader, with a ferocious expression, roared to order his subordinates. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Stone Dragon King Patriarch. Grade, Spectre Rank 3. A lizard creature blessed by the gods who leads the tribe and amplifies their power using magic. The Stone Dragon Kings went wild, letting out a collective roar to show their resolve. Seeing this, Kang-jin also mimicked their actions and roared along. This successfully caught the attention of the Stone Dragon Kings and their leader. His face instantly darkened, and his crimson eyes glowed in the dark. Immediately, a glob of poison was spat straight at him, but a single slash of his sword blocked it. Looking incredibly cool, Kang-jin calmly said to them, "So you didn't buy it? Guess he really is the leader." The staff in the leader's hand suddenly glowed, and instantly, the monster's strength surged significantly. Driven into a frenzy, they charged at him all at once. Even so, Kang-jin remained completely calm. Slowly drawing his sword, he gave a cold smirk and said, "An area of effect buff. Now that's a pretty neat skill." With that, a blazing red flame enveloped his blade, ready to incinerate them all. A system notification appeared. Stone Dragon King. Grade, Novice Human. Status, buffed with creation poison. Kang-jin thought, a poison element? Perfect. That works out great for me. He dashed forward, taking on the entire pack of Stone Dragon Kings by himself. Thousands of poison projectiles were shot right at him, but he effortlessly deflected them all with a single, incredibly stylish sword swing. Kang-jin smiled to himself. Without their poison, these guys weren't that hard to deal with. His sword strikes were clean and precise, quickly taking them down one by one. But while his guard was temporarily down, one of them tried to ambush him with its tail. He blocked the attack instantly, slicing the tail clean in half. Giving him no time to rest, 3 more creatures lunged at Kang-jin from behind. Realizing their physical attacks couldn't touch him, they resorted to poison, which he quickly blocked with his sword. But unfortunately, a small splash of poison landed on him. The system notification popped up once more. Poison resistance activated. Kang-jin smugly began to mock the pests, saying, "Your poison is nothing compared to Gang Chio's." Just as they closed in on him, Kang-jin managed to block them with his sword, his sharp blade slicing them clean in half. Having dealt with the minions, Kang-jin leaped forward, closing the distance on the panicked and terrified leader. Sensing the imminent danger, the leader turned tail and ran for its life. Watching his prey desperately try to escape his clutches, he simply said with a sigh, "Are you seriously trying to run away on your own? That's not very leader-like of you." With that, he brought his sword slicing straight down at the leader. It let out an agonizing shriek as blood splattered everywhere. Once the dust settled, the area was nothing but a ruined battlefield, littered with corpses. Kang-jin looked back at his handiwork, unable to hide his satisfaction. He thought to himself, at least the time spent at the training center wasn't wasted. In his past life, he had almost died here. With that, he snatched the key from the leader's neck as a well-deserved reward. Having finished up, he quickly made his move, knowing he shouldn't fall behind the others. He tried contacting the rest of the group through his earring. "I've got the key. How's everyone else holding up?" Meanwhile, Tae-hoon and Soo-ah were still hot on the heels of a stone dragon king trying to flee. Tae-hoon was shocked by the news. "You already got it? We found the leader, but we're still chasing it down." Meanwhile, the sisters, Bom and Jeon, were struggling alongside a group of others against a horde of stone dragon kings. The older sister, Bom, replied in disbelief, "How did you get through it so fast all by yourself?" Jeon chimed in, "I told you, we should have just left them behind." Bom immediately yelled back, shutting down his selfish thoughts. "How could we do that?" she added with a serious tone. "We can't just leave them to die." Bom's attitude took Kang-jin by surprise. He smiled with satisfaction and thought, "That sounds exactly like something an idealist would say." One of the people in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, why are they so weak?" He casually replied to them, "It's not that they're weak, it's that you guys are too strong." Jeon yelled, cutting him off. "What? I can't hear you." "Ah, get away from there right now." Sensing the danger, Bom cut in to end the conversation. "Anyway, we'll let you know as soon as we get the key." Their chaotic situation only made him wryly smile. But then, Kang-jin fell into deep thought. It looks like they're going to take a lot longer than I thought. Leaving his current spot, he thought, in that case, I might as well make good use of this time. Guess I should get going. Meanwhile, inside a gloomy cave, 6 people were slowly making their way deeper. One of them spoke up to the rest. "I was worried because this cave is like a maze. But luckily, we have someone from the training center with us." Another guy excitedly chimed in. "I actually stumbled upon a really good item." Hearing this, the others began to flatter him. Finding a useful item in that terrible shop is a skill in itself. You know, personally, I can't even tell those things apart. The guy cut off their flattery. "Actually, Kang-jin was the one who pointed me toward this item. Back in that demon realm called the Blood Snake Dungeon, a scream suddenly cut him off. "Wait, Kang-jin, the killer? You actually have a connection with him?" A blonde guy in the crowd asked in sheer terror. Another added right after, "You never told us about this before." Their reaction made him quickly backpedal to deny it. "Oh, we're not close. We just happened to come from the same training center. Besides, I don't think those rumors are even true," he muttered timidly. Feeling the heavy mood settling over them, he quickly tried to change the subject. "Yeah. And recently, he even saved people trapped in the demon realm, just like he did when we were back at the training center." As he was explaining, a noise behind him caught his attention. He spun around and screamed to warn the others. "A monster." The leader barked to those behind him. "Form up. Healers, fall back." They braced themselves, ready for a bloody battle. Sensing something massive looming above, they all looked up. To their absolute horror, a giant golem was staring down at them, making them scream in sheer panic. "What is this? What the hell is that?" A massive hand came crashing down right where they stood, sending them scrambling in terror. One of them shrieked, "We're gonna get crushed! Out of the way!" Their desperate screams echoed through the dark, gloomy forest. The scene then cuts back to Kang-jin. He stood before a fork in the road, thinking to himself, this must be the final turn. He then recalled a certain massive creature. Both paths lead to the exit, but I'm pretty sure one of them leads straight to the clay golem. If I fight that thing, my sword is going to break. Which path avoids the clay golem again? He activated his sensory enhancement skill. His attention locked onto the left path. Just as he was about to turn and head down his chosen route, this way, but suddenly, a scream from the opposite direction caught his attention. A man's voice roared. "Where are the healers?" Another voice cried out, "The healers are down." Hearing this, his footsteps came to a sudden halt. Kang-rim looked back in the direction of the noise, his heart heavy with complex thoughts. Brushing them aside, he let out a helpless sigh. He told himself to just mind his own business. But even though he tried to ignore it, the desperate cries for help kept ringing in his ears. Damn it! Help! Someone help me! Hearing those screams instantly brought back memories of his past life, when he himself had been beaten half to death by that very golem, crying out for anyone to save him. A deep sense of guilt and hesitation continued to swell inside Kang-im's chest. Unable to take it anymore, he wasted no time. He spun around and bolted toward the source of the noise. The scene before him was a total war zone, with endless screams of agony. Someone was screaming, "My hand, my hand," while the survivors desperately called out for a healer. Where the hell are the healers? The guy who had just been sucking up to Kang-rim earlier was now clutching his injured arm, slumped against a rock, groaning in pain. Damn it! After tearing through the others, the golem quickly spotted him and charged. Barely breathing, he stared up, paralyzed by his own fate. Am I going to die here? Refusing to accept his end, he screamed out for help. Somebody, save me. In his heart, regret consumed him. He never should have come here in the first place. Suddenly, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, completely shattering the giant golem. Stunned, the guy stood frozen, feeling as though he had just walked right out of the jaws of death. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered out, "Wait." Kang-rim? Hearing his name, Kang-rim turned around, completely unaware that another golem was already launching an attack right behind him. In a split second, he effortlessly deflected the blow and leaped directly in front of the golem. He unleashed a devastating strike, smashing the monster into 100 pieces. With his badass display finished, Kang-rim coolly sheathed his sword and walked away. The survivors he had just saved stood there in stunned silence, completely baffled by what they had just witnessed. The most shocked among them was definitely the brown-haired guy. He vividly recalled that day when Kang-rim was being brutally criticized by Sang-won in front of a massive crowd. Did Kang-rim really just save us? He remembered all too well how miserable Kang-rim's expression had been back then. Even though he had been terrified, he had gathered all his courage to confront him, demanding, "I told you to show me your neck." Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, his group had retreated in defeat, their eyes still burning with resentment as they tried to make excuses for themselves. "I didn't think you were a bad guy, but I had my doubts." Remembering his shameful actions, the guy felt a deep wave of embarrassment. He knew he couldn't let this chance slip away again. Mustering up all his courage, he shouted out to Kang-im's retreating figure, "Wait, S-rank, Kang-rim, thank you for saving us." Kang-im's footsteps paused for a brief moment. He hesitated, then forced the words out, "And I'm really sorry for what happened back at the training center." Kang-rim was startled, suddenly seeing his past self in this guy, a weak, pathetic version of himself who could only weep and sputter out endless thank yous. Thank you so much for coming here." He let out a helpless sigh, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, the image of a gentle girl flashed in his mind. She was holding his frail, bony hands, saying, "I can't just let you die." History was repeating itself, but this time, things would be different. He repeated those very same words to them, "I can't just let you die." Feeling like he had achieved his purpose, he smiled with quiet satisfaction and walked away. Leaving the chaotic group behind, Kang-rim continued his search for the exit. After walking for a bit, a sudden system notification popped up. The proletarian hero of life has used the stigma of the divine title item. Before he could even process the news, a countdown notification flashed on the screen. A high-priority message will be activated in 10 minutes. Shortly after, a notification window, unlike any he had seen before, popped up. The proletarian hero of life is requesting your acceptance. The blinding pop-up annoyed Kang-rim, causing him to curse under his breath. Damn it. I'm pretty sure I turned off these kinds of notifications before coming in here. He then quickly pulled up another screen, the communication settings window. He tapped the screen repeatedly, but it was useless. The system kept spamming warnings. You do not have enough mana to block high-priority messages. Sighing in frustration at the hopeless situation, he massaged his temples. Once again, The glowing notification window flared to life. The proletarian hero of life admires your strength and teamwork. The proletarian hero of life praises you for doing good deeds without expecting a reward. Do you accept this deity? It turned out his heroic rescue had left a huge impression on this god. But to Kang-rim, it was nothing but a massive pain in the ass. He flatly refused without a second thought. Unfazed by Kang-rim's blunt rejection, the stubborn deity tried a different approach. Another notification flashed on the screen. The proletarian hero of life mentions that your teammate serves his older brother. The proletarian hero of life is doing everything in his power to persuade you. Harassed by the endless spam, his temper flared as he cursed these damn gods in his head. But suddenly, the next notification took a strange turn. The proletarian hero of life once again requests your acceptance, but the answer remained exactly the same. He rejected it instantly. I already told you. I have zero interest in you. Two notifications popped up in rapid succession. The proletarian hero of life is stunned by the unexpected response. The proletarian hero of life has left in a hurry. The system has returned to normal. The proletarian hero of life has disconnected. Stunned by what had just appeared, Kang-rim rubbed his eyes in disbelief, trying to process what on earth had just happened. With suspicion gnawing at his heart, he quickly reopened the communication window with the gods. Did the other gods know about this? Another system notification popped up. Unmuting communication channel. They were still talking passionately, completely oblivious to Kang-dim's arrival. How strange. What was really going on here? Another god replied. Maybe it was that god's doing. Another chimed in. But that guy already has so many vessels, why would he? Kang-dim's voice rang out, cutting them off. Who is this god you're all talking about? One of them gasped in surprise. What? How does Kang-rim not know which god is targeting him? Before he could say another word, another god interrupted. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I'm out of here. This was followed by a flood of system notifications. An anonymous god has disconnected. The strange behavior of these deities sent a chill of dread down his spine. Kang-rim thought to himself, skeptical, a god is targeting me? Suddenly, he murmured something vague. Could it be that god from back then? An old memory flashed before his eyes, and a strange voice echoed in his mind. Accept me, kid. Back then, he was just a child, trembling in fear in his parents' embrace, as that eerie voice continued to call out. That is your destiny. He vaguely recalled how that entity had tormented him since childhood, taking away his friends and family. Is that God still after me? After everything that happened? A wave of negative emotions surged inside him, and fury washed over Kang-dim's face. Sensing his own unstable state, he forced himself to calm down. Kang-rim tried to reassure himself. Calm down. A god can't directly harm a human. He kept analyzing the possibilities. At least it wasn't some supernatural phenomenon that killed those people. A moment later, he resumed his search for the exit, though his mind remained trapped in a web of thoughts. That god will definitely send Baek-ryeong after me again. This time, I just need to be strong enough to beat her. Then, I'll change my destiny. Warm rays of sunlight shone on Kang-dim's face. The exit was right ahead. His face showed a look of determination stronger than ever before, even if he never became a vessel for any god. Stepping out of the damp, dark cave, he felt a wave of relief as he looked at his surroundings. A clear blue sky, a sun-drenched forest, and towering ancient trees stretched out before him. Kang-rim pushed his worries aside and began planning his next move. I need to focus on this raid first. Either way, I've got to acquire a new skill here in the Great Demon Realm. Suddenly, a faint smile played on his lips. Honestly, this is even more important than the boss here. But remembering something crucial, he quickly opened the system window, thinking, they won't come back, right? I'd better mute it again. I never thought I'd miss the days when I complained about the noise, but this silence is deafening. Once he was done, a system notification popped up. Boss area unlocked. A massive castle crashed down right before his eyes. Kang-rim stared at the colossal structure, lost in thought. After a long pause, he thought, yeah, it's about time. There are some pretty strong hunters down here in this demon realm, but no matter how strong they are, they won't stand a chance against the boss without disabling the devices first. At least not for now, that's for sure. An image of a bronze Buddha statue engulfed in massive, raging flames flashed through his mind. Snapping back to reality, he pondered his next move. I'll go find those devices first. Once he reached his destination, a massive tower covered in thorny vines stood before him. Slowly drawing his sword, he said with absolute certainty, "I can feel it. It's somewhere around here." The sharp blade sliced through the vines one by one. Once he was finished, Kang-dim slumped onto the ground, looking completely exhausted. After hours of grueling physical labor, he sighed heavily. Cutting through all of this by myself takes forever. With the vines cleared away, a secret passageway was revealed. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside as nostalgia washed over him. This place really reminds me of where the Blade Mountain General used to live. After walking for a bit, looking at the strange carvings etched into the walls, he thought, "Now that I think about it, this is my first time actually being here." He followed the walls, venturing deeper inside. He carefully examined every single pattern along the way. At the end of the path, a mysterious chamber opened up, revealing a strange artifact protected by a magical barrier. Suddenly, the key he had taken from the leader began to resonate with the object, causing the barrier to shake violently. With a loud crack, the barrier shattered into a million pieces, exposing the item inside. Suddenly, the chamber reacted, showing signs of an imminent collapse. The scattered fragments on the floor began to move. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Kang-dim instantly took a defensive stance. The pieces floated into the air, drew close to one another, and fused together into a complete body. A split second later, they seemed to come alive as a massive wave of power burst forth. Ding! The system chimed with a notification. Primal soul of the Blue Chain Demon has appeared. Entity: Blue Chain Demon, Primal, Grade Soul. A martial warrior who continues his duty even in death, transcending the extremes of both searing heat and absolute freezing cold. Suddenly, Kang-jin grew wary of this monster, staring at it as if it were some bizarre creature. Breaking the silence, Kang spoke up. "That's weird. I heard it was supposed to be a blue flame. I was actually pretty excited to fight a humanoid monster. Show me what you've got." Ready for battle, he took his fighting stance. He taunted the hunk of metal standing before him. Accepting his challenge, the creature's flames flared up even higher. In a flash, a deafening clang echoed out as their swords clashed, unleashing a crushing pressure that weighed down on everything. Even in a moment like this, Kang-jin flashed a smirk, mocking the beast. "Oh, you're really scaring me here." The monster suddenly knocked Kang-jin's sword aside, forcing both of them to leap back. Their blades clashed repeatedly in a spectacular, fast-paced duel. Grinning, he threw another taunt. "Do I really look that weak to you? Come on, show me that blue flame of yours." But his strike was completely blocked by the monster. Refusing to back down, he lunged forward again, muttering coldly, "Before I stack up any more karma, the least you can do is prove you actually have that skill." His next strike slammed directly into the knight, sending it crashing to the ground before it could even react. But suddenly, Kang-jin's eyes widened in pure shock. His pupils dilated as the knight's flames began shifting into a cold, eerie blue. A massive explosion erupted, blasting Kang-jin over 100 meters back as the monster activated its frostfire skill. Determined to hold his ground, he slammed his sword deep into the dirt to cushion the impact of the blast. Looking up, he saw that the entire area was completely frozen over, and even part of his own body was encased in ice. Refusing to give up, he burst into a loud laugh and slowly got to his feet, now fully acknowledging the monster's power. "You're a lot stronger than I thought." He looked up at the creature with a satisfied grin. "Perfect. This is definitely going to make things a lot more interesting." With a swipe of his sword, a burst of flames melted the remaining ice surrounding him. Fire on one side, ice on the other, the ultimate showdown was about to begin. With that, he lunged forward, telling himself, "Besides, my stats are way higher than his." As they clashed, the system analyzed their combat power. Kang-jin, Strength 37, Stamina 35, Agility 36, Perception 36, and Energy 35. The blue flames of the Blue Chain Demon flared violently. Blue Chain Demon, Strength 35, Stamina 35, Agility 35, Perception 35, and Energy 40. Their massive energies collided in mid-air, setting off a tremendous explosion. Kang-jin paused for a fraction of a second, his face filled with shock, but he immediately threw himself back into the fray. Both sides unleashed a barrage of devastating attacks. The Blue Chain Demon brought its sword down with immense force, but Kang-jin quickly raised his blade to parry it. Struggling to hold his ground, Kang-jin's mind raced. My fire still isn't strong enough. Is his skill level just higher than mine? He quickly spent his achievement points to boost his power, making his strikes hit harder with every swing. Using achievement points to upgrade pyrokinesis even further. Pyrokinesis has reached mid-tier human grade. Pyrokinesis has reached high-tier human grade, but he still felt it wasn't enough. More, push it further. Pyrokinesis has reached low-tier demon grade. By now, Kang-jin was visibly strained, his brows furrowed, teeth clenched, and sweat dripping down his face. Just a little more, and he could take down the blue chain demon. But the system suddenly notified insufficient points to upgrade pyrokinesis. Ice and fire enveloped the entire area, snuffing out the warm torches nearby. The blue chain demon pressed on with a relentless onslaught, giving him no room to breathe. Kang-jin was now completely on the defensive. The system chimed. The blue chain demon's skill is mid-tier demon-grade frostfire. Kang-jin gritted his teeth in frustration. If this kept up, he was going to lose. He told himself, I need a different strategy. With the battle raging furiously, he quickly calculated in his head. My pyrokinesis is one level lower than his frostfire, but if I can concentrate the flames onto his weak points. Kang-jin closely scrutinized his opponent. If I lock onto his weak spots, I can land a fatal blow. Knocked back, Kang-jin grumbled. If only I could condense the fire and control it more precisely, but I'm just not that skilled yet. So to achieve the same result, instead of backing away, he bolted straight ahead. Charging right into the blue chain demon's chilling blue flames, he thrust his sword deep inside the gaps of its armor. His eyes lit up with a confident, victorious grin as a roaring fire erupted from his blade. With a earth-shattering explosion, the flames burst outward, completely shattering the surrounding ice. The blast relit the snuffed-out torches nearby. Kang-jin tightly gripped his blazing sword, his sleeve partially scorched. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the hollow remains of the blue chain demon's armor. Kang-rim struggled to plant his sword into the ground to prop himself up, his entire body scorched by his own flames. Whoosh! A faint wisp of flame flickered out of his armor. The system notified that he had defeated the minor-grade blue-red demon. Only then could Kang-rim finally relax and collapse onto the ground. I really thought I was going to freeze to death. The system is currently at work, calculating achievement points. You have received a bonus reward for defeating an opponent stronger than yourself. Kang-rim happily redeemed a healing potion from the system to treat himself, thinking, stronger than me? I'm definitely stronger, but I guess it doesn't matter since his destiny rank was higher. But this is the real reward. Kang-rim reached out to activate the system, and it immediately announced, Destiny Steel skill activated. Lying on the ground, he let the new power wash over him. Another system notification popped up. Destiny Steel has leveled up due to increased mastery. You can now steal up to 2 skills from an enemy. Kang-rim sat up curiously to check. He was surrounded by a violet light. What? 2 skills at once? His eyes lit up, and a joyful smile broke across his face. So that means I only receive the destiny value of 1 skill, even though I'm taking 2? System notification. Frostfire skill stolen. You have accumulated destiny value. You have stolen a portion of energy. You have accumulated destiny value. Exhausted, Kang-rim sat on the ground, lost in thought. Maybe that's not it. He decided to test his new power, and a flame flared up in his palm. Either way, this is definitely a massive upgrade. The stronger the opponent, the more useful their abilities are. Flame skill activated. A blue flame ignited in his other hand. Kang-rim looked at the 2 flames in his hands with a satisfied grin, activating the Frostfire skill. He pumped himself up. With this skill, I now have both ice and fire. Kang-rim slammed his palm hard against the ground to unleash his new power. A massive wave of energy erupted. Frostfire! At the intermediate level of the demon rank, it's a flame that burns at sub-zero temperatures. Anyone touched by this fire will be burned and frozen at the exact same time. Kang-rim clenched his fist to retract his power, looking extremely satisfied. Now I have 2 offensive skills with opposing elemental powers. I don't have to worry so much about being countered by different elements anymore. The surrounding area had been completely frozen, solid by his previous attack. He looked around, thinking that his next move should be finding and dealing with the devices for the final boss battle. Kang-rim calculated that there were 3 hidden devices scattered across this demon realm. The reason this monster was powerful enough to slaughter so many people was entirely due to these devices. They were buffing devices, one granted passive health regeneration, another reduced incoming damage, and the last one boosted his attack damage. The final boss became way too overpowered with that damage buff. Kang-rim remembered his past life, when a group of people entered this gate, determined to defeat this final boss. Please contact us again once you've figured out a way to deal with that final boss. He realized that in his past life, this demon realm had gone uncleared for several months because people didn't know about those devices. Right now, Kang-rim and Soo-ah were sitting in a car. He spoke up. This run was another failure. Soo-ah rested her chin on her hand, looking exhausted. I don't think it's a team coordination issue, though. Her eyes showed deep sadness and worry. Or maybe we're just too weak. I don't understand why the emissary refuses to intervene in these great demon realms. She leaned back in her seat and sighed. Heh, Kang-rim continued the conversation. There's actually something that's been bugging me. Why is the great demon realm split into 3 areas? The image of the tower in the demon realm flashed through his mind. As Kang-rim voiced his thoughts, Soo-ah listened intently, her expression turning serious. Everyone ends up meeting at the final boss room anyway. Don't you think there might be a hidden secret behind dividing these areas? Soo-ah fell into deep thought about the divided zones. A few days later, Soo-ah stood triumphantly over the defeated final boss, raising her sword high in victory. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, and the system announcement chimed. You have successfully cleared the first great demon realm as the highest contributor. Hunter Shin's reputation has increased. Soo-ah shouted to the crowd, rallying everyone to celebrate their successful raid of the first great demon realm. Her eyes shone with pure joy. This is all thanks to you, Seo Kang-rim. Kang-rim stood below, feeling a bit awkward, while the surrounding hunters gasped and whispered in surprise. Who on earth is Seo Kang-rim? I heard he was the one who actually figured out how to clear this demon realm. Are they a couple? Meanwhile, Kang-rim remained deep in his own thoughts. So, that was the event that boosted her reputation back then. Kang-rim recalled the members of the Flying Tiger Guild, and how she had gone on to establish it with the very people who helped her conquer that demon realm. He found himself reminiscing about his past life, remembering his old comrades from the Flying Tiger Guild and Soo-ah's brilliant, radiant smile. Kang-rim suddenly snapped back to reality, standing alone in front of the final boss's buff device. The most important outcome of this great demon realm is the founding of the Flying Tiger Guild. Propping his chin in his hand, a warm smile crept onto his face as he cherished those beautiful. Now that I have everything I wanted, I need to set the stage for Shin Soo-ah's final boss battle. The Biho clan must be established, even if I'm not a part of it. Right then, my communication earring flashes. It's time for it to do its job. Having just defeated the monster, Soo-ah and Taehoon's group checks in immediately. This is Taehoon. We took down the blue-red demon and found the device. Where is everyone? Kang-rim answers happily. I just finished up here too. But the other team seems to be moving slower. The dragon, John, is busy breathing fire to burn down the thorny vines. Yanbom chimes in to report. This is Bomb. We still haven't found the cave yet. We had to lead some people to the middle exit, so it took us a bit. Jian adds. John is currently dealing with the thorns. Kang-rim stands up and walks, reassuring them. You guys can take your time. Meanwhile, a strange device is attached to Kang-rim's jacket. Seeing how we got a notification about the final boss room, I think we'll also get one when the devices are shut down. Kang-rim gently takes off his jacket. So, I think it's best we check if everyone has left before we fight the final boss. Soo-ah replies, let's defeat the blue-red demon first, then meet up near the final boss room. She looks warmly at Rin, who is playing with Taehoon. After that, we'll head out. The others agree. Got it. Let's meet near Baek-ryeong Tower. All right, Baek-ryeong Tower. Go-jun sighs and takes off his headphones. Good. It doesn't look like I was detected. But did he just take off his jacket? Under the clear blue sky, Go-jun sits on top of a tower, typing away on his laptop. Well, I've heard enough anyway. Focusing on his laptop, he smirks. The devices in those 3 thorn-covered zones. They must be where Seo Kang-rim cleared the path earlier. A plume of smoke rises in the distance. Go-jun watches it through his binoculars. Far off in the mountainous forest, a thick column of smoke billows. Just as he thought, Bomb and Jian are praising John for taking care of the thorny vines. John looks incredibly smug after being praised. Go-jun watches everything unfold from afar through his binoculars. I knew bugging Seo Kang-rim was a stroke of genius. Meanwhile, Soo-ah and Taehoon are carrying Rin as they make their way to Baek-ryeong Tower. He glances down at the base of the tower in confusion. Is that the final boss? Suddenly, he spots someone and grins. Oh, I know him. Down below, as the giant final boss is bound by magical chains, a polite and calm young man stands there, watching. He has a handsome face and a cool demeanor. He is the top trainee from the Ho-young branch, valiant, charismatic, and known as the Apostle of Justice, Song Woo-reo. Watching quietly from a distance, Go-jun lets out an amused smile. He is quite impressed. Sitting on top of the high tower, Go-jun looks down with curiosity. Will you join Seo Kang-rim's party, or are you going to be the new protagonist? Below, Woo Reo stands tall, staring at the final boss with a fierce, unwavering gaze. Go-jun is thoroughly entertained, a sly smirk spreading across his face. Now, let's see how you fight. Standing before the Guardian Dragon King, Woo Reo scoffs with disdain. And here I thought Seo Kang-rim had already made it to the boss room, but it looks like I beat him to it. Woo Reo then pulls a purple potion from his pocket. Well, this works out even better. Watching from above, Go-jun suddenly notices something. Huh? The Guardian Dragon King's eyes suddenly widen in a terrifying glare, shocking Go-jun. Its reaction is completely different from when I woke it up earlier. Out of nowhere, the fortress wall crumbles, sending Go-jun falling along with it, but Woo Reo doesn't seem to care. Instead, his face is flushed with pure excitement. With eyes glowing crimson, the Guardian Dragon King unleashes an earth-shattering roar. Meanwhile, after surviving a brutal battle, Kang-rim slowly emerges from the cave. Looks like a ton of people have already dropped out. Only a few groups left to compete, and then will claim the prize. To his utter shock, the moment he steps out, he sees the tower beginning to collapse. Kang-rim's face instantly pales. What the? Why is it collapsing? At the same time, the system issues a red alert. The level 3 Guardian Dragon King has designated Seo Kang-rim as its primary target. Hearing the commotion, Yeonbom and Soo-ah are thrown into a panic. What was that noise? Why is the boss targeting you? Kang-rim is just as clueless. I have no idea. But right now, running is definitely our best option. I'm going to retreat for now and figure out how to lose its aggro. Yeonbom and Soo-ah also want to regroup immediately. We're on our way, but Kang-rim stops them. No, can you stay near the devices in case of an emergency? Hearing this, Soo-ah agrees. Got it, Soo-ah replies. Yeonbom quickly adds, we'll also try to take down this blue-red demon as fast as we can. By now, the Guardian Dragon King is already charging toward Kang-rim, radiating pure bloodlust. Kang-rim can't help but curse. Damn it. Seeing the Guardian Dragon King prepare to strike, he immediately books it, running as fast as his legs can carry him. But out of nowhere, the Kang-rim grits his teeth. Crap. The exit is blocked. Realizing he's cornered, Kang-rim has no choice but to turn back and face the Guardian Dragon King. He quickly alerts Yeonbom and Soo-ah to change plans. The plan's ruined. Upon hearing the order, Yeonbom and Soo-ah move into action without hesitation. All right, we'll shut down the devices and head over to you right away. Out of nowhere, the Guardian King Dragon lunged its massive hand toward Kang-jim. Unfazed, Kang-jim replied to Ben-Soo-ah and Yeonbom, got it, I'll hold it off for as long as I can. He quickly dodged the Guardian King Dragon's giant hand. Right after, the system announced that the ruler's enhancement device had been disabled, and the damage reduction effect had vanished. Right after that came a signal from Yeonbom and Soo-ah. Kang-jim, we took one down. Even while struggling to hold off the Guardian King Dragon, Kang-jim didn't forget his manners and thanked them. He thought to himself, so the effect that got dispelled wasn't the healing one. He quickly contacted the other group. Bom, Jian, where are you guys? The two sisters quickly replied, just a little longer, Master. Right now, we're dealing with the blue-crimson demon. Just then, the system displayed the Guardian King Dragon's stats, a Tier 3 dragon species that guards a specific territory and attracts surrounding monsters. Its enhanced attack and enhanced defense traits were now disabled, leaving only its passive healing active. Armed with this boss intel, Kang-jim deduced that the twins' device must be the one responsible for the healing. The Guardian King Dragon lunged forward at lightning speed, attacking Kang-jim again. With his top-tier skills, he quickly dodged, leaving the tree behind him to take the hit and get turned into a donut in his place. But even while fighting for his life, his mind kept racing, trying to find a way out. It's going to be really bad if that's my device. Just then, another system announcement rang out. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The passive healing effect has disappeared. This was followed by Yeonbom's voice. Master, we did it. Kang-jim praised her warmly before turning back to face the Guardian King Dragon head-on. Running his hand gently along his sword, streams of water began to swirl and coat his blade. Nice. The system announced that Kang-jim's elemental attribute had switched to water. He then aimed directly at the Guardian King Dragon's syrup red eye. I've got the elemental advantage now. Striking it cleanly, the Guardian King Dragon clutched its eye, screaming in agony before slowly collapsing. But unexpectedly, a strange object began to emerge from the eye Kang-jin had just destroyed. This caught Kang-jin completely off guard. Mud has an earth attribute, not. What's going on? Right now, his mind was racing with questions. Even the power of his Frostfire skill felt strangely off. But before Kang-jin could even catch his breath, the Protector King Dragon hurled its spear at him again. Despite his confusion, Kang-jin had to move fast to stay alive. He knew he had put everything he had into that attack. He looked back at the Protector King Dragon in sheer disbelief. Why was this attack so much weaker than when the Blue Crimson Ogre used it? The moment the Protector King Dragon prepared to throw another spear, Kang-jin swiftly controlled it with a surge of water. He couldn't help but wonder, was Frostfire really this weak? Logically speaking, shouldn't he have the elemental advantage here? But then, it hit him. Wait a minute, isn't this skill supposed to be water attributed? If it wasn't fire and it wasn't water, then what on earth was it? He couldn't inspect the attributes of the monster or its skills. But as the Protector King Dragon broke free from his restraint, Kang-jin finally figured out a solution. Hold on. What if he activated both water and fire at the exact same time? Sure enough, a system notification popped up, confirming the elemental shift to fire and water. Kang-jin's eyes flashed with the dual colors of flame and water. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a brilliant blue flame. The skill was perfectly compatible with his attributes. Without hesitation, Kang-jin launched a direct, head-on assault at the Protector King Dragon. His Frostfire skill was now fully amplified. A raging blue torrent of fire surged forward, instantly swallowing the Protector King Dragon whole. Kang-jin landed gracefully on the ground with a sigh of relief. Looking at the masterpiece before him, the Protector King Dragon was now completely frozen in solid, unbreakable ice. Kang-jin let out a long breath. Whew. That's done. Guess I'll just wait for the others to get here while it thaws. But out of nowhere, Song-woo stepped out from the shadows behind Kang-jin. You really are as formidable as the rumors say, he said, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at him. With an arrogant smirk, he added, Now I see why they asked me to handle this. Then, with a cold glare, he declared, But it's time for your judgment, murderer. Kang-jin snapped back, demanding, Did you set this whole thing up? I don't know what kind of lies you've been fed to make you act like this. Song-woo looked slightly taken aback. Oh? You know who I am? Kang-jin nodded honestly. Yeah, I do, he replied, before adding with a cold sneer. You're that hypocrite, the assassin hunter, Song Woo-ro. Kang-jin recalled how notorious Song Woo-ro had been in his past life as a massive hypocrite. Back then, every single encounter with him meant trouble. Song-woo held Kang-jin back. What can you even do with such a low karma level anyway? Kang-jin snapped back in frustration. Why the hell do I have to prove my innocence to you? But Song-woo had absolutely no intention of letting Kang-jin go. Don't play dumb with me. What, does your conscience finally hurt? With that, he immediately activated his skill. The karma calculation skill was triggered, forcing Kang-jin's karma to be measured. To Song-woo's utter shock, the results were incredibly light. Covering his mouth in disbelief, he asked, Wait, did you really not use that skill? Instantly, his grim expression vanished, replaced by a warm, friendly smile, as if they were lifelong buddies. Hey, great job. Keep it up. Song-woo possessed the unique ability to see the karma of others, roaming the land to hunt down and punish those burdened with heavy sins. At first, people praised him as a champion of justice, but even though he was punishing evil, his own sins kept piling up. Eventually, his karma grew even heavier than that of the prey he hunted, earning him the reputation of a massive hypocrite. Yet, faced with such mockery, Song-woo would only smirk. To him, getting his hands dirty was a small price to pay for true justice. Naturally, he didn't care about the rumors. But the present-day Song-woo, hearing Kang-jin's words, furrowed his brows in deep confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about. It seems you don't know much about me, but I certainly know all the rumors about you. Kang-jin, the guy who was once the top trainee, just like me, but turned into a monster who got stronger by slaughtering countless people. I heard you only had a pathetic, third-tier bug class, but seeing how powerful you've become, you must have slaughtered countless people to get here, probably even before you awakened. Hearing this, Kang-jin's face darkened. He recalled the twisted, ill-fated relationship they shared in his past life. Analyzing Song-woo's words, he tried to gauge the situation. Judging by how he was only bringing up rumors, there was still a chance. It seemed this guy hadn't acquired his karma calculation ability yet. Gritting his teeth, Kang-jin confronted him. So, You staged this entire trap just because of some rumors? But Song-woo replied with absolute certainty. No. I've already heard the story directly from the victims. Hearing this, Kang-jin was utterly bewildered. Victims? Seeing Kang-jin play innocent, Song-woo lost his temper and barked. Have you already forgotten the innocent sect members you slaughtered? This made Kang-jin even more confused, and he yelled back, What sect are you even talking about? Slapping his chest, he firmly declared, I never did any of that. Song-woo didn't hesitate to drop the name. The Asura sect. I heard it straight from the mouth of the Asura sect master himself. Hearing those words, Kang-jin completely froze in shock. The Asura sect? Song-woo continued. Exactly. I'm talking about the members of the Asura sect, the ones you slaughtered after crashing their peaceful gathering. The more Kang-im listened, the more ridiculous it sounded. A peaceful gathering? Slaughtering the Asura sect? Gripping his sword, Song-woo trembled with rage, his voice echoing as he went on and on. I can never forget the way she shook, the tears streaming down her face. What did the Asura sect ever do wrong? They've been slaying monsters and protecting the people. They even actively do charity work to rebuild the ruined cities. Song-woo was so moved by his own speech that his eyes began to well with tears as he questioned Kang-im. How could a saintess like her be forced to suffer such agony? Watching this pathetic simp praise his crush like a goddess left Kang-im completely speechless. A saintess? She was no saintess. She was a devious witch who had led Song-woo around by the nose like an obedient cow. Kang-im massaged his temples, completely exhausted by the blockhead standing before him. So, Shin-ah-jia had fabricated this entire story. He looked back at Song-woo and asked, Do you even know what the Asura sect actually does? Before the guy could speak, Kang-im answered for him. They're in bed with local thugs. You've been played. But how could Song-woo possibly believe that? No way. How dare you slander the Asura sect leader? Kang-im fired right back. You're the one doing the slandering here. Song-woo's voice dropped, ice cold. Fine. I'll give you one chance. I have an ability called the Scale of Sin. With just a handshake, I can compare my karma to yours. Kang-im was thrown off. The guy actually had a skill like that? Wasting no time, Song-woo made his move. The fate-sensing skill activated, and the system instantly brought up Song-woo's information. Song-woo. Class. Low-tier dragon tribe. Attribute. Frost. Skill. Scale of Sin. A mid-tier dragon tribe skill. When activated, it compares the karmic debt of two people holding hands. A penalty will be imposed on the one with the heavier karma, with the severity of the punishment matching their sin value. Penalty duration. 1 hour. Reading this, this penalty was no joke. It was far from a simple comparison skill. Song-woo added, It's not like I'm completely sinless. So, if you're truly innocent, our sin values should be roughly the same. But that put Kang-im at a massive disadvantage. He carried the sins of 421 people from his past life. He couldn't let Song-woo trigger that skill. Kang-im quickly scrambled for an excuse. And why should I trust you? You already attacked me once. Who knows what kind of dirty trick you're trying to pull now? But Song-woo shot back instantly. I might not look it, but they call me the disciple of justice. If you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do. But just so you know, backing out only makes you look guilty. Kang-im sneered as he prepared to activate his own move. A guy like you? A disciple of justice? Don't make me laugh. The ice fire skill activated. With a swift motion, Kang-im swung his sword straight at Song-woo. You never even had any intention of listening to my side of the story, did you? But Song-woo couldn't care less. And what are you going to say? Explain how you murdered the original owner of that power? Kang-im snapped back. I didn't steal this power by killing anyone. But right then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Due to insufficient mana, the activation of the ice fire skill has been cancelled. Caught off guard, Kang-im's sword was violently knocked away by Song-woo. Then prove it. Song-woo lunged forward, grabbing Kang-im's hand in a tight grip. The Scale of Sin skill activated. Kang-im yanked back with all his might, but it was too late. The system was already comparing the sin values of Seo Kang-rim and Song-woo. Song-woo immediately pleaded, Oh, Lord, please strike down the wickeder soul between my enemy and me. Just as expected, Seo Kang-im's sin value was far heavier. The penalty was triggered on Seo Kang-im through the Scale of Sin skill. Mana consumption for all skills has been increased by 50%. Received damage increased by 30%. Staring at the results, Song-woo spoke in an icy tone. I knew it. You really are evil. Drained of his strength, Kang-rim stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Song-woo stepped up and grabbed him by the collar. I almost let your little act fool me. Just how many sins have you committed? Instead of answering, Kang-rim whispered something into his communicator, leaving Song-woo completely baffled. What are you muttering over there? Finally repenting for all the awful things you've done? Suddenly, Kang-rim slapped Song-woo's hand away, daring him to shut his mouth and bring it on. Not one to disappoint, Song-woo lunged forward, swinging his blade with a lethal strike. Where is all this confidence coming from? But even with 0 mana, Kang-rim managed to swiftly. He instantly retaliated with a heavy punch, but Song-woo casually swatted Kang-im's arm away, throwing him off balance. You must be pretty confident to fight without your skills, though it looks like you're running dangerously low on mana. Catching Kang-im's next punch, he began to preach. Instead of slaughtering people, why didn't you use that power to help others? Answer me. Seo Kang-rim. But Kang-rim remained silent, his sharp gaze locked onto Song-woo as he slowly declared, I never did such a thing. But that response only made Seo-woo even more furious. Are you still trying to lie to me? Then, he swung his sword. Your crime of stabbing Kang-rim is already proven by your karma value. Even though Kang-rim took a hit, he just smiled. Just as he thought, dealing with this guy was the absolute worst. Seo-woo stepped forward, his eyes cold and ruthless. No matter. I will listen to your excuses once you are in hell. Unbelievably, Kang-rim merely sneered, his face looking as though he had achieved his goal. Only then did Seo-woo realize he had walked straight into a trap. The system continuously issued alerts. The Overlord buff has been activated. The defense boost effect is now active. The continuous regeneration effect is active. And once activated, the Guardian Dragon King immediately shattered the ice. Kang-rim mockingly retorted to Seo-woo. You can wait 100 days and see if I ever join you down there. The Guardian Dragon King's eyes burned with murderous intent, ready to crush everything in its path. It swung its massive hand, slamming it directly toward them. The impact was so violent that shattered rocks flew everywhere, but fortunately, they all managed to dodge just in time. Seo-woo shrieked in terror. Oh no! I thought it was already taken care of. In stark contrast to his sheer panic, Kang-rim just sneered. Flashing back to a moment ago, when Seo-woo was acting full of disdain, thinking Kang-rim was cornered, Kang-rim had actually been quick-witted enough to call for backup. Excuse me, but could one of you head back with a summon? The other side quickly caught on, asking, reactivating the booster devices. Are we? Back to the present, the Dragon King, realizing they were tough opponents, decided to draw its weapon, preparing to strike. Seeing it focus its attention on Kang-rim, Seo-woo smirked and said, this works out even better. He thought excitedly, I don't even need to get my hands dirty to deal with Kang-rim. But suddenly, the system announced, the threat item is no longer in effect. Instantly, the bloodlust in the Dragon King's eyes vanished, and its target shifted. The Dragon King violently swung the spear in its hand, thrusting it mercilessly at Seo-woo. He gasped in shock at the sudden attack, his terror intensifying as he read, the Overlord of the Great Demon Realm has targeted the strongest foe. Seo-woo shrieked in fury. Me? Damn it, attack Kang-rim instead. No matter how much he screamed, the Dragon King refused to change its target. In a state of sheer panic, Seo-woo scrambled for his weapon. He realized that no matter how hard he tried to dodge, the beast was determined to crush him. He desperately racked his brain. This is bad. I have to close the gap between my stats and the boss's. Instantly, Seo-woo activated the Scales of Sin. He screamed in terror. Oh Lord, please punish the more wicked soul between my enemy and me. The skill began to take effect, comparing the karma points of the Guardian Dragon King and Seo-woo. In a split second, the result was in. The Guardian Dragon King has 0 karma. The target, Seo-woo, has a higher level of wicked deeds. Hearing this from the system, he shrieked in absolute panic. What? Without hesitation, the monument sliced through his effigy. Seeing that he had absolutely no way out, Seo-woo screamed in despair. This can't be right. But no matter how loudly he wailed, the system kept executing the command. Seo-woo has received a penalty due to the effects of the Scales of Sin skill. The mana required to use skills has increased by 10%, and damage taken will increase by 5%. An additional penalty has been applied for facing an innocent opponent. The moment the system finished speaking, the Dragon King slammed him violently onto the hard ground. Seo-woo could only scream in agonizing pain. That was not all. The system also announced that all of the boss's stats had increased by 10%. Seol-woo was in so much pain that he coughed up blood and blacked out right on the spot. Although his enemy had been defeated, Kang-rim wasn't happy at all. Instead, he grew even more anxious. Did he really just get taken down? This isn't what I wanted. Kang-rim growled in frustration. He couldn't even hold his ground for a single second. But this outburst accidentally drew the attention of the Dragon King. In an instant, it charged its massive body straight at him. With no other choice, Kang-rim prepared to fight it head-on. But before he could make a move, a massive boulder flew out of nowhere, smashing directly into the Dragon King's face. This sudden, brutal impact left a gaping hole in its head. The system immediately announced that the Guardian King's priority target had changed. From a distance, Soo-ah and Junbeom arrived just in time to back him up. Kang-rim, are we too late? Seeing them arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You guys got here just in the nick of time." They stepped forward, shielding him. Soo-ah said confidently, "Leave the rest to us and get some rest." With that, both of them immediately activated their skills, ready to take on the Dragon King. Activating the Leaf Gate spell, without a second of hesitation, she charged forward and said confidently, "We'll wrap this up in no time." At Soo-ah's command, thick tree branches tightly bound the Dragon King. Junbeom coordinated with her, taking the opportunity to find the perfect vantage point for a shot. The moment she spotted a weakness, she aimed her weapon and signaled, "It's a lock. Hurry up and disable the device." No sooner had the words left Junbeom's mouth than she pulled the trigger. On the other end, they received the signal and quickly replied, "Got it." Taehoon and June rapidly disabled the devices. In just moments, a notification rang out. The Overlord's buff has been neutralized. The moment the announcement declared that the defense buff was down and the continuous healing effect was deactivated, Rune immediately commanded her guns to rain down a barrage of attacks on Baek-ryeong. Soo-ah tried to seize the moment to finish him off, but just as she was about to strike, Kang-rim shouted for her to stop. He begged Soo-ah not to kill the beast until the others arrived. Though confused, she complied. She agreed, but unfortunately for Kang-rim, even sitting still didn't save him from getting hit. Rune cried out in a panic, "Master!" While Soo-ah kept the monster off balance, the young girl quickly dragged him to safety. "I'm so sorry. I should have aimed better before shooting." Kang-rim, blushing red, brushed it off. "No, it's fine." Seeing that Kang-rim was safe, Soo-ah seized the opportunity, moving like lightning to cripple Baek-ryeong's limbs, making the beast roar in sheer agony. The two of them coordinated flawlessly, quickly pinning Baek-ryeong down. They happily high-fived. "It's finally over." Satisfied with the result, Soo-ah said, "Once Jian and Taehoon get here, we'll finish this thing off together." Dawn finally broke, and Kang-rim called out, "Is everyone ready?" With those words, he and Soo-ah approached Baek-ryeong's head, getting ready to send it to the afterlife. "All right, 1, 2. In an instant, its head was severed from its body. The system announced that the Guardian King Dragon, ruler of the Great Demon Realm, had been defeated. Everyone stared at the screen in pure ecstasy. Raid objective completed. The exit portal is now open. Soo-ah let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything went smoothly. But suddenly, something caught Kang-rim's eye. Seeing him walk toward a fallen figure, the rest of the group curiously followed. "There's still one more thing we need to settle," Kang-rim said. Grabbing Wu by the collar, he added, "It's over." Hearing this, Seo Yoon and the others couldn't help but whisper in curiosity, "Who is this guy? Wait, were you fighting him earlier?" But as she took a closer look, Soo-ah froze in shock. The crest on the man's chest looked terrifyingly familiar. That emblem. Soo-ah's voice dropped as she turned to Kang-rim. "Kang-rim, who is this?" He answered honestly. "He tried to assassinate me. But I think there's been a misunderstanding. We should talk this out." But Soo-ah immediately leaned in, whispering urgently into his ear, "We need to get out of here first." He stared back at her, completely bewildered. Soo-ah quickly explained, "He's one of my sister's underlings." Her face darkened, radiating a chilling bloodlust as she muttered, "This isn't someone we can just sit down and talk things out with. I'll handle him and catch up with you guys outside." Hearing her words, Kang-rim still didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. "What do you mean by that?" Soo-ah sighed heavily. "He's carrying the crest of the Asusa clan. It seems my sister still hasn't learned her lesson. Just mentioning her sister made her blood boil. Conflict between hunters goes completely unmonitored. I need to teach her once and for all that she's only hurting herself with these pathetic stunts." With that, Soo-ah resolutely turned away, intending to handle the matter on her own. "I can't let you bear this burden on my account." But Kang-rim quickly grabbed her arm. "Soo-ah, you wanted to change your fate, didn't you? Remember? Let me handle him, he reassured her, seeing her silent struggle. Hearing this, Soo-ah couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Choking up, she yelled at him, "Why do you always insist on doing everything by yourself?" He stayed silent as she lashed out, knowing she was absolutely right. "Are you planning on fighting alone and getting hurt all over again?" Soo-ah let out all the pent-up frustration she had been carrying inside for so long. "You said you didn't want to live a predetermined fate, didn't you? Is that why you only use your power on humanoid monsters?" The others stood there in shock, hearing her harsh words. But Kang-rim remained calm, gently explaining to Soo-ah, "It makes the most sense for me to handle this. After all, I was his target." Even so, she insisted on taking the blame. "But this only happened because of me." Seeing how stubborn she was being, Kang-rim raised his voice in frustration. "Why would you think that? I'm the one who always gets dragged into my own bad luck." Suddenly, a voice echoed, cutting off their conversation. "Hey there, Kang-rim." Go-jun appeared out of nowhere, drawing everyone's attention. "Looks like you could use a hand," he called out. In the blink of an eye, he dropped down from above and walked up to Kang-rim. Go-jun raised the phone in his hand, a sly smirk on his face as he spoke. Seeing him show up, Kang-rim's annoyance flared. He growled a warning, "Stop trying to stick your nose into my business." Despite the hostile glare, Go-jun kept playing around. "Aw, don't be like that, Kang-rim. We're friends, aren't we? Come on, turn that frown upside down." As the guy crept closer, Kang-rim immediately threw his arm out to shield Soo-ah. "Who said we were friends?" Shrugging, he replied playfully, "Sheesh, fine, just think of me as your biggest fan. I absolute love your story." Go-jun continued. "But judging from what I've seen today, there's a fatal flaw." His playful grin instantly turned into a look of pure disgust. "It's honestly so annoying. I absolutely despise drawn-out plot lines." Go-jun suddenly pointed at the guy lying unconscious on the ground and offered with fake kindness. "So, how about I take care of this guy and the whole Azusa clan issue for you?" Soo-ah shouted in disbelief, "Why would you suggest doing that?" But he casually replied, "I already told you, I'm a fan of Seo Kang-rim." Seeing that she still didn't trust him, he spoke in a serious tone, "I can deal with the Asura clan on equal terms. That's something I can do as a clan leader. What could a mediocre hunter like you possibly do anyway?" Hearing Go-jun speak to her with such contempt, Soo-ah could only blame herself in silence because he was absolutely right. With her current status, she couldn't do anything to help Seo Kang-rim. Having said his piece, Go-jun turned back to Kang-rim, his cheerful demeanor returning. "Seo Kang-rim, don't forget to pay me back for this." He suddenly threw his coat at Go-jun, cutting him off. "That's enough." Kang-rim ordered him to leave in a stern voice, "Cut the nonsense and get to work." "I'll act like I didn't see that." With that, he turned toward the portal, and the others followed out of curiosity. "What do you mean by that?" "You don't need to know," he replied, leaving only Soo-ah behind, filled with anxiety. Go-jun stared at the sparkling object on the coat Kang-rim had handed him and said with excitement, "Ah, so he knew. Truly worthy of being my protagonist." Meanwhile, in a massive apartment building in the city center, Kang-rim and the others had safely returned. Excitedly, they said, "We're finally back. Can we open our rewards now?" Yoonbom spoke to Taehoon with absolute excitement. "I can't even imagine how awesome they're going to be." Taehoon was just as hyped. "I think the coolest part is that our fame stats are skyrocketing." The two of them gleefully recalled everyone's reactions from earlier. "Did you see how many people were staring at us earlier? We're total stars now." Seeing them act so smug, Kang-rim stepped in to warn them, "Don't let it go to your heads. You'd better keep your skills hidden. Stop showing off all over the place." Hearing this, Taehoon said with a disappointed look, "But everyone else was so hyped up, I couldn't help but get excited too." Even so, he couldn't stop thinking about the elite reward boxes waiting to be opened. Taehoon sighed. "Man, I wish the rewards weren't random boxes." But Yoonbom was much more optimistic and tried to comfort him. "But we have Master. He can see item ranks and descriptions that other people can't." Kang-rim picked up the elite boxes and replied with confidence, "That's right. I can appraise the value of these items, so I'll help you sell or trade them if they aren't that good." The first box was opened, revealing a sound filter, a low-grade ghost rank item that blocks noise within a 30-meter radius of the user. Seeing this, Taehoon couldn't help but complain. "Ah," Yoonbom asked curiously, "What did you get?" After examining the second box, Kang-rim said with satisfaction, "I think this one is going to be great for Yoonbom." It turned out to be the Tiger King Claws, a rank 3 dragon rank weapon. They were a pair of gauntlets forged by the Mountain Tiger tribe, with claws that could retract at will. However, She wasn't very thrilled and turned to Taehoon, saying, "A noise-blocking device? Let's trade. I think what I got would actually suit you better." On the other hand, Jian was incredibly pleased with his item. It was a wasp quiver, a low-grade ghost rank item that generated an infinite supply of poison-tipped wasp arrows. He happily held it up and said, "This thing was practically made for me." Soo-ah, equally excited, quickly urged Kang-rim, "Kang-rim, look at mine next." Inside was the Donggang Peachwood Sword, a rank 3 dragon rank sword. It was an exorcism sword made from a peach tree and blessed by the head of the 4 Shura sages. She happily hugged it close and asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" He smiled and agreed, "I think it goes perfectly with your skills." Out of curiosity, Soo-ah asked, "What did you get?" Kang-rim raised the ring on his finger and explained it to her. "I got a ring that can neutralize curses and has a designated user. But there's no curse on it right now." The ring was known as the Curse Tracing Ring, a rank 3 dragon rank item. It could dispel curses below rank 3 dragon rank and track down the caster. As he spoke, Kang-rim opened the next box in his hand. Even though the bonus reward was meant for him, Kang-rim secretly prayed in his heart. According to the plan for the top-tier elite rewards, it was supposed to go to Shin Soo-ah, so I hope it's an item she can use and is completely useless to me. As soon as he thought that, a robe flew out of the box. The system immediately displayed its information: boundary of life and death, rank, 3 god, rank equipment. A piece of equipment infused with divine power that automatically activates when needed, offering a 99% chance to block a fatal blow when the user is on the brink of death. Seeing the familiar item, Kang-rim thought to himself in delight. This is the item she had in her past life. It looks a little different now, but I'm sure she'll love it. He quickly turned and handed it to Soo-ah. It's a defensive item that can block attacks when necessary, since you aren't used to fighting with just one arm. But before Kang-rim could even finish his sentence, she cut him off with a happy shout. "This is perfect for you." Bewildered, Kang-rim replied, "But I'm stronger than you." Hearing that, Soo-ah sighed and said, "Kang-rim." She pointed at him with a serious look and asked, "Who was the one who got hurt the most in the Great Demon Realm?" Hearing Soo-ah scold him, Kang-rim could only stay silent, not daring to argue back. After all, who was the one who had willingly thrown themselves into danger? But the others agreed with her. "She's right, leader. You're strong, but you always end up escaping the demon realm in terrible shape." Together, everyone raised their voices to press Kang-rim. Go. Seeing him wear it, everyone was thrilled and showered him with compliments. "It fits you perfectly. You look amazing. This coat looks so good on you." Faced with all the praise, Kang-rim could only blush, thinking to himself that this wasn't what he wanted. Suddenly, Taehoon changed the subject. "All right. Now that we're done looking at the rewards, Soo-ah has an announcement for all of us." Surprised, Kang-rim muttered, "An announcement?" Right then, Yoon-bom suddenly turned off all the lights in the room. "With everything set," Soo-ah declared, "I'm going to establish a guild." But Kang-rim didn't feel happy hearing this at all. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness. I was worried because she wasn't the MVP in the demon realm this time, but I guess that didn't stop her from deciding to start a guild." He voiced his support. "That's a great idea, Shin Soo-ah. So, should I call you the guild master now?" But she quickly shook her head. "Ah, no." Pointing at him, Soo-ah said, "I was planning to make you the guild master." Kang-rim was completely stunned. "Huh?" Seeing everyone crowd around him to congratulate him, he could only think in disbelief. "Me? The guild master?" This should have been great news for Kang-rim, but he still hesitated, filled with anxiety about the position. "Well, maybe this is fine. After all, I am planning to change our fate anyway. If I use the knowledge from my past life to help everyone get stronger, maybe they won't end up being killed by Baek-ryeong." But no, the more he dwelt on the past, the more Kang-rim doubted himself. "I shouldn't be making decisions like this when other people's lives are on the line. How can I even think of becoming the guildmaster when I can't even tell them the truth about Baek-ryeong?" Seeing his strange expression, the others couldn't help but worry. "What's wrong, Kang-rim?" In a panic, he kept muttering dark, negative thoughts. "If I become the leader, things will only end up terribly for everyone. Even what happened with Song-woo this time was because of my bad karma." But before he could say another word, Soo-ah cut him off loudly. "That's not true, Kang-rim." Seeing him still lost in fear, she shouted, "What's wrong with you, Kang-rim?" Right then, those painful memories from back then came rushing back to him. "Filled with gratitude," Soo-ah said. "Back in the demon realm, when I almost broke down because of my family, you were the one who helped me stand back up. If it wasn't for you, I'm sure I'd still be acting out." Yunbom stepped forward, agreeing with Soo-ah. You saved my life, too. Deeply moved, she added. You're the heart of this group. Hearing them praise him like that, Kang-rim replied in surprise. But, I don't really have a good reputation or anything. But everyone immediately protested. Who cares about that? Soo-ah said with confidence. We will protect you. You're our guild master, after all. The others chimed in. I'll protect you too. Just trust us, leader. Seeing their reactions, Kang-rim finally felt a little at ease. He let out a sigh of relief and said, Okay, I'll think about it in a positive light. Suddenly, his phone rang, shattering the warm atmosphere. Glancing at the notification, he froze in shock. Kang-rim quickly called the person back. Did you find him? Do-hyun stared at the photo of Jae-min, replying in a low voice. I found him. The person you said is even more important than Baek-ryeong. With trembling hands, Kang-rim crumpled the photo of Baek-ryeong, speaking with pure hatred. There are too many strange things surrounding my mother's death. Like the letter she left behind, and the person who set the building on fire. Hearing this, Do-hyun seemed to realize something, prompting him to voice his suspicion. Are you saying Baek-ryeong might have been the one who killed her? Kang-rim's ears rang, and he felt himself break down even further. Images of that woman flooded his mind. Completely devastated, Kang-rim thought back to his friends, his family, and his parents. That woman had stolen everything from him, but what hurt even more was having to watch them slip away one by one with his own eyes. As the memories replayed, tears streamed down Kang-rim's face. He thought in sheer agony, she forced me to watch all of it happen while I was completely helpless. The haunting image of Baek-ryeong filled his mind once more. Kang-rim recalled her sadistic, ecstatic expression after taking everything from a child, but destroying his family and friends wasn't enough for her, making him worry sick about everyone else. I'm already terrified of what will happen to Shin Soo-ah. What if Shin Soo-ah isn't the only target Baek-ryeong is after? This realization snapped Kang-rim out of his dark spiral. He clenched his fists, thinking in anger, what if someone else has already been targeted without me even knowing? Once the pieces fell into place, Kang-rim kept muttering under his breath, I need to find everyone. He ignored Do-hyun, who was trying to talk to him. I have to find her. We have to get our revenge together. Do-hyun kept calling out to him, Kang-rim, Kang-rim. Sensing something was seriously wrong with him, Do-hyun asked with deep concern, Hey, are you all right? But before Do-hyun could even touch him, Kang-jin screamed. His face was twisted in pure, desperate terror as he frantically yelled, Yoo-ha-jin! We have to find Yoo-ha-jin first! Back in the present, after that phone call, Do-hyun was meticulously setting the table with food. Hearing footsteps approaching, he smiled, getting ready to welcome his guest. From a distance, Kang-jin rushed over frantically, shouting before he even reached him, Do-hyun, did you find Yoo-ha-jin? In stark contrast to Kang-jin's frantic state, Do-hyun calmly walked inside and composedly replied, Well, to be exact, it's about her adoptive father, Yoo Seol-min. Do-hyun continued, I need to be a good host, so sit down, let's eat first. But Kang-jin couldn't wait another second. He raised his voice and snapped, I didn't come here to eat. But when he saw the carefully prepared, piping hot meal on the table, Kang-jin went quiet, realizing he was being way too impatient. He quickly apologized to Do-hyun, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. But before Kang-jin could finish, Do-hyun, who had been holding back his annoyance, finally cut him off. So you're apologizing? Look, it's not like Baek-ryeong is going to kill Yoo-ha-jin right this second. Why are you in such a rush? Even though Do-hyun tried to reason with him, Kang-jin stubbornly slammed his hand on the table. Even so, I need to find everyone as fast as possible. When Do-hyun didn't reply, a heavy silence filled the room. Suddenly, Kang-jin spoke up again, clenching his fists. I just don't want the people I care about to get hurt without me even knowing about it. Understanding Kang-jin's anxiety, Do-hyun could only sigh and stop stalling. Fine, I'll go get the files. In no time, he returned with a stack of documents in his hands. As Do-hyun explained the situation, he handed some photos to Kang-jin. I couldn't find a single trace of Yoo-ha-jin. I looked into the people around her. It seems she was homeschooled as well. Yoo Seol-min is her only relative. He adopted her 10 years ago. He is also the leader of the Merciful Sage sect. He has an excellent reputation both inside and outside the organization. Do-hyun briefly explained more about this mysterious cult. The Merciful Sage sect is a newly rising cult. It's quickly gaining popularity because they claim you can find true happiness even with a low social status. And over there, Yoo-ha-jin is treated like a holy priestess. Hearing Do-hyun's words, things started to make sense to Kang-jin. Come to think of it, she was training to become a god. But to become a god, you need popularity. It's so strange that information on her is this hard to find. Is she not in that process yet? But Do-hyun suddenly recalled what Kang-jin had said earlier and worriedly reminded him, "You said she wouldn't become your friend for another year, so maybe it's better if she just stays put there for now." Even though Kang-jin knew he had said that, something inside still urged him forward. "I still want to see her." Hearing this, Do-hyun didn't argue. He just sighed and thought of a way to meet the holy maiden. Rummaging through the pile of papers, Do-hyun pulled out a file and handed it to him. "You need to become an elite follower, just like these guys." Elite follower, Kim Chae-un, working a temporary gig at the Destiny Cafe. Kang-jin skimmed through the file for a moment, looking incredibly excited. Do-hyun grumbled, "I already met with them, and not a single one of them would say a word about the priestess." But Kang-jin quickly cut him off, pointing at the person in the photo. "It's fine, I know this guy." The plan was set in motion immediately. In no time, Kang-jin arrived at a massive facility that looked as big as a school. He was amazed, thinking to himself, "So this is the Merciful Sage sect?" After successfully disguising himself as Chae-un, he made his way inside, and people nearby started greeting him, "Hey, Chae-un." But Kang-jin didn't forget to keep an eye on his surroundings. "Even though I got here early, it's already packed." With his pickpocket skill active, nobody suspected his disguise, but Kang-jin still had to plan carefully. "I'll probably have to wait until after the ceremony to find Yoo-ha-jin. If I make a move now, I'll draw too much attention." A moment later, Kang-jin entered the hall, ready to join the ceremony. Suddenly, a melodious tune began to play, and the entire room fell dead silent on its own. A man stepped out, waving to the crowd. "Good morning, everyone," Kang-jin thought. "So that's the leader of this cult." With a saintly smile, the man spoke. "Thank you all for coming to the Merciful Sage sect." The system immediately popped up with his information. Yu Seol-min, rank, low-tier insect, attribute, gold, fate is partially protected. Kang-jin nodded in agreement after reading it. It made sense, since he was the leader of an entire organization. Yu Seol-min then began his sermon. "I hope today brings comfort to all of you. The influence of your destiny, which has grown stronger since the day of awakening, might be placing a heavy burden on you," he continued. "But we must be even more passionate in our pursuit of happiness." Everyone else seemed completely spellbound, hanging on his every word. Except for Kang-jin, who thought to himself, "This is just empty talk." He yawned repeatedly, thinking, but then, he heard what Yu Seol-min said next. "Of course we were. Before that day, we were nothing but miserable. We lived in resentment and prejudice, forced to carry the weight of the misfortunes we were born with." These words instantly caught Kang-jim's attention. Just like that, Seol-min's preaching dragged Kang-jim right back into his darkest memories. "We had no choice. Everyone around us was dragged into our misery and suffered because of us." He continued, preaching about how fate had choked the life out of them, leaving them with no choice but to give up on so many things. Clenching his fists, he struggled to stay focused and not get carried away by Seol-min's speech. He knew all too well just how brutal those struggles had been. Kang-jim couldn't help but wonder. It felt as though everything the man was saying was aimed directly at him. The speaker grew even more passionate, shouting, "We were abandoned by everyone, all because of something we couldn't even control. Even the gods have forsaken us." Hearing this, the brainwashed crowd below began to weep, sharing Seol-min's sorrow. Suddenly, his excitement peaked. He grabbed Mo by the shoulders and roared, "But we are going to reclaim every single opportunity that was stolen from us." Seol-min declared with absolute confidence, "The deity of our Merciful Saint sect will be our ally. Even if fate plays a cruel hand, we will defy our destiny." To the crowd, his words were a beacon of hope. They were so deeply moved that tears streamed down their faces. Seeing their reaction, he kept rallying them. "Stand up and claim the life we deserve." The crowd roared back in unison. "That's right, let's find our happiness." Watching everyone get easily manipulated, Kang-jim let out a sigh. He realized that if he hadn't met Shin Soo-ah in his past life, he probably would have ended up as a brainwashed follower of this cult too. "I guess I understand why people fall for stuff like this," he thought. But just seconds later, Seol-min's next words completely shifted the atmosphere into something incredibly unsettling. "On the day our high priestess ascends to godhood, we will stand on a plane far above even those destined for god-tier status." He then activated his brainwashing voice skill. Instantly, everyone in the hall fell under his curse. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Kang-rim quickly activated his defensive skill. The system immediately chimed in. The curse has been neutralized by curse concealment. With curse concealment tracking the source of the spell, it pointed directly to where Seo-min was standing. He shouted out with fanatical passion, "Place your faith in the merciful saint sect." The entire crowd erupted in mindless obedience to Seo-min's command. I believe, all hail leader Yu Seo-min." Amidst the fanatical madness, Kang-rim was the only one who remained completely sane. He stared in disbelief as the hypnotized crowd chanted praises for. Scanning his surroundings, he was utterly shocked. The man was literally brainwashing his followers. This was definitely no ordinary religion. After surviving those horrifying moments, Kang-rim finally managed to slip outside. He gasped for air, his heart pounding with fear. I had no idea this place was so terrifying. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall of a nearby room. Realizing how dangerous the situation was, he thought anxiously, I can't leave Yu Ha-jin in a place like this. I need to get to her right now. But as Kang-rim was lost in his thoughts, his hand accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. In his past life, Yu Ha-jin had always been hesitant to speak about this religion. After a quick scan, the system chimed in. Kim Cheon-woo confirmed. Suddenly, a door leading to a secret tunnel slid open right before his eyes. Confused and alarmed, Kang-rim wondered, did she even know about this? As he made his way down, keeping his eyes peeled, he wondered, or has she already been brainwashed, just like the others? But Kang-rim's train of thought was suddenly shattered by a blood-curdling scream. Startled, he immediately rushed toward the source of the horrific sound. As he drew closer, a desperate plea echoed clearly through the corridor. Help! Please, just let me go home. The sight that met his eyes was absolutely horrific. Right in front of Kang-rim lay a hidden dungeon. The scream had come from a man imprisoned inside, who was currently being subjected to brutal torture. Suddenly, the cult leader commanded, "Stop. Start over." The tortured man's body was covered in gruesome wounds, with barely an inch of uninjured skin left. Blood pooled beneath him, staining the floor a deep crimson, yet he managed to spit out with pure rage, "Do you really think you'll get away with this?" But the leader didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he replied in a cold, low voice, "This is exactly why I despise people of high status." Yu Seo-min grabbed him by the hair, his voice dripping with malice. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. He then began forcing his cult's twisted dogmas into the man's head. Place your faith in the merciful saint sect. Our words are the absolute truth. The lower your status, the more noble you truly are. We must turn the high priestess, Yu Ha-jin, into a god. The psychological assault of the brainwashing caused the man immense pain, and his screams grew even more agonizing. But eventually, his will broke. In just a matter of minutes, he surrendered completely. All hail the merciful saint sect. Having finished his work, Yu Seo-min smirked to himself, thinking, I'm really past my prime. Even breaking Yu Ha-jin wasn't this much of a hassle. Ignoring the man's robotic chants of all hail leader Yu Seo-min, Kang-rim's mind locked onto the words he had just overheard. What did he just say? Even breaking Yu Ha-jin wasn't this much of a hassle. With the job done, Yu Seo-min turned to his subordinates and said, It's almost time for the executive board meeting. Let's make it quick. Yes, boss. But Kang-rim didn't even budge. Hearing those words, he couldn't stop picturing Ha-jin being brutally tortured. No matter how tough he tried to act, his face was filled with pure terror. He couldn't stop worrying about Ha-jin, horrified at the thought of her being brainwashed. Did he really brainwash Du Ha-jin? Du Seo-min placed his hand on the cultist's head, using his power to surge raw pressure directly into his brain, growling fiercely. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. His prey slowly lost his mind, his eyes rolling back as he clutched his face and screamed in agony, the cult's words endlessly echoing in his head. Believe in the merciful saint. Our words are absolute truth. The lower your status, the nobler you are. We must turn priestess Du Ha-jin into a god. Overwhelmed by the massive influx of information, the man finally collapsed, completely exhausted, into a pool of blood on the floor. A twisted smile spread across his face, his expression completely ecstatic, yet tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed and laughed, muttering endlessly. He, hail the merciful saint. Beside him, Du Seo-min let out a triumphant laugh, boasting, Haha, I'm really not at my peak anymore. Even with Du Ha-jin, it wasn't this hard. Witnessing this horrifying scene and hearing Du Seo-min's words, Seo Kang-rim's face darkened completely, unable to hide the sheer shock on Kim Chae-yoon's face. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she thought in terror. Did he really brainwash Du Ha-jin like this? I have to find Du Ha-jin. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, catching Du Seol-min off guard. As the clanking sounds grew louder, his guard immediately raising a hand to signal his follower and calmly saying, "Wait a second." The follower cleaning the cell looked up, utterly confused, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Du Seol-min cupped his ear, focusing on the echoing sounds from outside. A sinister smirk crept onto his face, his eyes turning vicious as he sneered with absolute contempt. "Looks like we have a little rat in the house." The cultists quickly secured the heavy iron door with thick chains, wrapping them around twice for good measure. Once done, the subordinate carefully pulled out a walkie-talkie, transmitting orders to his subordinates. "This is Group 3. Seal off the stairs and begin the search." Seo Kang-rim, using his stealth skill, was hiding right next to them. Hearing the cult's command crackle through the radio, "Group 3, start the search," he lowered his head, feeling the tension build. "Ha-jin isn't here either." He glanced at the nearby staircase, which was completely sealed off by heavy iron bars and padlock chains. Kang-rim let out a frustrated sigh, a look of helpless reluctance on his face, thinking to himself that he needed to check the other floors. Leaning against the window, his eyes caught a drainage pipe running straight up the side of the building. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Kang-rim seized the opportunity, climbing up and slipping through an upper floor window in no time. He parted the curtains and stepped inside, scanning the pitch-black, silent room with a growing sense of unease. Why is it so dark in here? He fumbled around in the dark until his hand brushed against another curtain. He hesitated, wondering, should I try turning on the lights? Kang-rim kept moving forward, navigating the deep shadows with absolute caution, even as his path felt more and more aimless. Suddenly, he spotted a shiny round doorknob on a wooden frame. A door? Deciding to take a gamble, Seo Kang-rim unlocked the door, stepping into a brightly lit, vibrantly decorated room. Right in front of the entrance stood a beautiful floral screen. As he stood there, completely lost on what to do next, a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence, jolting him. "Who's there?" Kang-rim boldly stepped past the screen. The room was bathed in a warm pink glow, filled with wooden puppets, with a massive bed sitting right in the center. The figure behind the bed's silk curtains spoke with a sharp, arrogant tone. "Who are you to barge in here without permission?" With porcelain skin and flowing platinum hair, her voice was crystal clear, yet she coldly commanded him to get out immediately. "This place is..." Before she could even finish her sentence, Kang-rim cut her off, firmly offering a fake name, "I'm Kim Chae-un." He scanned the room once more, noting the rows of neatly arranged wooden puppets, having already guessed that the room would be filled with wooden dolls. Hearing the voice behind the curtain ask, "You're Kim Chae-un?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I know I'm intruding." But before he could even finish his sentence, the woman behind the curtain unleashed an overwhelming surge of magic straight at Kang-rim, screaming in rage, "How dare you lie to me?" Luckily, Kang-rim reacted instantly, activating his force reversion skill to conjure a protective barrier. As the curtains parted, the figure inside was finally revealed. It was not Du Ha-jin. Her eyes glared with cold hostility as she growled, "Do you really think you can deceive my clairvoyant eyes?" Seeing her, Seo Kang-rim let out a soft sigh of relief. A gentle smile touched his lips, and he thought with relief, "Yeah," Ha-jin demanded, "I'll ask you one more time," as she instantly activated her puppet master skill. All around them, the wooden puppets slowly creaked to life, their stiff joints popping as they began to move. Before long, they stood towering before Seo Kang-rim, surrounding him on all sides and leaving him completely stunned. Yoo Ha-young stared at him blankly and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Seo Kang-rim grew extremely tense, tightly pursing his lips as he tried to calm himself down. "Stay calm," he told himself, reminding himself that she wasn't the Yoo Ha-young from his past life. He then placed his hand over his chest and said with a polite, sincere look, "I'm sorry." Under the intense gaze of the wooden puppets, Seo Kang-rim took the initiative to bow, respectfully introducing himself. "I am a new believer. I'm Seo Kang-rim. I was deeply moved by your story and wanted to see you so badly that I resorted to such underhanded means." Hearing this, Yoo Ha-young finally let her guard down, letting out a sigh of relief. She waved her hand and said cheerfully, "Trying to deceive me, a soon-to-be god, is a grave sin, but out of my great generosity, I shall forgive you. You may leave now. Normally, you would have been flogged." Why didn't Seo Kang-rim feel relieved at all? His eyes wavered, and his expression grew tense. He looked up at Yoo Ha-young and asked lingeringly, "Can't we talk for just a little longer?" Yoo Ha-young replied gently, "My child, Then she frowned in annoyance, glaring fiercely at him as she growled in warning, "Know your place." The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Yoo Ha-young continued to sternly lecture her follower. "I am the holy maiden of the Order of Compassion, and you are just an ordinary believer. You have no right to speak with." Seo Kang-rim bowed his head apologetically, thinking helplessly that she wasn't listening to him at all. Once Yoo Ha-young finished speaking, he finally spoke up to apologize, saying respectfully, "I'm sorry." While the holy maiden was lost in her own thoughts, Seo Kang-rim resolved, "Then at least let me try to undo her brainwashing again." He silently summoned a white deer from his subspace and softly called, "Rin." Yoo Ha-young was shocked by this scene, her face turning pale as she gasped in terror. A monster. Terrified, she screamed to order the wooden puppets to stop the monster and capture the man. Yoo Ha-young shrieked in anger, "I'll make you pay for this." The giant wooden puppets charged aggressively at Seo Kang-rim, surrounding him from all sides. Just as a wooden arm was about to crush him, Seo Kang-rim casually blocked it with his bare hands. He turned his gaze toward Yoo Ha-young and said calmly, "That's not a monster." With that, he charged forward alone to fight the wooden puppets in close combat. Seo Kang-rim easily slammed one of the puppets down with his bare hands, using it as a weapon to sweep the rest of them off their feet, sending them crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Rin quickly flew toward Yoo Ha-young, startling her completely. Seo Kang-rim transmitted a mental command to it. "Rin, purify." As Yoo Ha-young looked on in confusion, the creature pressed its forehead against hers, and a brilliant light flashed, but contrary to his expectations, the system notified him that there was no target to purify. Rin stood frozen, staring blankly at Yoo Ha-young, while she stared right back at it, utterly clueless about what was happening. Having defeated all the wooden puppets, Seo Kang-rim looked at the system screen and gasped in disbelief. What? He found it incredibly hard to believe. She hasn't been brainwashed yet? He thought back in confusion, but Yoo Seol-min had clearly mentioned her memories returning. The old man sighed in disgust. "Ha, this is why I hate high-status individuals. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight." Realizing this, Seo Kang-rim gasped. "Ah, Yoo Ha-young is a third-tier deity. It definitely wouldn't be easy to brainwash her." The image of Yoo Ha-young with her bright smile and glowing face flashed through his mind. Yoo Ha-young is a third-tier deity, belonging to the Flying Tiger sect. As he recalled every single past detail and pieced everything together, his mind grew even more chaotic, his face darkening, and with a bewildered look, he thought in a daze, so Yoo Seol-min raised her like that from the very beginning. He was her only family, having adopted her 10 years ago. But what was his motive? Wouldn't it have been more beneficial for him to become a god himself? At that moment, Yoo Ha-young was hesitantly calling him kiddo. But lost in his thoughts, Seo Kang-rim unconsciously clenched his fists so hard his veins popped. He has a brainwashing skill, so why would he adopt a child just to? Seeing him silent and unresponsive, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Seo Kang-rim!" Hearing her call, Seo Kang-rim snapped out of it, looking up with a dazed expression, as if he had just regained his senses. Yoo Ha-young stroked Rin in her arms, cleared her throat awkwardly, and asked out of curiosity. He looked at her suspiciously and blurted out, "Huh?" Yoo Ha-young reached her hand out toward him and demanded, "If you do, let me see them." She flashed a sly smile, proposing with a proud and cheerful expression, "Just a little is fine. I don't think talking to you is such a bad thing after all." Sure enough, he didn't just summon Rin, he conjured even more creatures for her to play with. Delighted, Yoo Ha-young hugged them tightly, squealing with excitement. "A baby dragon? This is so cute." Seeing her look so happy, he was suddenly reminded of his past life. Back then, Yoo Ha-young had excitedly hugged a pile of stuffed animals, unable to hide her sheer joy as she showed them off to him, saying, "Aren't they just adorable? I have so many, so I'll give you one." Remembering this, Kang-rim quietly smiled, a wave of nostalgia washing over his face. He dragged a nearby wooden chair over, set it neatly beside Ha-jin's bed, and sat down. Casually pulling the curtain aside, he said gently, "Let's talk then." Ha-jin, who was happily playing with John, immediately agreed. "Sure. What do you want to talk about?" Kang-rim froze, suddenly finding himself unable to speak, as if something was choking him. What kind of life has she been living all this time? Has she always been stuck in this room? Does she realize what kind of person Min is? What kind of place this really is? We need to get out of here right now. She shouldn't be here. A flood of questions rushed through his mind. He had so many doubts, and so much he wanted to say. but he just sat there in silence, struggling to figure out where to start. After hesitating for a long moment, Kang-rim finally spoke up. First, have you been eating well? The question caught Yoo Ha-jin completely off guard. She stared at him in disbelief. She frowned, looking at him suspiciously. Why would you ask that? She muttered, thoroughly confused. Kang-rim explained, you're just so thin. Hearing this, Ha-jin instinctively touched her own bony arm. Have you eaten anything today? He pressed on. Under his intense gaze, Ha-jin calmly replied, you don't have to worry. I don't eat anything outside of my scheduled meals. Today was just herbal porridge, same as everyone else. That's the only thing you eat? Kang-rim blurted out, his voice laced with shock. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Ha-jin looked away, trying her best to sound casual. Yeah, I have to keep bad energy from building up in my body if I want to become a god. Having already guessed the reason, Kang-rim probed. Is that what the leader told you? Yeah, Ha-jin admitted honestly. He knows so much. Ha-jin gently petted John, her voice filled with emotion. Thanks to him, I finally realized my purpose in life. He stared at her, a cold wave of unease washing over him. And what exactly? Yoo Ha-jin clasped her hands over her chest, a manic, unhinged smile spreading across her face. Looking like the very embodiment of the Grim Reaper, she said with chilling satisfaction. Don't you know? I'm here and to do that, I will become a god. Through death. Hearing this, Seo Kang-rim froze, completely speechless. His face darkened as a cold shiver ran down his spine, his eyes wide with sheer horror. His hands clenched into tight fists, veins popping as he asked, trembling, You're going to become a god through death? Kang-rim quietly lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. There are only two ways for a human to become a god. Either you achieve immense fame and legacy, or you die an agonizing death filled with despair and pure hatred. Trembling, he grabbed her hand, unable to hold back his rising anger, if you plan on becoming a god through death, that means choosing the second path. Do you even realize how you're going to die? As his voice echoed, Ha-jin gently placed her frail, thin hand over the back of his. She gave him a tender smile, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and a deep, aching sadness. Her bitter expression confirmed that she already knew exactly what was coming. Taking him back to her childhood, Ha-jin began to tell her story. By the time I was old enough to even understand what parents were, they were already gone. So, I grew up alongside other kids who had nowhere else to go. Back then, as a young Ha-jin was carrying a heavy basin of laundry, she was suddenly splashed with water. She stood frozen in shock as the kids responsible stood on the balcony above, laughing. The ringleader pointed and jeered at her. Ha ha, what a loser, you finally got what you deserved. Soaking wet and helpless, young Ha-jin sat on the ground, clothes scattered all around her. Yet, she calmly looked up and asked, Why? The ringleader glared down at her with pure disgust. Because of the way you look at us, he snapped. You act like you know everything, and it drives us insane. But I guess a freak like you wouldn't understand. The young girl just stared back at them, silent and offering no defense. Her eyes carried a trace of quiet pity, yet they only hated her more for it, like the cowards they were. The scene shifts to the sharp, brutal sounds of a whip tearing into flesh, echoing heavily through the room. The caretaker grabbed young Ha-jin by her hair, mercilessly lashing her calves with a whip. Bloody welts carved into her fair skin as the woman shrieked. You ruined the clothes again. Why can't you behave for just one day? What is wrong with you? No wonder nobody wants to adopt you. You're completely useless. Having finished her cruel punishment, the caretaker locked the trembling girl inside a wardrobe. Before walking away, she spat, Stay in there and think about what you did. Left alone in the cramped, pitch-black space, young Ha-jin curled into a tight ball, her eyes vacant and hollow. No one ever came to protect me. Every single day was a living nightmare. Just when she was at her absolute lowest, the wardrobe door swung open, and a sudden ray of light flooded the darkness, startling her. Standing there was Seo Min, dressed in filthy, ragged clothes, his hair a wild mess. Spreading his arms wide to welcome her, he cried out in sheer joy, Ah, I've finally found you, my child. On his gaunt, stubble-covered face, he flashed a twisted, joyful smile, his eyes filled with absolute madness as he cried out in excitement, My goddess! That was until Ju Seol-min found me. He pulled Yoo Ha-jin into a tight hug, taking the young girl completely by surprise, and gently comforted her, saying, It must have been so hard for you, but don't worry anymore. I will protect you until the day you become a goddess. His words completely broke down Yoo Ha-jin's tough exterior, making her burst into tears from the sudden rush of sorrow. She looked utterly stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Yoo-jin was brought to the sanctuary, sitting on high as she watched the believers bow down before her. He gave me a roof over my head and taught me my life's purpose. Hearing this, Seo Kang-rim's expression grew even darker. Yoo-jin calmly told him, "It is my destiny to become a god. That is why I must face and overcome countless trials." Clasping her hands together with deep gratitude and reverence, she murmured, "If it weren't for him, I would never have made it this far. I've made up my mind to repay him for everything he has done for me." Yoo-jin continued to pet John and Lin, looking as though she had long accepted her reality. She said calmly, "After all, he is my father." She offered a gentle smile, looking at Seo Kang-rim with a calm, reassuring gaze. "So, Seo Kang-rim, you don't need to worry about me." But the moment she said that, her smile vanished. He sat before her with his head bowed, completely silent, causing her to call out his name in sudden panic. Seeing that Seo Kang-rim still wasn't responding, Yoo-jin stepped closer in a panic. She asked anxiously, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Look at me." She gently brushed aside the stray hairs on Seo Kang-rim's forehead. He slowly opened his eyes to look at her. Yoo-jin finally let out a sigh of relief under Seo Kang-rim's gaze. Her face caught somewhere between a smile and a sob. She asked bitterly, "Are you pitying me? My suffering is in the past. Right now, I'm content with my life." In truth, Seo Kang-rim had already figured out that Yoo-jin's clairvoyant eyes could see right through people, so he was certain she saw right through Ju Seol-min's hypocrisy. It was only because of the debt of gratitude she felt toward him. That was why she chose to overlook everything. Yoo-jin willingly let herself become Ju Seol-min's puppet, allowing a sinister man like him to bind and control her. Seo Kang-rim knit his brows in deep thought, cursing inwardly. "Seriously, how the hell am I so—" While he was lost in thought, Yoo-jin's voice chimed in again. Here, I'll give you this." With that, she bent down to reach under the furniture, prompting him to ask in surprise and curiosity, "What are you doing?" Yoo-jin happily showed it to him. "This is a treasure I've kept hidden from everyone, but I'll give it to you. You feel incredibly familiar to me." Hearing those words, Seo Kang-rim was instantly pulled back to his past life. Back when he was drowning in his own insecurities, Yoo-jin had approached him, innocently asking, "Seo Kang-rim, what are you doing all by yourself?" His heart skipped a beat, his expression tensing up as he feared his true identity might be exposed right then and there. Contrary to his fears, Yoo-jin simply pulled out a wooden box stuffed with all sorts of old, worn-out trinkets. She said proudly, "Look, this is my treasure chest." As Seo Kang-rim held the box, Yoo-jin rummaged through a snack bag, excitedly explaining, "I eat these cookies whenever I'm feeling down. They always make me happy. I'll give you a really big one, just for you." He picked up a cookie, feeling a dull ache in his chest as he looked at the stale snacks, broken keychains, and empty gum wrappers. Things like these were her ultimate treasures. Yoo-jin was now happily offering him a cookie, opening her mouth wide in excitement. "Here, try one." In that warm moment, Seo Kang-rim quietly accepted the cookie from her hand and took a bite. Yoo-jin eagerly watched his face. "Well, how is it? Do you feel any better?" Seo Kang-rim stayed silent for a long moment before hesitatingly asking, You also want to eat outside food like this, don't you?" His question caught Yoo-jin completely off guard. Her smile vanished instantly, her eyes widening in utter shock. He pressed on, "You don't want to die, and you don't want to suffer either, right?" She quickly looked away, offering a forced laugh to deny it. "No?" Seo Kang-rim cut her off, speaking with a calm but sorrowful tone. "You know what? Ever since I was a kid, an incredibly powerful god has been watching me, trying to take over my body as a vessel. I kept rejecting that god, so they made the people around me suffer in my place. But I refused to live a life controlled by some deity. I could never accept a god that ruined my life." Yoo-jin listened to his story, but instead of showing empathy, she tried to advise him, "Only greater misfortune will come your way. If you try to escape your designated fate," she snapped, shouting, "Fate isn't something humans can change." Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim reached out and took her hand, asking gently, "What if you didn't have to face it alone?" Looking straight into Yoo-jin's startled eyes, he said firmly, "I used to think that I was all alone in this, too." Flashbacks of his comrades rushed through his mind, but as I kept fighting against my fate, people who wanted to help me appeared by my side. "So, all you have to do is make your decision. Kang-rim tightly held Harang's hand, offering her a gentle smile that seemed to light up the whole room, and said sincerely, "I want to help you, too." He let go of her hand and cheerfully asked, "What do you think?" Harang hesitated for a moment. Kang-rim awkwardly scratched his head, thinking in embarrassment that it might have been too much to ask during their very first meeting. He hurriedly stood up, trying to smooth things over by reassuring her. "You don't have to decide right this second. If you don't mind, I can." But suddenly, Harang grabbed the hem of his shirt and cried out in a panic, "Wait!" Just as he was about to leave, she quickly held him back. "Wait." Blushing in embarrassment before Seo Kang-rim, Harang couldn't bear to let him go and stammered, "If we..." Right then, a strange noise from outside startled her, and her eyes filled with absolute terror. Harang whipped her head around, her expression turning deadly serious. She nervously muttered, "The leader. It's just as you thought." Seol-min opened the door and walked in with a gentle smile on his lips, politely speaking up. "Excuse me." Harang looked over in a daze, pretending to be surprised as she cried out, "Oh, father," she curiously asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" Seol-min calmly replied, "Actually there is." But mid-sentence he seemed to notice something. Stopping in his tracks, he rested his chin in his hand, thoughtfully and carefully scanning the room for a long moment. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence, making Harang's heart skip a beat. She tried her best to suppress her fear and face him calmly. "Saintess Harang," did some stranger. Hidden underneath, Seo Kang-rim also grew tense. "Enter your room?" The question startled both of them, and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Seol-min smiled at her, but his eyes held no warmth at all. They gleamed with a cruel, dangerous look, as if he were staring down his prey. Harang turned pale with tension, biting her lip to steady herself against Seol-min's probing question. "Did some stranger enter your room?" As he spoke, he slowly walked closer to her. From behind the curtain, she gasped in disbelief. "A stranger? How could that be?" Within moments, Seol-min was standing right in front of her, and the curtain had been pulled back by his puppet. Harang casually replied, "Only you and the follower who brings my food are allowed in here, father." He slowly muttered, "I'm glad to hear that." Only then did she finally dare to let out. She thought she had fooled him, but then he stepped even closer. "It's just..." He hesitated. Harang startled and looked over, her face tensing up once more. Seol-min sat down on the very chair Kang-rim had been sitting on just moments ago. He sat directly across from Harang, leaving her frozen. Still keeping that smile on his face, he murmured in a low voice, "How surprising. Someone other than me was close enough to sit in this chair right next to you." Absolute silence filled the room. Caught red-handed, Harang panicked, thinking, "Oh no, we forgot to move the chair back." Seol-min smiled again and said thoughtfully, "There is one rule I always demand of my followers." He leaned in close to Harang and asked gently, "Do you know what it is?" She instinctively clutched the bedsheets, stammering, "What is it?" Seol-min leaned right next to her ear, his eyes flashing with a wicked, murderous intent. He whispered softly, "Never, under any circumstances, get too close to the saintess." A moment later, right in front of Harang, Seol-min brutally slapped the follower across the face. Blood splattered everywhere. Hearing the victim's painful groans, Harang reflexively gripped the bedsheets tighter, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. The sound of repeated beatings and agonizing groans rang in her ears, making her shudder. She clenched her teeth and closed her eyes, desperate to maintain her composure. After a brutal beating, the elderly woman collapsed to the ground in agony, her face swollen. A large pool of blood stained the floor. Seol-min glared down at her, his eyes cold and lethal, as he barked, "We're not done yet, get up." But she was far too weak to stand, her eyes welling up with tears. Trembling, she whimpered, "Please, forgive me, leader." Enraged, he grabbed her collar and yanked her up. Seol-min leaned in close, threatening her with a look of pure disgust. "How dare you betray me like this?" He let go, sending her crashing hard to the ground, and asked with sneering sarcasm, "Did you really think you'd be forgiven?" Seol-min continued to bark orders, yelling, "Get up." Harang sat by, watching it all unfold, and asked herself in utter panic, How did things turn out like this? The follower continued to beg the leader for her life, crying out, "Please, have mercy." Harang's face filled with horror as the realization hit her. "Oh, right. It's because I lied." Just minutes ago, when questioned by Seol-min, she had confidently told him, "Only you and the follower who brings my food are allowed in here, father." She reached out, wanting to save the elderly woman trembling on the floor. Filled with doubt, she thought, but even if I could reach her, isn't this command supposed to protect the weak? Right before her eyes, the follower could no longer pull herself up, collapsing completely onto the floor. As the woman drew her last breath, Harang's doubts deepened. Punishing someone like this, it makes no sense. She watched helplessly as Seo-min stepped on the elderly woman's lifeless body with his heavy boot. Suddenly, her mind cleared. No, she had known this all along. Her entire body froze, her hand hovering in midair as she muttered, "Stop." Ha-jang remembered bit by bit. She had known all along that leader Du Seo-min had alternative motives. She had seen it with her own clairvoyant eyes countless times. It was all a lie, and even if she were to become a deity, she still could not save these followers. She gripped the bedsheet tighter, filled with regret and self-loathing. Because she chose to turn a blind eye despite knowing the truth, an innocent person was now paying the price. Unable to bear it any longer, tears welled up in Ha-jang's eyes. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she screamed, "I said stop!" Du Seo-min's feet, which were stepping on the follower's dignity, suddenly stopped. With faint crimson stains still on his face, he coldly turned his head, staring at her with a menacing gaze as he Saintess Du Ha-jang, if you let your personal feelings interfere with discipline, our organization will crumble. Du Ha-jang instantly shot back, screaming in anger, then let it fall. What good is an organization that exploits the weak? Her breathing grew heavy. After a brief hesitation, she declared resolutely, I do not want to be the saintess anymore." Covered in crimson splatters, Du Seo-min froze and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Du Ha-jang lowered her head, shielding her face, pouring her heart out. "Everything is wrong. I only endured it all this time because I wanted to repay you for saving my life and pulling me out of that living nightmare." She burst into tears, crying uncontrollably as she wailed in frustration. "But I was wrong. This so-called compassionate saint sect is just another nightmare, and it cannot save anyone." At that moment, Du Seo-min went completely still. He stood calmly to the side, watching her weep, and only after a long silence did he ask, "How long have you felt this way?" Hearing this, Ha-jang angrily demanded, "Do you honestly think I was completely in the dark? Even before my awakening?" Before she could finish, Du Seo-min walked over to the bed, gently knelt down, and reached out. He softly wiped the tears from Du Ha-jang's face, quieting her down as she let him comfort her. Once her crying subsided, Du Seo-min asked affectionately, "If you have known for so long, why didn't you just turn a blind eye like before?" Ha-jang stared down in silence, her eyes brimming with tears, and answered hesitantly, "Because of him." Memories of Seo Kang-rim flooded her mind, his warm, radiant smile, and his genuine, comforting words of encouragement. At that thought, Ha-jang burst into tears again, overwhelmed with emotion. "Because Seo Kang-rim promised to help me fight my destiny, so I could live as a human, instead of fading away like some deity. Because that is what he told me." But the moment she said those words, Du Seo-min pulled her into a tight hug, cheering with joy to her utter bewilderment. "Finally, the day has come." He gently stroked Ha-jang's hair, a look of pure satisfaction on his face as he exclaimed happily, "I have waited so long for this day, the day you would tell me you want to escape this place." Held tight in his grip, Du Ha-jang grew terrified, calling out to the leader in confusion. Du Seo-min gently laid her back onto the bed, and as she stared in shock, he gave her a tender smile. "So that your soul can harbor an even deeper hatred, making you an incredibly powerful deity." With that, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, making no effort to hide the ruthlessness and deadly aura in his eyes. Du Seo-min activated his cage of captivity skill, conjuring a massive magic barrier around Du Ha-jang's bed. She stared at the barrier in absolute shock, completely speechless, only able to watch as she was locked away. Suddenly, Seo Kang-rim appeared, yelling in anger, "I will not let you do this." Startled, Ha-jang looked over. A massive blade pierced straight through the bottom of the bed. Shocked, she thought, Seo Kang-rim, with just a few swift, masterful slashes, he completely shattered Du Seo-min's magic barrier. The cult leader stared in sheer disbelief, his face a mask of shock as his hard work was ruined. Du Ha-jang's face lit up with a joyful smile, her eyes filled with deep gratitude for her savior, as emotional tears welled up. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim glared fiercely at their opponent, his face contorted in absolute rage. Suddenly, Ha-jang called out his name, Seo Kang-rim, causing him to quickly turn his gaze to her. He anxiously pulled her close, frantically asking, Are you all right? Are you hurt? Flustered, she replied. No, I am fine. Ha-jiang tried to continue, more importantly. But Seo Kang-rim gently wiped away the smudge of crimson from under her eye, saying apologetically, I know. I am sorry for barging in like this. Gently pushing her back onto the water mattress under the protection of Rin and John, he charged into battle alone, declaring resolutely, I cannot just stand by and watch anymore. Du Seilmin slowly pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket, giving him a disdainful look before grinning wickedly. Ha ha, I thought some cowardly rat had sneaked in, but it turns out to be you, the beacon of hope for these low-life insects. Seo Kang-rim. Well, well. That means I will have to give you a fitting welcome. He pressed the button on the walkie-talkie, broadcasting his orders to the followers. His voice quickly blared through the speakers. On the floor below, the followers raised their heads, listening intently. Come here, now. Like brainwashed puppets, they immediately scrambled toward their... Seilman let out a maniacal laugh, his face twisting into a sinister grin as he roared, and strike down my enemy. The cultists lost all control, charging forward like mindless beasts, their eyes completely hollow and dead. Even the old woman from before sprang to life, lunging straight for Kang-rim, while the rest of the cultists outside breached the room. Witnessing this, Harong desperately tried to rush forward despite John and Lin's attempts to hold her back. Her face grew pale as she shrieked in terror. No, stop! Brushing her two summoned beasts aside, Harang ran toward the frenzied crowd, desperately trying to snap them out of it. Don't listen to your leader, she cried. Just then, a firm hand blocked her path as a calm voice called her name. You Harang. It was Seo Kang-rim. Stunned, Harang turned back, her mouth hanging open in pure disbelief. He casually hoisted her over his shoulder, deadpan as he muttered, Hold on tight. He then bolted toward a nearby window, slipping past the manic cultists. Before anyone could react, Seo Kang-rim shattered the glass with a powerful kick and leaped out like an absolute badass. In that fleeting moment, Yu Harong stared in awe at the glittering glass shards raining down around them, her eyes wide with wonder. She reached her hand out, feeling the warm sunlight peeking over the mountain ridges. She thought to herself with sheer excitement, this is the outside world. Luckily, Kang-rim kept a tight grip on Harang, landing perfectly on his feet with her still on his shoulder. A blond man standing at a third-floor window looked down. Spotting Kang-rim carrying Harang away, he yelled out, Seo Kang-rim has escaped with the Saintess. Another cultist barked into his walkie-talkie to spread the word. Seo Kang-rim has escaped with the Saintess. A cold voice crackled through the radio, commanding, Kill him. And bring the Saintess back. Still carrying Harang, Kang-rim scanned his surroundings and noticed something off. Suddenly, a massive crowd emerged from all directions, completely surrounding him. They screamed at him, demanding her back, shouting, Give Harang back to us. Return our Saintess. Their faces were twisted in rage, their eyes glowing a sinister crimson as they clawed toward Harang, chanting, Saintess, come back. Securing Harang with one arm, Kang-rim drew his sword with the other. You're all just victims here, he muttered, as his hair slowly turned a brilliant shade of blue. Raising his blade to keep them at bay, Kang-rim declared, So, I really don't want to hurt any of you. With Harang still balanced on his shoulder, he dropped to one knee and drove his sword deep into the ground. An immense shockwave erupted from the blade, blasting the crowd back. Crouched on one knee, Kang-rim rested his hands on the hilt of his sword, his expression calm as he analyzed. This should do the trick, he thought. Instantly, his icy aura began to spread, slowly freezing everyone in their tracks. A layer of frost rapidly encased the oncoming mob. Watching her people freeze solid, Harang couldn't help but look deeply worried. Kang-rim had frozen their bodies completely, leaving only their heads free, yet they refused to back down, snarling his name in rage. Seo Kang-rim, kill him, save the Saintess. Tears streamed down their faces as they begged, Please, don't leave us. A black-haired man turned toward them, weeping bitterly as he pleaded, Save us. Please come back. Their desperate cries echoed all around. Don't abandon us. Hearing their agonizing pleas, Harang stared back at them, her heart aching with worry. Ignoring their cries, Kang-rim kept Harang secured on his shoulder and marched forward. Harang lowered her head, her eyes clouded with sorrow as she whispered his name. Seo Kang-rim, we can't just abandon them. You're not abandoning them, he replied. Kang-rim gently explained that by stepping into the outside world and exposing the true colors of the Compassionate Gate sect, she would actually be saving those people for real. He looked at her and asked, Don't you want to free them from their leader's brainwashing so they can finally live in peace? Hearing his words, Harang fell silent, looking down in deep thought. But from a distance, a blond man began radiating a menacing red energy. He snarled, "I cannot allow that to happen." Recognizing the voice, Kang-rim tensed up and quickly looked back. Suddenly, blood sprayed from behind Kang-rim as a sharp spike pierced straight through a nearby cultist's abdomen, throwing the poor soul backward in a bloody heap. Clutching Harang tightly, Kang looked down at the body on the ground. Just then, someone brought their hands together in prayer and spoke with heavy sarcasm. "Forgive me, my devoted child," Salman said, his face twisted in mock sorrow as he repeatedly bowed in apology. "I will never forget your sacrifice." Horrified by the brutal display, Harang froze, her fingers digging tightly into Kang-rim's shoulder. Kang-rim gently adjusted his grip on Harang, cradling her in his arms as he spun around to face Salman, pointing his blade directly at the man with pure fury. Salman stepped forward, opening his arms wide in a dramatic, pleading gesture. "Please, come back to us." He pressed on, his voice dripping with faux desperation. "Do it, if only to honor the ultimate sacrifice of this devoted soul." Kang-rim lowered his head, hiding his expression. "Do you honestly think I'd let you have her?" Salman's face contorted with rage, his brows knitting tightly together. "This does not concern you." Hearing Salman call out to her, Harang trembled in fear, burying herself deeper into Kang-rim's chest. Refusing to back down, Salman tried to play his mind games on her once more. "How can you turn your back on your own people, my child?" He placed his hand on a frozen person, asking her, "Don't you know how desperately they crave happiness?" Ha-jiang recalled her childhood, sitting on a noble throne, where people knelt at her feet, and even her own father had to bow and obey her commands. "You've watched them for the past 10 years. Among those people, some were screaming, while others stood anxious and terrified in a sea of fire. They suffered simply because they were born with a cruel fate. Every single one of them worshipped Ha-jiang. They trusted you, waiting for you to bring them salvation." Salman's eyebrows furrowed as he growled, "You must change their tragic fate. Do not abandon your sacred responsibility." Hearing Salman's words, Ha-jiang fearfully snuggled into No. He immediately covered her ears, refusing to let her hear any more of what that man was saying. "Don't listen to him, do Ha-jiang." Shaking all over, Ha-jiang reached up and grabbed Kang-jim's hand. "It is time to become a god." Salman continued to drone on about his preachings, claiming it was so they could live a peaceful life. "Change all of their fates," Salman shouted with wide eyes, practically begging Ha-jiang to save them. The blade sliced across his neck, leaving a trail of blood that lingered on Kang-jim's sword. Kang-jim pointed his weapon at Salman, his hand trembling slightly. "You are wrong," he said, fiercely refuting the man's words. "Even if you secure more opportunities using other people's lives, you will never escape suffering and misery." Meanwhile, Ha-jiang flashed a blissful smile as she opened the box in her hands. The items tumbled out of it. Kang-jim gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "How can a sacrifice guided by sin?" At this moment, his power erupted, his eyes turning a crimson red as he roared, "Ever bring true salvation." Seeing his power erupt, Ha-jiang looked up at him. She hung her head, hiding her expression as her hands gripped Kang-jim's shoulders tightly. Salman crossed his arms, speaking with absolute certainty and zero remorse. "Sins? They don't have such emotions." Kang-jim questioned him. "Because you've brainwashed every single one of them." Salman calmly replied, "That's right." He spread his arms and said, "Thanks to my power, not a single believer has to carry any guilt." Hearing Salman speak like this only made Kang-jim angry for all the lives sacrificed to protect this so-called merciful saint, and for those who would be sacrificed in the future. Salman placed his hand on his chest and spoke. "However, even if the believers forget those who sacrifice themselves for the greater good," Salman raised his hands, declaring, "As their leader." He laughed, but tears streamed down his face. "I will remember them all, and repent." As his power surged, the frozen people began to move again. They began to attack Kang-jim. The brainwashed crowd immediately rushed forward, demanding that Kang-jim return Ha-jiang to them. "Give her back!" They surrounded Kang-jim, relentlessly screaming for him to return Ha-jiang. "Give her back! Give us back our god!" Kang-jim held Ha-jiang close, shielding her as they "Bring us salvation." Utterly confused and panicked, Ha-jiang turned to Kang-jim. "Kang-jim, what should we do?" Kang-jim held her tight, desperately trying to think of a way out. "If I use my ice fire, these frozen believers will die." He coated his sword in ice, using it to push them back, while comforting Ha-jiang. "Don't worry." Kang-jim looked directly into Ha-jiang's eyes and promised, "No matter what, I will get you out of here. Among the crowd, a girl was hiding, clutching a knife and glaring at Kang-rim. She lunged forward, stabbing him in the back. He froze, his eyes widening as red blood splattered across Ha-jiang's face, leaving her in a daze. As the girl pulled the knife out of Kang-rim, he collapsed. Ha-jiang, trembling with worry, reached out to cover his wound. With a smirk, the girl raised the bloodied knife to stab him again. Give her back to us, Saintess. Ha-jiang immediately threw herself over Kang-rim to protect him, crying out, Stop it! At her command, everyone froze. The girl with the knife stopped in her tracks, her blade hovering right above Ha-jiang's head. She gently placed her hands on him and slowly climbed over his body. Even while bleeding out, Kang-rim tried to hold her back. No. Do Ha-jiang. Seo looked down from above, a smug smirk on his face. Ha-jiang held Kang-rim tight one last time, making her decision. I will become a god. Hearing her decision, the crowd erupted into cheers. Ah, Saintess, she is becoming our god. Please, hurry, Saintess. The joyous chanting echoed endlessly, but down below the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The crowd's chanting twisted into a horrific drone. Please die, please die, please die. Please die, hurry up and die, die for us. Ha-jiang was now bound to a chair, surrounded by piles of firewood. The chants showed no signs of stopping. She just hung her head in silence. Hurry up and become a god. Ha-jiang sat on the chair, flanked by two blazing braziers, while down below, Kang-rim was locked in a cage guarded by Seo. He placed his hand on the cage, lowering his head as he called out her name. Yu Ha-jin. Kang-rim remembered the exact moment she held him in her arms, and made that fateful decision. I will become a god. Hearing Ha-jin's decision, his face froze in shock as sweat began to roll down his cheeks. He imagined her bound tightly, being consumed by raging flames. Was Yu Ha-jin really going to die? Recalling her bright, smiling face from back then, he silently thought to himself, she has never even tasted true freedom. Right then and there, Kang-jin grabbed Ha-jin's hands, demanding answers. What on earth are you talking about, Yu Ha-jin? As they grabbed each other's shoulders, Kang-jin growled through gritted teeth. You said you wanted to live like a human, not a god. So why are you choosing to end it all here? He pleaded, his voice filled with desperation. I'm fine, so please don't give up But before Kang-jin could even finish his sentence, Ha-jin suddenly played, You've done more than enough. As they embraced, she whispered an apology to him. I'm so sorry for putting such a heavy burden on you. Ha-jin held onto Kang-jin tightly, refusing to let go, asking him for just one thing. From now on, I will handle this myself. Ha-jin looked at him with a gentle smile, but he still couldn't grasp what she meant. What? Ha-jin's face was completely calm and peaceful. Trust me. Kang-jin sat inside the cage, keeping his head down in silence. Placing his hand over his chest, he told himself, right now, I have no choice but to trust you, Ha-jin. Seo walked over and stood near Kang-jin. Incredible, isn't it? He asked, looking down at him with a self-satisfied smirk. Isn't the divine aspiration of those pathetic fools bound to burn out at any second? Hearing his words, Kang-jin glared up at him with cold, furious eyes. Seo placed his hand on the cage and gave a soft chuckle. Don't be so angry. He looked down at him with a menacing glare. You'll be joining them soon enough. Just then, a system notification chimed, activating a skill. Seo crouched down and grabbed Kang-jin's chin. All of your skills will be put to use for our insect-level believers. Skill, Physiognomy, Grade, Low-tier Soul. Allows the user to view the opponent's skills just by looking at their face. He squeezed his cheeks tightly, staring directly into his eyes. A leader skill that reads other people's skills? Seo burst into hysterical laughter upon seeing Kang-jin's skill. Unbelievable. To think someone like you is just an insect-level bug. Target Kang-jin possesses the skills: Deadly Flame, Unsheathed Blade, Combat Instincts, and Solitude. Seo released his grip on Kang-jin's face. Turning his back to leave, with his hands resting behind his back, he said casually, We must complete the creation ritual. Kang-jin pressed his hand tightly against his wound to stop the bleeding, his face contorted in anger as he cursed. Damn it. No. Yu Ha-jin's entire plan. Seo walked over to the brazier and pulled out a burning wooden stick. As he carried the flaming brand over to Ha-jin, Kang-jin watched in sheer panic, terrified that her plan would be He laughed mockingly, knowing that in the end, Kang-jin wouldn't be able to save her. Ha-jin glared up at him with sheer fury, but her angry expression only fueled his amusement. What a beautiful expression. Seo reached out and placed his hand on Ha-jin's head as she struggled desperately to break free. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Once again, he prepared to brainwash her. No matter how well I persuade you, that boy will only drag you into deeper misery. That is the ultimate fate of the insect class. Hajin forcefully slapped his hand away from her head, shooting back. Then I guess you're no different, are you? She quickly grabbed the burning stick from his hand. Because I am going to make that a reality. Seaman mocked her, his voice dripping with challenge. What can you possibly do when you've spent your entire life relying on others? Hajin lowered her head, still gripping the burning stick tightly, refusing to let go. I always wished for someone to save me. She remembered herself as a little girl, curled up in a dark corner. Whether in that hellish orphanage or this prison-like cult, Hajin raised her head, kneeling before the altar. She stared intently at the flames burning in her hand. But things are different now. A surge of raw power erupted from deep within her, blowing Seaman backward. System. Forced nullification activated. Restraining seal has been dispelled. System. Sound brainwashing has been dispelled. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, forcing Seaman to shield his eyes, yet Hajin stood resolute, firmly gripping his hand. You won't be able to subdue and control the believers anymore. Her face was filled with absolute determination. So just give up. Suddenly, the sound of someone crying echoed through the room. Hajin's eyes widened in worry as she immediately looked in that direction. Seaman lowered his hand, a smug, ecstatic grin spreading across his face. You really are so predictable. Your dispelling skill is far from complete, only 15 out of 3,000. He extended his hand toward her. I already knew you had that skill. Seaman unleashed his power, controlling the crowd below as they continued to cheer fanatically. And I also knew that your skill is far too weak to undo all of my brainwashing. Terror gripped Hajin as she realized he had anticipated her every move. She looked up at him in disbelief. No, this can't be. His power connected directly to the people below as Seaman sneered at her. Sound brainwashing is a skill I have cast hundreds of times, every single day, for years on end. Standing high above, Seolmin stared down at Du Harang with a dark, menacing expression, tossing a burning stick right at her feet. But what about her? As the flames flared up violently around her, she couldn't help but despair. Had she really failed? Du Harang's eyes widened as sweat began to pour down her face. She was slowly being swallowed by the raging flames, while down below, the crowd cheered and chanted relentlessly. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-lim lay collapsed on the ground. A wave of helplessness washed over Du Harang as she thought, I couldn't save anyone at all. I couldn't save the believers. I couldn't even save Kang Ji-lim. I really can't do anything on my own. Summoning the last of his strength, Kang Ji-lim struggled to push himself up, shouting out to encourage Du Harang. Don't you dare give up. Hearing Kang Ji-lim's voice, Du Harang whipped her head around in shock. Suddenly, a majestic Kirin dashed out of nowhere right in front of her startled eyes, bringing a massive wave of water manipulation skill activated. Yet Du Harang was still paralyzed by self-doubt, but I'm just not strong enough to stop him. The Kirin approached Du Harang, gently placing its front paws on her shoulders and pressing its forehead against hers. Skill activated. 5 Elements Harmony. The 5 Elements Harmony skill, Dragon Clan Tier 3 level. All skill attributes are amplified for 15 minutes, granting complete immunity to elemental penalties. As a glowing blue liquid dripped, it's okay even if you fail. He had already chugged those blue potions to boost his energy, promising, we've got your back. All you need to do is keep pushing forward. Hearing those words from Kang Ji-lim, Du Harang's eyes widened as she looked back at him. Deeply moved, tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. Trembling, Du Harang slowly stood up and stepped toward Seolmin, thinking to herself, that's right, I haven't failed yet. Seolmin suddenly lunged forward, pointing accusingly at her as he roared. You can't do this. You must become a god. Du Harang brought her hands together as a brilliant light erupted from them, leaving Seolmin no time to stop her. I have to keep moving forward. Let's end this. Activating Force Dispel, Du Harang gathered her energy and blasted it straight at Seolmin. The system notifications spammed. Sonic brainwashing partially dispelled. Sonic brainwashing partially dispelled. Taking the full force of Du Harang's strike, Seolmin shrieked in agony. A violent vortex erupted right where Du Harang stood, blowing Seolmin off his feet. Down below, everyone shielded their faces with their hands to block the fierce, howling wind. The system continued to alert that the sonic brainwashing was partially dispelled. Similar alerts kept flashing on the screen until, finally, the sonic brainwashing was successfully broken. Sonic brainwashing dispel complete. 3,428 out of 3,428. Every single person had been freed from Seo Min's sonic brainwashing. They instantly collapsed to the ground. Soon, a few of them quickly regained consciousness, looking around in utter confusion. Ugh, where am I? Meanwhile, Seo Min had been blown away, lying agape on the ground. One man woke up, staring at the destruction around him and asking in bewilderment, "What on earth was I doing?" Seo Min slowly opened his eyes, his face contorted in immense pain from that devastating blast. With battered, trembling feet, a figure slowly walked down the stairs. Everyone else remained kneeling on the ground before Seo Min. Do-ha-rang still stood high above, looking down at everyone. Her entire body was shaking, and her eyes were wide with shock. But then, a soft smile crept onto her face. Slowly closing her eyes, she began to fall backward, though she couldn't hide the pure joy on her face. She had done it. She succeeded. Suddenly, a hand caught her shoulder to support her. Do-ha-rang fainted right into Kang Ji-lim's arms as he called out her name in panic. Do-ha-rang. She gently placed her hand over his. "Is that you, Kang Ji-lim?" With a tender smile on her face, she stammered softly. "Thank you." The hand Do-ha-rang had just placed on Kang Ji-lim's fell limp as she completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, the Kirin panicked. Sensing its worry, Kang Ji-lim pulled Do-ha-rang close and gently reassured the beast. "Don't worry. She's just completely exhausted from using too much." Even though Do-ha-rang had passed out, that peaceful smile remained on her face. Stroking her head gently, Kang Ji-lim whispered, "Just get some sleep and you'll be fine." He smiled down at Do-ha-rang with an incredibly tender gaze, whispering his praise. "You did amazing, Do-ha-rang." Kang Ji-lim took off his cloak and gently draped it over her. Drowned in the warmth of his cloak, she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-lim slowly approached Seo Min, causing the terrified man to scramble back in fear. Never expecting such a crushing defeat, Seo Min looked up and demanded, "How is this even possible?" Even at this point, he remained completely delusional, still trying to look down on Kang Ji-lim. "You're just a lowly insect like me." Closing his eyes, Kang Ji-lim furrowed his brows and thought back. Truthfully, he never planned on killing him. Kang Ji-lim recalled what Do-ha-rang had said, and what Seo Min had done for him in the past. "He gave me a place to live and taught me my purpose in life. Without him, I never would have made it this far. I decided to repay him for everything he did for me. Besides, I know Do-ha-rang would be devastated if I actually killed him." Clinging tightly to Kang Ji-lim's leg, Seo Min demanded, "Did she make you do this?" He let out a trembling laugh, desperately grasping the blade of Kang Ji-lim's sword while continuing to spit curses at Do-ha-rang. "Did that ungrateful brat order you to murder the very father who raised her?" Slapping his hand away from his sword, slicing Seo Min's hand and making him bleed, Kang Ji-lim angrily spat back. "You're the only ungrateful one here. Do-ha-rang genuinely loved you like her own father." When Simon heard him say that Ha-rang looked up to that man like her own father, the hand she had gripping Kang Lim's leg instantly went limp. Like a madman, her father screamed, "Then she deserves to die." Those vile words only fueled Gam-grim's boiling rage toward him. Raising his sword, he thought, "Oh, right." With a face twisted in rage, Kang Lim grit his teeth and sent the bastard straight to the afterlife. The man shrieked in absolute agony. Simon desperately clawed at his shirt, sobbing and begging, "Please, stop. I just wanted to save him." Everyone in the room stared with wide-eyed shock. In the dying man's eyes, the reflection of the two standing over him flickered, completely unable to believe his own eyes. He just slaughtered him." Everyone stared at Kang Lim, who was pinning the man down, his sword driven deep into the victim's chest. "Murderer," they shrieked. Snapping out of their shock, the crowd spun around and bolted, screaming for their lives. "Help! Run!" Kang Lim watched them run with cold, dead eyes. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Yin brainwash skill activated. 2 weeks had passed. It was now 2 weeks later, and the siblings, Junbom and Jian, along with Ha-rang, walked right through the door. One sibling was clutching a huge pile of plushies, while the other pushed Ha-rang's wheelchair, everyone's faces beaming with pure joy. With a bright, happy smile, Ha-rang cheered, "I'm back." Hearing her voice, Soo-ah glanced toward the door to greet them. "Welcome back." Soo-ah smiled, asking Ha-rang, "So, was the aquarium fun?" Ha-rang couldn't even begin to hide her excitement as she replied, "It was amazing." She eagerly started telling Soo-ah all about their trip, babbling about the massive tanks filled with fish everywhere. "I could literally walk underwater, without using a single skill. And we even got to watch mermaids performing right in the water. Ha-rang squeezed her new plushie tight, her eyes sparkling as she took everything in. Junbom and his sister pushed me all over the place. We were cheering like we were in some underwater palace from a fairy tale. You seriously should have come with us. The siblings were just getting ready to carry Ha-rang out of her wheelchair. Hearing about their amazing day, Soo-ah smiled warmly and made an offer. Yeah, next time I'm definitely coming. You guys must be starving, right? Go wash your hands. I made some snacks. Junbom hoisted Ha-rang onto his back, and all three of them were practically glowing with happiness. Ha-rang cheered. Woohoo! Ha-rang poked a fork into a steaming piece of rice cake, popped it into her mouth, and chewed happily. She couldn't stop raving about Soo-ah's cooking. This tteokbokki is absolutely to die for. The siblings kept sliding other dishes in front of her. It's way better if you dip it in the sauce. You've got to try this one too. Seeing Ha-rang eat with such gusto brought a warm smile to Soo-ah's face. Oh, careful. You dropped some, she gently teased. Slow down, okay? Soo-ah watched her, suddenly remembering the day they first met, when Kang-rim had carried a brutally injured Ha-rang in his arms. Back then, Ha-rang was in such awful shape. It was Father Johan who treated her wounds. He was so worried when he saw the state of her hands, but thanks to Father Johan's care, she bounced back in no time. Ha-rang grinned, holding a piece of tteokbokki up to Soo-ah's mouth. Here, try this, Soo-ah, it's stuffed with cheese. Seeing her adjust so quickly brought a wave of relief. The three of them, Ha-rang, Junbom, and Jeon, were happily feeding each other. This really is delicious. But deep down, Soo-ah couldn't shake a lingering anxiety. I'm still so worried about what Seo Kang-rim told me back then, she thought, remembering his exact words. I'll make sure Ju Ha-rang's story never hits the media. What she went through. It's just too much for anyone to handle. Soo-ah stared down at a letter in her hand, her anxiety growing. If word of this gets out, all kinds of dangerous people are going to target her. The cultists might still remember her. Can we really keep this a secret forever? Hearing her worries, Kang-rim gently reached out and folded her letter closed. He looked at her, his voice firm and steady. I've already handled everything myself, so you don't need to worry. Eating her food, Soo-ah couldn't shake the nagging feeling. I know he's keeping something from me again, she thought. Resting her chin in her hand, she let out a heavy sigh. He claimed he didn't know things would turn out like that. Her fingers anxiously drummed against the wooden table. But it still drives me crazy that he always shoulders everything alone. I literally told him that next time, we need to handle things as a team. They had sat down to discuss this before, but of course, that's not what ended up happening. Suddenly, Ha-rang paused, setting her chopsticks down as she looked at the siblings. Wait, where are Kang-rim and Jang Tae-hoon? Shouldn't we leave some leftovers for them? At her question, the siblings instantly froze, sweat dropping in panic. Smash! Soo-ah slammed her hand onto the table, splitting the wood right down the middle. With a shadowy, terrifying expression, her trembling hand left 5 deep finger indentations on the surface. Just eat up, Ha-rang. Those 2 idiots don't deserve a single bite of this food. Meanwhile, at a cozy, quiet cafe, Tae-hoon sat with his fingers tightly clasped on the table. Kang-rim, keeping a completely blank face, he looked across at Kang-rim. I'm honestly just glad that you finally decided to ask us for help. Kang-rim reached up to loosen his collar, his expression heavy. He knew how sketchy this whole thing sounded, but he was absolutely sure of himself. Placing a hand over his heart, he looked Tae-hoon dead in the eye. I've already seen how this plays out, guided by the threads of fate. Hearing those words, Tae-hoon didn't hesitate for a second. Of course I trust you. Hearing that, Kang-rim finally let out a long sigh of relief. Whew, thanks. But as Tae-hoon recalled the moment Kang-rim had shown him his phone, he couldn't help but scratch his head, a wave of unease washing over him. But Soo-ah looks absolutely furious. Kang-rim holds his head in panic. This is exactly why he was so worried, and why he wanted to handle things on his own. But you also agreed that we should handle the cult stuff as a team. As the door slowly creaks open, Kang-rim explains that having more people is always better. Of course, he'll still do most of the heavy lifting. Today, before Kang-rim can even finish his sentence, Tae-hoon stares behind him with a look of pure terror. When on earth did Soo-ah slip in behind his back? With a dark, gloomy face, she calls out his name. Hey, Kang-rim? Hearing her voice, goosebumps break out all over his body, and he jumps in fright. Soo-ah grabs his head and pulls it all the way back, making it hard for him to breathe. Ugh, are you completely out of your mind? Fuming, Soo-ah pinches Kang-rim's cheeks and demands, Did you seriously put up our house and our ancestors' graves as collateral just to buy some digital coins? After a round of interrogation, the blonde girl finally calms down. Oh, so it's not the kind of coin I was thinking of? Wincing as he presses an ice pack against his bruises, Kang-rim explains, I'm just planning to use the system from the next great demon realm. Hearing this, she asks if he saw the future again. Kang-rim confirms. Yeah, the second great demon realm isn't going to be dangerous. Recalling the scene he saw, which looked pretty lively, he describes it as a festival for the gods. The participants will represent the 12 zodiac gods and compete in a race. Hearing this, they ask in surprise. Represent a zodiac god? Can we choose which one we represent? Kang-rim shakes his head. No, it all depends on your birth year. So they imagine themselves entering the festival. The young guy gasps. Wait, what? That means except for the old twin brothers, we'll all be on different teams. Kang-rim agrees. Yeah, this great demon realm won't be a team game for us. Kang-rim goes on to explain about those coins. Awakeners who aren't participating this time can buy coins of the zodiac gods they think will win. It's a completely free choice. Once the race ends, the value of the coins will change based on the gods' rankings. Listening to his long explanation, she holds her head and asks, So whose coin do you want me to buy? Hearing this, Kang-rim points to himself with a beaming face. Me, of course. Then he quickly adds, it's not like I saw the future and saw myself winning though, but I know exactly what's coming and how I can manipulate it. Before Kang-rim can even finish, she yells at him in a fury. Hey, you idiot, so this is just gambling? Pinching his cheek hard, she panics. What if you lose? Kang-rim squeaks out. Completely hurt. Don't you trust me? She releases his cheek and slams her hand on the table, snapping, If you don't win, I'll stop treating you like my brother. She silently adds to herself. And you'll have to return absolutely everything to me. Then, Kang-rim beams as he looks at the deed to the ancestral graves and the registered seal. He even asks if there are any other perks. But the moment the words leave his mouth, he gets smacked right on the head. Finally, the big day arrives, and the host begins to pump up the crowd. Hello everyone, today marks the grand opening of the second great demon realm. Welcome, everyone, to the royal race. With that, he waits for the bewildered crowd below to clap, though they all just stare up in confusion. The host's voice booms again. I'll display the basic rules in the map first. Please take a look before I start explaining. Meanwhile, Kang-rim rubs his chin in deep thought as he studies it. Plundering of assets. On the face of the compass of fate, the needle spins wildly. It has suddenly been triggered by an incident in the second great demon realm. The 12 gods plundering feature has been activated, which might lead to conflicts in interpersonal relationships. Beside him, the young guy asks, Plundering of assets? What are you talking about? Kang-rim explains that his compass just went off again. He warns everyone that he has a bad feeling about this and tells them to stay on their guard. Someone chimes in and asks, Didn't you see who it happens to? Kang-rim scratches his head. It could be an enemy or it could be an ally. Hearing this, Do-han also looks pretty worried. I just hope nothing bad happens. I can heal everyone if needed. But before he can even finish his sentence, the ponytail girl reassures him, I'm sure we won't end up fighting each other. Even if we're on different teams, we're still friends. The major investor chimes in. Well, I'm not so sure about that if you lose. Meanwhile, Kang-rim nervously waves his hands with a strained laugh. Come on, just trust me. Deep down, he thinks, yeah, I don't know what might happen, but I'm sure everyone will be fine. With that thought, Kang-rim instructs, let's support each other, even if we're on different teams. Deep down, he thinks, just knowing I can rely on my friends is already a huge comfort. Back to the game, the host's voice booms. Now, has everyone read the rules yet? The rules of the Zodiac race consist of 5 points. First, participants will form teams with those born in the same year. Second, all skills and items will be amplified. Third, anything goes, as long as it doesn't violate the other restrictions. Fourth, violence and killing are strictly prohibited. Communication items are also banned. Fifth, there will be penalties. Anyone who commits a forbidden action will be disqualified. Then the host asked, Have you all seen the most important part? The rewards for first to third place will be given by rank, and fourth to 12th will also be based on ranking. Plus, the winning team gets a bonus. With that, the entire audience stared at the stage. Now, everyone knew exactly what they had to do. Do you want to know why we're in this race? First, let's look at the legend of the Zodiac. Please look at the screen. The story began when the Jade Emperor said to all living creatures, Come see me before the day ends. The first 12 animals to reach me will become the symbols of the years to come. After that, the animals set off together, racing toward the Jade Emperor, and the order they arrived became the order of the years. But was that ranking really fair? The host put on a mysterious look and said, if they raced again fairly, who would win? We organized this race to find the answer. Please do your absolute best. As those words left his mouth, the announcement board lit up. The raid goal is to get a high score in the race within a 3-hour time limit. Now, I will begin the countdown. The timer on the screen shifted. The host told everyone to stand behind the line as the countdown reached 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Seo Kang-rim got into position. He was determined to win in this demon realm once again. The moment the timer hit 0, the race began. The crowd activated their speed skills and bolted forward. Meanwhile, Seo Kang-rim's sister nervously listened to the host's commentary. With the race officially underway, we have also closed the sales for the Zodiac coins. Please enjoy the race from here on out. She trembled with anxiety because she held nearly 2 trillion rat coins. Meanwhile, the participants were still pushing forward with everything they had. The Festival of the Gods, the Zodiac race, had officially begun, and the competition was absolutely brutal. One racer activated their windwalk skill, and the crowd dashed off like a gust of wind. Some were already blasting through the first zone at lightning speed, with figures leaping and soaring through the air. Leading the pack was Seo Kang-rim, wearing his third-class Dragon Clan Hermes boots. He smirked triumphantly. A great start. I just need to keep this pace. The narrator's voice droned on. Seo Kang-rim has reached the first stage. Let's see what fate has in store for him. The fate card was activated, and Seo Kang-rim's eyes went wide. A pillar of light beamed down on him, making the host cry out in shock. Oh my gosh, our #1 candidate, Seo Kang-rim, has been sent to a deserted island. When he landed, he looked completely lost. Meanwhile, the others ahead were approaching the first stage. His friend received the wings of speed, allowing her to fly for 10 minutes. As she soared into the sky, Dohan yelled, "Sis, I can't believe they gave you wings that let you fly for an extra 10 minutes just because they thought it was a cheer." As for Seo Kang-rim, he was stuck on the deserted island, with no choice but to wait or roll a 6 on the die to escape. He calculated the odds of rolling a 6, and it was only 9 out of 42. He grumbled under his breath, "God, I'm so unlucky." He tried to blast off as if he could break out, but the system immediately flashed a red warning, demanding him to return to his designated spot. It threw Seo Kang-rim back and sent another notification, stating that he was caught leaving his designated spot and would face a penalty. A red monster appeared, ready to attack Seo Kang-rim. It quickly threw a heavy fist at him, but Seo Kang-rim was no pushover. He cursed, "Screw this penalty," and launched a surge of blue energy at the monster, splitting it clean in half. A blue aura hovered behind him as he steeled his resolve to win. Just then, another notification popped up. Participant Seo Kang-rim will be penalized for leaving the deserted island. The host's voice filled with admiration. He actually defeated the Guardian and escaped the deserted island. Up on the observation bridge, the crowd snorted. Well, we couldn't expect anything less. Seo Kang-rim landed 1 foot on the bridge structure and leaped back onto the track, instantly accelerating. I got out pretty fast, but I'm still lagging way behind. The second stage is going to be brutal. As he was thinking, someone suddenly called out to him. Jung-tae asked with a smug, teasing look, "How do you plan on getting back to first place?" But Seo Kang-rim ignored him and retorted, "If you're so curious, just follow me." Gojun looked up and asked, "Are you asking me to be your teammate?" Once Gojun climbed down from the railing and sat next to Seo Kang-rim, he looked down and continued, "Well, since you're lagging behind anyway, let's just call it a temporary alliance." With that, he grabbed Seo Kang-rim's hand to pull himself up. "To be honest, I was waiting for you to suggest that." But the moment he said this, Gojun suddenly gripped Seo Kang-rim's wrist tight and yanked him down hard. "Doesn't something feel a bit off?" the two of them asked, locked in each other's grip. Gojun added, "There's no way you'd just willingly team up with me like this." His face showed that he had figured it all out as he asked, "You're plotting something again, aren't you?" At a gambling den, a voice called out, "Aha, so here's the deal. You need to use a device that can send you to the third stage. Your ride will be randomly chosen by this slot machine." Sitting there playing, Gojun exclaimed, "Whoa, we won't have to run anymore." Then he turned to Seo Kang-rim and warned, "Hey, don't go messing up what I'm about to do, okay?" He stood there, looking cold and completely unreadable. "How am I supposed to pull this off when I don't even know what it is?" His voice kept on in that flat, monotonous tone. "Why wouldn't you want to? You're the one who can regress. Hearing this, Kang-rim could only sigh in defeat, leaving it up to him. Then he muttered to himself, "Yeah, I know." A vision of Gojun celebrating in a massive pile of cash flashed in his mind. In his past life, Gojun had spent his reward points on his luck stat. Then, a depressing image of a broke Kang-rim riding a beat-up bicycle appeared. And as for me, I only got a tricycle because of my insect rank. Those bitter thoughts kept swirling in his head. I worked so hard to climb all the way to Demon rank 5. But I'm still incredibly unlucky. I need to cling onto this guy instead of gambling my life away. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kang-rim patted Gojun on the shoulder. "I'm counting on you." Instantly, the machine began to spin. Gojun watched with excitement. "Let's see what I get." Right away, a 7 appeared in the first slot, followed by another 7 in the next. 3 sevens in a row. Seeing this, Gojun clenched his fists in celebration. "Yes, awesome." Hyped up, Gojun turned to Kang-rim. "Well, did I live up to your expectations?" But before he could even finish, he realized Kang-rim was gone, leaving him totally bewildered. Huh? Where the hell did he go? Stepping outside, Gojun searched all over the shop, with an annoyed look on his face. Right behind him, the headlights of a vehicle suddenly flashed. From out of nowhere, a spatial rift opened up. Kang-rim came roaring out on the vehicle. "You have received the ZBL3. As soon as Gojun saw it, his jaw dropped in awe. "Wow, that looks incredible." Kang-rim called out, "What are you doing?" Sitting on the ride, he turned to Gojun with a cold look. "If you don't get on right now, I'm leaving you behind." Heeding the warning immediately, Gojun hopped on. "Man, you've grown so much taller since the first time I met you." Kang-rim didn't care at all. "Whatever." Gojun raised a finger, flashing a bright, confident grin. "A protagonist like you is way more charming anyway." The tires began to screech against the dirt. Kang-rim warned him, "Buckle up. We're off." The moment he said it, the vehicle shot forward like a bullet. As they sped away, a relaxed system announcement echoed from the dashboard. The Five Mice Alliance hit the jackpot. They started late, but thanks to having the fastest ride, they've already reached the second stage of the race. Meanwhile, chaotic battles were constantly breaking out all along the road. Countless arrows rained down. These guys were the new recruits of the Asura clan. After letting their arrows fly, they shouted, "Pass them. We need to go help the sect leader." Nearby, Taehoon stood inside a protective barrier, yelling, "Don't let them get near Soo-ah." Right then, Kang-rim's vehicle sped toward them so fast it threw everyone into a panic. As they drew close, Gojun waved his hands frantically to warn them to get out of the way. With his superb driving skills, Kang-rim maneuvered the vehicle, weaving right through the crowd. "What the hell is that? Get out of the way, move aside." Once they cleared the crowd, Kang-rim turned back to ask, "Are you okay?" Zion, still clutching her gun while riding her horse, kept pace with his vehicle. She answered honestly, "I'm fine, hurry. The Asura clan is trying to kidnap Soo-ah." Hearing this, Kang-rim was deeply shocked. "What?" Galloping alongside him, Zion added, "We'll hold them off here." Hearing everything, Kang-rim grit his teeth in silence. As the energy of death grew stronger, he activated his future sight. Then, a vision of the Asura sect leader locking Soo-ah in a cage flashed in his mind. Damn it, could it be? Thinking about it, Kang-rim's face darkened further. Is Shin-ara the one fate is warning me about? Meanwhile, on another path, 2 vehicles were locked in a hot pursuit. Leaning out of her car, Shin-ara sported a seductive smirk. Soo-ah. She tightly gripped her whip, which began to hum with dark, menacing energy. Instantly, she whipped the air frantically while driving. "How much longer do you think you can run from me, dear?" At that exact moment, Shin Soo-ah also activated her skills. Force Dispel, Skill Nullification, and Weapon Enhancement. Battered and bruised, Hajin grit her teeth, staring at Shin-ara before letting out a painful cough. Seeing this, Soo-ah cried out in worry. From the back of the vehicle, Ara saw her chance and immediately lashed her whip again. "Oh no, now you're all alone." She grew more frenzied, her face twisting into a bizarre, ecstatic grin. "Now we can finally have some private time together," she sneered. But before she could finish, Hajin, battered and bruised in the back seat, shot back. "She's not alone, I'm still here. Shin Soo-ah belongs to our Kang-rim faction." Driving up front, Soo-ah glanced back with an annoyed look. "She's not yours," Soo-ah muttered, irritated. "We can't keep going like this." Hearing this, Shin-ara paused, completely stunned. "What? Kang-rim is planning to start his own faction? You already lost an arm for him." And now you're going to abandon your family for him too? Infuriated, Shin-ah gripped her whip even tighter. What the hell does that bastard think he's doing? Following her scream, a blinding light erupted from right behind them. Glancing back, she saw that powerful beam of light closing in on her. Panicking, she gasped, "What?" It was Kang-rim, currently in his transformed state, thrusting his hand toward Shin-ah. Ah shrieked in shock. "Nah, Kang-rim." Realizing what was happening, Ha-yang screamed at Seo Kang-rim to watch out. Sitting in the car right behind them, Go-jun looked completely shocked. "Wow, I am right here, but it is like I am totally invisible. Kang-rim's car is just blasting forward." The announcements kept flooding in. The lead was changing right at the end of the second zone. The Five Rats Alliance was catching up to Soo-ah and her group. After pulling up right next to Soo-ah, Kang-rim anxiously turned to check on her, asking, "Soo-ah, are you okay?" From her side, Soo-ah explained the situation, saying that Ha-yang was actually the one who got hurt. Suddenly, a bright green light began to envelop Ha-yang's body. As her wounds quickly healed, she regained her composure. "This is nothing, and Soo-ah's skill protected me anyway." Seeing this, Kang-rim finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With that, Kang-rim and Go-jun surged ahead to take the lead. The second zone ended with the Five Rats Alliance in the lead, closely followed by Soo-ah's car. Through it all, Kang-rim remained dead calm, while Go-jun could not stop waving his hands. But the third zone was where the real race was about to begin. The leaders were still in their cars. The robot holding the microphone continued to announce, meaning they will both share the first place spot. Will this race end just like the myths? Suddenly, a massive black hole tore open, and a giant hand reached out of it. In an instant, a devastating blow smashed something clean in half, right while both cars were still tearing down the road. The sky grew pitch black and thunderous. As the teams of Soo-ah and Kang-rim raced forward, a mysterious, echoing voice broke through. "This pathetic race ends here." Sensing something was terribly wrong, Kang-rim gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Damn it, what is going on? Could this be a warning from fate?" He widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with extreme caution. Is it not about Soo-ah? Still speeding down the road, Kang-rim could feel the suffocating energy of death growing 10 times stronger. Then, right in front of them, countless massive spheres materialized in the gloomy sky. From within those spheres, a horde of masked, cloaked figures stepped out. From here on out. A terrifying masked face emerged and spoke. "Let us begin." With that, amidst the chaotic scene, the figure lunged forward, reaching out as if to grab Seo Kang-rim's face. Facing this sudden assault, he froze for a split second before activating his forced regression skill. Seeing this from their approaching car, both girls screamed in utter panic, "Kang-rim!" In no time, the mob surrounded their two cars. Looking closely at them, they quickly realized who they were dealing with: the clown troupe. Just then, a gray-haired girl poked her head out of the car as the voice of the mob echoed, "We will bring a brand new order to this world." The clown troupe members all exuded an overwhelming bloodlust as their leader drew a razor-sharp sword. At that moment, Soo-ah roared in absolute fury. "What did you guys do to Kang-rim?" Hearing that name, the enemy leader tilted his head in confusion. "Kang-rim?" As his subordinates charged forward, he flatly refused to answer. "That is none of your business." They continued their relentless assault, declaring, "He is going to become a part of us." Standing firm, Soo-ah gripped her sword with both hands, letting its raw power surge as she murmured. With the towering phantom of the tiger behind her, Soo-ah unleashed a devastating slash at one of the enemies, activating her skill, Spirit of the White Tiger Mountain God. Skills related to the zodiac in the demon realm receive a massive boost in effectiveness. She drove her sword deep into the ground, her face contorting in rage as she demanded, "Tell me where he is." Suddenly, the enemy leader lunged forward with his weapon. His fierce slash threw everyone off balance. Seeing the chaos unfolding, Tae-hoon called out in a panic, "Watch out! Is everyone okay?" From the other side, the two girls yelled back, "Just focus on what is in front of you." The moment she spoke, one of the thugs lunged forward, slamming hard against their shield. In the blink of an eye, both of them were completely surrounded. Tae-hoon asked, his voice trembling with agitation, "Who on earth are these guys?" Struggling to hold up the barrier against the relentless onslaught, Johan replied, "I think this is the very conflict he warned us about before the race. I just hope everyone is going to be okay." Cut to a desolate wasteland. Kang-rim stood there, looking around in utter confusion. A sudden realization hit him. I am off the track, but I am still in the demon realm. Kang-rim cast a highly guarded look around and demanded, "What do you—" Suddenly, a figure appeared sitting atop a massive boulder, catching him completely off guard. An eerie voice echoed, and he could only hope that everyone back there would be okay. The masked man sat up there, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke. This is highly important, you see. It is a special order straight from our leader. Join the clown troupe. Seo Kang-rim. As the chaotic memories of battle flashed through his mind, he realized this organization had already existed in his past life. Their signature, chilling masks appeared, radiating sheer malice. They were a notorious criminal syndicate made up of masked individuals. One by one, masked figures of all shapes and sizes appeared, carrying out brutal terrorist attacks against the Fate Protection Bureau and all of their allied factions. Remembering all this, he closed his eyes, his thoughts racing deeper. But in my past life, this group did not show up until about a year later. I had no idea they already existed at this point in time. Kang-rim imagined the silhouette of Baek-ryeong appearing behind him and blending into the clown troupe. Since Baek-ryeong might be among them, he had once considered investigating them. Opening his eyes with hesitation, Kang-rim wondered if he should call this the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, the masked figure jumped down from a ledge, trying to persuade him. Well, it might sound a bit sudden, but this is a great opportunity for you. Then, they pressed a finger firmly against Kang-rim's chest. I don't know the reason, but I know you're wary of the Destiny Protection Bureau. As they spoke, they kept their finger right there, making Kang-rim's eyes widen in surprise. Then, the masked figure leaned in close, staring intently at Kang-rim. But do you really think I'm the only one who noticed? The figure continued. They've definitely figured it out by now too. At that moment, Kang-rim swiped his arm, pushing the figure back and making them stumble. With incredible agility, the figure grabbed Kang-rim's wrist. Just like that, they ended up in a ballroom dance pose. Whoa, that was close. I almost fell. Once steady, the masked figure continued to press him desperately. Don't be so cold. Team up with us. It's not like we like them either, right? Hearing that, Kang-rim remained silent, deep in thought. Unlike with the Destiny Protection Bureau, I don't know anyone in this group. If I join them, gathering info will be so much easier. Sensing the silence, the figure kept babbling. Let's kick out the Destiny Protection Bureau and build a new order together. Suddenly, Kang-rim grabbed the figure's hand, catching them by surprise. Oh, have you made up your mind? The two of them moved at lightning speed as the mocking voice continued. Great choice. I'm sure this mask will look perfect on you too. But suddenly, Kang-rim struck right at the mask, knocking it off and exposing an angry face underneath. Wincing, she immediately covered her face and let go. Ow, that's so mean. Still, keeping a cold expression, Kang-rim replied, How could I ever trust criminals like you? The moment he spoke, his skill activated, destiny sensing. Turns out, this girl was Lenan Mouser, a level 2 insectoid, metal attribute, with the Earth zodiac sign. Tilting her head flirtatiously, she pouted, Oh, stop acting so righteous. Kang-rim, still holding his sword, was lost in thought, realizing she was at the same level as him. Plus, I have the attribute advantage, so I can easily take her down. If I want to infiltrate their headquarters, I need to get close to someone of a higher rank. Meanwhile, Lenan was kneeling across from him, rubbing her head. Ah, Bernard, don't tell me I wasn't supposed to show my face. Hearing this, Kang-rim immediately voiced his suspicion. Is Bernard the mastermind behind this? If he wants me, tell him to come find me himself. Confused, she stared at the sword, pointed right at her. Kang-rim continued, I have no intention of following someone as weak as you. Feeling insulted, Lenan's eyes flared with wounded pride. What did you say? She stood up, her body radiating a powerful aura. It seems you're seriously underestimating me. Lenan's fingernails grew into sharp claws as she thrust them forward. But I'm more than capable of taking you down. With that, she slashed fiercely toward Kang-rim. He quickly activated his beast claw skill, raising his sword to block the strike, and yelled, You filthy little rat. Kang-rim calmly blocked the strike, completely unfazed. You're nothing but a rabbit. Hearing this, she grew even more furious. What? I'm a beast filled with deep grudges. Kang-rim deflected her hand with his sword, looking down at her with pure disdain. Grudges? All from just a single attack like that? Instantly, his sword flared with surging power. What a pity. In a flash, Kang-rim transformed and swung his sword heavily toward her. But I'm no weakling either. Knocked back by the force, Linan muttered under her breath. You know what? Pressing her hand against the ground, she began to analyze the situation. Even in the Zodiac, there are natural counters. The rat has many enemies, and it even tricked the ox to snatch the first spot. As she spoke, Linan's body overflowed with even greater power. But the one who hated at that moment, a pair of wide, scheming eyes and a terrifying smile emerged. It's the cat that was tricked by the rat. After spouting all that nonsense, Linan lunged forward to attack with a smug, competitive look, activating her cat grudge skill. As she dashed forward, the skill's information panel popped up. Cat grudge, level 2 racial skill. Maximizes all stats when attacking targets with the rat attribute. In the ensuing clash, Kang-rim took a hit, leaving a cut on his face. A cat, huh? Seeing this, Linan smiled with absolute confidence. Linan Mouser, a level 2 of the insectoid race, metal attribute, with the cat and rabbit zodiac sign. Watching her spin around and charge again, Kang-rim dodged and quickly analyzed the situation. She must be from a country that uses the cat instead of the rabbit in their zodiac. Moving faster and faster, Linan rushed in at an insane speed. Kang-rim, already injured, grimaced. Damn it. After landing the strike, Linan leaped back, baring her claws. She swiftly lunged with both hands to deliver a fatal blow, but Kang-rim barely managed to raise his weapon and block the attack. Kang-rim looked up warily, thinking to himself that he could only play defense right now. He couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly powerful the effects of the demon realm were. Once again, Linan unleashed a massive surge of power, pressing heavily against Kang-rim's weapon. Now you get it, right? With the demon realm amplifying our zodiac powers. Mer smirked mockingly, saying, "You could never beat me." By now, Kang-rim was slumped on the ground, while she stood over him, leaning in slightly. This is your absolute last chance. Join the clown troupe like a good boy, or die right here. As she grabbed him by the collar, Kang-rim's face darkened as he muttered, if the Zodiac's power is amplified, then how much stronger would the Zodiac beasts be? With that, he reached out, conjuring a blazing magic circle. Faced with this, Mer panicked. What are you doing? Just then, John's tail materialized, burning with fierce flames. As the system announced the summoning of the thanks to the Zodiac's blessing, John had temporarily reached his adult form. Now massive, he swooped down from the sky. Terrified by this overwhelming presence, Mer stumbled backward, watching the majestic, fully grown dragon tower behind Kang-rim. At that moment, Kang-rim called out to John and finally roared, "Tear her apart." Obeying the command, John lunged forward, opening his massive jaws and roaring directly in Mer's face. Crushed by this suffocating pressure, Mer's face went dark, and she gritted her, "A real dragon? You coward, you absolute coward. I don't believe this," she shrieked, her voice echoing to the heavens. And that brings us to the end of today's video. That was the recap of this series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss our next exciting videos. But for now, thank you so much for watching, and see you next time.